Chapter 623. The Sinful Buddha, the mother of Mount Li, cast a skeptical glance at Tang Yu, clearly doubting his words. The notion of severing another self from within one's soul was evidently implausible. I am resolved to slay the Ancient Buddha of Illumination, Tang Yu declared, narrowing his eyes. A palpable aura of menace radiating from him. To use those close to him as leverage was a perilous gamble indeed. Should I fail to eliminate him now, he would undoubtedly become a bane in the future. Who could tell what further mischief he might concoct? Therefore, in order to preempt his continued malevolence, Tang Yu resolved to take matters into his own hands and uphold justice, sending him on his way. As for Brother Lai, the mere thought conjured an image of the unfortunate man languishing alone in prison. Tang Yu couldn't help but grimace at the sight of such desolation. Poor Brother Lai, abandoned by the assembly of Buddhas, appeared utterly pitiable. Despite his circumstances, Brother Lai was a decent individual, and thus, it was only right to lend him a helping hand. Moreover, with the demonic forces infiltrating the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, it had descended into chaos, necessitating a capable leader for its governance. Brother Lai, with his experience in administration, was the ideal candidate for the role. It must be said that Tang Yu's foresight was commendable. He had considered every possible avenue for Brother Lai's future. Besides, with the Buddhas having distanced themselves from him, where else could Brother Lai possibly go? Thus, leaving him in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters to co-manage alongside Luo, who was indeed a prudent decision. Once a Buddha, now the leader of the Bald Brotherhood, and soon to be the king of the kingdom of 10,000 monsters, what a multifaceted identity Brother Lai possessed. Upon mentioning the Ancient Buddha of Illumination, the mother of Mount Li's demeanor turned frosty. As a practitioner of the Buddhist path, it was appalling to witness such depravity, resorting to underhanded tactics to achieve one's ends. I shall go alone. It wouldn't be prudent for you to accompany me, Tang Yu remarked with a grin. The mother of Mount Li paused, then nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Tang Yu gradually faded from her sight, likely signaling the end for the Ancient Buddha of Illumination. Why provoke anyone, if not for the wrath of the third brother? Those who incited his ire generally found themselves at the mercy of fate. At Ling Mountain, the once grand Thunder Sound Temple had collapsed once more, leaving the multitude of Buddhas akin to orphaned children, their plight quite tragic. Presently, the Ancient Buddha of Illumination was absent from Ling Mountain, thus thrusting the burden of leadership upon Maitreya Buddha. His first task was to rally the Buddhas and reconstruct the Thunder Sound Temple. However, the enthusiasm among the Buddhas was notably lacking. Who could say if the temple would stand long enough to be completed before it was brought down again? Nevertheless, Maitreya Buddha had issued his command, and the Buddhas set to work. Ling Ji, come here, Maitreya Buddha called to Bodhisattva Ling Ji privately. Ling Ji regarded him with confusion. Maitreya Buddha continued, bring me a cigarette. Lighting one and taking a puff, he added, as you are aware, the former Buddha, the Sinful Buddha, possesses a considerable stash of tobacco and liquor. Hence, I require your assistance in procuring these items from his grasp. In that moment, Lingji Bodhisattva found himself in a predicament. It is important to note that he had once been a trusted confidant of Leish. However, his betrayal had been rather swift. Facing Leish alone was undeniably awkward, especially since he had to retrieve the cigarettes and other items from him. Leish had fallen to such a dire state, and they were now compelled to strike him anew. Within the confines of the prison, Leish maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of both sorrow and joy, embodying a desolation that stemmed from a heart long extinguished. His powers had been sealed, rendering him a mere mortal. This was a consideration that the Ancient Buddha of Light had taken into account, arranging for uphold to occasionally bring him some food. Leish held in his hands a bowl with chipped edges, containing a few steamed buns. He chewed on the buns with a tranquil expression, occasionally producing a peculiar sound as he choked slightly. Uphold, responsible for delivering the meals, sighed and turned away, seemingly unable to bear the sight of Leish as he was now. Shortly after Uphold's departure, Lingji Bodhisattva approached, gazing at Leish with a complex expression, and addressed him, Buddha. Leish did not even glance in his direction. He had heard some accounts of the past events. It was Lingji Bodhisattva who had knelt first and placed all the blame upon himself. If it had been anyone else, Leish might have understood. But Lingji was someone he had trusted implicitly from the very beginning. The betrayal from one he held in such high regard was a wound difficult to bear. Buddha, Maitreya has sent me to request some cigarettes, Lingji Bodhisattva stated, his tone still courteous, using the word request. Yet, Leish remained silent. as if his silence was a form of resistance or perhaps a reflection of a sorrow greater than despair. The most trusted individual had betrayed him, and Lage had fallen to such a lowly state. Words seemed futile. Buddha, please relinquish the cigarettes, Lingji Bodhisattva continued, his gaze fixed on Lage. Lage turned his head slightly, casting a faint, self-mocking smile at him. Little G, how have I treated you? Upon hearing this, Lingji Bodhisattva lowered his head. It was undeniable that Lage had indeed placed great trust in him. However, circumstances often overshadow personal loyalties. Buddha, all that has transpired is in the past. Lingji Bodhisattva took a deep breath. This statement essentially meant that Lage's glorious days were behind him. He had become the sinner of the Buddhist realm, his powers sealed. Imprisoned in this diminutive cell. Buddha, you should still surrender the cigarettes, Lingji Bodhisattva urged. You dare to speak to the Buddha with such audacity, echoed a voice. And Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. She had stepped forth because she sensed that Tang Sanzang was not dead, primarily due to Tang Yu's telepathic message urging her to continue being a good person in front of Lage. Upon seeing Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lage was filled with emotion. Having fallen to such depths, he was astonished by Guanyin's unwavering loyalty. Truly, she was a trusted ally. Lage was nearly moved to tears. As Guanyin Bodhisattva gazed upon Lingji Bodhisattva, the latter took a step back, feeling an undeniable pressure emanating from Guanyin, who had already ascended to the status of a quasi-saint. Guanyin Bodhisattva, do you truly intend to associate yourself with this sinner? Lingji questioned sharply. Sinner? Hearing this, Lage let out a self-deprecating laugh. Xiaoji, you have utterly disappointed me. Having distanced myself from the Ling Mountain Buddhist community, I acknowledge that I am indeed a sinner in the eyes of Buddhism. Yet you, whom I once trusted so deeply, have uttered such words, leaving me disheartened. I feel as though I have been blind, misjudging those around me. Guanyin Bodhisattva remains steadfast and loyal. I have not erred in my faith. Lord Buddha, I shall lead you away from here. With a wave of her hand, Guanyin opened the prison doors wide. How dare you, Guanyin? Are you truly willing to betray the Buddhist teachings and align yourself with this sinner once more? Lingji's voice rose in protest. Chapter 624. The Rescue of Lage. Indeed, Guanyin Bodhisattva was an unwavering devotee of Lage. Even in his dire straits, she risked the wrath of the Buddhist community to come to his aid. Did she not comprehend the grave consequences of her actions? To Lingji, her loyalty to Lage was indisputable. Guanyin, rolling her eyes in exasperation, considered that were it not for the sudden communication from Tang Sanzang, she would not have dared to act so boldly. Yet, with Tang Sanzang's support, she felt emboldened. The situation at Ling Mountain had stagnated, devoid of any promising developments. The current Buddhist community scarcely resembled its former self, thus Guanyin felt compelled to ally with Tang Yu. Tang Sanzang was not only immensely powerful, but had also facilitated her ascent to quasi-saint status. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could orchestrate a miracle, allowing her to attain full sainthood. Thus, upon receiving Tang Yu's message, Guanyin acted without hesitation. Moreover, Tang Sanzang had ventured to Zixiao Palace to confront the ancient Buddha of Light, rendering the Western two saints powerless to intervene. Faced with Tang Sanzang, they had no means of resistance. Seizing this opportunity, Guanyin arrived to save Lage. You are audacious indeed. As a bodhisattva, how can you insult the Buddha by labeling him a sinner, even if he is no longer the current Buddha? Guanyin's voice grew increasingly cold, her quasi-saint aura pressing down upon Lingji, forcing him to retreat. Lage gazed at Guanyin with profound gratitude, his breath hitching as he felt a swell of emotion. One must not judge by the brightness of one's circumstances, but rather by who remains by one's side in times of adversity. Now, Lage found himself in such despair. Yet Guanyin stood resolutely by him, even risking the disfavor of the Buddhist community to rescue him. At this moment, Brother Lai was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. It became evident that he had not misjudged his faith in the Bodhisattva Guanyin. Even in such dire circumstances, she remained steadfastly by his side. Bodhisattva, do not forget your esteemed position within the Buddhist realm. Should you falter, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Lingji Bodhisattva let out a cold laugh, saying, though you have indeed attained a level of sanctity, once the two revered saints intervene, consider the repercussions that await you. Repercussions? The Bodhisattva had not truly contemplated such consequences. With Tang Sanzang present, she believed that she need not worry about the aftermath. With a huff, Guanyin turned to Brother Lai. Buddha, I shall take you away from here. How could I bear to witness such indignities inflicted upon you? One must admit, her acting was quite commendable. Perhaps her prolonged interactions with Tang Yu had honed her skills. Observing her, Brother Lai sighed and shook his head. He speaks the truth. You cannot save me without jeopardizing yourself. Depart, for if the two saints take action, you will have no chance, especially with my powers sealed. So go. Brother Lai was genuinely concerned for Guanyin. She was momentarily taken aback. She was merely performing, while his sincerity struck her with guilt. Buddha, I will not leave you behind, she insisted, grasping his arm and turning to exit. Lingji Bodhisattva, retreating in alarm, exclaimed, someone. Quickly, Guanyin Bodhisattva has rebelled. She seeks to defy the Buddhist order. Guanyin's gaze hardened as her aura of sanctity surged forth. The jade bottle in her hand soared into the air. From within, willow branches unfurled, emitting a dazzling, piercing green light. With a thunderous crash, the prison collapsed instantaneously, while Lingji Bodhisattva coughed up blood and fell heavily to the ground. Guanyin did not spare him a glance, seizing Brother Lai and departing towards Mount Luojia. Tang Sanzang had merely instructed her to rescue Brother Lai, without detailing any further plans. After all, there was nowhere else to go but Mount Luojia. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She feared that once Tang Sanzang dealt with his matters, they might be forgotten, which would spell disaster. Having rescued Brother Lai, she had irrevocably betrayed the Buddhist order and aligned herself with its opposition. Should the saints act, her fate would be dire. However, there was no turning back. She had to place her trust in Tang Sanzang, for they were already in the same boat. You acted impulsively, Brother Lai remarked with concern, casting a worried glance at Guanyin. She remained silent, guiding him back to Mount Luojia. Yet, the magical constraints upon him were beyond her ability to dissolve. The prohibitions set by the saints were insurmountable, and it seemed they would have to wait for Tang Sanzang. For the sake of the Buddha, I would sacrifice my life without hesitation. The Bodhisattva Guanyin spoke with righteous fervor and unwavering integrity. Lage, deeply moved, remained silent. After all, the situation had reached a critical point where words were futile. In the Lingshan, Methriya Buddha furrowed his brow. He could hardly fathom that the Bodhisattva Guanyin would act so boldly as to rescue the sinful Buddha, the former Buddha, from captivity. What would become of smoking in the future? It was known that Tang Sung had entered the Goeishu, his life and death uncertain. However, Methriya Buddha believed that the chances of survival were slim. The Goeishu was a forbidden realm. If Tang Sung had indeed perished, then only the remaining stock in Lei's possession would remain. He was aware that Tang Sing had previously entrusted Lai with a considerable amount of supplies. Consequently, he felt an urgent need to send Lingji Bodhisattva to retrieve those reserves. Yet, unexpectedly, the intervention of the Bodhisattva Guanyin had led to Lai's departure. This matter would have to be revisited upon the return of the ancient Buddha of Lamp. Methriya Buddha exhaled a plume of smoke. No matter the circumstances, a strategy must be devised to reclaim the assets from Lai. Meanwhile, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had attained a state of quasi-sainthood, making her a formidable opponent. Thus, they would await the return of the ancient Buddha of Lamp, hoping to confront her together. In the Zixiao Palace, the two saints, Jane and Zhuanti, bore expressions of deep vexation. They had been extorted by Tang Tian, further exacerbating the financial strain on the already impoverished Buddhist community. The ancient Buddha of Lamp kept his head down, appearing disheveled and somewhat battered. He silently smoked, feeling a swell of grievance within. Despite having resolved the nuisance of Tang Sung for the two saints, he received no gratitude from them, which left him feeling quite despondent. Chapter 625. The demise of the ancient Buddha of Lamp. However, upon observing the saint's expressions, even the ancient Buddha of Lamp, despite his frustrations and desire to justify himself, dared not speak. He recalled how the saints had mercilessly chastised Lai, delivering blows without restraint, akin to a child being reprimanded. Fearing further ire, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, cognizant that the saints were already in a foul mood, and any misstep might provoke their wrath. It has become apparent that the ancient Buddha of Lamp had not fully considered the consequences of his actions, leading to this predicament which caused some losses for both of us. Yet he had acted with good intentions, at least resolving the Tang Sing issue for us. Jane sighed. Zhuanti snorted, her countenance dark. After all, they had suffered considerable extortion from Tang Tian, especially in these financially dire times. However, upon reflecting on Jane's words, Zhuanti withdrew her glare that had been directed at the ancient Buddha of Lamp. Her senior brother had a point. After all, the ancient Buddha had acted in the interest of the Buddhist order. While his considerations may have been somewhat lacking, he had nonetheless eliminated the menace that was Tang's son, which could be deemed a greater benefit than harm. Old lamp, we do not blame you, so do not hold our criticisms against us, said Zhuan-Ti. Are we not doing this for your benefit, to help you grow better? In the future, endeavor to consider matters more comprehensively, as this is of paramount importance for your career development. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp lowered his head, feeling quite aggrieved. Career development? He held no interest in such pursuits. After all, he had always maintained a respectful distance from the position of Buddha. It is no easy task to be the leader. Being a second in command, like now, is quite satisfactory. After all, if one manages poorly, it reflects on the leader. Reflecting on the past, one realizes that being a leader is fraught with challenges. Thank you for the nurturing from the two saints, said the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp. Though his heart remained heavy with grievance, diligently attending to matters does not yield favorable outcomes. Now that all the Buddhas have returned to Lingshan, there are numerous affairs that require your management. Please bear with the toil for a while, advised Zhuan-Ti. The Buddhas seem to have returned to Lingshan. Yet a series of subsequent matters also need resolution, which the old monk was aware of. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp chanted a sutra and then spoke slowly. How should the matter of Tathagata be addressed? Surely, he cannot remain imprisoned in Lingshan indefinitely. It is a waste of resources to keep him alive. Upon hearing this, the two saints exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. They truly had not devised a plan for handling the matter concerning Xiao Lai. Should he remain imprisoned indefinitely? Yet, to kill him seemed equally unwise. If Xiao Lai could acknowledge his errors and return to the Buddhist fold, the two saints could still employ him. After all, the Buddhist community has already suffered significant losses. Some losses are simply untenable, especially since Xiao Lai possesses the cultivation of a quasi-saint. This matter shall be dealt with according to our plans. We shall discuss it further later, Zhuan-Ti stated, extending his hand into the robe of the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp. He retrieved a cigarette, lighting one for himself, while the remaining ones were discreetly pocketed. If there is nothing else, you should return to Lingshan. With the Buddhas back, there are still affairs requiring your oversight. Zhuan-Ti instructed, taking a drag from his cigarette. Can he still return? A voice, utterly out of place, suddenly echoed in the ears of the gathered individuals. Instantly, Jane and the others felt as though they had seen a ghost, chills running down their spines. The surrounding space seemed to freeze at that moment. A pitch-black void materialized, gradually coalescing before them into the figure of Tang Yu, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp. The ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp stood motionless, engulfed by the overwhelming aura of Tang Yu, unable to move even a finger. Under the pressure of this formidable presence, it felt as though he might be crushed. Tang Senzang's voice trembled as he incredulously spoke. He had entered the Guishu and emerged alive. At this moment, Zhuan-Ti felt an icy terror envelop him. Even Guishu had failed to extinguish Tang Senzang. It is over. They are finished. Will there be any good days ahead? Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, his hand had seized the neck of the radiant lamp ancient Buddha. At that moment, a murderous intent radiated from Tang Yu. How dare he threaten me using someone I hold dear? Such audacity warrants death. Tang Yu had resolved not to let him live any longer. After all, one could hardly deny that the old lamp was indeed a person of great ambition. Swiftly abandoning his corporeal form and emerging as his primordial spirit, his movements were remarkably swift and decisive, momentarily catching Tang Yu off guard. Yet, the surrounding space was ensnared by his magical power, rendering the radiant lamp ancient Buddha's escape impossible. Do you think you can leave? Tang Yu coldly inquired. Simultaneously, Jane and Zhuani launched their efforts to break free from this confined space. However, an aura more formidable and faster than theirs surged forth. It was Hongjun. Tang Yu lifted his gaze. Jane and Zhuan-Ti, along with the others, breathed a silent sigh of relief, particularly the radiant lamp ancient Buddha, who felt a sense of impending fortune after narrowly escaping disaster. Nevertheless, he was still haunted by fear, continuously chanting the Buddha's name, Amitabha, Amitabha. The figure of Hongjun materialized, his expression reflecting lingering astonishment. Originally, he had believed that Tang Senzang, who had entered the Guishu, was doomed, yet he had not anticipated his return from the void. At this moment, Hongjun's heart was filled with questions regarding the Guishu. After all, He was the only one who had survived its depths. Tang Sanzang, how did you emerge from the Guishu? What lies within? What is the Guishu truly? Hongjun eagerly inquired, his curiosity overwhelming. Tang Yu snorted softly, exerting force with his palm, shattering the radiant lamp Ancient Buddha's corporeal form. Instantly, the radiant lamp Ancient Buddha's eyes widened. Had he not been outmatched by Tang Sanzang, he would have certainly retaliated. Yet he found himself publicly humiliated with his body obliterated. Even Hongjun couldn't help but frown slightly. In his presence, Tang Sanzang acted with reckless abandon, as if slapping him in the face. Yet, to be fair, Tang Sanzang had always exhibited such audacity, hardly deeming him worthy of consideration. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hongjun. The Hongjun before him seemed significantly more powerful than the last time they met. It appeared he had refined the power within him considerably. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun separated Jin and the others, locking his gaze onto Tang Yu, gravely stating, Tang Sanzang, what truly exists within the Guishu? This is a matter of great significance for the three realms. I am not jesting. Observing Tang Yu's indifference, Hongjun continued. The three realms are on the verge of monumental changes, closely linked to the Guishu. If possible, I hope you can set aside your grievances and reveal to me the essence of the Guishu and what lies within. Chapter 626. The path itself fears the Guishu. Hongjun regarded Tang Yu with utmost seriousness, yearning to extract some insight concerning the Guishu from him. After all, Tang Sanzang was the sole individual to emerge alive from its depths. To unravel the mysteries of the Guishu completely, understanding him was imperative. However, Hongjun was reluctant to act recklessly. Once he entered, he would be unable to harness even the power of the heavenly Tao. This only deepened his sense of dread. Tang Yu smirked disdainfully. So, you too are merely an ordinary person, capable of feeling fear. Letting go of prejudices? Is that even possible? The grievances between us have run too deep, permeating our very bones and etching themselves into our souls. Given the chance, Hongjun would undoubtedly spare no effort in eliminating me. Consider this matter, for instance. Although it is the ancient Buddha of burning lamp who threatens me. Does Hongjun not realize this? To think he wishes to cast aside his biases now is but a jest. Hongjun paused. After all, the Guishu is a forbidden place, and I cannot delve deeply into it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is terrified of the Guishu. How could one not feel fear in such a restricted domain? With such trepidation, fixated on his own safety, how could he transcend his own Jingje? Tang Yu scoffed mockingly. In an instant, Hongjun's entire being trembled, and a flicker of confusion gleamed in his eyes. This fixation on the fear of the Guishu, how can one escape such trepidation? With such concern for one's own life and death, how can one transcend beyond them? Upon this thought, a faint glow enveloped Hongjun, imbuing him with an ethereal demeanor. Tang Yu widened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. Could it be? Under the weight of my words. Hongjun seemed to be inching towards a deeper understanding. At this moment, he must have entirely relinquished his fears, no longer clinging to his own life and death. Thank you, Tripitaka. Hongjun inhaled deeply and bowed to Tang Yu. I have been too fixated on myself, unable to let go of my fears. Your words have been like a divine revelation, enlightening me profoundly. Tang Yu's lips twitched, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. You have ceased to cling to your own life and death, relinquishing your mortality. Then why not venture into the Guishu? What do you desire from me? Yet, Tang Yu coldly laughed. Congratulations on your newfound detachment, as you seem to have taken a step further along your path of ruthlessness. The heavens are merciless. Hongjun merged with the heavenly Tao, and so too is his path. It is widely known that the heavenly Tao is devoid of compassion, yet, who understands that it is also innocent? Hongjun spoke calmly. After enduring some pain and cursing the indifference of the heavenly Tao, little do they know that behind them are others suffering far greater tribulations. Is the heavenly Tao truly heartless? In the mortal realm, there is a saying, the emperor and the commoner are equal before the law. Hongjun smiled faintly. Only through indifference can there be fairness, would you not agree? Perhaps you speak the truth, but our paths diverge, and we shall not conspire together, Tang Yu replied coldly. After a brief silence, Hongjun continued to inquire, Tang Sanzang, if possible, I genuinely wish you would tell me what lies within the Guishu. He sighed deeply. To speak candidly, I have discovered some significant matters concerning the safety of all beings in the three realms. The entire three realms may be on the brink of complete annihilation. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Hong Jun. From Hong Jun's expression, it was evident that he was not jesting. However, the nature of his discovery remains shrouded in mystery, leaving him in such a grave demeanor. Is that so? What have you unearthed? Tang Yu shrugged casually and inquired. How did it escalate to such a serious matter involving the beings of the three realms? Hong Jun, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced slowly within the confines of the Xiao Palace and began to speak. Since the dawn of creation, why has the great Tao remained withdrawn from the world? This question had also crossed Tang Yu's mind, yet he had found no answers. Furrowing his brow, he turned his gaze towards Hong Jun, who continued, I suspect that it is not that the great Tao wishes to neglect this realm, but rather that it is powerless to intervene. Thus, it has entrusted all affairs to the heavenly Tao. The notion of being incapable of governing this realm had indeed crossed Tang Yu's mind. But why was this the case? At that moment, he blurted out, the return to the ruins. It was due to the return to the ruins that the great Tao could not oversee this place. Perhaps it was even fear of the return to the ruins that led to its abandonment of this realm. Hongju nodded slightly. It is quite possible. After a pause, he added, yet, how could the return to the ruins suddenly expand? This perplexed me. To be candid, that stone was a fortuitous acquisition of mine. Though I have not fully entered the return to the ruins, I sensed its essence emanating from it, which is why I brought it into the Xiao Palace for further investigation. A chance acquisition? Tang Yu glanced at the little spirit resting on his shoulder. It seemed that Hong Jun remained unaware that the stone had given birth to a little girl. At this moment, she lay asleep on Tang Yu's shoulder. A chance acquisition? Tang Yu questioned, puzzled. Yes. I later discovered that this stone suddenly emerged from the return to the ruins 25 years ago, Hong Jun explained. Tang Yu's expression shifted slightly. 25 years ago. At that time, he had just traversed into this world, embarking on the journey for scriptures. Though I obtained this stone, I have never comprehended its mysteries. After all, I would not dare to recklessly enter the return to the ruins, Hong Jun remarked wistfully. Thus, you are the only one to have emerged alive from the return to the ruins. I am curious to know what it truly is, or rather, what terrifying existence lies within, causing the great Tao to be so apprehensive that it relinquished governance of this realm. I do not know, Tang Yu replied calmly. As for how I emerged, it was due to my mastery of spatial laws, combined with my position on the outskirts of the return to the ruins, which allowed me to exit naturally. Beyond that, I cannot speak of what lies within. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun fixed a deep gaze upon Tang Yu, sighed softly, and refrained from further inquiries, for he could discern that Tang Shenzong seemed reluctant to divulge more. Staring intently at him, Tang Yu scoffed. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, I am determined to slay you. You cannot protect him. Threatening those close to him had thoroughly struck a nerve with Tang Yu. Thus, he had resolved not to spare the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. Hong Jun furrowed his brow slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then waved his hand. Instantly, an overwhelming force enveloped the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. The ancient Buddha of light, even in his final moments, emitted not a single cry. His primordial spirit dissipated entirely, leaving behind only a fragment of his true essence. This remnant was promptly cast into the cycle of reincarnation by Hong Jun, allowing it to be reborn. After completing this act, he gazed calmly at Tang Yu and inquired, what do you think? Chapter 627. The rebirth of the Buddha of light outside the purple cloud palace. Both Jane and Junti were utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend why Hong Jun had suddenly intervened to shatter the primordial spirit of the ancient Buddha of light, retaining merely a sliver of his true essence and subsequently casting him into the underworld for reincarnation. The two exchanged glances, their small eyes reflecting immense confusion. However, as Hong Jun was engaged in weighty discussions with Tang Sanzang, they dared not interrupt. You've got skills, Tang Yu remarked, giving Hong Jun a thumbs up and flashing a grin. In truth, Hong Jun had little choice. He was acutely aware of the murderous intent emanating from Tang Sanzang, even if he could not eliminate the ancient Buddha of light this time. The latter's demise was inevitable. Despite Jane and Junti always being by the Buddha's side to protect him, it was a futile endeavor. Thus, Hong Jun felt compelled to act, at least sparing Tang Sanzang's dignity. By sending the ancient Buddha of light into the cycle of reincarnation, he ensured the preservation of his life, allowing Jane or Junti to extend mercy in the future. At that time, the ancient Buddha of light would still be poised to achieve greatness. Tang Yu chuckled darkly as his figure gradually faded, yet he sent a message to Hutu. You hold dominion over the heavenly path, but the earthly realm belongs to Lady Hutu. In the underworld, Hutu, who had been sitting in meditation, opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Soon, a smile graced her lips as the cycle of reincarnation manifested within her being. She effortlessly sensed the fragment of the ancient Buddha of light's true essence, which was then cast into the realm of beasts. Unbeknownst to her, she left his memories intact, allowing him to witness his transformation into a cow. The old monk had inexplicably become a bovine. Due to retaining his memories, he struggled to accept this new reality from the moment of his birth, bleeding and bellowing in despair. Ultimately, in a state of utter helplessness, the owner of the household summoned a veterinarian. However, after an examination, the veterinarian found no discernible issues and nonsensically declared it to be the legendary mad cow disease. Though he was unaware of what that entailed, the label of a mad cow rendered it unfit to remain. Thus, the ancient Buddha of light was once again set on a new path. A small black dog whimpered and struggled, afflicted by the fabled rabies. Consequently, the ancient Buddha of light continued his cycle of reincarnation, endlessly traversing the realm of beasts, burdened by the weight of his original memories. As the Buddhas departed from Luojia Mountain, the atmosphere grew somewhat desolate. Yet for Guanyin Bodhisattva, this tranquility was precisely to her liking. She lowered her head, remaining silent. In the end, he never anticipated that only the Bodhisattva Guanyin would remain by his side. It was both a sorrowful and comforting realization. The sorrow stemmed from the fact that those individuals showed no hesitation in their betrayal, particularly Lingji Bodhisattva. The comfort came from the unwavering loyalty of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who had proven to be a steadfast ally. He was indeed right to place his trust in her, as she had risked great reproach within the Buddhist realm to rescue him. Yet, this very act could potentially lead Guanyin into an abyss from which there was no return. The thought filled him with guilt, prompting him to cast a glance at her. Guanyin too felt a twinge of concern. What if the two saints suddenly intervened? However, given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to trust Tang Sanzang, for there were no alternatives left. Ah, Lage, came a light laugh, and the figure of Tang Yu materialized. Upon seeing Tang Sanzang, Guanyin felt an immediate sense of relief. Lage, in disbelief, looked at Tang Yu and even rubbed his eyes, questioning the reality of the moment, for it was widely known that the third had entered the Guishu. Rubbing his eyes once more, he confirmed it. Indeed, it was the third. Lage rose, his body trembling, his voice choked with emotion. The third has returned. The steadfast support was still there. At that moment, Lage felt tears welling up in his eyes, overwhelmed by the urge to weep. Don't worry, Lage, no tears now. The third is here, Tang Yu reassured him. Hearing this, Lage turned his head, wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his robe. True feelings emerge in times of adversity, at least from Lage's perspective. With the presence of the third as a strong support and the loyal Bodhisattva Guanyin by his side, his existence did not feel entirely futile. The third, I knew you wouldn't perish. What would I do if you had died in Guishu? Lage's voice quivered. Tang Yu paused, sensing something strange in his words. Rest assured, Lage, I am here for you. Tang Yu continued. However, these experiences have certainly allowed you to discern the true nature of those around you. Haven't they? Guanyin rolled her eyes at the side. Poor Lage, utterly deceived by you. Yet she remained an accomplice, complicit in Tang Yu's ruse. When Lage had once suspected there were traitors within the Buddhist realm, he had sent Guanyin to investigate. It was clear that Lage had trusted her from beginning to end. The thought filled Guanyin with a sense of guilt. You are right. The third, Lage took a deep breath. This ordeal has indeed unveiled many truths, especially concerning Lingji Bodhisattva. Upon mentioning Lingji, Lage let out a quiet huff, still deeply saddened by the betrayal. Let me restore your magical powers, Tang Yu said, extending his hand to pat Lage's shoulder. The long-lost power surged back, filling Lage with renewed confidence. Possessing magical prowess instills confidence. Brother Lai, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Brother Lai appeared genuinely moved. Brother Lai, there is no need for formalities between us, Tang Yu remarked with a cheerful smile. Guanyin Bodhisattva observed Brother Lai, who seemed momentarily dazed by Tang Yu's persuasion, and could not help but feel speechless, reflecting on the remarkable talent of Tang Sanzang. It could be said that a significant portion of Brother Lai's current predicament stemmed from Tang Sanzang's influence. Yet, Brother Lai was nearly brought to tears of gratitude. What defines talent? Tang Sanzang epitomizes it. Guanyin Bodhisattva's admiration for Tang Yu had reached profound depths. Indeed, there is no need for formalities between us. After a brief hesitation, Brother Lai continued, what of the two saints? Rest assured, with me here, should they dare to act arrogantly, I shall incapacitate them, Tang Yu confidently assured Brother Lai. Patting his chest, that is reassuring. Brother Lai nodded, and then turned to Guanyin Bodhisattva, saying, given Brother San's assurance, I feel at ease. Therefore, Guanyin Bodhisattva, let us return to Mount Ling. It was evident that Brother Lai intended to seek retribution. Guanyin Bodhisattva discreetly glanced at Tang Yu, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Guanyin Bodhisattva acquiesced. Chapter 628. The dream of Maitreya Buddha realized Brother Lai's intentions were abundantly clear. He sought to reclaim justice. The betrayal by someone he trusted weighed heavily on his heart. As for why he brought Guanyin Bodhisattva along, it was apparent that she was also a quasi-saint, and he required a capable ally to support him. Moreover, she was the only one left by his side. Brother Lai, worry not. Whatever you wish to pursue, do so boldly. Should any complications arise, I shall bear the consequences, Tang Yu said with a smile. By the way, the ancient Buddha of Lantern has entered the cycle of reincarnation. Tang Yu's smile, however, struck Guanyin Bodhisattva as somewhat cunning. Brother Lai's body tensed at this revelation. The reason for bringing Guanyin Bodhisattva was his concerns. After all, Mount Ling housed both Maitreya Buddha and the ancient Buddha of Lantern, two formidable quasi-saints. Against such opposition, Brother Lai might not stand a chance. Now, upon hearing that the ancient Buddha of Lantern had reincarnated, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the saints remained absent, he was invincible. Furthermore, Tang Yu had granted him assurance that he could act freely, without interference from any saints. Thus, hearing that the ancient Buddha of Lantern was no longer present, Brother Lai felt entirely at ease. He cast a grateful glance at Tang Yu. By the way, Brother Lai, what are your plans next? Tang Yu unveiled his strategy. As you are aware, the demon tribe has infiltrated the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. It would be prudent to venture there. You know well that there exists a distinction between the demon tribe and the beasts. Therefore, how about you take charge of the kingdom of 10,000 beasts? Let the former Buddha Tathagata lead the way, perhaps even govern the beasts. Guanyin Bodhisattva gasped in astonishment. Lai Go furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. He was no longer the Buddha of the Tathagata. Moreover, long-term residence on Mount Luojia was hardly secure. Despite the presence of the third elder, what if the two saints were truly incensed and sought to eliminate him? Venturing into the kingdom of 10,000 demons was not an unthinkable option. After all, under his control, he would still be the leader. Furthermore, there was the demon clan to consider. Given this, if the third elder suggested such a course, entering the kingdom of 10,000 demons could indeed be a viable path. Lai Go mused that he had always been a leader. Without leading others, he felt somewhat unsettled. Thus, entering the kingdom of 10,000 demons and commanding its denizens did not seem unwarranted. At the very least, the long-lost experience of leadership had returned to him. He remained, after all, a figure of authority, one man beneath him commanding thousands. Moreover, should he so desire, he could easily ally with the demon lord Luo Hu to wage war against the Buddhist sect if he wished. It was important to note that the kingdom of 10,000 demons had fallen into disarray due to the deaths of Wukong and Zixia. If you could manage it well, Lai Go, that would be splendid, Tang Yu said in a subdued tone. He cast a glance at Lai Go, and the surrounding space twisted momentarily before his figure gradually faded, vanishing from sight. The third elder's magical prowess is indeed awe-inspiring, Lai Go remarked in admiration. He then proceeded to accompany the Bodhisattva Guanyin to Mount Ling. Upon hearing the news of the reincarnation of the ancient Buddha of Light, Maitreya Buddha was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of secret delight. Now, as Lai Go stood as the pariah of the Buddhist sect, a traitor, the ancient Buddha of Light had entered the cycle of reincarnation. With his elevated status within the sect, it was only fitting that he assumed the mantle of the new Buddha. Reflecting on this, Maitreya Buddha felt a surge of excitement. The day he had long awaited had finally arrived. Although the Buddhist sect was in a state of disarray, Maitreya Buddha possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to manage it. Having once led the Beggars sect, his dream of governing the Buddhist sect in the same manner as he had the Beggars sect was finally within reach. Maitreya Buddha trembled with exhilaration, It had been a long and arduous journey to this position. He had yearned for this day for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, the other Buddhas were busy constructing the great Thunder Sound Temple, returning to its original form. Maitreya Buddha discarded all unnecessary embellishments. However, Ling Mountain found itself constrained by its finances. The income from the sale of tobacco and alcohol remained in Lai Ji's hands. While Lai Gu was not impoverished, Ling Mountain still faced hardship. Thus, simplicity was paramount. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was constructed with minimalism in mind, a humble temple, yet grand and magnificent on the outside, befitting the headquarters of the Buddhist sect. Internally, however, it was sparsely furnished, containing only a few wooden benches, many of which had been brought back by the Buddhas from Mount Luojia. With the Buddhist sect's financial limitations, every effort was made to economize. As the reconstruction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple reached completion once more, the journey ahead remained uncertain. Maitreya Buddha took a leisurely stroll, nodding discreetly in satisfaction as he entered the temple. The pressing matter at hand was to invigorate the economy of Ling Mountain. In this regard, Maitreya Buddha reflected upon his considerable experience, having once led the beggars sect to prominence. Thus, he held a firm belief in his capability to revive the fortunes of the Buddhist community, reigniting its economic vigor. Perched upon a small stool, Maitreya Buddha inhaled deeply. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment long past, reminiscent of the grand election within the Buddhist order. He had stood in this very spot, surveying the assembly of monks below. It was a close call back then, as he almost ascended to the position of the Buddha, only for the Buddha to return at the last moment. Now, he felt assured that no one could thwart his ambition to lead the Buddhist community as its new figurehead. Standing beside him was the silver-haired Jyeti, who handed him a large eggplant. "Greetings, everyone. I am Maitreya Buddha, and I trust one am a familiar figure to you. I am now the new acting Buddha of our order, and I hope for your unwavering support in my endeavors. Let us strive together to strengthen and expand our community," Maitreya Buddha proclaimed, bowing respectfully to the gathered monks. A thunderous applause erupted, echoing like rolling thunder as the monks enthusiastically clapped their hands. However, the sincerity of their enthusiasm remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Maitreya Buddha now wielded authority over the Buddhist order, as he was the sole remaining quasi-saint. Thus, regardless of their personal sentiments, all rose to applaud him. This moment felt surreal to Maitreya Buddha, as it mirrored countless dreams he had envisioned. To his astonishment, it had finally come to fruition, his dream realized. He expressed gratitude to all present, acknowledging that without their contributions, he would not be where he was today. Yet, he reminded them that they had all been misled by the previous Buddha, resulting in adverse repercussions for the Buddhist order. Here, he urged everyone to redeem themselves and strive diligently for the betterment of Buddhism. He believed that through their collective efforts, they could create a splendid future and fortify their community. Maitreya Buddha spoke passionately, his voice resonating with fervor. The applause from the gathered monks was thunderous, with some even producing cigarettes, lighting them up while continuing to clap enthusiastically, their hands sore from the fervor. "Let us work together to restore the glory of our Buddhist order. I am confident that our united efforts will forge a beautiful future for Buddhism," he declared, standing atop the small stool with the eggplant in hand, filled with excitement. The applause continued unabated, until suddenly, silence fell like a curtain as the crowd turned in disbelief at the sudden appearance of two figures. Especially for Maitreya Buddha, this scene was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the last moment following the grand election years ago, much like the unexpected return of Brother Lai. Maitreya Buddha once again stumbled from his small wooden stool, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Lage, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The other Buddhas remained silent, particularly Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, whose body trembled slightly. Lage, with a cigarette between his lips, maintained a serene demeanor. He stepped forward, riding the stool that Maitreya had toppled, and sat down with his legs crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Avalokiteshvara stood beside him, and the entire Great Thunder Sound Monastery was enveloped in a profound silence, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Maitreya trembled as he pointed at Lage, his frustration nearly causing him to spit blood. Was it so difficult to simply aspire to be a Buddha? Lage's intentions were unmistakably malevolent, and the possibility of vengeance loomed large. It was well known that during Lage's imprisonment, many Buddhas had taken pleasure in his plight, some even visiting him in jail to mock him. After all, The former Buddha had fallen to the status of a prisoner, and many were curious to witness his downfall. However, Lai had now returned, triumphant and imposing. Sitting clearly before them on the small stool, legs crossed, cigarette in hand, and eyes slightly squinted, projecting an enigmatic aura that instilled a sense of pressure among the Buddhas. "What a lively scene," Lai remarked. "You sinful Buddha, how dare you return to Mount Ling?" Maitreya exclaimed, finally regaining his composure as he leaped to his feet. Pointing at Lai, "You should surrender at once, and we will intercede on your behalf with the saints behind us," pleading for leniency. Lai had regained his powers, and Maitreya, sensing the ominous nature of Lai's return, invoked the authority of the two saints behind him, hoping they would intimidate Lai into submission. "I hope you do not continue down this erroneous path. Turning back is your only salvation. Otherwise, no one can save you," Maitreya warned. Lai remained silent, cigarette in hand, until he had finished smoking. He tossed the butt to the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Slowly, he rose to his feet, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the assembly of Buddhas. Uncertainty gripped them, especially Avalokiteshvara, who felt a growing dread at what Lai might do. Yet, it was true that Lai had treated him well. It was disheartening to see such betrayal unfold so readily. Avalokiteshvara had knelt before Lai, and during his imprisonment, he had even mockingly labeled him a sinful Buddha. Lai cast his gaze upon the assembly of Buddhas, who instinctively lowered their heads, guilt washing over them. They knew that during their time at Mount Loggia, Lai had not been unkind to them, allowing them to partake freely in indulgences. As his gaze settled on Avalokiteshvara, who stood with his head bowed, motionless, Lai finally spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness. "How do you perceive my treatment of you?" The Buddhas remained silent, each lost in their thoughts. Yet, each has their own aspirations. "I understand your choice of the Buddhist path. It is a reflection of my own inadequacies." Lai Gu gazed at the spirit bodhisattva and remarked, "But little G, I never expected that the first to rebel would be you. It is you who have treated me with scorn and derision. I have truly misjudged your character." The bodhisattva, trembling, called out in desperation, bending his knee and kneeling before Lai Gu. "Buddha, I find myself utterly powerless against the might of the sage, and thus I am compelled to act in such a manner. I beseech you, forgive my transgressions." With tears streaming down his face, the spirit bodhisattva crawled toward Lai Gu, clinging to his leg. "In truth, we are left with no means. Had we possessed even a modicum of strength, we would never have betrayed you, Buddha." The bodhisattva's voice trembled with emotion. However, Lai Gu merely scoffed, kicking the bodhisattva away. He had no intention of believing his words. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true feelings. If it were merely a matter of betrayal, Lai Gu would not be so enraged. What incensed him was the bodhisattva's scornful remarks upon witnessing his fall from grace, believing him utterly defeated and incapable of rising again. This was the true source of Lai Ji's ire. "How audacious! You still do not comprehend your error and dare to harm a bodhisattva of the Buddha's realm." Maitreya Buddha proclaimed, "Yield immediately, that we may seek forgiveness from the sage behind you." Lai Gu narrowed his eyes slightly, directing a glance at Maitreya Buddha, before lighting a cigarette for himself. "I have always known of your discontent with my authority as Buddha. Even if I am no longer a Buddha, I shall demonstrate the extent of my power." With that, Lai Gu suddenly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. The assembly of Buddhas instinctively drew back, taken aback by his presence. Maitreya Buddha was momentarily stunned, but before he could react, Lai Gu transported him into the chaos. The Buddhas exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. A resounding crash echoed as Lai Gu and Maitreya Buddha abruptly emerged from the chaos, both bearing expressions of pain. The assembly of Buddhas was bewildered. What just transpired? Did the encounter conclude so swiftly? Some understood. After all, it is often said that a confrontation between masters can be decided in an instant. "Buddha," Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva addressed. Lai Gu, bewildered, raised his gaze toward the distance. Suddenly, the river of time trembled violently, and a vague figure materialized. He appeared lost, wandering through different realms of time as if searching for something. His presence bore the weight of ages, as though he had existed within the currents of time since the dawn of creation, endlessly traversing the past, present, and future. Lai Gu and the others were truly unfortunate. Just as they broke through the chaos, they beheld the river of time convulsing. It was then that this being, emanating an overwhelming force, expelled them from the chaos. "Who is he?" Maitreya Buddha stared in astonishment at the figure. The power that radiates from him seems more terrifying than that of Hongjun. How can this be? How can anyone possess such formidable strength? Chapter 630. The re-emergence of the river of time. The sheer aura exuded by this individual seemed potent enough to make the very heavens tremble. Such formidable strength surpassed the comprehension of both Lage and Maitreya. With each movement, it appeared as though he could obliterate the cosmos and suppress the ages. Yet, in the presence of this person, there might seem utterly insignificant. Lage stood in astonishment, gazing blankly at the figure who continuously traversed the river of time. This individual, however, bore an expression of bewilderment, as if devoid of absolute consciousness. At the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Simultaneously, Jane and Juanti looked on in astonishment at this formidable being. His power was terrifyingly immense. Although they were saints, they could sense that before this individual, they had no hope of retaliating. Master, Juanti exclaimed in bewilderment, how can this be? Has he transcended completely? But who is he? Why have I never heard his name before? Moreover, he seems to traverse the river of time. Could he be from the future or the past, wandering through the epochs? The strength of this being was such that even Hongjun might not attain it. He himself possessed the laws of time, allowing him to navigate between past and future. As for whether this individual had transcended, I cannot say. Perhaps he has reached the ultimate stage of transcendence? Yet, his condition appears peculiar, his soul fragmented. Hongjun explained, furthermore, I have sensed his presence numerous times. It seems he is searching for something. Fragmented soul. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, bewildered. How can this be? I do not know. Perhaps it is a form of self-splitting, stepping into different currents of time to undergo a transformation. It is not impossible, Hongjun murmured. If that is the case, is he seeking the fragmented aspect of his own soul? But a fragmented soul would surely render one foolish. If he attempts to advance further in such a state, it would be utterly unattainable. Suddenly, the river of time trembled and vanished from the sight of the onlookers. All that remained was the figure receding into the distance. Enveloped by the river of time, stepping once more into alternate temporal streams. No one knew how long he had wandered through the river of time. Perhaps even he himself was unaware. After all, with his soul incomplete and his spiritual awareness lacking, all his actions seemed to be mere instinctive responses. This person was terrifying. How could the Tao of heaven possibly tolerate such a powerful existence? Jane's voice took on a significant tone. Hongjun shook his head in silence, hands clasped behind his back as he entered the interior of the Zixiao Palace. At Ling Mountain, as the figure disappeared, Lage and Maitreya exchanged glances, each letting out a hum of acknowledgement. The assembly of Buddhas kept their heads bowed, remaining silent. Looking towards Lingji Bodhisattva, Lage pondered whether he should dispose of him. Ultimately, with a sigh, he declared, from this moment forth, I sever all ties with the Buddhist realm and all of you. Having spoken, he beckoned Guanyin Bodhisattva to depart from Ling Mountain. The voice of Brother Lai echoed once more, if you wish to smoke. There are no longer any free cigarettes or alcohol. This was accompanied by a hearty laugh, marking Brother Lai's complete departure. At this moment, the assembled Buddhas regained their senses. Did Brother Lai truly hold the fate of their tobacco and spirits in his hands? Henceforth, indulging in smoking would likely become a considerable expense. With their meager personal funds, it seemed they could scarcely afford even 2 packs. This was a definitive disaster. The Buddhas exchanged glances, silently regretting their choices. Had they foreseen this outcome, they would have knelt in supplication upon Brother Lai's return to Lingshan, pleading for his favor and reinstatement. Yet, it was far too late for such reflections. Meanwhile, Brother Lai had entered the kingdom of 10,000 demons alongside Guanyin Bodhisattva, engaging in a meeting with the leader of the demon clan, Rahu. Their discussions unfolded amicably. Brother Lai articulated that, although both belonged to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he would govern the demons while Rahu managed his own. Together, they would strive forward, aiming for supremacy in the 3 realms. Their conversation flowed with enthusiasm, and in a moment of camaraderie, Brother Lai produced a bottle of Erguo too, sharing a hearty drink with Rahu. Before long, Brother Lai assumed his new role, leaving the entire realm of demons in a state of bewilderment. Some demons recognized him as the former Buddha, now inexplicably the leader of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The scene left many in a daze. As if caught in a dream, Brother Lai delivered a speech. Greetings, everyone. You are not strangers to me, so I shall refrain from excessive self-introduction. The third brother has entrusted me with the management of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and I extend my gratitude for his support. I hope for your cooperation in my endeavors, and I promise to work diligently alongside you all to enhance and elevate our kingdom to greater glory." The demons exchanged glances, and soon scattered applause broke out. Regardless of opinions, some demons were willing to accept their new leader, which pleased Brother Lai immensely. He believed that under his guidance, the demons would eventually embrace him entirely. Observing the crowd below, Brother Lai felt a surge of ambition. This was his domain. He was determined to lead the demons to surpass the Buddhist realm, showcasing his capabilities to the two saints and instilling a sense of regret within them. Above all, he could not disappoint the third brother, who had bestowed such a monumental responsibility upon him. Passion surged within Brother Lai as he vowed to achieve remarkable feats with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Meanwhile, Lishan had essentially become Tang Yu's stronghold. He occasionally strolled under the moonlight with the mother of Lishan, enjoying the beauty of flowers, while she danced gracefully among them. Everything seemed idyllic from Tang Yu's perspective, as he reveled in the present moment. However, beauty is often fleeting. Yet, the unforgettable memories etched in his heart were more than sufficient. His thoughts then drifted towards the women by his side. Gao Tsolan, Bai Susu, the butterfly spirit, and the spider spirit. Tang Yu suddenly realized that he had not thought of them for quite some time. Even each visit to Luojia Mountain allowed him to sense the presence of several spider spirits, yet he refrained from revealing himself to them. He felt a profound inability to confront them. Beautiful women are universally admired. Everyone desires to be close to them, much like how women are drawn to handsome men. An innate appreciation for beauty exists within all. However, this may not necessarily equate to love. Affections can be manifold, yet true love may only manifest in a singular form. Your spells have significantly enhanced my abilities once more, but my path can only progress thus far, sighed the mother of Lishan. A half step into sainthood, this was the pinnacle she could achieve. To advance further appeared impossible. Chapter 631, The Heavily Wounded Tang Tian. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He could facilitate the mother of Lishan's ascension to sainthood, yet he hesitated to excessively utilize his fortune points and the system for exchanges. Perhaps the more he exchanged, the more formidable the system would become. He felt an instinctive fear of the system, having not opened its interface for quite some time. Below the saints, you are invincible, Tang Yu said with a faint smile. Moreover, no saint would dare to challenge you, would they? If a saint were to bully the mother of Lishan, not only would I intervene, but even Tang Tian would likely not tolerate such behavior. My journey seems to have reached its terminus, Tang Yu said quietly. Advancing further is not a simple endeavor. Even though the unification of my three bodies could bring me to a state of great accomplishment, my path appears to be at a standstill. He chuckled softly. Moreover, my magical prowess far surpasses my spiritual realm. This may not be a favorable situation. The realms of spiritual enlightenment and magical ability should be in harmony. Yet mine is skewed, making further progress increasingly arduous. Regardless, you are currently unrivaled. Even Hong Jun is no match for you, the mother of Lishan remarked with a blink. Tang Yu shook his head and replied solemnly, No, I must transcend. The return to the void is expanding, and Hong Jun has mentioned that soon. A great calamity of chaos will emerge. Before that time, as all things return to the void, I must achieve transcendence. He turned to the mother of Lishan. I will lead you all to transcendence, beyond this realm. Is that feasible? Even if you achieve transcendence and escape the constraints of this realm, we cannot follow. Not even our master can, Lishan responded. However, you are indeed the one with the greatest hope of transcending, stepping into a realm unprecedented and unmatched. Tang Yu paused for a moment. Without you all, what meaning would transcendence hold? An endless solitude, with only me standing at the edge of time, witnessing the dawn of reincarnation and the reformation of the universe. This solitude is unbearable. The mere thought of such a scene sent a chill down Tang Yu's spine. In this vast world, standing alone was a daunting prospect. The mere contemplation was terrifying. Buzz, the surrounding space contorted, and the figure of the celestial master appeared, draped in black garments, though his aura seemed somewhat disordered at that moment. You are injured? Tang Yu discerned the celestial master's wounds at a glance and cautiously inquired. Was it Hong Jun? For no one else could inflict harm upon the celestial master. It is not Hong Jun, the celestial master replied. I inadvertently glimpsed a figure within the river of time and pursued them. only to be gravely wounded. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. It had to be that individual, the formidable presence he had once witnessed within the river of time. Master, Li Shan called out in concern. The celestial master waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, a mere injury. Primarily, I was swift. Had I not been quick, I could have truly perished at that person's hands. The mere thought of that individual, who fought utilizing the laws of time, was daunting. Moreover, their mastery over time was profound enough to shatter the celestial master within the river of time. Tang Yu's lips twitched. Swift? You dare to say that? After all, you are a sage. Does it befit you to claim such a thing? That person is terrifying, Tang Yu asserted. I am no match for them. He had witnessed with his own eyes how that individual had effortlessly slain a beast of nearly saintly stature with but 2 strikes. Truly fearsome. Even Hong Jun would pale in comparison. The celestial master confessed, he is the only person who has instilled a sense of fear within me. I sense that if he wished to kill me, it would be as easy as breathing. Fortunately, his spirit is incomplete and his mind clouded, which allowed me to escape. Otherwise, I would have found myself in dire straits. Reflecting on the encounter, he experienced a disquieting sense of dread. Raising his gaze to meet Tang Yu's, the celestial master opened his mouth, hesitating as if he wished to speak, but held back. What is it? Tang Yu asked, perplexed. After a moment's hesitation, the celestial master withdrew a stone from his robe and handed it to Tang Yu. This is a sound stone, dropped from that individual. Taking it, Tang Yu held it to his ear, and fragmented voices resonated from within. Cannot conceal it, splitting oneself, metamorphosing into the void. The great path leads to the future. A return one day. The sound was intermittent, some parts nearly inaudible. Yet, Tang Yu's heart trembled profoundly. Who is this? The void, the great path? To split oneself and journey into the future, hoping to return one day. Does this imply such? For reasons unknown, Tang Yu felt a slight tremor coursing through his body. A terrifying thought surfacing unbidden in his mind. Could it be me? He quickly shook his head, finding the notion laughable. Although his spirit was indeed fractured, he believed it to be a result of the system's fusion during his traversal. If his spirit had always been fragmented from the outset, he would undoubtedly be a fool. What was this person truly wary of? Tang Yu murmured to himself. Such immense power. Could there truly exist an adversary that even he feared? It appeared this individual indeed possessed a self-splintered spirit. Now that his spirit was incomplete, did that render him a fool? A portion of one's essence may indeed reside within another. This possibility cannot be dismissed. If such is the case, how terrifying would it be if one day this individual were to become whole again? Who is this person, and what schemes do they harbor? Tang Yu furrowed his brow and spoke. He has buried himself within the river of time, yet recently he has resurfaced in our realm. I believe he may be in search of the fragment of his once split soul. It is not beyond the realm of possibility. Tong Tian remarked. Even if it is merely a fragmented soul, there must exist a familiar resonance between them, perhaps even some connection. Now that this person has appeared multiple times, he has undoubtedly sensed the familiar essence of that soul, instinctively drawing him into our realm. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu nodded slightly. You are correct, yet a soul that is incomplete is bound to be in a state of confusion, and it is very likely that he also possesses formidable powers. Indeed, I wish to find Hutu and have her investigate. She governs the realm of the earth, and should be capable of uncovering the truth. Tong Tian said, be sure to send him away promptly when the time comes. Why do you say that? Tang Yu inquired, puzzled. He is far too powerful. He could disrupt the heavenly order and the operations of our realm. Tong Tian replied. However, this individual is quite intriguing, as the powers he wields seem to oscillate between transcendence and non-transcendence. It is precisely for this reason that he is able to step into our realm. Otherwise, should he grow any stronger and surpass the heavenly order, our realm would not be able to accommodate him. Chapter 632. The Heavenly Path in Fear. From Tong Tian's words, one could discern a profound apprehension towards this individual. Not to mention him. Even Tang Yu felt a sense of dread. The aura emanating from him was akin to an irresistible celestial might. It seems that the next time I encounter that fellow, I should take care to avoid him. After all, he is mentally unstable, and should he suddenly go mad, what would happen if we were to clash? Thus, Tang Yu resolved to steer clear of that man in the future. Is it possible that his overwhelming power has caused him to fracture himself? Tang Yu asked. It is not an impossibility, Tong Tian replied. However, The voice transmitted from the recording stone clearly indicates that this individual harbors some fears. What those fears are remains unknown. Gazing down at the recording stone in his hand, Tang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Why leave behind such a recording stone? Is it a constant reminder to himself? A fear of losing his way entirely? It is perplexing. Yet, he decided to set that thought aside. I plan to visit the underworld and have Hutu investigate to see if there are any peculiar, foolish individuals present, Tang Tian stated. In his suspicion, this person frequently appears in our realm, evidently sensing another fragment of his soul. There is a natural resonance between them. Therefore, Tang Tian resolved to conduct an inquiry. Otherwise, the frequent presence of that individual in our current realm is indeed quite alarming. Slowly, Tang Tian's figure faded from view, evidently entering the underworld. Shortly after Tang Tian departed, Tang Yu suddenly sensed a peculiar movement in his shoulder. Xiao Ling had awakened. "Daddy, I'm hungry," was her first utterance. At last, she was awake. Her prolonged slumber had caused Tang Yu considerable worry, primarily because he wished to inquire about certain matters. At that moment, he had been overtaken and controlled by another version of himself, and he feared that only Xiao Ling bore knowledge of the events that transpired. Tang Yu suspected that her fainting was a consequence of the fierce battle they had endured. He gently lifted Xiao Ling from his shoulder, cradling her in his hands as he gazed at her, and asked, "My dear daughter, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Xiao Ling replied, rubbing her belly. "I just feel really hungry. Before you eat, allow me to ask you a few questions. Why did you suddenly lose consciousness? Was I indeed controlled by another version of myself?" Tang Yu inquired eagerly. Xiao Ling's expression turned slightly bewildered as she pondered the question. "I don't know." At that moment, a terrifying wave emanated from you, penetrating my soul, causing it to tremble, and then I lost all awareness. Instantly, Tang Yu felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. He had hoped to extract valuable information from Xiao Ling, only to discover that she too was in the dark. "What a disaster," he muttered under his breath in frustration. "How can you speak like that?" The lady of Mount Li chided, casting a playful glare at Tang Yu. "But the power emanating from you was overwhelming, so I fainted," Xiao Ling added, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Tang Yu sighed. "All right, let's find something to eat." No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Ling darted from his hands, disappearing before his eyes. "This child, one cannot rely on her for anything," Tang Yu said with a heavy heart. He had intended to glean some insights from her, but it seemed all hope was lost. The lady of Mount Li chuckled softly, her smile radiant, leaving Tang Yu momentarily taken aback. "What are you laughing at?" he asked. "You're not a child anymore. Why do you argue with one?" she replied. "But she is no ordinary child," Tang Yu retorted, still perplexed by Xiao Ling's identity. Nevertheless, if she wanted to eat more, so be it. After all, she was his daughter, and she was safe. Suddenly, an imperceptible force spread throughout the cosmos. Tang Yu exchanged glances with the lady of Mount Li. "Is it the return to the void again?" she inquired. The last time they ventured into the return to the void, he had refrained from exploring deeply due to concerns for Ling Shui's safety. However, he had noted that this entry felt markedly different from previous experiences. The swirling black mist had vanished, along with the endless expanse where time and space converged. Even the expansion of the return to the void had slowed significantly. Now, to his astonishment, it seemed to be expanding once more, causing tremors throughout the universe. How could the mere expansion of the return to the void cause such a tremendous upheaval? The lady of Mount Li remarked. "It feels as if the very heavens are quaking." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu spoke. "It is the expansion of the Guoxiu, yet not the tremors born from its emergence. It is the heavenly principle, reacting to the turmoil of the Guoxiu. Or perhaps it is the very essence of heaven that trembles in fear." He bore the primordial source of the heavenly principle, faintly tethered to it. "The heavens tremble in fear?" the venerable mother of Lishan exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yu nodded slightly. "Indeed. I shall investigate the matter further." With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. This recent upheaval of the Guoxiu appeared to be more intense than ever before. The waters of the four seas surged forth, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, resembling heavy clouds pressing down with oppressive force, sweeping towards the mortal towns. Buildings collapsed in great swathes, and the common folk cried out for help amidst the waters, yet were mercilessly consumed by the relentless flood, helplessly witnessing others being swept away. Some, undeterred by their own safety, struggled into the waters to rescue their fellow beings. Undeniably, this nation harbors its share of despicable scoundrels. Yet, when faced with the gravest of injustices, many demonstrate remarkable valor and fervor. It is this indomitable spirit that has allowed this nation to endure multiple near extinctions, standing proudly in the world and growing ever stronger. The aquatic denizens of the four seas, led by the dragon kings, sought to withstand the raging torrents. However, the flood was overwhelming, affecting an extensive area. The east, south, west, and north seas trembled simultaneously, summoning towering waves that roared forth, submerging countless lives. What could be the cause of this? The tremors of the four seas spread through the mortal realm, resulting in innumerable casualties. The aquatic tribes cried out loudly. Not far away, the pleas of the mortals echoed. They possessed no magical prowess. Born as they were of humble origins, yet they were extraordinary in their own right. The grandeur of life is both fragile and magnificent. Tang Yu's gaze fell upon the surging flood and the lamentations of countless mortals seeking salvation. He stood at the edge of the eastern sea, extending his hands, as if encompassing the very heavens and earth within his embrace. Instantly, all the floodwaters surged into the firmament, only to cascade back down into the eastern sea. Simultaneously, Hongjun made his move at the western sea. Tang Yu lifted his eyes towards the west, his gaze seemingly traversing thousands of miles, locking eyes with Hongjun. Chapter 633. Guangchengzi. The mortals could scarcely believe their eyes as they witnessed this miraculous scene. The flood had receded. Had it not been for the collapsed buildings surrounding them and the remnants of water that remained on the roads, as well as the loss of lives within the flood, they might think it all a dream. At the edge of the eastern sea stood a figure clad in black, his garments billowing in the wind. The nearby mortals fell to their knees, expressing their gratitude for the celestial Savior's mercy. Surrounding them, cries reached Tang Yu's ears, those of the bereaved, mourning their loved ones lost to the flood. Tang Yu sighed softly, communicating with the earth beneath. His magical essence radiated from him, and as he passed, everything began to revert to its former state, restoring the world to how it had been before the flood's arrival. The crowd gazed in disbelief at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, those who had perished in the flood astonishingly rose from the dead, startling everyone around them. At that moment, Tang Yu entered the realm of demons. Arriving at the place known as the Return to the Void, Hongjun had long since arrived here, gazing solemnly at the void, his expression heavy with concern. He could feel the tremors of the heavenly Tao, as if it were quaking in fear, which had precipitated such a monumental disturbance. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he sighed and remarked, "What truly lies within?" This time, the void has expanded more dramatically than ever before, swelling by several hundred miles. Moreover, an ominous and terrifying aura seems to emanate from within. Hongjun instinctively stepped back 2 paces, feeling a sense of dread. It was a place where countless dimensions and moments intertwined. As for what exactly it was, I cannot say for certain. Tang Yu had somewhat concealed the truth. If I were to enter the void, would I emerge alive? You may attempt it, Tang Yu shrugged. Hongjun paused, then chuckled lightly. You truly hold a grudge. With a sigh, he continued, it appears we have had little animosity from the beginning. Why do you harbor such hostility towards me? Is that so? Tang Yu retorted with a cold smirk. You command the heavenly Tao, following a path devoid of compassion. I tread the path of all beings. Furthermore, I am now a thorn in your side, am I not? If you could, would you not be the first to eliminate me? You are quite direct, Hongjun replied. For it was indeed a stark truth. Tang Yu stated calmly, my existence affects your standing. Should I progress further, I might influence the heavenly Tao itself. Thus, in any scenario, you would seek to eradicate me entirely. He scrutinized Hongjun, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with irony. Congratulations. It seems you have nearly refined that external force. A being of the heavenly Tao has harnessed external power. How intriguing. If I am not mistaken, this power is likely prepared to confront me, or perhaps the void itself, for apart from us, what else could warrant such grand ambition? Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly as he responded calmly. The void's expansion, if it continues, will inevitably spread to the 3 realms. As for the power you mentioned, it indeed originates from the outside, but it was merely a fortunate acquisition on my part. After a pause, he added, I, too, am compelled by circumstances. Tang Yu scoffed derisively, striding toward the void. Would you care to join me inside? Never mind. I fear you might betray me. Hongjun laughed lightly. Besides, I lack your mastery over the laws. If I am correct, it is due to the laws of space that you can emerge from the void. You have seen through my intentions. I do indeed wish to ambush you inside, Tang Yu said, taking a few steps forward before turning back. Hong Jun looked at him in confusion. Aren't you going in? I've changed my mind, Tang Yu replied, raising an eyebrow and teasingly adding. Entering would merely provide you with free intelligence. Such a task is beneath my third brother. He indeed wished to investigate further, but not at this moment. Especially not wanting Hong Jun to become aware. Hong Jun, with a mere glance, discerned Tang Yu's intentions. Even with his composure, Hong Jun could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Tang Sanzang, he said, I believe you should contemplate my words. Should you choose to accept, you shall become the sovereign of heaven and earth, the true paragon of the celestial realm. Hong Jun continued to entice Tang Yu. This identity is one that even I envy. Tang Yu scoffed disdainfully. How many times have you repeated this? Is it not tiresome? In response, Hong Jun merely shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth from the depths of chaos. It was the clash between Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian. What was happening? Why were these two formidable beings at odds? Moreover, hadn't Tong Tian descended to the underworld? Hong Jun furrowed his brow slightly and swiftly entered the chaos, with Tang Yu closely following. Within the chaos, a dreadful energy spread. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi Tianzun were locked in fierce combat. The sword of extermination glimmered in Tong Tian's grasp, while Yuan Shi Tianzun summoned the Panga banner and the celestial clouds of the heavens. Yet he continued to retreat under pressure. Tong Tian's expression was icy as another sword materialized, hovering in midair. Yuan Shi Tianzun's countenance changed drastically. He appeared particularly disheveled, his once pristine white robe now tattered, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged perplexed glances, equally bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Why had these two begun to fight? Observing Yuan Shi Tianzun's state, it seemed he was left with no means to counterattack. Should they intervene? But even if they joined forces with Yuan Shi Tianzun, they would not stand a chance against Tong Tian. Tong Tian was evidently enraged. What shameful act had Yuan Shi Tianzun committed to provoke his wrath? And Yuan Shi Tianzun too. Why incite such a conflict? Most importantly, he was no match for Tong Tian. The two were momentarily at an impasse. Should they assist? There was a risk they might also suffer consequences. If they refrained, it could lead to a dire situation with Yuan Shi Tianzun. In a flash of brilliance, Hong Jun appeared, his expression grave. Greetings, master. Jane and Zhuanti offered a slight bow. Ahead, Tong Tian continued his relentless assault on Yuan Shi Tianzun, who was visibly struggling. Why do you not assist? Yuan Shi Tianzun called out. At this rate, I shall be rendered half-crippled. With no other recourse, Yuan Shi Tianzun sought external aid. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of years past when Tong Tian had set up the extermination sword array, seeking help from the two saints of the West. The two Western sages glanced at Hong Jun. Humph, Hong Jun snorted, stepping forward, his imposing aura enveloping Tong Tian. Tong Tian, you are audacious. With a thunderous roar, Tang Yu materialized, abruptly severing the oppressive atmosphere directed at Tong Tian. He glared coldly at Hong Jun. In the distance, a figure in a green robe emerged, Guang Qingzi. The voice of Tong Tian was laden with boundless sorrow and repressed anguish. Today, I shall slay you. He let out a hollow, desolate laugh. Gui Ling, behold how your master avenges you. Chapter 634, The Spark. Guang Qingzi? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback as he turned his gaze towards that figure. He was well aware of Guang Qingzi's significance. He had been a catalyst during the Fengshan War. Moreover, he was known for his visit to the Biao Palace, where he wielded the Fan Tian seal to revert Gui Ling's Holy Mother back to her original form. At that time, Tong Tian seemed to feel that his disciple had lost face, and in a fit of rage, expelled the Holy Mother of Gui Ling from his sect. Nevertheless, during the grand array of all immortals, the expelled Gui Ling Holy Mother steadfastly followed the disciples of the Zhejiao. Originally, she had no obligation to accompany them, and at that time, the two saints of the West were also keen on recruiting her to join the Buddhist faith. However, she declined their offers and continued to align herself with Tong Tian and the Zhejiao in the grand array of all immortals. In the end, she battled against Zhu Lusan, pursuing him to the west. Ultimately, Jia-yin intervened, using prayer beads to suppress the Holy Mother of Gui Ling, revealing her original form. He furthermore commanded his disciples to retrieve her for salvation in the west. Yet, unexpectedly, the child released the mosquito Taoist, leading to the eventual demise of the Holy Mother of Gui Ling at his hands, her soul scattered. Amidst the chaos of battle, Guang Qingzi had covertly employed the Fantian seal, dealing significant blows to many from the Jiejiao. This enmity between Guang Qingzi and the Jiejiao became irreconcilable. However, as time passed, the Jiejiao waned, and Tang Tian was imprisoned. Guang Qingzi, on the other hand, was a disciple of Yuan Shitianzun, the last remnant of the Jiejiao, Li Mountain's old mother. Despite her desire for vengeance, found herself powerless. It could be said that the fundamental cause of the conflict between the Jiejiao and the Qinjiao was indeed Guang Qingzi. He was the spark that ignited the flames of war. What tormented Tang Tian was that he had expelled the Holy Mother of Gui Ling in a moment of anger, leading to her tragic fate. All of this filled him with profound guilt. Thus, when Guang Qingzi emerged from seclusion, the encounter with Tang Tian was fraught with tension, as he yearned to avenge the Holy Mother of Gui Ling. Yet, Yuan Shitianzun would never permit his disciple to meet such a grim fate before his eyes. Hence, a fierce battle erupted between the two, culminating in the current predicament. As Tang Tian and the two leaders, Guang Qingzi and Su, respectfully acknowledged their surroundings, their gaze fell upon Tang Yu. "Are you Tang Sanzang?" Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed upon him. This blow, devoid of any magical force, was not particularly harmful but carried immense insult. Guang Qingzi's expression darkened to the utmost as he turned to Tang Yu. "Since you know I am Tang Sanzang, you ought not to speak to me in such a manner," Tang Yu replied calmly. In recent years, Guang Qingzi had been in seclusion, thus remaining somewhat isolated from the events unfolding in the world outside, only aware that the journey to the west had encountered unforeseen changes. Even this variable, Tang Sanzang, was only recently revealed to him. To be precise, he did not truly understand the character of Sen Ge. Had he possessed even a modicum of insight, he would likely have refrained from speaking so boldly. However, it was more a matter of Tang Yu's disdain for him, a mere puppet striking from the shadows. And yet, he was dubbed the saintly mother slayer? How absurd. At this moment, Tang Tian and Yuan Shi remained locked in fierce combat. Tang Tian's grandiose presence soared, his aura radiating like a tempest, with his azure robe billowing dramatically. It seemed as though he intended to unleash years of pent-up frustration in this very moment. Yuan Shi, on the other hand, was struggling to defend himself. The two saints from the west exchanged glances with Hong Jun, realizing that if this continued, Yuan Shi might truly be left in a dire state. Yet, it was evident from Tang Sanzang's demeanor that should Hong Jun intervene, he would not remain a passive observer. With Tang Sanzang's current prowess, he was more than capable of contending with Hong Jun. In such an event, Tang Sanzang would hold back Hong Jun, and even if they combined their efforts with Yuan Shi, defeating Tang Tian seemed improbable. They risked merely becoming fodder. Thus, they found themselves in a quandary. Should they engage, they might falter. Should they refrain, it appeared equally untenable. Hong Jun's gaze sharpened, his aura expanding. If he chose not to intervene, Yuan Shi seemed destined for ruin. However, an unintentional step taken by Tang Yu abruptly diffused all the tension in the air. Hong Jun narrowed his eyes, questioning Tang Sanzang's intentions. "Nothing of consequence." Tang Yu replied with a mischievous grin. "Tang Tian, will you not cease?" Hong Jun's voice rose, subtly laced with threat. After all, Tang Tian possessed the fallen saint pill, his life and death contingent upon a mere thought. Yet, Tang Tian appeared oblivious to the warning. A thunderous crash ensued as Yuan Shi was hurled backward, soaring nearly 100,000 miles before regaining his footing. Tang Tian pursued relentlessly, pressing the attack. "The fallen saint pill? My apologies. That day I was in good spirits and chose to nullify it for Tang Tian. Feel for yourself and see if you can sense the presence of the fallen saint pill." Tang Yu chuckled. Hong Jun was momentarily taken aback, then his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, he could no longer sense the fallen saint pill within Tang Tian. And the same was true for Taishang Laojun. It could be said that the fallen saint pill now solely controlled Yuan Shi. "Do you, Tang Sanzang, truly intend to involve yourself in these matters?" Hong Jun's expression reflected a hint of anger. "Have I not already intervened? I find your actions distasteful. What of it?" Tang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Hong Jun took a deep breath, and a commanding voice resonated through the chaos. "Guang Qingzi, prepare to face your fate." A yellow figure materialized, and a slender, pale hand rapidly expanded, striking toward Guang Qingzi. In that instant, Guang Qingzi was somewhat bewildered, unable to fathom Tang Tian's audacity to confront his own master directly, disregarding even Hong Jun's command. Moreover, it was evident that Hong Jun harbored a wariness toward Tang Sanzang. Was Tang Sanzang truly that formidable? How long had he been cultivating? Guang Qingzi felt a genuine pang of fear. Yuan Shi Tianzun, in the depths of his heart, was cursing incessantly. Couldn't you just remain in seclusion? Must you come out and show off? Now, look at the situation. I can no longer save you. In fact, I find myself in peril. Bang! Guang Qingzi was directly sent flying by a single strike from the mother of Lishan. The duo of master and disciple faced off. Yet it appeared that they were somewhat weaker, being overwhelmed by Tang Tian and his allies. Why aren't you making a move? After evading Tang Tian's attack, Yuan Shi Tianzun shouted once more towards the two saints of the west. The saints looked troubled, glancing at Hong Jun. Yet, Hong Jun himself was also in a predicament. He understood that if he intervened, Tang Sanzang would inevitably have to act as well. However, to remain idle while Yuan Shi Tianzun suffered grave injury at Tang Tian's hands was not an option. How thrilling this is, isn't it? Tang Yu remarked, exasperated. Observing Lishan delivering another blow that sent Guang Qingzi reeling, he encouraged, Lishan, don't strike his face. He is already shameless in his teachings. What good is it to hit his face? Yuan Shi Tianzun possesses nothing of value. Can he have anything? Uft. Yuan Shi Tianzun was so enraged by Tang Yu's words that he spat out blood. Chapter 635. You are plundering the heavenly Tao's fortune. Strike him on the head. Just beat him to death. Tang Yu urged, don't kill him, just torment him. The mother of Lishan, in her flowing yellow gown, wore a cold expression. In the past, you visited our Bo palace thrice, repeatedly provoking us and launching surprise attacks, causing countless injuries among our disciples. Now it is time for you to pay your debts. Furthermore, today we shall settle the score for my junior sister's grudge. Guang Qingzi retreated repeatedly, feeling utterly miserable. He hoped desperately for his master to come to his rescue. Yet, Yuan Shi Tianzun was struggling to protect himself. How could he save him? Life and death were left to fate. He had to rely on himself. If he was to die, so be it. Yuan Shi Tianzun had already given up on him. There was no other choice. Observing Tang Tian and his disciple engaging with reckless abandon, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt fear creeping in. Tang Tian, do you truly wish for a fight to the death? Yuan Shi Tianzun called out sternly. Tang Tian, however, remained silent. A fierce sword light descended, as if the very chaos was trembling. Stop! Hong Jun could no longer refrain from intervening. You may continue your battle, came Tang Yu's voice, abruptly cutting through the expanding pressure. Casting a deep glance at Tang Yu, Hong Jun sighed and said, I will assist. With Hong Jun's declaration, the two elder brothers from the west had no choice but to engage. Tang Tian let out a long, resounding laugh. I've been waiting for you. Instantly, his aura shifted dramatically, a murderous intent manifesting throughout the air. For swords hovered in the cardinal directions, emanating terrifying energy. As Jane and Junie intervened, Yuan Shi Tianzun felt the pressure alleviate significantly. What are these three rascals fussing about? Tang Yu remarked, sounding like a curious child. He could clearly see that the four swords chilling aura had enveloped Jane, Junie, and the others, seemingly striking without any discernible pattern. In truth, they were merely fending off the sword energy. Hong Jun paused for breath. Tang Sanzang, with your cultivation level, can you really not discern this? It was deliberate. It was abundantly clear that Tang Sanzang was acting intentionally. The three figures, including Yuan Shi Tianzun, nearly spat out blood upon hearing Tang Yu's words. Cannot see? Tang Yu retorted with conviction. Look at Yuan Shi Tianzun. What's he up to? Acting like a hen ascending to the heavens. TSK. And then there's Junie. What are they all doing? Such disgrace, truly a tarnish upon the name of the sages. The three sages glared with fury, wishing to strike him down. Are we in a battle? Focus on the fight. Why are you staring at me? Tang Yu said innocently. Look, you all watch me get struck. Serves you right. Hong Jun wished to silence Tang Sanzang, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. A flicker of light shimmered, faint yet swift. Little Ling. Tang Yu watched helplessly as Little Ling landed on Guang Qingzi. Thousands of tendrils danced and pierced into his body. Ah! Guang Qingzi cried out in agony. His form visibly shrank before their eyes. Meanwhile, Little Ling had already flown over, perching on Tang Yu's shoulder. Looking back at Guang Qingzi, he appeared somewhat withered. Sensing that his essence and magical power had been partially devoured, He had not been a match for the Lady of Lishan to begin with, and now he was sent flying again by her palm. Hong Jun gazed incredulously at little Ling resting on Tang Yu's shoulder. Such a small creature had managed to consume a portion of Guangqingzi in an instant. What on earth is this? Hong Jun exclaimed in astonishment. With a thud, the Lady of Lishan tugged at Guangqingzi and hurled him back. Guangqingzi fell like a puddle of mud, his gaze still fixated on the Lady of Lishan. After finally breaking through his seclusion, he had merely intended to take a stroll, yet he never anticipated encountering such a predicament. He had assumed Tang Tian would not dare to act recklessly, but who could have foreseen that Tang Tian showed him no leniency? Not only him, but even Yuanshi Tianzuan found himself in peril. The two saints from the west now found themselves in dire straits, inwardly cursing. Wasn't Tang Tian simply seeking to eliminate Guangqingzi? Why not just hand Guangqingzi over? Why must one engage in such convoluted schemes? And now, both of us, his fellow disciples, are embroiled in this mess. Tang Tian, now that Guangqingzi is incapacitated, what more do you desire? Yuanshi Tianzuan questioned loudly, as he was compelled to abandon Guangqingzi. Buzz. The surrounding long swords trembled in response. The river of time unfolded, revealing a blurred silhouette. Instantly, the four long swords flew backward. Simultaneously, Tang Tian involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others, already heavily injured, they were directly propelled away by this overwhelming force. Hong Jun watched the enigmatic figure, not daring to blink. The figure before him bore a vacant gaze, filled with bewilderment, until his eyes finally settled upon Tang Yu, where a flicker of clarity emerged. Tang Yu stared back, inexplicably sensing a wave of familiarity wash over him. This sensation was peculiar. The small spirit perched on Tang Yu's shoulder trembled involuntarily, as if instinctively sensing a looming dread. Tang Yu fixed his gaze upon him without blinking, compelled by an urge to approach. The man's eyes glimmered with a newfound lucidity, as if he could see straight through Tang Yu. Yet, Tang Yu perceived a hint of fear lurking within that gaze. What could possibly instill such fear in him? Was it the other self that resided within him? You have concealed yourself for far too long, the man spoke miraculously, his voice raspy and imbued with an air of profound weariness. The onlookers gaped in disbelief at Tang Yu, for this man was addressing him directly. You, like the void, are a devourer. The void consumes all living beings and all that is within the way, while you incessantly feast upon the fortunes of the way, he continued. You are wary of the void, and the void is equally cautious of you. Thus, this is a game of wits between the two of you. After uttering this, the man's expression once again fell into a state of confusion, as if he had lost all sense of where he was and what time it was. Hong Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, while the other saints stared at Tang Yu in astonishment. Is Tang Sanzang consuming the fortunes of the way? Not long ago, Hong Jun had mentioned that a deficiency in the fortunes of the way would inevitably precipitate a chaotic calamity. Was it not to say that all of this stemmed from Tang Sanzang? He was the harbinger of chaos, potentially leading to the complete annihilation of the 3 realms. No wonder he had reached the capital so swiftly. In just a few short years, he had surpassed even the saints. It turned out he had been devouring the fortunes of the way. The mother of Lishan watched Tang Yu with concern, for she was aware that another self resided within him. This man was likely not addressing Tang Sanzang, but rather speaking to that other self. You will never return. You shall wander aimlessly through the river of time, while others perish along with this realm, Tang Yu stated, his voice calm, devoid of sorrow or joy, as if untouched by any human emotion. Chapter 636, The Grudge of the Jiajiao. The crowd stared at Tang Yu in shock. How could Tang Sanzang utter such words? At that moment, they even began to doubt whether Tang Sanzang and this man were acquainted, perhaps harboring some past grievances that led to this brief restoration of the man's awareness. Yet, the mother of Lishan furrowed her brows, for the voice emanating from Tang Sanzang was flat, devoid of any emotional nuance. It seemed that even amidst volcanic eruptions or the collapse of the heavens, his demeanor would remain unchanged. Beneath such tranquility lay a chilling indifference. This tone was undoubtedly not characteristic of Tang Sanzang. The figure once again fell into a daze. As the river of time swallowed all, he gradually dissipated before the eyes of the crowd, who remained in a daze, staring at Tang Sanzang. At this moment, Tang Yu finally regained his senses. A strange sound escaped his lips, bewildered in that fleeting instant. It was another self within his being. Tang Yu felt a bitter pang in his heart, realizing that this other self was undoubtedly acquainted with that individual, perhaps even entwined in some unresolved grievances. Tang Sanzang, Hong Jun stated, "Are you truly usurping the fortune of the heavenly Tao?" In response, Tang Yu glanced at the mother of Mount Li, then at the incapacitated Guang Chengzi sprawled on the ground, and declared, "It is settled, let us depart." Although he appeared calm, his inner turmoil roiled like a tempest. Having uttered these words, Tang Yu departed from the scene, followed closely by the mother of Mount Li, who bore the incapacitated Guang Chengzi. The Yuanshi Tianzuan and his companions, in a state of disarray, cast cold glances at Tang Tian. Tang Tian laughed heartily. "Today's bout of sparring has truly enriched me. My gratitude to the three Dao brothers." With his boisterous laughter, Tang Tian took his leave. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. No one anticipated that the conflict would conclude in such a manner, instigated by the arrival of that individual. Upon reflection, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the others felt an unexpected gratitude towards him. In truth, they were all aware that even had the battle continued, they would not meet with demise, for Hong Jun would never stand idly by as they faced peril. Yet, they could easily end up severely weakened. The three saints exchanged glances, each letting out a silent sigh. Three of them had been bested by one, reduced to this sorry state, as if being ground into the earth. Particularly Yuanshi Tianzuan felt an acute sense of frustration, for Guang Chengzi had failed to be preserved. As they journeyed back to the Bo Palace with Guang Chengzi in tow, the mother of Mount Li forcefully cast him down. "In years past, you frequently visited our Bo Palace, persistently provoking us and causing harm to my disciples. Who would have imagined you would return in such a manner?" Guang Chengzi's countenance was marked by fear. "Spare me, spare me." Despite years of cultivation, he remained ensnared by the obsession with life and death. Yet, witnessing his state, the mother of Mount Li found it laughable. "At that time, you used the Fan Tian seal to injure my junior sister. In a fit of rage, my master expelled her from the sect. This incident is not only my master's grief, but also a disgrace to our sect. Now, it is time for you to repay your debt." The mother of Mount Li's delicate face turned icy. She kicked Guang Chengzi, sending him crashing into a cabinet within the Bo Palace, which housed countless statues, each a tribute to those who had perished in battle for their sect, such as the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother and the Three Heavens. The room was filled with statues, each pristine and untouched by dust, as if they were regularly polished. Notably, the small statue of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother bore traces, evidence that someone had frequently caressed it. This place is a sacred ground within the Bo Palace, meticulously maintained by Tang Tian himself. "I shall use your blood to honor the fallen of our sect, Guang Chengzi. Prepare to repay your debt." The mother of Mount Li's eyes glistened with a hint of red. Bang! With one foot pressed firmly against Guang Chengzi's chest, a pained cry escaped his lips. After a considerable time, the Laomu of Lishan cast her gaze upon the countless statues before her, struggling to lift the corners of her mouth into a bittersweet smile. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Tian had appeared outside the door. He stepped inside, commanding, "Withdraw. I wish to be alone for a while." Laomu of Lishan offered a slight bow before turning to exit. Lifting the statue of the Turtle Spirit Mother, Tang Tian smiled wryly, saying, "Revenge is served. I have avenged you. It was my master's fault. I was mistaken at that time. You shall forever remain a disciple of the Jie sect." He then glanced at the three heavens, declaring, "One day, I shall slay the primordial heavenly sovereign." These words resonated clearly in the ears of Laomu of Lishan, causing her steps to falter. The expulsion of the turtle spirit from the Jie sect was a lifelong torment for Tang Tian, especially in the end. Even after ceasing to be a disciple of the Jie sect, the turtle spirit resolutely rejected the allure of the Western sect and steadfastly followed the Jie sect into battle, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise at the hands of the mosquito Taoist. This only deepened Tang Tian's feelings of guilt and remorse. In the heavenly court, while it appeared tranquil and stable, an undercurrent of turmoil brewed. Why, you ask? Because most could no longer afford tobacco. Lacking magical artifacts, their worth seemed utterly diminished. Yet abstaining felt unbearable, gnawing at their insides, rendering them devoid of motivation for anything. Consequently, after work, Tai Bai Jinxing found himself surrounded by a throng of individuals eager to ingratiate themselves, hoping he would generously bestow upon them a precious cigarette. However, Tai Bai Jinxing adhered strictly to his business principles. Profit was paramount, and he paid no heed to personal connections. Without magical artifacts, none were of any use. Save for the Jade Emperor. With merely a glance from him, Tai Jingxing would dutifully present the cigarettes. Why was conducting business so arduous? Must one also present gifts to those above? Yet, what could be done? After all, they held power and influence. Should he ever ascend to the position of Jade Emperor? Tai Jingxing vowed silently that he would not operate in such a manner. However, attaining that dream seemed increasingly elusive, particularly as it appeared that Tang Sung had no intention of aiding him. Yet, opportunities might still arise. After all, there was Brother Lai. Although the bald-headed members of his gang had returned to the Buddhist fold, Brother Lai now commanded the kingdom of 10,000 demons, leading a vast legion. Compared to the past, his influence had expanded significantly. Moreover, with the presence of the demon race in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, should they lend their support, Tai Jingxing believed he still had a chance to ascend to the throne of Jade Emperor. At that point, who would dare defy his command? Contemplating this, Tai Jingxing felt a surge of fervor, excitement coursing through him. Yet, for the time being, it remained just a thought. Implementing such plans would require careful strategizing. As this was no trivial matter, a misstep could cost him his life. Caution was paramount. Tai Bai, how have you been lately? Li Jing greeted him with a smile. He has now lost his precious pagoda and that chipped bowl. Even the garments he wore have been stripped away, for they were alchemical treasures exchanged for a mere packet of cigarettes. Consequently, at this moment, Li Jing finds himself clad in the most ordinary attire. Chapter 637, The Loan from the Star of Venus. Such occurrences are exceedingly common in the heavenly court. Garments fashioned as magical artifacts have predominantly been traded for cigarettes, leaving everyone donning the simplest of clothing. There have even been several theft incidents. The Jade Emperor, however, possesses no viable solutions. Would it be plausible to request the Star of Venus to lower the price of cigarettes? Clearly, that is out of the question. Moreover, the Star of Venus has always provided him with cigarettes and alcohol without charge, leaving Li Jing in a difficult position to voice any complaints. Did we not just meet? The Star of Venus cast a sidelong glance at Li Jing. Presently, the Star of Venus holds a position of considerable stature in the heavenly court, and no one dares to offend him recklessly. Li Jing chuckled awkwardly. You see, I must have forgotten. Indeed, a prolonged absence from this invigorating, boundless cigarette has led to a decline in my memory. The Star of Venus was acutely aware of this young rascal's intentions. With a silent huff, he coldly replied, Should King Li wish to exchange for cigarettes, I suggest you prepare a magical artifact and proceed to the convenience store for the transaction. As he spoke, the Star of Venus seemingly did so intentionally, producing a cigarette for himself and indulging in its smoke. Instantly, Li Jing's eyes brightened, yearning to snatch it away for a few puffs. Star, I find myself rather short on funds lately, Li Jing said sheepishly. Could we possibly arrange for an IOU for a packet? The Star of Venus did not outright refuse, as he realized that few could afford cigarettes in the heavenly court nowadays. If this trend continued, his own supply would dwindle. Suddenly, the Star of Venus's eyes sparkled with a new idea, and he hastily returned to his convenience store. Even as Li Jing shouted behind him, he paid no heed. Back at his little shop, the Star of Venus seized a pen and began to scribble, calculating some scheme. After a considerable time, a smile crept upon his face, followed by instructions to relay a message to the heavenly court. The Star of Venus was now extending loans. In essence, if one lacked magical artifacts, they could still obtain cigarettes through him. However, upon the next payday, they would owe him 1.5 times the price of a packet. To mitigate the risk of uncollectible debts, the Star of Venus even required them to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. This young man was indeed merciless towards those in the heavenly court. Nevertheless, for those unable to afford cigarettes, this news was somewhat welcome, Li Jing included. As they believed it was merely a matter of debt, nothing of great concern, they felt assured they could easily repay it with their next salary. Thus, the Star of Venus's convenience store once again flourished. Moreover, it was not limited to just cigarettes. Various cherished magical artifacts could also be purchased on credit from the Star of Venus. As a result, some individuals were left feeling utterly despondent. Originally, a treasured possession was exchanged for cigarettes and handed over to the illustrious Tai Jingxing. Now, one must spend a considerable sum to reclaim it. Some individuals remain indifferent to the debts incurred from their smoking habits. However, it soon becomes apparent that they were mistaken. With their wages, they ceased all activities and directly repaid their loans. Many found their earnings woefully insufficient. Yet, the craving for cigarettes persisted, resulting in a compounding cycle of debt. This led to several individuals who had sworn oaths to the heavens being struck down by lightning when unable to repay their loans. Fortunately, no significant celestial dignitaries were involved, only a handful of ordinary heavenly generals. Following these tragic events, a sense of dread permeated the populace. The burden of loans continued to multiply, igniting fears of being the next victim of divine retribution. In some cases, individuals, terrified of being obliterated by lightning, took their own lives. The peril of debt was profound. After a few more lives were claimed, the Jade Emperor, faced with an untenable situation, sought an audience with Tai Jinxing for a serious discussion. Tai, if this continues, the heavenly realm will be rendered obsolete, the Jade Emperor stated gravely. I hear that more were struck down yesterday. Tai Jinxing, with utmost respect, responded, Your Majesty, I fail to comprehend. What does this signify? I believe I have committed no wrongdoing. Is it not acceptable to allow those without means to indulge in cigarettes? I have learned that the current heavenly soldiers have a debt rate of 80%. If this persists, the heavenly realm is in peril, the Jade Emperor replied earnestly. No power can thrive on the foundation of debt. You are depleting their futures and shattering their dreams. Their thoughts are consumed with how to scrimp and save to repay these loans. Will there be a future if this continues? The Jade Emperor remarked. I do not oppose your sale of cigarettes, but the matter of debt must cease here. Does that not imply a loss for me? Tai Jinxing felt a growing discontent. Furthermore, there exists a significant issue concerning cigarettes. The Jade Emperor cursed under his breath, lighting a cigarette for himself. Thus, I have resolved that a cessation of smoking among the celestial beings is imperative. You would sever my livelihood? If everyone quits smoking, to whom shall I sell my goods? I have only just begun to prosper. Will the Jade Emperor truly obstruct my path to fortune? Regarding the debt situation, I shall select some from the heavenly treasury for you, the Jade Emperor sighed. If we do not act, it is likely that more will face divine punishment in rapid succession. If this continues, the heavenly realm will be utterly ruined. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning struck the heavens once more. Without a doubt, another soul had perished by the hand of the storm. The expressions of both the Jade Emperor and Tai Jinxing darkened. To the Jade Emperor, resolving the issue of debt had become an urgent necessity. If this relentless cycle continued, the heavenly realm would be doomed. Meanwhile, Tai Jinxing found himself increasingly despondent. Another life lost, it was the end. It appears that this debt has turned sour. If there were family members, it would be easier to pursue the matter. Even if they were deceased, one could still seek recourse through them. What troubles me is the prospect of having no relatives at all. One cannot deny that the Jade Emperor's wrath is indeed formidable. Struck down by lightning. This is a matter of life, yet he remains preoccupied with the concern over his financial obligations, even going so far as to seek repayment. I shall immediately open the treasury of heaven, and you may select some magical artifacts, he declared. As for these debts, this matter ends here. The tone of the Jade Emperor grew cold, and upon witnessing his anger, the great white star of Venus dared not utter another word. With a thud, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, I am guilty, my lord. I only meant well. Hoping to provide the gods with a way to indulge in cigarettes and the fine spirit of ergotu during their times of need. I never anticipated such dire consequences, resulting in the deaths of several heavenly generals and losses within the celestial realm. I am truly at fault. Chapter 638, The Heavenly Ban on Smoking. Despite his prostration, resembling a large dog, the great white star felt an undeniable sense of injustice. He had merely intended to innovate a new business model, allowing even those without means to enjoy cigarettes and ergotu. It was all in good faith. Why then should His Majesty impede his efforts? As the matter of debt was laid to rest, the Jade Emperor, furrowing his brow, revealed his dissatisfaction. With celestial beings perishing one after another, the fate of the heavenly realm was at stake. As the leader of heaven, who could maintain a good mood when witnessing the tragic demise of his subordinates? Yes, my lord, the fault lies with me, the great white star stammered, trembling. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Soon after, news spread that His Majesty would conduct a thorough investigation into the matter of loans, launching a severe crackdown on such practices. Instantly, the heavenly realm erupted in cheers. For most deities were burdened by loans, and now their sovereign had taken action to resolve the issue. If only one could live another day. Those above had already imposed strict penalties on such behavior. Some mourned their departed loved ones. Although the celestial beings held grievances against the Great White Star, none dared voice their discontent, for he controlled the very essence of their cigarettes. During the morning court, the Jade Emperor, filled with righteous fury, announced a complete ban on smoking throughout the heavenly domain. If this continues, what will become of heaven? Simultaneously, the Great White Star's inventory of cigarettes and erguotu was seized by the Jade Emperor. Though he felt anger rising within him, he remained silent. However, the ban on smoking could not be imposed so abruptly. A gradual approach was necessary. Thus, the Jade Emperor decreed that each individual would be allowed to smoke only 2 cigarettes per day, distributed during the morning court. Of course, this would be free of charge. A commendable decision on the emperor's part. Furthermore, to prevent anyone from descending to the mortal realm to clandestinely exchange for cigarettes, the entire celestial domain was sealed by the Jade Emperor. Entry was permitted, yet exit was forbidden. Anyone wishing to leave without the emperor's token would be rendered powerless. The Great White Star internally lamented, growing increasingly discontented with the Jade Emperor. Having severed his own source of income, he now finds himself compelled to forego even his spiritual sustenance. One cannot entirely blame the Jade Emperor, for he has discerned the considerable detriment of this habit. It is no wonder that the warning smoking is harmful to health is inscribed upon it. At the time, he paid it no heed, dismissing it entirely from his thoughts. However, he has now realized the devastating effects it truly inflicts upon individuals. It has become imperative for the heavenly realm to enforce a smoking ban. Yet, the Jade Emperor did not anticipate that this initiative would incite dissatisfaction among certain deities. After enduring countless years, they finally found some amusement, only to have it abruptly curtailed by the Jade Emperor's decree. While he advocates for others to abstain from smoking, he himself remains indifferent, harboring the thought that once these cigarettes are finished, he shall cease entirely. This mindset emboldened him, leading to an even more fervent indulgence than before. Meanwhile, a toppling mountain. The newly erected Great Thunder Sound Temple stands tall, a testament to the collective efforts of the Buddhas. It appears unchanged, yet simultaneously transformed. Some Buddhas secretly yearn to return to the days prior to their pilgrimage for scriptures, believing that they would avoid unnecessary turmoil. However, such matters are beyond their control. Recently, Maitreya Buddha, radiant with joy, has finally ascended to the coveted position of Buddha, assuming the highest rank in Ling Mountain and leading the Buddhist order as is fitting. Nevertheless, the various responsibilities weigh heavily upon him. For instance, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, pledged to the heavenly court, still belongs to it. Should the heavenly court send individuals to reside there or expel them, what then? Additionally, there is the matter of cigarettes. They have since distanced themselves from Brother Lai, whose actions have deeply wounded their fragile spirits. Even in exchange, Brother Lai would likely take a significant toll on them, given the continual hardships faced by the Buddhist order. At this moment, the Great Thunder Sound Temple appears somewhat desolate. Indeed, the Rohin of the Tiger subduing still remains below. It seems imperative to elevate him soon, thereby infusing the Buddhist order with some much-needed vitality. Maitreya Buddha, seated upon the small stool that once belonged to the Buddha, surveyed the surroundings before finally fixing his gaze upon Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Old Pooh, the Rohin of the Tiger subduing is still in the lower realm. We must bring him up, and additionally seek out the Rohin of the Dragon subduing to ascertain his willingness to return to the Buddhist fold. As for the Dragon subduing, he remains below, acting erratically. Initially, he was deemed mad, and the Buddhist order had sent individuals to guide him. Yet, it seems he has truly lost his sanity, indulging in alcohol and meat, and wishes to break free from the Buddhist path. By the Buddha's command, Samantabhadra stood forth to accept the decree. Moreover, there is a significant matter that Lingji Bodhisattva must communicate to you, Maitreya Buddha stated. Lingji Bodhisattva had an inkling of the grave matter at hand. It likely involved a mission to the kingdom of 10,000 demons to seek Brother Lai for cigarette exchanges. However, he was reluctant to face Brother Lai again, especially after having so brazenly betrayed him. What if Brother Lai, in a fit of displeasure, were to strike him down? In contemporary times, the monastic order has triumphed with its incense offerings, a fact that is evident to all. Thus, I require you to journey to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, seek out the Tathagata, and exchange some incense. Maitreya Buddha remarked. However, as you are aware, the Buddhist economy is currently in a rather dismal state, so you will need to cover the costs of the incense initially. Others are eagerly awaiting the 2 saints to rekindle the Buddhist economy, and I shall repay you double. Respected Maitreya, I find myself with scant resources, replied Bodhisattva Lingji. Moreover, even if I were to procure incense for them, I would likely be extorted in the process. The price cannot be too low. Maitreya furrowed his brow and turned to the assembly of Buddhas below. I understand that you are also out of incense. Should anyone wish to make an exchange, please contribute your private funds so that Bodhisattva Lingji may facilitate the transaction. The assembly exchanged glances, yet the allure of the incense proved irresistible. Some individuals reluctantly produced a few treasures. Lingji Bodhisattva hastily retrieved pen and paper, meticulously recording the treasures offered. When the time comes, the distribution of the spoils will be determined. The amount contributed will dictate the incense received. This scene filled Lingji Bodhisattva with excitement, reminiscent of his past endeavors. He never imagined that this business would resurface. After organizing the treasures, Lingji Bodhisattva set forth towards the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Deep in thought about how to address Tathagata. What if he refused to assist? Such uncertainties loomed in his mind. Lost in contemplation, Lingji Bodhisattva arrived at the kingdom of 10,000 demons. From the Western paradise, Lingji Bodhisattva seeks an audience with the demon king, Tathagata. His voice resonated across the skies of the realm. In bygone days, when he was revered as Buddha, he too vanquished demons. Ironically, he now found himself among them. Chapter 639. At most, we perish together. What constitutes a demon? It is merely a definition, not solely a matter of origin. It is largely determined by the perceptions of others who label you as a demon. Tathagata was presently engaged in discussions with Rahu regarding significant matters spanning the three realms. With Tang Sung backing them, even the saints dared not challenge their authority, and even Hongjun would need to tread carefully. Despite the heavy losses sustained by the kingdom of 10,000 demons in the recent conflict, the demonic forces remain numerous. Should they unite, the conquest of the three realms would not be beyond reach. At this moment, upon hearing Lingji Bodhisattva's declaration in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and his request to meet with the demon king Tathagata, Rahu couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement before stepping outside. Upon hearing this announcement, Tathagata's expression turned cold. Isn't that the illustrious Lingji Bodhisattva from the Western paradise? What brings you to my kingdom of 10,000 demons? He said with a veneer of a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Faced with Tathagata, Lingji Bodhisattva felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He chuckled nervously. How fares the Buddha these days? Very well, indeed, Tathagata replied with a forced smile. If there is nothing of importance, you may take your leave. I am in a good mood today. Otherwise, I might be inclined to end your existence with a mere gesture. Tathagata was well aware of Lingji Bodhisattva's intentions, yet he had already resolved his course of action. He would never so easily exchange it for him. They must be pressed a little. As for the price, it is merely a matter of what he decides. Whatever he states is the final word. If they do not wish to buy, so be it. Yet, a peculiar thought began to stir within him. Why hadn't he the platinum star come to exchange? Logically, he should have exhausted his quota by now. At that moment, the Bodhisattva Lingji chuckled softly, stating, Buddha, I wish to exchange for some cigarettes. I currently do not possess any. Perhaps I shall procure some from Lao San in a few days. Lai Gu replied nonchalantly. In truth, he still had a considerable stock, but was not inclined to part with it so readily. Lingji Bodhisattva paused, momentarily unable to discern the truth of Lai Ji's words. However, the absence of stock was indeed plausible. He bowed respectfully to Lai Gu before turning to leave. If possible, he intended to seek out Tang Sung, and moreover, the price would be more favorable. Yet, Tang Sung concealed his aura, rendering the search for him anything but simple. As Lingji Bodhisattva passed through the kingdom of Wujiguo, a hint of bewilderment flickered across his face. He faintly sensed Tang Sung's presence. However, upon closer inspection, it vanished. Naturally, Tang Yu, the alter ego of Tang Sung, sensed Lingji Bodhisattva's passage. At present, he had transformed into a mortal within Wujiguo, continuously absorbing the power of faith, even bestowing blessings for favorable weather. The phrase believe in third brother and attain eternal life proliferated widely, leading to the establishment of temples dedicated to him in several neighboring nations. Tang Yu was acutely aware of all this. Lingji Bodhisattva conducted a thorough search, but failed to sense Tang Sung's aura, thus having no choice but to return to Ling Mountain to report. As for how Maitreya Buddha wished to handle matters, that was entirely up to him, for he was the supreme authority now. Most importantly, Lingji Bodhisattva still possessed 2 packets of cigarettes, cleverly concealed while publicly claiming to be out of stock. Yet, when the urge struck, he would furtively produce one, claiming to others that there were none left. The primary individual seeking him out for cigarettes was Mithriya Buddha, as ordinarily. No one else would bother asking him. On Mount Li, Tang Yu was diligently instructing Ling Shui in her cultivation. He spared no effort in imparting various spells to the young girl, who exhibited remarkable talent. Moreover, she had made amendments to some spells to better suit her own cultivation style. Currently, she had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, merely a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. If she wished to break through, Tang Yu certainly had methods at his disposal. However, he hesitated to recklessly exchange for anything using fortune points or the system. The one who wandered through the river of time had once said, in the plunder of the heavenly Tao's fortune. If he had previously held on to a sliver of luck, naively believing that it was not the system, that faint hope had now dissipated entirely. Big brother, what are you pondering? Ling Shui inquired with concern, noticing Tang Yu sitting in deep thought after completing her training. The elder brother pondered how he could facilitate her breakthrough. Tang Yu smiled and said, I have already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I believe that sooner or later, I will step into the realm of the quasi-saint. Lin Shui responded with unwavering confidence. Indeed, Shui is the brightest, Tang Yu remarked, gently ruffling her hair. The young girl wrinkled her nose, exclaiming, oh no, my hair is all messy, with a flick of her wrist. She used a spell to tidy her disheveled locks. In a flash of light, the mother of Mount Li appeared, observing the two with a warm smile. You siblings truly share a heartwarming bond. Is it resolved? Tang Yu inquired, referring naturally to the matter of Guang Qingzi. The mother of Mount Li approached him, saying, yes. It is resolved. A formidable adversary of the Jiejiao has been dealt with. What's wrong? Feeling down? Come, lean on my shoulder, Tang Yu teased. The mother of Mount Li raised an eyebrow, a radiant smile gracing her face, imbued with a hint of playful mischief. All right, she replied, genuinely moving closer to Tang Yu. Instantly, he stood up, chuckling awkwardly. Just joking, just joking. What a mess, she playfully chided, unable to suppress her laughter. Here, Shui, a gift for you. The mother of Mount Li presented all of Guang Qingzi's treasures, handing them over to Lin Shui in one go. Thank you, big sister. Lin Shui beamed with a sweet smile. The mother of Mount Li affectionately patted her head before turning to Tang Yu, hesitating slightly before saying, it wasn't you who spoke at that time, was it? She referred to the voice conversing in the chaos and the river of time, which was not Tang Yu's. It wasn't me, Tang Yu replied, closing his eyes to sense his own consciousness. He felt no issues, remaining entirely unified. Yet, he sensed an intangible force subtly spreading within his soul. This was not his own power. How can it be resolved? The mother of Mount Li inquired. Tang Yu shook his head with a smile. At least I cannot resolve it now. It is intertwined with my soul. Unless I destroy my own consciousness, there will always be a way, he said calmly. The mother of Mount Li nodded, extending her hand to reveal some ancient scrolls. These are ancient texts I have consulted regarding the soul, but your situation is unprecedented, she stated. A split soul, another self, seamlessly merged with your own. This is fundamentally impossible. Forget about it for now. There will certainly be a solution, she concluded. Tang Yu shrugged. At worst, I will perish alongside him. Chapter 640. The Curses of Mortals. Though Tang Yu appeared nonchalant, he inwardly chuckled bitterly. He found himself utterly helpless in resolving the existence of another self within his body. This was an entity intertwined with his own soul. Was this truly himself? In simple terms, unless he were to die, he could not obliterate it. Otherwise, it was utterly impossible, even if he attempted to forcibly sever that thread of consciousness. One must consider whether he would even dare to do so. Even if he did, severing the soul would ultimately render him a fool. Moreover, he is himself, intimately connected with his own spirit. It is likely that he is aware of everything he has done. Tang Yu has not forgotten the moment when he lost control of his body. He could only watch in helpless astonishment as his body executed a series of actions. Yet he had no means to intervene. It is feared that once he believes the time is ripe to utterly consume his own soul, he may find himself incapable of even self-destruction. However, it is not entirely without hope. Contemplating this, he let out a quiet sigh. The old mother of Lishan gazed at Tang Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. In the Zixiao Palace, with the passage of time, the one who spoke of Tang Sanzang seizing the fortunes of the heavenly Tao remained deep in thought. He had synthesized the heavenly Tao, to be precise. He was one with it. Naturally, he sensed the vanity of the heavenly Tao, realizing its fortunes were dwindling. It is feared that the great calamity of chaos will soon descend, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, or possibly years hence. All are possibilities. By then, the heavenly Tao will slumber, all things will return to the void, and the three realms will be but a shadow. The one responsible for this catastrophic outcome is none other than Tang Sanzang. If he could be completely eradicated, the fortunes of the heavenly Tao would gradually return. Yet, this notion seems somewhat unrealistic. Tang Sanzang is now terrifyingly powerful, having long since ceased to fear the might of the heavenly Tao. His magical prowess rivals that of anyone else. Thus, this idea flickered briefly in Hongjuan's mind before dissipating. His gaze seemed to pierce through infinite distance. Focusing on the kingdom of 8Journey below, the statues of Tang Sanzang continued to absorb the power of belief, which is also a form of fortune, seemingly insignificant. Yet for the current heavenly Tao, any loss is intolerable. After a moment of contemplation, Hongjuan's divine consciousness scattered, merging into the hearts of some individuals. Instantly, it conjured the image of a demon in their minds, flickering vividly. Tang Sanzang was depicted as a monster. How absurd it is to worship such a creature. Tear down this demon's temple. The crowd surged chaotically into the Sangu temple. The emperor dispatched troops to suppress the throng, but the sheer number of people was overwhelming. He is indeed a monster. Even my child could be kidnapped and devoured by him. Why should we worship such a creature? Wasn't the Buddha we previously revered sufficient? Indeed. Who is Tang Sanzang? We have never heard of him before. What great deeds has he accomplished to warrant such veneration? Observing the majority of the people suddenly rushing into the Sangu temple like madmen, some were bewildered. Wasn't worshipping supposed to be a good thing? How could it have turned into this? Yet, they had no choice but to follow the tide and began to curse. More and more people began to denounce Tang Sanzang, labeling him a monster. They claimed that calamities in certain regions were due to him. It was because you worshipped the Sangu temple that the deities became enraged, resulting in such misfortunes. The throngs continued to grow. They gathered together. Some were once fervent followers of Sangu. Yet, witnessing the majority denouncing him, it seemed inappropriate for him not to join in the tirade. Strangely, some individuals were entirely oblivious to his identity. However, when others criticized him, they felt compelled to partake in the denunciation. It is lamentable to observe such individuals, lacking a sense of self, allowing their beliefs to be swayed by the crowd. Like a dog who, upon seeing others bark, instinctively joins in, fearing that silence might cast doubt on its identity. Consequently, the once prominent Sangu temple faced demolition, with many structures reduced to rubble, while others fell into disrepair. Even a statue of Sangu was erected, kneeling on the ground, trampled and cursed by the masses. In an instant, all followers vanished without a trace. The praises of your transformed into a cacophony of insults. The fervent devotion once shown to Sangu now morphed into profound hatred, for he had become a monster in their eyes. Some even attributed their calamities to their worship of him, believing it had provoked the wrath of the divine. Elevating someone to the altar of reverence is arduous, yet casting them down can occur in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Hongjun narrowed his eyes slightly. Simultaneously, the deep connection with the myriad beings seemed to evaporate entirely. At this juncture, there was no need for him to intervene further. Curiously, however, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible essence of Tang Song within the souls of the people. It could not possibly be the power of belief, as he himself was attuned to that force. Such an unusual phenomenon had never manifested before. Had he merged into the deepest recesses of their souls to secure his immortality? Hongjun furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it would imply that Tang Song had become one with the multitude. As long as the beings endure, he too would not experience true death. How terrifying it is to utilize the masses as stepping stones, with all beings in the three realms as mere pawns in your game. Even if the heavenly order sought to obliterate you, it would find the task insurmountable. Before eradicating you, it would first need to extinguish the beings. Otherwise, as long as a single soul remains, you could revive once more. Indeed, it is profoundly frightening. Hongjun shook his head with a sigh, feeling a visceral dread towards Tang Sing's path. This was the way of all beings, intertwining belief with the very essence of every soul. Fortunately, he had shattered these beliefs. Otherwise, Tang Sung might have wholly merged with the collective soul of the beings, rendering him truly immortal. After a moment of contemplation, he sent a split self-descending. Tang Yu, naturally, sensed the actions of those mortals. The expression of the mother of Li Mountain darkened. What foolish and ignorant people they were. While they relied on him to consolidate their faith, he simultaneously safeguarded their prosperity. Yet, they now mistakenly deemed him a malevolent force. It mattered little. Tang Yu smiled faintly. His portrait is on the verge of completion, and naturally, it matters little. He senses that all of this is, indeed, orchestrated by Hong Jun behind the scenes. Tang Yu raised his gaze and beheld Hong Jun standing before him, his expression serene as he observed him. Chapter 641. Time truly is of the essence. Your path is indeed unfathomable. Using the beings of the three realms as mere subjects of your experimentation, Hong Jun remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You claim my path is devoid of sentiment. I do not dispute this, for only through detachment can one be selfless. Yet, are you not even more devoid of sentiment? The beings of the three realms are but your pawns, your experimental subjects. If Hong Jun were blind to this, he would no longer be Hong Jun. Tang Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. They are me, and I am them. You assert that I act for the sake of the path. I do not deny it. But they are neither my experimental subjects nor my pawns. The heavenly phenomena are imprinted deep within the souls of all beings. Indeed, I can control their every move. Even their very lives lie within my grasp. However, my intent is not to deliberately alter the trajectories of their lives. As long as the beings endure, so shall I. Yet, should a day come when true chaos descends, rendering the three realms void, I could still reflect all beings through the heavenly phenomena. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that much of this serves my own path. Hong Jun regarded him intently. As long as you wish. You can manipulate all beings as if they were at your command. You have inscribed your essence into the very souls of these beings through the power of faith. Their lives, emotions, and fates lie at your fingertips. Is this not evident? The beings are but pieces in your game, all for the sake of your path. Your path is indeed more ruthless than mine. I wield the heavenly Tao and act in accordance with it. Yet I have never sought to control beings or use them as mere subjects of experimentation. Tang Yu scoffed internally, a flicker of anger rising within him. That is because your path differs from mine. Even if you wished to, you could not achieve such a feat, alas. I realized this too late. Had I discovered it sooner, I could have thwarted you, particularly regarding your usurpation of the heavenly Taoist fortune. Regrettably, I find myself powerless to intervene now. Hong Jun sighed. However, I must remind you that the fortunes of the heavenly Tao are dwindling, gradually weakening and fading. If this continues, the great chaos will soon arrive. And you are well aware of the consequences that await. Tang Yu smiled coldly. And what of it? What concern is it of mine? Hong Jun glanced at the mother of Lishan before continuing. Perhaps by then, your path will have reached fruition, allowing you to take the final step and transcend. But what of them? They will perish, swallowed by the impending chaos. Such matters are of no concern to you, Tang Yu retorted coldly. Until the final step is taken. How can you be certain I cannot lead them alongside me? Though he spoke thus, the possibility of achieving this, of leading those he cherished to transcendence, seemed exceedingly slim. As he looked at Hong Jun, a cold smile crept across Tang Yu's lips. In truth, is not the so-called great chaos merely a form of self-cultivation for the heavenly Tao? Hong Jun's expression faltered, his brow furrowing suddenly. In the chaos of the great calamity, the celestial order slumbers, and the beings dwell in a state of void. To my understanding, the reason for this void among all beings is their consumption by the celestial order, transforming into its sustenance. Is it not so? Tang Yu chuckled softly. Hong Jun sighed deeply, only to hear Tang Yu continue. The celestial order is devoid of compassion, using the beings as nourishment to sustain itself. Thus, what distinguishes your path from that of the celestial order? A faint smile appeared at the corners of Hong Jun's mouth. Tang Yu was taken aback. Tang Sanzong, have you realized? Your path is, in fact, the path of the heavens. Your celestial phenomena create a realm of their own, treating beings as mere pawns. This epitomizes the celestial order's journey. And so what? Tang Yu laughed lightly. You just mentioned that there is no way to lead those I care for to transcendence? I do not deny it. He grinned widely. Yet there exists another path, one where I can safeguard them entirely. That is to take the place of the celestial order. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun suddenly burst into laughter. Tang Sanzong, your assertion has merit, yet you may be underestimating the celestial order's complexity. Perhaps you can achieve this. but the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Humph, until the final step is taken, who can predict the outcome? Tang Yu responded coldly. If there is nothing further, you may leave. To be frank, your presence is rather vexing. You are self-righteous, exuding an air of superiority, yet in my eyes, you are nothing. Even with Hong Jun's composure, after countless years without upheaval in his heart, he still felt a twinge of anger at Tang Yu's words. Do you truly believe you can take the final step? Hong Jun remarked. In my view, you are somewhat delusional. This is my affair, and it has no bearing on you. No, Tang Sanzong interjected. Even if you could take that final step, at this moment, you are incapable. Hence, I propose that we join forces to find a way to delay the impending chaos, thereby granting you ample time to transcend and comprehend the Tao. Hong Jun spoke earnestly. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. To ally with Hong Jun meant to ally with the celestial order, further entangling himself with it. At that juncture, stepping beyond the final threshold would become infinitely more challenging, offering him no advantage whatsoever. Only a fool would engage in such folly. This is your affair. What connection do I have with the celestial order? There is indeed a connection, Hong Jun replied. If I am not mistaken, the arrival of the great calamity stems from you and the Guishu. Tang Yu scoffed. That is merely your conjecture. There is no denying that Hong Jun's words hold a degree of truth. He had amassed far too much fortune, resulting in the gradual weakening of the celestial order and the expansion of Guishu. The celestial order must surely harbor trepidation. In Tang Yu's estimation, should his assumptions prove correct, once Guishu fully expands and engulfs the three realms, the great calamity would inevitably ensue, causing the celestial order to descend into slumber. In truth, even if the great calamity were to arrive at this moment, his current cultivation would not lead to his demise, provided he entered Guishu. Yet, I believe my conjecture is not misplaced. Hong Jun sighed and remarked, thus, if possible, I wish for you and me to join forces. Although we may not be able to completely avert the impending chaos, we can certainly delay its arrival. This is your affair, Tang Yu replied, frowning. It seemed that the time left for him was indeed limited. The void continued to expand, and he must find a way to take that final step as swiftly as possible. Yet, he had reached an impasse. Even if he merged with the earthly and the human, true transcendence remained elusive. Was he truly compelled to resort to the system? Nowadays, he harbored an inexplicable dread towards it, having refrained from accessing the system's interface for a considerable time. Hong Jun cast a glance at Tang Yu, his figure slowly dissipating. With Hong Jun's departure, Tang Yu began to pace, deep in thought. I must devise a means to break through swiftly. Chapter 642. They soon revived at this moment. Tang Yu acutely felt the urgency of time. There was no room for complacency. Was it possible to transcend this world entirely before the chaos descended? Tang Yu possessed not a shred of confidence. After all, the final step he sought to take was uncharted territory, unprecedented and unparalleled. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say so. This step had been taken by the great Pangu, who succeeded but also perished as a consequence. The success lay in his taking that last step, while failure resulted in his demise. The mother of Mount Li furrowed her brows slightly. Through Hong Jun's words, she discerned that the time remaining for this realm was indeed scant. However, she herself lacked the opportunity to take that final step. Similarly, her master, Tong Tian, had not been granted the chance to transcend. If anyone were to have such an opportunity, it would be only Tang Sanzang, who might indeed be the solitary figure capable of stepping beyond. Should the day of chaos truly dawn, perhaps only Tang Sanzang would achieve transcendence. Contemplating this, she smiled and said, Then you must hasten your cultivation and find a way to step beyond this realm, to take that unprecedented final step. From her smile, for some reason, Tang Yu felt a twinge of bitterness. He reached out, grasping her hand, and declared, Even if one day I can truly transcend, I will take you all with me, leaving this desolate world behind in search of a new paradise. The mother of Mount Li's lips moved, withdrawing her hand as she slowly exited. In the subsequent period, Tang Yu immersed himself entirely in cultivation. Various spells were seamlessly integrated within him, grounded in celestial phenomena and supported by magic. Although his power had slightly advanced, his Tao remained stagnant. He understood that such progress relied on chance, not external forces. Nevertheless, Tang Yu continued to strive in his practice. He recognized his own dilemma. His power exceeded the confines of his Tao, which transcended even the heavenly Tao. To progress further was no simple endeavor. It would require something equally transcendent to the heavenly Tao for him to advance. At that moment, he jested with Han Jun, remarking that consuming a mere little spirit would not be a daunting task. After all, she indeed transcended the Tao of heaven. Nevertheless, when it came to devouring such a young girl, Tang Yu questioned his own capabilities. Was he to once again enter the Guishu? The Guishu, too, existed beyond the Tao of heaven. Might there be some fortuitous opportunity within? Despite multiple forays into the Guishu, Tang Yu had yet to uncover anything that could liberate him from his final step. However, he sensed that the Guishu, akin to the Tao of heaven, possessed its own source. If he could indeed locate the essence of the Guishu and consume it, he could similarly achieve transcendence. Of course, the likelihood of this was slim. Moreover, even if he were to discover the essence of the Guishu, Tang Yu believed he was currently incapable of confronting it. After all, it was a being that even the Tao of heaven feared, effortlessly capable of extinguishing his existence. A few days later, Tang Yu stepped outside, inhaling deeply the fragrant blossoms surrounding him. Within the confines of Mount Li, the seasons resembled spring, with flowers perpetually blooming. All of this was preserved at its most exquisite moment by the formidable magic of the Mother of Li Mountain. How do you feel? The Mother of Li Mountain, adorned in a pale yellow dress, rose from the flowering thicket. Amidst the myriad blossoms, she was the most beautiful of them all. What can I say? My magical prowess has seen slight growth, yet my Tao realm remains stagnant. Tang Yu took 2 steps forward and seated himself on a nearby bench. Do not rush. Take your time. Have you forgotten how long you have been cultivating to reach such a stage? The Mother of Li Mountain chuckled gently. Thus, there is no need for haste. Hope certainly remains. With a casual gesture, she tucked a small red flower into her hair. Giggling, she approached Tang Yu. Her smile radiant as a flower, yet inexplicably, he felt a surge of nervousness. What are you doing? Tang Yu instinctively leaned back. Is it beautiful? She asked with a playful grin. Tang Yu scrutinized her closely. It's acceptable. Upon hearing this, the Mother of Li Mountain paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Her clear, melodious laughter filled the glade with joy. Feeling an inexplicable tension, Tang Yu stood and declared, I intend to visit the underworld to see how things fare there. I shall accompany you, the Mother of Li Mountain replied. In the depths of hell's 19th layer, Nuwa remained in a deep slumber. Yet, a drop of enchanting crimson blood slowly seeped from her heart. Eventually, this drop transformed into a heart, pulsating robustly. Nearby, Hutu incessantly waved her hand, infusing waves of magical energy into this heart. The beating heart vanished, morphing into a hazy purple figure that appeared in midair. Although her eyes remained tightly shut, the slight rise and fall of her chest was evident. What a troublesome matter, Hutu remarked. She parted her lips, and the voice of Sun Wukong resonated in her ears, while simultaneously his visage intertwined within the depths of her soul, gazing intently at her. A single tear cascaded down the corner of Zixia's eye, her tightly shut eyelids remaining unyielding. It seemed as though she beheld that ethereal figure haunting her dreams. Reluctant to awaken, she longed to remain in the embrace of her dreams with him. Ultimately, Huda let out a soft sigh. With a wave of her hand, the violet silhouette floated away, merging into the celestial array above. Meanwhile, within the array, 3 monkeys sat cross-legged, occupying 3 distinct positions. In the east lay a stone, scarred and worn, as if a gentle push could shatter it into dust. Yet, a continuous stream of magical energy flowed from the 3 monkeys into that stone. Faintly, a monkey's form began to emerge from the stone, slowly transforming it into a monkey. However, like the stone, this creature was marred with cracks and streaked with blood, oozing from its body incessantly. Eyes closed and brow furrowed, it bore an expression of anguish. Success was finally at hand, though the journey had been arduous. Huda smiled gently, glancing back over her shoulder. 2 figures stood silently nearby, gazing up at the grand array in the heavens. With a wave of her hand, the 4 monkey figures vanished, and the array dissipated without a trace. How is it? Tang Yu's voice was tinged with bitterness. Soon. Just wait, Hutu replied softly. That is good, that is good. Tang Yu suddenly laughed, reminiscing about his earlier days when he had been reluctant to accept any disciples. In fact, his actions had inadvertently led to the demise of Air Daisy and nearly cost San Lungzi his life at the hands of the Jade Emperor. Reflecting on these events now brought a smile to his face. Chapter 643. The figures within the cycle of 6 paths looking back. He now felt warmth in those memories. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing were all his disciples. Perhaps he had once held certain opinions about them, but eventually, he fully embraced them. Likewise, he believed he had fulfilled the responsibilities of a true master. The earth trembled, and the heavens grew weak. Buddha spoke softly, sensing the instability within the current cycle of reincarnation. She was attuned to the earth's realm and vaguely understood that this turmoil stemmed from the weakening of the heavenly order, leading to the earth's instability. The cycle of 6 paths manifested, revealing another incarnation of Tang Yu within it. At that moment, he had reincarnated as a venomous serpent, coiled within the mountains, his crimson scales hissing ominously, exuding an air of predation. Surrounding him, hunters emerged, wielding spears that swiftly ended his life. Subsequently, he entered reincarnation once more, transforming into a sparrow soaring high in the sky. It was the first time witnessing Tang Yu's reincarnation in such a form. Even the mother of Mount Li couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Retaining his memories, he experienced the cycle anew, immersing himself in the sensations of various lives. Yet he remained steadfast, refusing to lose himself in the process. The venerable lady of Lishan gazed in astonishment at Tang Yu, contemplating the transcendence of one's own limitations to fully perceive the entirety of existence, transforming into another species and experiencing their every instinct and habit, a life that is indeed harsh. This path, for the Lady of Lishan, felt terrifying. Imagine being compelled to assume another form while retaining one's original memories, yet remaining unaffected by the innate traits of that species. The thought alone evokes fear, akin to the current great achievers like the Buddha or the ancient lamp Buddha, who were cast into the cycle of reincarnation with their memories by the Earth Mother. In contrast, Tang Yu endeavored to experience all this independently, thus highlighting a fundamental distinction. With the likeness of the earth and humanity, coupled with your original celestial phenomena, I now comprehend the essence of what Hongjun once articulated regarding the heavenly path. The Lady of Lishan remarked, "This path indeed left me in awe." Earth Mother interjected, "Yet even with a desire to transcend, it remains woefully insufficient." She fixed her gaze upon Tang Yu, declaring, "Your journey has reached its ultimate brink. To advance further may be as daunting as ascending to the heavens." "I am acutely aware of this," Tang Yu replied calmly. "However, I must find a way to take that final step. What you mentioned about the weakening of the heavenly path and the trembling of the earthly realm does not bode well." Approaching the side of Nuwa, Tang Yu sensed a profound surge of life emanating. So it is not a reluctance to awaken, but rather a self-imposed slumber. She has now fully traversed that half-step. Akin to Hongjun, if she were to awaken completely and the essence of the saints were to reunite, a tribulation of thunder would likely ensue. Is she hesitant to awaken, fearing the tribulation? Is she wary of Hongjun? Tang Yu inquired. The Earth Mother shook her head. No, it is simply not yet the time. This left Tang Yu perplexed. The transformation had been completed. Awakening and reuniting the essence of the saints would mean she had indeed taken that half step. While there was initial concern regarding the tribulation and apprehension of Hongjun, with your presence, such worries have dissipated, she continued. Rather, she is awaiting that final moment. The final moment? Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. You wish to wait until the heavenly path is entirely weakened before confronting the tribulation. When the heavenly path weakens, the thunderous tribulation will likely be significantly diminished. The Earth Mother sighed. Moreover, I suspect this is not the first chaotic calamity. Tang Yu paused. What do you mean? Reincarnation. Earth Mother replied. The cycle of the heavenly path and the cycle of sentient beings. On this matter, Tang Yu had long harbored doubts about the reincarnation of sentient beings. They had perished numerous times, merely to have time reconnect, returning to the origin, to the initial moment, unnoticed by anyone. What do you mean? Tang Yu pondered, seeking clarification. Ever since I refined the 6 realms of reincarnation, I have sensed certain phenomena, Earth Mother explained, gesturing towards the 6 realms. The 6 realms began to rotate, countless souls shimmering within. If the 6 realms of reincarnation were to collapse, do you understand the consequences? Earth Mother suddenly posed the question. The souls scatter across the 3 realms, ultimately entering the river of the underworld, where they are left adrift. The ancient mother of Mount Li interjected, affirming this notion. Indeed. However, as I refined the cycle of reincarnation, I sensed a formidable presence stabilizing it. The Earth Mother pointed towards the 6 paths of reincarnation, which began to whirl, releasing a terrifying aura. Simultaneously, the spatial laws within Tang Yu's body trembled, as if an invisible force of space merged with the cycle of reincarnation. A low hum resonated through the air as the cycle quivered. Tang Yu felt a jolt. His very essence seemed to be drawn into the cycle. In a haze, a figure emerged, seated in the vast, indistinct expanse. Yet, a turbulent aura of chaos flowed over their countenance, obscuring their features. Save for a pair of clear eyes that gazed intently at Tang Yu, seemingly imbued with mirth and a hint of confusion. Are you him, or are you not? Why is it so? The figure's voice carried a note of astonishment. Tang Yu, bewildered, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" After a brief hesitation, he offered a respectful bow, addressing the figure as senior. He could discern that this entity was merely a fragment of consciousness remaining here. Likely the original had long since dissipated. The figure's penetrating gaze remained fixed on Tang Yu, unblinking, as if seeking to fathom his very being. "I see now. No wonder it is thus." The figure spoke serenely, their tone soft yet naturally exuding an air of authority. Tang Yu, perplexed by these words, suddenly had a revelation. "If I am not mistaken, the spatial laws left within the void are indeed your legacy, senior." It seemed these laws resonated with the figure, whose consciousness was likely dormant within the cycle, awakened by the recent interaction with the laws. Yet, even upon awakening, it would not endure for long. Soon, it would vanish entirely. "Indeed, it is a remnant of my presence left in the void," the figure replied. "You are him, yet are you truly him? Ultimately, who are you?" Their gaze pierced through Tang Yu, a glimmer of sorrow crossing their eyes. "Will the you that comes from the future still be him?" Tang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The truth of his origin from the future was a secret known only to himself. He had long suspected that the system had brought him here, yet doubt now crept into his mind. "How do you know?" he asked, his voice trembling. Chapter 644, The Supreme Consciousness. Who is this person, capable of deducing his origins from another realm? He had never shared this with anyone, and hearing it spoken aloud sent shivers down his spine. The figure remained seated, their warm gaze accompanied by a hint of a smile. "Of course I know." His voice suddenly sighed. "Alas, there was no opportunity to witness the ultimate version of you." In the bewildered gaze of Tang Yu, that figure gradually transformed into a faint radiance, merging into his being at an astonishing speed. The laws of space trembled violently. Countless blurred dimensions intertwined and flickered before his eyes, as if space itself had morphed into flowing rivers, with him as the fish navigating through different realms. At this moment, the laws of space had reached their zenith. Tang Yu attuned himself to the power of these laws, the low sigh resonating within his heart. That figure gazed at him with calmness, ultimately dissipating before his eyes. "You are the last hope, yet the unforeseen has transpired. You are him, but no longer purely him. I have awakened due to the power of the laws within you, unable to exist in this world for long. Thus I bestow upon you the fundamental force of these laws. What you become in the end relies solely on yourself. The great Tao is formidable, the abyss is powerful, yet the most terrifying of all is the heavenly path." This voice carried a hint of weariness. The figure had completely vanished. Tang Yu stood motionless, deeply immersed in the profound intricacies of the perfected laws of space. Heaven and earth, the three realms, countless spaces intertwining and connecting. He effortlessly sensed it all. The laws of space enveloped him, the air around him vibrating with magical energy. With a mere gesture, it seemed as though he could imprison everything within his own domain, shattering them as he willed. He had forged a realm uniquely his own. Simultaneously, he entered the celestial phenomena, transforming into a being akin to a divine entity, radiating an overwhelming celestial majesty. Here, he was a god, the sovereign of this world. The celestial phenomena shifted, merging entirely with his spatial laws. Had the temporal laws reached their pinnacle in the past, their integration would have allowed him to supplant the heavenly path with ease. However, it seemed that, unbeknownst to him, he was gradually undermining the heavenly path. The celestial phenomena became an imprint, etched deep within the souls of all beings. He had completely mastered humanity, if he wished. Even the deities of the heavenly court could not escape the imprint of the celestial phenomena. Should this come to pass, would it not signify the subtle subversion of the heavenly path? After a long while, Tang Yu concealed everything once more. He surveyed his surroundings. The figure that had once sat cross-legged had long since dissipated. He bowed slightly to the surroundings, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior." The power of the laws of space within the abyss was left behind by him. Here, the essence of these laws remained, allowing his mastery to be fully realized. Yet, how did this person meet his demise? Why did he leave these remnants behind? For some reason, Tang Yu felt an instinctive premonition that all of this was undoubtedly connected to the abyss. It seems imperative to delve once more into the abyss, to thoroughly investigate the underlying truths. An unsettling sensation pervades the entire cycle of reincarnation. Huta hastily employs her powers to stabilize the six realms. What could possibly be amiss? The matriarch of Lishan inquired. How could such formidable power remain concealed within? Uncertain, Huta's expression grew grave. It must pertain to some opportunities belonging to Tang Sanzang. No sooner had she spoken than Tang Yu's figure emerged within the cycle of reincarnation. The immense aura emanating from him appeared even more potent than before. Both Hutu and the matriarch of Lishan gazed at him in astonishment, just as they were about to inquire further. A thunderous voice reverberated through the realms, causing some spirits to disintegrate into ashes. Is that yet another calamity you face? The matriarch of Lishan exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. I have not undergone a breakthrough. He swiftly dove into the chaos, where thick tribulation clouds gradually formed above him. This is not a heavenly tribulation. It is the wrath of the heavens. Hongjun, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and others materialized nearby. Concurrently, Tongtian, Hutu, and Lishan also appeared. Hongjuan's gaze was profound, as if he were contemplating something significant. Indeed, if Tang Sanzang could be gravely wounded in the thunderous trial, it would be an opportune moment to eliminate him. However, that prospect seemed rather unlikely. The tribulation clouds grew increasingly dense. With a crack, fierce lightning tore through the dark clouds, cascading downwards. Tang Yu stood resolute beneath the heavenly tribulation, his expression unchanged. With a thunderous roar, he countered with his own profound powers, repelling the bolt of lightning. An inexplicable surge of anxiety coursed through him, as if something terrifying loomed over him. The clouds trembled ominously. Strangely enough, they began to dissipate slowly. Witnessing this, Hongjun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Yuanshi Tianzuan asked, perplexed. It was evidently impossible for Tang Sanzang to disperse the heavenly tribulation with a mere punch. Hongjuan's voice was grave. He is too powerful. The wrath of the heavens can no longer affect him. Hence, the heavenly law has retreated. Tang Sanzang had grown to such extraordinary strength that even the heavenly order was wary of him, causing the wrath of the heavens to dissipate once more. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the others gasped in astonishment. They exchanged glances with Tongtian, whose brow furrowed in concern, feeling that certain choices may have been ill-advised. For instance, aligning with Tang Sanzang from the outset would have been wise. Given Tang Sanzang's current formidable prowess, he would inevitably transcend and take that final step. Perhaps had they genuinely allied with him back then, even the fallen saint's elixir within them might have been resolved. Who could have anticipated that within just a few short years, he would ascend to such an extraordinary level of power? Noticing Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze upon him, Tongtian raised an eyebrow and pointed at him. What are you staring at? Yuanshi Tianzuan was momentarily speechless. He turned his attention to Tang Sanzang, who stood beneath the slowly dissipating tribulation clouds. The clouds were gradually dispersing, yet Tang Yu felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. As the supreme consciousness of heaven and earth loomed above, Xiao Ling lifted her head from his shoulder, her voice filled with astonishment. As her words fell, it seemed as though the heavens had split open. Dark clouds slowly dispersed to either side, revealing a hazy, gray mist that emerged indistinctly. Time itself appeared to freeze in that moment. With a sudden cry, Xiao Ling darted from Tang Yu's shoulder and landed upon the shoulder of the mother of Mount Li. Her eyes fixed on the swirling gray mist, a glimmer of bloodthirsty desire flickering within. I must consume you. I must consume you. Chapter 645. The might of the heavenly Tao. Everyone turned their gaze toward the gray mist, which continually transformed into various shapes. At times, it resembled a ferocious beast. At other times, it morphed into a human form, and even took on the silhouette of Tang Yu. How could this manifestation occur? Could it be that he is so powerful that the heavenly Tao is compelled to utilize its own primordial power? Hongjun murmured. The master of Tongtian wore a grave expression, sensing an overwhelming force that instilled a desire to kneel. The six paths of reincarnation within Hutu trembled gently. The primordial supreme being and the Buddhas of Jijin and Puti instinctively took 2 steps back, yet their eyes remained fixated on the gray mist. Is this the heavenly Tao? No, it is but a fragment of the heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, even this fraction wielded a might beyond their capacity to endure. This is the supreme consciousness of the cosmos, a force that no one can contend against. Tang Yu felt as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient, ferocious beast, a chill coursing through him, every hair standing on end. He retreated swiftly. The gray mist transformed into an eye, devoid of any emotion, coldly and mercilessly observing the world. Tang Yu sought to escape its oppressive might, but he found himself unable to break free, feeling the pressure intensify. How could this be? The mother of Mount Li spoke in a trembling voice. He is too powerful, so powerful that the heavenly Tao must divide its essence to confront him, Tong Tian stated gravely. Although Tang Yu possessed a trace of the heavenly Tao's primordial power within him, it was merely a minuscule fragment. His lack of fear toward Hongjuan's utilization of the heavenly Tao's strength stemmed from the fact that he could not draw upon much of its power. Now that the essence of the heavenly Tao had manifested, it was incomparable to the power borrowed by Hongjuan. Such a terrifying might was sufficient to annihilate everything. He had influenced this realm, usurping the fortunes of the heavenly Tao, causing it to weaken further and hastening the onset of chaotic calamities. Naturally, the heavenly Tao sought to retaliate. Hongjun remarked, it would not hesitate to employ its purest primordial strength to obliterate him. This is the true jealousy of the heavens. As he spoke, Hongjun shook his head. With the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's essence, Tang Sanzang will have no opportunity whatsoever. The mother of Mount Li's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to Tongtian. Master. Tongtian, feeling the immense pressure of the fundamental source of the heavenly path, even while standing there, realized that advancing even a few steps could potentially shatter his saintly form under such overwhelming might. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude, before turning their gaze towards Tongtian. Their implication was unmistakable. Once Tang Sung meets his demise, one could only wait and see how Hongjun would deal with him. It seemed that they were finally on the verge of resolving such a persistent threat posed by Tang Sing. At that moment, Jane and Zhuanti's spirits lifted significantly. Indeed, Tang Sing was entangled in far too many matters. His death would swiftly restore tranquility to the three realms, reinstating the original order. Is this the might of the heavenly path? Truly fearsome, remarked Hotu, having refined the 6 paths of reincarnation and wielding dominion over the earthly path. She distinctly sensed the tremors of the 6 paths within her as the essence of the heavenly path manifested. The might of the heavenly path was beyond their capacity to resist. Tang Yu's figure flickered, yet his movements gradually slowed under the relentless pressure bearing down on him, as if intent on obliterating him entirely at that very moment. Even Tang Yu had not anticipated that his mastery over the laws of space would provoke the attention of the heavenly path's essence. However, upon reflection, he began to grasp the reasoning. The celestial phenomena and the power of space had merged completely, inadvertently positioning him as a replacement for the heavenly path. Naturally, it began to feel threatened. Should he achieve full mastery, it would render the heavenly path an empty shell. Tang Yu stood resolute as the solitary eye of the high heavens coldly observed him, transforming from a gaze into a minuscule insect, which soon morphed into a fearsome primordial beast, seemingly poised to devour him. A look of grave concern crossed Tang Yu's face as he sensed the terror. An overwhelming feeling of imminent consumption. Was it seeking to engulf him for its own sustenance? The celestial phenomena surged forth. With a mighty roar, Tang Yu vanished from the sight of the crowd, replaced by an expanse of twinkling stars. From Hotu's 6 paths of reincarnation, another figure emerged, an alternate version of Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu felt the pressure intensify. He would summon his utmost strength to challenge the irresistible might of the saints in the high heavens. Hongjun and the others widened their eyes, gazing at the figure that had emerged. That figure stepped forth and merged into the celestial phenomena. Surrounding him were lush green trees, deer galloping, wildflowers blooming, volcanic eruptions, and rolling seas, a magnificent spectacle. Yet all life in its exuberance transformed into white bones, only to reconstitute into different forms of life, reborn anew. The erupting volcanoes morphed into boundless oceans, which in turn became fertile fields. Another figure soared in, that of Tang Yu from the kingdom of the Black Rooster. His form flickered before blending into the celestial phenomena, where the power of faith permeated and the 7 emotions and 6 desires shimmered, forming 13 radiant characters. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire. eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, spirit. The luminous characters flickered beyond the celestial phenomenon. Each character radiated an overwhelming celestial majesty, exuding a blinding brilliance. The laws. Hongjuan's gaze sharpened. Tang Sanzang was indeed a prodigy, transforming the 7 emotions and 6 desires into the power of the laws. The others, including Jibian, stared in astonishment at this scene. After a long pause, Zhuanti trembled and spoke. Tang Sanzang hadn't even utilized all his combat strength against us. What are you? How could you deserve his utmost power? Tong Tian scoffed dismissively. Hongjun observed Tang Sanzang's figure, his eyes flickering. Zhuanti's eyes widened, and he took a deep breath, thinking to himself, just wait. Once Tang Sanzang is dead, let us see how arrogant you remain. Boom. A wave of imposing force spread, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Tang Yu, merging with the celestial phenomenon, displayed a hint of anguish on his face. Simultaneously, the celestial phenomenon trembled violently, as if on the verge of shattering. This was still the result of his evasion of the onslaught. Should he confront it head-on, the celestial phenomenon would undoubtedly collapse. The power of the heavenly Tao was terrifying. Hongjun discerned this, realizing that Tang Sanzang had consistently evaded confrontation with the essence of the heavenly Tao. His gaze slightly intensified. His figure flickered with incredible speed. He gently struck out with a palm, intending to force Tang Yu into a direct clash with the power of the heavenly Tao, even seeking to drive him deep into its core. Should this occur, Tang Yu would be irrevocably consumed by the heavenly Tao and would never return. Hongjun, you despicable fiend! Exclaimed Hotu, her expression suddenly shifting. Chapter 646, Battle Against the Heavenly Tao. No one could have anticipated that Hongjun would strike at this moment. Now, facing the essence of the heavenly Tao, Tang Sanzang was gravely injured. Should he confront Hongjun, he truly might perish here. Hongjun aimed to compel Tang Sanzang into a direct confrontation with the essence of the heavenly Tao, even desiring to completely thrust him into its depths. If he were truly forced into the core of the heavenly Tao, Tang Sanzang would undoubtedly meet his demise, entirely consumed and reduced to mere sustenance for the Tao. Tang Yu could naturally sense Hongjuan's assault. However, he was utterly powerless to evade it at this moment. Boom! An immense force radiated outward, shaking the heavens and the earth. Tong Tian and the others could not help but step back. The thin gray mist began to blur indistinctly. Bang! The celestial phenomenon shattered completely at that instant. Concurrently, countless wounds appeared on Tang Yu's body, staining him crimson, transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. This was a testament to his formidable physical prowess. He faced the essence of the heavenly Tao head-on and even bore the brunt of Hongjuan's strike. Had it been anyone else, their body would have been shattered, if not their very essence extinguished. The power of the heavenly Tao was far too potent, with no force capable of confronting it directly. Hongjun, you are despicable, Tong Tian remarked, seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Tang Sanzang, which was indeed vile. In truth, Hongjun had no desire to resort to such actions. However, the threat posed by Tang Sanzang was insurmountable. If he did not seize this opportunity, there would be no means to eliminate him. Furthermore, should the essence of the heavenly Tao consume Tang Sanzang, it could enhance the power of the heavenly Tao, thereby potentially delaying the arrival of the catastrophic chaos. Under the immense pressure of the heavenly Tao's essence, even Hongjun found himself in a precarious situation. Although he had synthesized the heavenly Tao and could harness its power, at this moment, the manifestation of the Tao's essence was overwhelming. Accompanied by 2 anguished groans, Tang Yu and Hongjun were propelled backward, soaring for dozens of miles. Boom! The essence of the heavenly Tao pressed down once more, enveloping Tang Yu entirely. Severely injured as he was, facing the heavenly Tao's essence again would leave him utterly without hope. In a state of desperation, he gritted his teeth, his entire being surging with magical energy. Yet, under the oppressive weight of the heavenly Tao's essence, all his power was rendered ineffective, firmly suppressed. Suddenly, a pair of serene eyes appeared in Tang Yu's mind. These eyes were calm and indifferent, as if no amount of chaos could stir even the slightest emotion within them. Behind this tranquility lay the merciless coldness of the great Tao. A powerful aura began to emanate from him. Boom! The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. How could he possess such strength? The startled Jane exclaimed, with such might, Has he taken the final step? Hongjuan's complexion turned slightly pale, his brow furrowing in concern, yet his gaze carried an inquisitive intensity, as if he sought to see through Tang Yu completely. Hongjuan's eyes fixed on Tang Yu as he remarked, "It is not his own power, but rather a hidden strength within him that has sensed danger and awakened. Yet, from whence does this formidable power originate? This force was remarkably well controlled, existing precisely within the limits of the heavenly Tao. If it were even slightly more potent, it would be sufficient to upheave the very fabric of existence itself." Boom. Slowly, Tang Yu extended his hand, revealing stars within his palm. The stars ascended, fiercely striking against the force of the heavenly Tao. Boom. It was as if the heavenly Tao itself trembled. In an instant, the essence of the heavenly Tao receded, seemingly retreating from its brilliance. Boom. The river of time quaked, and a figure emerged. The once vacant gaze now brimmed with sharpness. Without uttering a word, he shattered the river of time with a single punch, charging directly at Tang Yu. The previously hidden essence of the heavenly Tao re-emerged, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them. Tang Yu clashed fiercely with both the essence of the heavenly Tao and the figure. Instantly, the onlookers held their breath, none expecting events to escalate to this magnitude, evolving into a fierce battle. Tang Yu primarily engaged with the figure from the river of time, while the essence of the heavenly Tao was unable to intervene directly, instead exerting its inherent might to oppress Tang Yu. Yet, at this moment, Tang Yu's strength was astonishingly unexpected. Even in the face of the supreme consciousness that governs the universe, he navigated with remarkable ease. What could possibly be the reason for this? Tong Tian inhaled sharply, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. After all, the events unfolding before him were utterly astonishing. They, as saints of the cosmos, were among the most formidable beings. It was once believed that only Hongjun could suppress them. Yet now, they realized they had been somewhat narrow-minded. They hesitated to engage in such a battle, fearing the unknown. "It is not him," spoke the mother of Lishan. "What we witness in this conflict is merely another facet of Tang Yu within." A low hum resonated as the essence of the heavenly Tao began to waver, as if on the brink of dissolution. The heavenly Tao was already in a state of gradual weakening, and now it was revealing its very core. If it were to consume Tang Yu, it might at least gain substantial nourishment. However, it appeared that such consumption was no longer feasible. Furthermore, manifesting the essence of the heavenly Tao would only serve to amplify its vanity. Reflecting on this, Hongjun let out a quiet sigh. This incident would likely lead the heavenly Tao into ever-deepening vanity, hastening the arrival of the great chaos. Tang Yu continued to engage fiercely with that shadowy figure, unleashing the full force of the laws. His magical energy surged with the potential to obliterate heavens and earth. With a thunderous clash, the energies collided, shaking the very fabric of reality. The figure within the river of time was sent reeling backward, while Tang Yu staggered back several paces. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao's essence bore down once more. With a resounding impact, a fist struck the firmament, causing the essence of the heavenly Tao to appear even more nebulous, as if a mere gust of wind could scatter it into oblivion. The figure within the river of time lunged again. "Come forth," he bellowed, the laws of time vibrating with intensity. "You cannot return," Tang Yu replied calmly. The river of time erupted, scattering the boundless, indistinct power of time before him. The shadowy figure was once again sent flying. The force of the heavenly Tao's essence ultimately faded away. The three realms trembled as the earthly dragons turned, and the seas surged forth, obscuring the sun and inundating the towns of humanity. The entirety of the heavenly realm quaked. The waters surged violently, spreading uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? The Jade Emperor inquired anxiously. Yet, who could he ask? As the ruler of the three realms, he was at a loss, and naturally, others would be even more perplexed. "Someone, go investigate at once." The spiritual mountain also began to tremble. The newly constructed Great Thunder Sound Temple collapsed once again with a resounding crash, burying the gathered monks beneath the rubble. Chapter 647. Brother, let's confront Zhuan-Ti. By the time the monks emerged from the debris, they exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they had wrought some great sin. The recently completed Great Thunder Sound Temple had crumbled yet again. However, Methria Buddha remained particularly composed. After all, he was the leader of Ling Mountain now. One must not panic in the face of adversity. Lighting a cigarette for himself, he calculated with his fingers. Nevertheless, nothing was resolved. The unexpected arrival was indeed abrupt. After a considerable period, the tremors finally ceased. What could be the cause? Uncertain. The assembly of Buddhas began to deliberate, their gazes shifting toward Maitreya Buddha. With the great thunder sound temple having collapsed once more, they relied on him for a resolution. We shall rebuild shortly, Maitreya Buddha declared. This has been reconstructed multiple times already. The assembly expressed their dissatisfaction. Yet, Maitreya Buddha, holding the highest position within the Buddhist realm, commanded respect, and none dared to dispute him. Within the chaos, as the essence of the heavenly path faded, that figure vanished entirely, drifting once again through the river of time. Tang Yu's expression grew somewhat bewildered. It appeared yet another version of himself had emerged. Why did this happen repeatedly? However, he remained unresolved, for he was, after all, himself. The most formidable adversary is indeed oneself. At that moment, Tang Yu gained a deeper understanding of this truth. Blood flowed from various wounds on his body. His complexion turned pale as he turned his gaze toward the assembly, ultimately resting upon Hong Jun, a faint smirk gracing his lips. What a pity. He could not kill Hong Jun now. Had he the ability, he would have done so long ago. Yet, he recognized that Hong Jun harbored similar thoughts. For now, neither could completely extinguish the other. Hong Jun, you are quite remarkable, Tang Yu coughed softly. Hong Jun looked at Tang Yu, aware that even though Tang Sanzang was gravely injured, he could not be killed. Unfortunately, I still haven't managed to eliminate you, Hong Jun sighed. Do you understand why I act this way? Why does the heavenly path risk damaging its own essence to manifest? It is because of you. You have siphoned too much fortune from the heavenly path, forcing it into such a predicament. Once you perish, it may stabilize the heavenly path for a time. Alas, the essence of the heavenly path has not achieved this. In fact, it may become even weaker as a result of this incident. I govern the heavenly path and oversee the three realms. Do you believe my actions are unjust? Sacrificing you to delay the impending chaos and safeguard many others. Tang Yu cast him a cold glance. Regrettably, you cannot kill me, but should I advance further, I assure you I will be able to eliminate you. The bleeding wounds, unbeknownst to him, had ceased, and his injuries were rapidly healing. Such was the miraculous nature of the primordial body. No matter how grievous the wounds, recovery was swift. You instill in me even greater trepidation now. How do you possess such formidable power within you? Hong Jun voiced the collective curiosity. The assembly turned their gaze toward Tang Yu. You possess an external force. Why should I not? Tang Yu replied icily. You claim I accelerated the arrival of chaos? What of you? You amalgamate with the heavenly path, yet recklessly draw on external power, which surely impacts the heavenly path significantly, does it not? In the same vein, you have hastened its decline. If you wish to preserve the three realms and delay the impending chaos, perhaps you should consider self-termination. I believe it would yield some delay. Would it not? Hong Jun's countenance darkened. It is undeniable that Tang Sanzang speaks the truth. The external forces he harnesses undoubtedly impact the heavenly laws. Within him, this external power has led to limitations in his ability to draw upon the strength of the heavens. However, the ultimate cause of all this lies with you. Hong Jun stated solemnly. It is because of your unforeseen variable that so much is entangled. Had it not been for you, the journey to the west would have concluded entirely. The order of the three realms would remain unchanged and stable, and the arrival of Luo who would have been impossible, with the demon race never stepping into the world. Even the expansion of the Guishu realm is a consequence of your unpredictable existence. Tang Yu scoffed dismissively. At this juncture, your words are devoid of significance. It seems to me that you should be devising ways to delay this outcome, rather than shifting all the blame onto me. He gazed into the distance, where Luo Hu and Lai Gu appeared. Lai Gu, still with a cigarette in his mouth and his eyes slightly squinted, asked, Old Three, are you all right? Concern washed over him, for Old Three was his pillar of support. If Old Three fell, his fate would be sealed. Zhu Ti and Jiayin glared at Lai Gu, who instinctively tucked his neck in and then glanced at Tang Yu, abruptly halting his movements. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and pointed at them. What are you worried about? He absent-mindedly touched his face, seemingly still feeling the remnants of pain. A lingering sense of past humiliation. Tang Yu laughed heartily, his aura surging, suddenly enveloping Zhu Ti. Zhu Ti was taken aback. Tang Sanzang, what do you intend to do? Under this overwhelming presence, he felt utterly incapable of retaliating. The fusion of the three symbols made Tang Yu even more formidable. Just as Hong Jun was about to intervene, Tang Yu interjected, Do not make a move. If you do, I shall not hold back. With a swift kick, he sent Zhuan Ti sprawling at Lai Ji's feet. Lai Gu, I understand you have suffered. Here, Tang Yu gestured towards the fallen Zhuan Ti, his meaning unmistakable. Do as you wish. Tang Sanzang. Zhuan Ti glanced at Lai Gu, for in Lai Ji's eyes, he saw a glimmer of anticipation. Little Lai, do you dare? With a wild cry, Lai Gu lunged forward, delivering a kick. Having arrived at a point of opposition, Lai Gu was no longer courteous, intent on reclaiming his grievances with interest. Thus, he mounted Zhuan Ti, his fists raised, launching a barrage of blows that echoed through the air. Observing this scene, Tang Tian roared with laughter, while Jie Yin's expression darkened. Tang Sanzang remarked nonchalantly, should you strike, I too shall allow you to feel the consequences. His words hung lightly in the air, causing Jie Yin to hesitate. Frozen in place, Hong Jun refrained from intervening. With no threat present, his involvement was unnecessary. Casting a deep glance at Tang Yu, Hong Jun's figure gradually faded away. With Hong Jun's departure, Jie Yin and Yuanshi Tianzuan grew increasingly subdued, particularly Yuanshi Tianzuan, who hastily took his leave. Lai Gu, panting heavily, felt an invigorating sense of exhilaration coursing through him, a refreshing feeling to the core. Luo, who blinked and charged forward, delivering a kick to Zhuan Ti while hurling insults. Let you chase me back then. Let you chase me back. After a long while, Brother Lai called out, delightful. Such precise strikes felt like something achievable only in a dream. Duo Bao, I shall lend you the Zhuxian sword. Tang Tian remarked, relishing the spectacle. Chapter 648. The Repercussions of 7 Emotions and 6 Desires. After delivering a thorough beating to Zhuan Ti, Brother Lai sighed contentedly. His dreams had come to fruition. Though somewhat fatigued, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Lighting a cigarette, he gazed at Tang Yu with a smile and said, thank you, third brother. Initially, he had harbored some hesitations. After all, this was a sage, a figure that had cast a long shadow over him. However, upon reflection, he resolved to proceed, thinking, since it has come to this, let us take him down. Jane's expression was grim. With a wave of his hand, he whisked the bruised Zhuan Ti away. Tang Yu bowed respectfully to Tang Tian and Hutu before returning to the mortal realm. He could sense the profound changes unfolding in the human world. All of this stemmed from the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's essence, which had been fundamentally wounded. Calamity was upon them. It was likely that more disasters would soon follow. Yet, some mortals began to curse Tang Sanzang, believing that their veneration of demons was the cause of divine punishment. Tang Yu, however, paid no heed to their outcries. Observing the chaos among humanity, he summoned the primordial power, letting it cascade down. The receding waters of the sea calmed the trembling earth, and collapsed houses were restored to their former glory. As for the departed souls, he reflected their essence through his celestial manifestation, bringing them back into the world. The people knelt in gratitude, thanking the deities for their compassion, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, celestial beings, thank you. From the very beginning, I proclaimed that Tang Sanzang was a demon. Yes, he is the one who has brought us calamity. Never have we heard of Tang Sanzang among the celestial beings. If he is not a demon, then who is? How could we be made to kneel before him? Surely, this demon has bewitched us. This is punishment, a divine retribution, and a lesson for us all. The crowd murmured among themselves. The diverse emotions of love and desire surged forth like an ocean, threatening to engulf Tang Yu entirely. He was overwhelmed. He had absorbed far too many conflicting emotions from the myriad of beings. At this moment, he faced a severe backlash. His mind reverberated with countless voices, each accompanied by blurred images of different individuals. He felt the sorrow and suffering of those souls. I cannot return to marry you. This was the voice of a soldier who had perished on the battlefield. I long for my mother's cooking. This was the voice of one among the myriad. Tsui, I love you. Don't wait for me. I cannot return. Find someone else to marry. I like a hua from our village. My father said that earning money would allow him to buy me a candied hawthorn. Then I could finally enjoy it. Grandpa, it's so cold. I am so cold. Various voices emerged from Tang Yu's lips, intermingled with a spectrum of emotions. At times fraught with anguish, at others filled with joy, accompanied by a sense of regret, unwillingness, and sorrow. He seemed to transform into countless individuals. His resolve wavered, teetering on the brink of collapse. In this moment, Tang Yu comprehended the essence of his vulnerability. He had merged with the myriad beings, yet in return, those beings had also fused into him. He possessed the power to govern their emotions and desires, and conversely, they influenced him as well. Initially, this reality had eluded him. However, now, due to the instability of his resolve, it had fully manifested. "It is you." Tang Yu cried out in despair, clutching his head. Despite his own wavering spirit, the backlash should not have been so overwhelming. His innate powers should have sufficed to suppress everything. Yet, at this moment, a complete eruption occurred, leaving him devoid of even the slightest capacity for resistance. Thus, only one possibility remained. Another facet of himself, unknowingly unleashed, had guided forth all these negative emotions, culminating in this uncontrollable outburst. A pair of tranquil, unfathomable eyes appeared before him. Tang Yu felt a chill envelop him, as if every hair on his body were standing on end. "You have integrated with the multitude, imprinting their souls at the deepest level, yet their emotions are also affecting you," the voice conveyed calmly. "It was I who lured forth your negative emotions. However, if left unaddressed, it poses a far greater dilemma. Resolving it promptly, even if it is difficult, is ultimately beneficial, is it not? Would you truly be so benevolent?" Tang Yu scoffed. "Being consumed by emotions is precisely what you desire, allowing you to devour me and seize control. Why do you persist in harboring such animosity towards me?" The voice responded. "You are I, and I am you. We are intrinsically one." The voice continued. "If one day you were truly overwhelmed by all these emotions, how could I possibly fare any better? Thus, I have guided them forth now, for your own good. There is no need for such profound enmity between us. At least for now, we are not adversaries." The pair of eyes gradually faded from view. "Focus on refining these backlashes. Otherwise, when emotions surge uncontrollably in the future, what will become of you? I need not elaborate. You have merged with the multitude, yet those beings can equally exert control over you. Should a complete and widespread outburst occur, it would not be you merging with them, but rather them exerting dominion over you. The reason these emotions erupted so suddenly is largely due to your instability, drawn forth by the curses of the multitude, and similarly, by another aspect of yourself enticing them." In that moment, Tang Yu hastily settled into a meditative position, striving to expel all negative emotions from his being. A wave of purest essence emanated from within his soul. Though merely a wisp, this essence was incredibly pure, as if forged through countless trials. As this essence surged forth, those negative emotions swiftly dissipated into the depths of his mind. Yet for Tang Yu, it felt akin to surviving a catastrophe, experiencing the emotions of the multitude. He understood that a moment's carelessness could lead to his own undoing. Nevertheless, having embarked upon this path, he found himself unable to turn back. This was his destined way. However, what puzzled him was that another version of himself would actively assist him. Could he truly be so benevolent? At least from Tang Yu's perspective, it seemed utterly impossible. Rising gracefully into the air, he gazed downward. The mortals below continued to curse, and he could distinctly sense their seething emotions. Yet now, he found himself completely insulated from them. Undeniably, it was initially the seduction of Han Jun that had led to the mortals' ire. However, all that followed was a result of their own choices. Perhaps, Tang Yu could have easily tempted them, but such actions would hold no significance nor necessity. The mortals cursed Tang Sanzang, expressing gratitude to the deities for their mercy in rescuing them from peril. Yet, who was it that truly saved them? This thought struck Tang Yu as somewhat tragic. The turbulence of the heavenly Tao had precipitated all this. He had not partaken in the cycle of cause and effect that governed the heavenly Tao, much like the previous expansion of the Guishu that had led to a deluge. He could resurrect those individuals, yet he refrained from intervening in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Their deaths, resulting from the upheaval of the heavenly Tao and Guishu, were absolute accidents. Thus, his intervention could not be deemed as meddling in the affairs of the heavenly Tao. Should their lifespans have run their course, he would naturally not concern himself. Chapter 649. So you were sealed here. Regarding what Han Jun had said, he had indeed contemplated it. He was even pondering how to mitigate the weakening of the heavenly Tao, for within this realm existed those he cherished. Perhaps he was somewhat selfish. He felt no attachment to the myriad beings of the 3 realms, as none had bestowed anything upon him. Yet here dwelled those he loved. For their sake, he could extend his affection to all within this realm. The cacophony of curses gradually faded away, replaced by voices calling out. After the calamity, nothing exhilarated more than the mere act of living. They expressed gratitude for the celestial being's salvation, allowing them to rise anew. These ignorant souls, why squander their own spiritual power? The voice in his mind resounded once more. Do you not realize that only by obliterating them and imprinting them with celestial phenomena can they become your creations? Entirely detached from the heavenly Tao? Humph, do not say I would not do such a thing. If I were to do so, then perhaps the path of desires would reach fruition, but desires would then control me, rather than me governing them, Tang Yu remarked with a scoff and a cold tone. Desire is both a restraint and a form of indulgence. It simply requires a measure, a self-imposed discipline. Otherwise, should one be overtaken by desire, one becomes its slave. Especially with Tang Yu's path. Once desire took hold, he would be utterly lost. And what of the path you tread now? What will become of it in the end? The voice continued. Do you not sense it? Your desires have dulled. Even if they exist, you cannot discern whether they are your own or if they are being manipulated. Regarding the mother of Lishan, do you harbor affection for her? Yet, what of the present? You continually suppress your desires, refining them, thus diminishing your love. What, besides the Tao, can truly stir your soul now? In this world, nothing can lead you to despair or compel you to forsake your path. Even if one day the mother of Lishan were to perish before you, or if Sun Wukong and his companions met their end, you might feel sorrow. Yet you would never again experience that initial, profound anguish. Ultimately, you may completely refine the 7 emotions and 6 desires, transforming into something akin to myself. One day, you shall become like me. Tang Yu's expression suddenly hardened. Silence, silence, silence. He exclaimed repeatedly, his body trembling slightly, as if desperately trying to evade something. Indeed, at times, he could no longer distinguish whether it was his own desires or the corrosive effects of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. A pair of eyes in his mind flashed a knowing smile, seemingly conveying, I await the day you become one with me. An inexplicable fear gripped Tang Yu as he gazed downward at the mortal realm. At that moment, humanity had regained its joy, reveling in song and dance. Yet, how long can such happiness, such scenes endure? When the day arrives that chaos engulfs existence, all beauty shall dissolve into dust, lost in the relentless flow of time, leaving no trace even in history's memory. At that juncture, new life will claim dominion over all. Perhaps even they will remain oblivious to the varied species that once thrived upon this land before them. The cycle of existence. Suddenly, Tang Yu recalled the one who once bore life into being. Was it not the annihilation of that cycle that prompted their selfless act to ensure continuity? If one day he so desired, he too could follow suit. Tang Yu's figure vanished from that place, reappearing outside the void. He sought to enter the abyss and uncover its mysteries. The void expanded once more, dark mist swirling, devouring all in its path. Even those of great celestial refinement would likely succumb to its corruption. Tang Yu slipped inside, navigating with ease as if he were in his own kitchen. Should outsiders witness this, they would surely be astounded. Even Hong Jun dared not tread into this forbidden domain, yet he wandered freely. As Tang Yu ventured deeper, the surroundings remained an endless expanse, a confluence of time, though it had diminished considerably, as though the void consumed it. After progressing for what felt like an eternity, he found himself at the banks of the river of forgetfulness. He recalled his last visit when Xiao Ling had urged him to leave. What could instill such profound fear in her? A hum filled the air, as countless fragments of time splintered before him. These remnants belonged to a multitude of past eras, perhaps even those long forgotten. What is the void, and how long has it existed? The dense black mist before me thickened, rendering visibility to merely a few meters. Even my divine sense could only extend a mere 100 meters. Moreover, that deep awareness swiftly dissipated, seemingly consumed by the abyss. Abyss, what are you truly? Tang Yu gazed solemnly at the distant shore of the river of forgetfulness. A withered wooden bridge flickered into view, hovering over the water. Tang Yu hesitated to advance recklessly, recalling how Xiaoling had urged him to leave the last time he was here. Despite his current state of unity, having taken a step further in his magical prowess, he still sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the decrepit bridge. This dreadful presence felt akin to confronting the very essence of the heavenly Tao, leaving no room for resistance. A low hum resonated as the indistinct black mist on the bridge began to morph into various strange shapes, resembling clawed monsters swirling before him, accompanied by faint, echoing roars. Tang Yu invoked the laws of space, feeling a connection to the outside world, which brought him some relief, although he remained prepared to flee at any moment. To his astonishment, there were others who could delve into the abyss. A voice emerged from the swirling black mist, harsh and grating, akin to nails scraping against a wall, sending shivers down one's spine. There was indeed life within the abyss. Fixating on the black mist, Tang Yu inquired, "Who are you? Come forth." The voice carried an undeniable authority. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Tang Yu, and just as he prepared to communicate with the outside world and utilize the laws of space to escape, he found it inexplicably difficult to exert his powers as that force descended upon him. Alarmed, he was suddenly beset by brilliant rays of light bursting forth from the withered bridge, illuminating the abyss. Like a faint spark piercing through eternity, though weak, it was a light that darkness could not obscure. A cry of anguish emerged from within the black mist. The oppressive aura that had enveloped Tang Yu vanished without a trace. The radiant light on the bridge faded from view. Observing closely, he realized, "So, you are sealed here." Chapter 650. The Distant Shore of Forgetfulness. This terrifying entity was bound upon the decrepit wooden bridge. The force that had just surged forth triggered the taboo of the seal, hence the overwhelming sensation. Otherwise, he would have genuinely felt endangered by that formidable presence. Apart from the manifestation of the essence of the heavenly Tao, this was the second time he had experienced such a complete lack of means to retaliate. In this moment, he connected to the outside world through the power of space. Fortunately, there was still a link. The force that had just surged had severed his connection to the laws of space and the external realm, which was truly terrifying. The black mist coiled around the withered bridge, transforming into various forms. "Damn it, you cannot imprison me." The voice roared in furious defiance, reverberating through the abyss like thunder. Merely the might of its voice made Tang Yu's blood surge, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. "Who are you?" Tang Yu asked, astonished. The last time I encountered the great Pangu, though astonished, he did not exhibit such an overwhelming aura of oppression. It is rumored that the great Pangu was born within the primordial chaos. If that is the case, then my current meeting with him becomes rather explicable. Yet, what could this terrifying entity be? The power emanating from it is far more formidable than that of the great Pangu, even surpassing the manifestation of the celestial Tao's essence at that time. Who am I? The swirling black mist transformed into a shadowy figure, a chilling and hoarse laughter escaping its lips. "I am the progenitor of all. Everything has been crafted by me." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes widened in shock. It was impossible. Even Pangu was born from this very realm, the so-called creation of heaven and earth, which gave rise to this world and space. "Who do you claim I am?" The voice was laced with resentment. Tang Yu contemplated briefly. "Are you the primordial chaos? If this peculiar black mist before me is indeed the chaos, then everything becomes clear. Indeed, I am the primordial chaos. You should bow before me." The voice was devoid of any emotion, cold and indifferent. "Pluck the red river flower from the wooden bridge, and I shall forgive your earlier transgression, though seemingly insignificant. The flower harbors immense magical power." The sudden suppression of the seal was due to this very flower. The wooden bridge was ensnared by an array designed to contain him, with the red flower serving as the focal point. Should the flower be plucked, the seal would be irrevocably shattered. Tang Yu understood this well. "You think you can deceive me? If you are the primordial chaos, then I am the great Tao." Nonetheless, he had accepted that it was indeed the source of the chaos, though he remained uncertain. "How dare you insult and curse me? You are audacious." "And what of it?" Tang Yu retorted, curling his lip. "You are currently sealed. If you could break free, perhaps I might regard you with some caution, but as it stands, you are nothing. Seal, do you believe you can confine me?" The black mist suddenly grew agitated. "I will soon break free from this confinement, and when that time comes, I shall devour all and return the world to chaos." Its words bore truth. Tang Yu could discern that the power of the seal was gradually waning. It would not be long before it completely escaped. With a chuckle, Tang Yu said, "My friend, I must ask, if you are so powerful, who could possibly seal you? And are you truly the primordial chaos? Why seek to devour everything? Would it not be better to remain peacefully?" He began to reason with it, appealing to its emotions, hoping to persuade it to stay put and refrain from recklessly flaunting its power. Should it truly break free from its seal, it would indeed present a troublesome predicament. At the very least, Tang Yu possessed the self-awareness to recognize that he was undoubtedly no match for it, had it not been for Pangu and the others deceiving me. The voice emitted a disdainful huff, filled with coldness and foreboding. "My friend, It is not my intention to admonish you. Yet your conduct and the manner in which you navigate this realm seem somewhat lacking, do they not? Contemplate this. The illustrious Tang Yu, the primordial deity, was born within the void. To claim that he is akin to your progenitors would not be an exaggeration. So why then does he confine you? It must surely be due to your myriad transgressions. Suddenly, Tang Yu experienced an epiphany. The mention of Tang Yu and his companions suggested that it was not solely Tang Yu who had bound him. However, it is widely acknowledged that only Tang Yu alone opened the heavens and executed the final act. Could there be others involved? Humph, if not for their collaboration. What significance would Tang Yu hold? The swirling dark mist transformed, morphing into a monstrous figure, thrashing in defiance. At that moment, Tang Yu instinctively recalled the silhouette he had glimpsed in the river of time, along with the indistinct image of one who birthed all beings through their essence. Both were beings of unparalleled strength, capable of subduing the ages merely through their presence. He then pondered the other self residing within him, one capable of contending with that terrifying entity in the river of time. Clearly, these two were not allies, for their encounters were aggressive, having clashed twice already. If they were indeed friends, such a cordial greeting would be unbearable for any ordinary soul. It dawned on Tang Yu that this was a seal established by the great Tang Yu, illuminating why it could restrain him. Allow me to pose a query. Have the beings of the three realms undergone reincarnation? The voice erupted into a grotesque laughter. Otherwise, how could you perceive the three realms? The Tao of heaven, that inept entity, consistently shies away from confrontation, succumbing to slumber and concealing itself amidst the myriad worlds. Were it not for this, I would have long since consumed it. Indeed, it was as he surmised. The beings had indeed experienced reincarnation. Tang Yu's heart trembled as he swallowed hard. It is your actions that have led to the continual weakening of the Tao of heaven. Hence, when you reached your zenith, it fell into slumber. However, I am perplexed. If this is the case, why has the Tao returned here? As you indicated, if the Tao fears you, it is entirely inconceivable that it would return because of your existence. It is true that I have contributed to the Tao's decline, yet the greater culpability lies with the beings. The Tao extracts sustenance from them, yet simultaneously, they erode its very essence. The voice replied coldly. As for your query regarding the Tao's return, is it not all due to a select few individuals? In this life, I shall fully immerse myself in the world, and I shall witness how the Tao returns and how the beings evade. A hum resonated through the air as the hazy images around began to crystallize, revealing themselves within the flow of time. In that moment, Tang Yu beheld a figure. Yet, a tumultuous aura of chaos enveloped him, obscuring his true visage. He stood elevated in the heavens, exuding a magnificent celestial might, radiating an overwhelming power that seemed capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. Chapter 651, Your Pathetic Future. Is this yet another cycle of annihilation? His voice appeared to transcend the ages, resounding in Tang Yu's ears. He witnessed the turmoil of the Tao, as the endless black mist within the void coiled and spread throughout the three realms. The figure before him stirred a tinge of sorrow within his eyes, accompanied by a haunting sigh that echoed through the vast expanse. Ultimately, he found himself alone in the boundless world. In profound solitude, he stood resolutely, traversing the desolation. Eventually, he collapsed, succumbing to the passage of time, transforming into mere dust. Tang Yu witnessed countless lives escaping from his being. The world reverted to its original state, while the myriad beings remained oblivious to their past demise. Everything returned to its initial point, and the fractured timeline was once again connected. Such a scene he had glimpsed before, not long past. Yet, he never anticipated that the return to the void would unveil all of this. What was its intention? Did you see? The desolate wooden bridge was shrouded in black mist. Some individuals would invariably precede me in fulfilling this, yet this time, I shall see who dares to impede me. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu remarked, You wish to devour all within the heavenly path, including the heavenly path itself. If I am not mistaken, through continuous consumption, you will grow ever stronger. Someone has intervened, freezing time, and then birthing myriad beings within their form. That individual must be the one who allied with the Panga deity to seal you away. With the existence of these past lives, the heavenly path need not draw upon its essence to create life anew. Inadvertently, this preserves the strength of the heavenly path, and likewise, the continuity of all beings. Tang Yu continued, Yet, I find it curious. Why have you ultimately retreated to this point? This individual is undeniably powerful, but it seems implausible that through their own strength they could force you back. I recall a conversation with another version of myself, wherein it was stated that the world of the heavenly path serves as a barrier to the myriad worlds, essentially a gateway. To enter the myriad worlds, one must surpass the realm of the heavenly path. The return to the void seeks to consume. Even if it devours the realm of the heavenly path to access the myriad worlds, would that not yield even more sustenance? Humph. That voice responded with a cold scoff. The great path governs the infinite, and naturally, it would not willingly allow me entry. At that moment, Tang Yu comprehended. It must be that the ultimate great path intervened, forcing the return to the void back to this realm. He had always suspected that the great path's retreat, relinquishing this domain to the heavenly path, was due to its wariness of the return to the void. So it was. Suddenly, Tang Yu laughed. It appeared that even if you consumed everything, you could never fully enter the vast world. You are mistaken. It is not my consumption that matters. For once the heavenly path senses my complete entry into its realm, it will first succumb to slumber, resulting in the obliteration of the three realms, nourishing itself with all beings within the three realms. Tang Yu was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. He had long overlooked this detail. Even though the return to the void sought to devour, should it fully penetrate the realm of the heavenly path, the heavenly path would perceive the threat and choose to enter slumber, leading to the cessation of the three realms and the consumption of all beings within to sustain itself. This is impossible. Tang Yu shook his head in bewilderment. Naturally, he could not fully trust what it proclaimed. I possess the ability to devour a mere fraction of the sentient beings within the realm of the heavenly Tao, yet it is but a trifling amount. The majority still falls prey to the insatiable hunger of the heavenly Tao itself. I once believed that I had forged sustenance of my own through the creation of Pangu, but little did I anticipate that the heavenly Tao would prove to be far more ruthless. That voice, laced with boundless scorn, morphed into an irresistible temptation. Together, let us consume this expanse of heaven and earth. I shall grant you eternal life, unending existence, and dominion over the infinite cosmos. We shall reign together. A flicker of confusion glimmered in Tang Yu's eyes before clarity dawned upon him. Do not attempt to beguile me with your arcane powers. It is utterly futile. Do you truly believe I would place my trust in you? TSK, since you claim to be the return to ruins. It appears that we have arrived at the very depths of it. With that, he began surveying his surroundings, hoping to uncover some treasures. Though the likelihood of such was exceedingly slim, after all, anything here would be consumed. Having completed his inspection, he found nothing of interest. A chilling smile crossed Tang Yu's face as he faced the thick, black mist. Channeling his full magical power, he unleashed a mighty punch. Damn it! You dare to strike at me! The voice erupted in fury, its overwhelming might surging forth. However, the formation was triggered, and all traces of its power vanished without a trace. Tang Yu's fist landed solidly against it. Do you think you can kill me? I am eternal. The voice spoke ominously. I know that even the mighty Pangu could not slay you, only sealing you away. Thus, I cannot kill you either, but I can certainly make you feel pain. With that, Tang Yu unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with his utmost strength. Boom, boom. Each strike was powerful enough to shatter a sage's physical form, even making the heavenly Tao tremble. Yet, it inflicted no harm upon the mist before him. You. I sense the essence of your origin. It is you. The black mist suddenly erupted into chaos. The voice trembled with a hint of trepidation. You have not perished? At once, Tang Yu found himself engulfed in confusion. What did this mean? Was he referring to another self within him? Calculating the heavens, the earth, and the threads of causality, boomed the voice from the black mist. Waves of temporal law surged forth. Laws. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld this spectacle. It could manipulate the laws of time. The temporal laws became indistinct, manifesting like countless rivers, only to dissipate in an instant. Then the formation began to revolve. The red blossoms of the other shore wilted in an instant, leaving only their stalks, which shortly thereafter bloomed anew. So this is how it is. So this is how it is, the voice laughed heartily. You truly are calculating, yet you have been usurped, aiming to weave a bridal gown. Even you are but a pawn in this game. How pitiful you are. To counter me, so this is how it is. What have you truly foreseen? Tang Yu, inexplicably anxious, pressed for answers. Your lamentable future, the voice of the black mist echoed ominously. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, and then erupted in a furious tirade. How dare you? Thinking you can truly glimpse my future? Even if you could, does that guarantee the outcome? An inexplicable sense of fear and agitation washed over him. With that, he unleashed another punch. Yet, the swirling black mist showed no signs of anger. Morphing into a humanoid form that silently observed Tang Yu, remarking, "What a clever scheme. All of them have fallen into your trap." Chapter 652. The weak waters revived. The figure formed from the black mist continued to gaze at Tang Yu. No. He sensed that it was not merely observing him. It was peering into another self within him. Having seized the fortunes of the heavenly path, what a cunning plan indeed. The mist shifted ominously, a chilling laughter emanating from its mouth. Tang Yu's lips trembled, his entire being quaking. The system, it was indeed the system. A truth he had long acknowledged yet continuously evaded. In this moment, he had come to a definitive realization from the depths of the void. How pitiable you are, believing that by journeying into the future, you could undergo transformation and return. Now, it seems you may never find your way back. Everything you hold dear shall merely serve as a wedding garment for another. The thick, inky mist coiled upwards, transforming into a grotesque monster that writhed before Tang Yu, bearing its fangs and claws. Do you still not comprehend? The other self within you. He is, suddenly, a pair of tranquil eyes emerged in his mind, causing Tang Yu to feel a wave of dizziness. He clung desperately to the last vestige of clarity, aware that the other self was about to emerge. Thus, he fought to maintain his lucidity, striving to prevent it. Yet, despite his efforts, he found himself utterly powerless. How strange it was. Why did it happen this way? He and the other self ought to have been one. Why, when he sought to manifest, could he not impede it? His spirit was powerless to resist, destined to be entirely manipulated. Your spirit is too feeble, and it continues to merge with him. Perhaps you should be grateful. Without him, your earlier life may have been that of a fool. He has compensated for the deficiencies in your spirit, but ultimately, you. This was the last utterance Tang Yu heard before plunging into oblivion. Purple Sky Palace. Hongjuan's gaze seemed to traverse countless distances, peering into the depths of the void. At this moment, tremors reverberated within the void, as the encroaching black mist subtly seeped through the entrance of the demon clan in the eastern sea, entwining the surface of the water in a thin veil of darkness. The surrounding waters churned violently. Is this yet another tremor from the void? Hongjun murmured. He looked upwards, contemplating, perhaps I should not rely on this power, yet the great calamity approaches. If this force can aid me in taking the final step, there may still be a chance to preserve the three realms. Hongjun sighed, knowing that uniting with the heavenly path while drawing upon external power would also impose a strain upon it. However, he felt compelled to take this desperate gamble. If he could truly harness this power to take the final step, perhaps he could usurp the heavenly Tao. At that moment, he would possess the means to safeguard the three realms. Presently, the void is incessantly expanding, and the heavenly Tao is exceedingly frail. Time is indeed of the essence. Casting a glance downward, Hongjun sighed deeply and began his seclusion within the palace of purple clouds. In the heavenly court, the weak water trembled incessantly, spreading outward. The denizens of the heavenly court reminisced fondly about the weak water goddess. Had she been present, she could have effortlessly controlled the weak water. However, now they could only watch helplessly as it dispersed, gradually engulfing the surroundings. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, appearing burdened by heavy thoughts. Recently, there were no major affairs in the heavenly court, only a series of minor disturbances. The most prevalent issue was the cessation of smoking, which led to chaos within the court. A mere cigarette, but had sparked several instances of unrest. At times, the Jade Emperor even contemplated allowing them to smoke freely, to let it be, disregarding the consequences. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized the repercussions. If that were the case, the gods of the heavenly court, and even the treasures of the heavenly court itself, would be utterly depleted. Thus, it was imperative to put a stop to it. He had not anticipated that such a trivial thing could bring about such significant harm. No wonder cigarette packages bear the warning that smoking is detrimental to health. Initially, the Jade Emperor had dismissed this notion. As a quasi-saint and the sovereign of the three realms, what could possibly threaten him aside from the saints? Yet now, he recognized his naivety. Not long ago, he had attempted to quit smoking. The experience had been excruciating, leaving him restless and discontent. Even his usual pursuits held no appeal, and he found himself fatigued before reaching the halfway mark. He had not expected it would result in such dire consequences. However, since he had indulged in this vice, he must also bear the consequences of his indulgence. Below, the gods appeared listless, their heads bowed, with pronounced dark circles under their eyes. 2 cigarettes a day were hardly sufficient. Many had developed the habit of needing to smoke before sleep. Otherwise, they found it nearly impossible to rest. The absence of cigarettes exacerbated their insomnia. The Star of Tai Bai was especially indignant, feeling that the Jade Emperor had severed his means of income. What was even more infuriating was that, despite his wealth, he was restricted in his smoking habits. Your Majesty, the weak water is once again spreading. A celestial soldier reported urgently. The Jade Emperor was taken aback and hastily rose, his figure flashing to the banks of the weak water. Indeed, it seemed to be spreading even more fiercely than before. The gods of the heavenly court followed closely behind. Your Majesty, the weak water is scattering once more. What shall we do? Tai Bai questioned. Lost in thought, the Jade Emperor instinctively produced a cigarette and lit it. Instantly, the eyes of the surrounding gods sparkled with anticipation. Tai Bai stepped a little closer, inhaling deeply the smoke exhaled by the Jade Emperor. However, this only heightened his restlessness. If he could, he would have gladly struck the Jade Emperor and seized the cigarette for himself. What options do I have? The Jade Emperor sighed. This indeed presents quite a predicament. In the past, the goddess of weak water had the ability to manipulate its essence. At this moment, the Jade Emperor realized just how vital weak water truly was. He must visit the Purple Cloud Palace to confer with Hong Jun. When faced with insurmountable challenges, one must seek the wisdom of the elder. He firmly believed that the venerable Hong would possess the means to resolve this matter. After finishing a cigarette, the Jade Emperor was about to discard the butt on the ground when he suddenly noticed the surrounding deities gazing at it with wide, illuminated eyes. He took 2 more puffs until nothing remained, before finally tossing it aside and crushing it beneath his foot. A hazy silhouette emerged from the weak water, gradually becoming more distinct and transforming into a resplendent figure. The deities widened their eyes in astonishment, and even the Jade Emperor gazed in disbelief at the apparition before him. Weak water, is that truly you? His voice trembled with excitement. If weak water had indeed returned to life, there would be no need to consult the elder about the matters concerning the heavenly river. The figure appeared frail, as if a mere breeze could disperse her essence. She wore an expression of confusion, her delicate brows knitted slightly as she regarded the Jade Emperor, confirming that this was not merely a dream. She had truly been reborn amidst the heavenly river's weak water. And he? Weak water's voice emerged softly, her spirit dimming once more, as if on the verge of fading away entirely. Chapter 653. System collapsed. The deities stood momentarily stunned, unable to react. It was ultimately the astute Tai Bai Jinxing who whispered a reminder in the Jade Emperor's ear. Martial Tianpeng. Oh right. The Jade Emperor finally comprehended the situation. He himself was unharmed. However, he remained uncertain about the fate of Martial Tianpeng, knowing only that he had been taken away by Hutu. Yet, he believed there was no cause for alarm. Otherwise, based on Tang Seng's deep concern for his disciples, if they had indeed perished or lost their chance at rebirth, Tang Seng would undoubtedly have uprooted the heavenly court. At this moment, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of relief. How wonderful! Weak water still exists. That is reassuring. A faint smile graced weak water's lips. Quickly, weak water, the essence is dispersing. You must find a way to halt it. The Jade Emperor urged fervently. Your Majesty, weak water has just coalesced its spirit and is exceedingly fragile. How can I possibly impede it? Weak water replied with a bitter smile. Summon forth some nourishing elixirs for the spirit from my palace at once. The Jade Emperor commanded. Regarding weak water, he was now truly generous, willing to procure the finest elixirs without hesitation. Resolving the matter of the heavenly river's weak water was of utmost importance. Thank you, Your Majesty. Weak water replied with a gentle smile. Although she had consumed some nourishing elixirs, her weakness remained profound. Your Majesty, I perished from grievous wounds, even with your bestowed elixirs. It appears I require a period of recuperation, she expressed apologetically. Casting a glance at the dispersing weak water, the Jade Emperor sighed, then do so swiftly. Weak water nodded gently, her form dissipating as she merged into the essence of weak water. In this moment, the weak water has miraculously returned to life. The Jade Emperor, relieved by the news of the celestial river's revival, returned to the Lingxiao treasure hall and took his seat upon the dragon throne. He cast a glance towards the deceitful mist that enveloped the 4 seas, clearly emanating from the Guishu. Yet, Why did Hanjun not take measures to halt its spread? Tai Bai Jinxing, I command you to descend to the mortal realm at once and convey a message to the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Urging them to find a way to stop the encroaching black mist, the Jade Emperor instructed. Regardless of whether they could succeed, as the sovereign of the three realms, he must maintain the appearance of authority. With utmost respect, Your Majesty, Tai Bai Jinxing responded with great clarity, his heart racing with excitement at the prospect of descending to the mortal realm, eager to exchange for some incense. Having received the imperial edict, he hurriedly departed for the lower realms. Upon descending, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas exchanged apprehensive glances. The ominous black mist instilled a deep sense of dread within them. Suqing attempted to use her magical powers to halt the mist's advance, but found her efforts utterly futile. The mist originated from the entrance of the demon realm, and the only viable solution was to temporarily seal this entrance. Dragon Mother, this black mist is exceedingly peculiar and cannot be contained. I believe we must report this to the Jade Emperor immediately for his decision, the East Sea Dragon King suggested. Suqing furrowed her brows. Given the gravity of the situation, do you truly think the Jade Emperor remains unaware? The Four Sea Dragon Kings fell silent, exchanging worried glances. Could it be that the celestial court would forsake the mortal realm? The East Sea Dragon King gazed into the distance, observing the mist continuing to spread. Wherever it passed, the fish in the sea were consumed entirely, leaving not even a bone behind. Perhaps, with the disturbance in Goetiu, the celestial court has its own matters to attend to. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the celestial court was preoccupied with the monumental task of smoking cessation. No sooner had he spoken than Tai Bai Jinxing appeared. Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, heed the decree. The Emperor commands you to find a way to halt the spread of the black mist from Goetiu. How can we stop it? It is beyond our power to contain the strange black mist, the East Sea Dragon King lamented. Despite his respectful demeanor towards the Jade Emperor, Tai Bai Jinxing's attitude shifted when addressing others. He raised his chin defiantly, declaring, "This is your affair." With that, he hurriedly departed, eager to seek out the myriad of demons to exchange for incense. The Dragon Mother and the Four Sea Dragon Kings turned their gazes towards Suqing. With a haughty snort, she declared with formidable presence, "There is no need for concern. The celestial court is already beset by troubles, and should the Jade Emperor lay blame upon us, what would it matter if we defy him?" Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. The surrounding waters surged ominously. Suqing swiftly intervened, stabilizing the waters to prevent calamity from befalling the nearby mortal towns. Yet, she found herself stumbling back 2 steps, overwhelmed by a tremendous force that nearly shattered her corporeal form. As the waters calmed, a figure emerged, eyes closed, his body marred by cracks, clearly gravely injured. It was Tang Sanzang. Suqing gazed incredulously at the figure before him. It was none other than Tang Sanzang. How could this be, given Tang Sanzang's current prowess? Who could have inflicted such grievous wounds upon him? A wave of pain surged through him, causing Tang Yu to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Slowly, he opened his eyes, recalling only the final moment when another self sought to emerge. He had wished to prevent it, but was powerless to do so. Subsequently, everything faded into obscurity. This scoundrel, this wretched being, was one with him. He bore the brunt of the injuries, and naturally, he too suffered. Yet, what had transpired? Had he engaged with the void? Was that why he was so severely wounded? Hadn't that dark mist been sealed away? Once it sensed the fluctuations of magical power, the formation should have activated automatically. Thus, it could not be so. Surely, something had occurred that he was unaware of, or perhaps there existed an even more formidable presence within the void. Tang Sanzang, are you all right? Suqing inquired. Tang Yu shook his head, observing as his fractured body healed at an astonishing rate. However, this time, even his very essence bore injuries. What on earth did you do? How could this happen? He pondered within his mind. He had some understanding of the terror and might of his other self. It was an existence that even the supreme consciousness of the heavenly Tao feared. Moreover, it showed no trepidation in the face of the heavenly Tao's essence and that entity drifting through the river of time. This illustrated just how formidable his other self truly was. Yet, to be gravely wounded within the void only underscored its terrifying nature. Miraculously, the system interface emerged, only to gradually fade away, transforming into a mere speck until it completely vanished. The previously unexchanged fortune values began to scatter. Simultaneously, he felt his magical power surge exponentially. Boom. At this moment, his mind was clear, as if he had merged with all of nature. Every blade of grass and every tree resonated within him. And the sensations were remarkably vivid. A terrifying wave surged from the heavens above. Ultimately, the fortune values converged into the celestial realm. Boom. The system erupted within his mind, severing all communication. A vague humanoid figure slowly materialized, calmly observing Tang Yu. Chapter 654. Taking a half step at this moment. Tang Yu had no time to concern himself with the figure. Rather, he focused intently on comprehending the Tao within his being. The system had shattered. The unexchanged fortune values, though once again surging toward the heavenly Tao, imparted a newfound understanding the moment they emanated from his body. Primarily, the explosion of the system seemed to release an endless aura of the great Tao, propelling him further along his original path. No, it was a half step. He had arrived at the position of Hongjun. With the realm of a sage, he could contend with Hongjun, and now, having taken this half step, he could be deemed truly invincible across the three realms. Everything in the universe has left an indelible imprint upon his mind. He seemed to embody all that exists within the cosmos. The tiniest speck of dust, the wildest blade of grass, and the fluttering butterfly were all manifestations of him. The very heavens trembled, reverberating with a resounding force. The magical energy within him surged like tumultuous waves, exuding the essence of the Tao with every movement. The esteemed sages, including Hongjun, observed him intently, for the magnitude of his aura was overwhelming. Tang Sanzang had emerged once more, taking a half step forward, already resembling the venerable Hongjun. Jane and Junti turned their gazes toward Hongjun simultaneously, their expressions reflecting a newfound gravity. A mysterious surge of energy stirred within Hongjun, causing both Jane and Junti to instinctively retreat a step, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Master, are you about to take the final step?" Jane inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. The might emanating from Tang Sanzang was indeed formidable, surpassing even that which he currently exuded. Given Tang Sanzang's unparalleled combat prowess, it was expected that his advancement would eclipse Hongjun. Yet, the intimidating presence of Hongjun was even more fearsome, suggesting that Tang Sanzang had, in a sense, drawn closer to transcendence. "Not yet, but it will be soon," Hongjun replied calmly, surprised by how seamlessly he had refined the external power within him. Initially, he had anticipated restrictions from the heavenly Tao. However, upon reflection, it dawned upon him that the heavenly Tao was currently weakened, struggling to maintain its own existence, and thus lacking the capacity to impose limitations upon him. Once he achieved completion and stepped into the final phase, he could usurp the heavenly Tao, potentially stabilizing the realms and sparing the myriad beings from catastrophe. To take the place of the heavenly Tao was his singular path. Unlike Tang Yu, who had synthesized the heavenly Tao and become deeply entwined with it, Hongjun understood that true transcendence was beyond his reach. Yet, he could indeed become the heavenly Tao itself, which was not without merit. This would grant him genuine immortality, allowing him to endure through the ages. "Congratulations, Master." Jane and Junti both bowed in unison, offering their heartfelt felicitations. Initially, they had harbored doubts about their allegiance due to Tang Sanzang's formidable strength, but it now appeared their choice was vindicated. It was evident that the one who would ultimately prevail was Hongjun. "I will strive to ensure that all beings escape this calamity," Hongjun stated gravely. "As long as I take the final step, everything shall be manageable." His gaze fell upon Tang Yu in the lower realms, who was still in the process of comprehending his own Tao. Even he seemed insignificant, and it was likely that he would not require Hongjun's intervention. When the Great Tribulation arrived, Tang Yu would undoubtedly meet his demise. Jane and Junti exchanged knowing glances, and then Junti appeared to recall something. "Master, the power within Tang Sanzang is not his own. It belongs to another soul. Undeniably, he is powerful, but he should not be able to awaken it at all times." Hongjun remarked, "Regarding this matter, I too find myself bewildered. How did that fragment of divine soul completely integrate into his being, merging into one? Was he perhaps born with an incomplete divine soul, allowing it to exploit his vulnerabilities? An incomplete divine soul, then opportunistically entering? As he gradually matures, it has indeed completely unified with him. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Yet, that fragment of divine soul possesses formidable strength." Zuni spoke gravely. "The immense power contained within that divine soul seems to transcend the heavenly principles. However, within this realm, The force he exerts is precisely calibrated. Were it to exceed, even slightly, it would surpass the heavenly path, leaving this world irrevocably shattered under the impact of his might. Nevertheless, his strength remains meticulously restrained within the limits of the heavenly principles. Once I take that final step, I shall harbor no fear. A faint smile graced Hong Jun's lips. In his eyes, Tang Sanzang is indeed formidable, whether in his present form or another. Yet, should he take that final step, Hong Jun is confident that he shall prove no match for me. A flash of light flickered as the figure of Yuan Shi gradually materialized. He too sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Hong Jun. It was a sensation of helplessness, an indication of the formidable strength required to step beyond the final threshold. Greetings, Master. Yuan Shi bowed slightly. May I inquire, Master, it seems Tang Sanzang is on the verge of a breakthrough. He has merely taken half a step. While the Master is poised to transcend entirely. Why the urgency? Zuni huffed. Yuan Shi's eyes widened in surprise, rendered speechless. Regardless, this realm still belongs to Hong Jun. He may do as he pleases. They remain unperturbed. Why should he feel anxious? With this thought, Yuan Shi regained his composure. In the lower realm, Suqing and the Four Seas Dragon Kings involuntarily recoiled. The overwhelming aura radiating from Tang Yu was simply too terrifying. The oppressive force made them feel that even a slight approach would result in their annihilation. Tang Yu, immersed in his understanding of his own Tao, sensed this as well. Should he take that half step here, the entire realm could face obliteration. With a thought, he manifested in the depths of chaos, sitting cross-legged, contemplating his path. Around him, myriad stars twinkled, countless cycles of reincarnation replayed, and various figures interchanged. These represented his celestial, terrestrial, and human aspects, now poised to unify completely. Compared to before, he has grown even more formidable and fearsome. The waves of pressure seemed to cause the entire chaos to tremble. Hong Jun and the others appeared not far from him. Though this was his moment of enlightenment, it also allowed them to introspect and grasp the essence of their own paths. A powerful aura surged around Tang Yu. Having taken that half step forward, his pressure seemingly capable of challenging the heavenly principles. The Mother of Li Mountain materialized, her gaze filled with concern for Tang Yu. Buzzing resonated within, as the vast power, once as boundless as the ocean, transformed into a particle-like form at this moment. In the misty depths of time, he wandered through the currents of the ages. He beheld that silhouette and gained insight into his own essence. Thank you, he whispered to the self within. The inner self had shaped his existence. Without it, he might have remained a foolish soul. Chapter 655. The revelation of another self within the realm of desolation. Upon the decayed Motherwood Bridge, that wisp of black fog had uttered similar words. Without another self, he would merely be a simpleton. At this moment, he seemed to grasp the meaning of those words. Consequently, the other self had seized the opportunity to merge, uniting with his original self, their souls gradually becoming one. No wonder he could not discern the peculiarities of his own spirit, for long ago, they had already fused into a singular entity. At this moment, he vaguely comprehended the nature of the system, or rather, who had crafted it. You had integrated into my being long ago, hadn't you? Tang Yu spoke in a hushed tone, feeling a tinge of sorrow. Why had he traversed this path? Why had he journeyed to this world? It turned out he was always a part of it. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to you for reintroducing me to my former life. Otherwise, I might have remained a fool. Tang Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet he would not succumb to fate. No one could replace him. He rose slowly, murmuring, Tang Yu may perish, but he will not be replaced. The inner self remained silent. Tang Yu sensed that he was gravely wounded within the realm of desolation, feeling weak and possibly slipping into slumber. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the other's eyes, only to have them vanish instantly. However, he perceived a glimmer of anguish within those eyes, perhaps a consequence of their injuries. Thus, the system fractured, and he concentrated his essence. Otherwise, he might have dissipated entirely from his own being. Should he dissolve into nothingness, his soul would become fragmented, leaving him a lost fool. Perhaps he ought to be grateful for the fortune he had amassed, which enabled him to grow strong. Without it, awakening would have been unlikely. Rather, it was the system that played a crucial role. No, he awakened because he had entered the realm of desolation. The terrifying aura of that realm roused the one who had long slumbered within him. From that moment on, they began to coexist. Thus, Tang Yu transformed into a different incarnation of himself. He arose amidst the chaos, gazing towards the heavens. The thunderous tribulation was imminent. The storm clouds thickened, and a breeze swept through. Yet in this moment, Tang Yu remained remarkably composed. Boom! The deep rumble of thunder resonated across the sky. The overwhelming pressure was such that even an ordinary sage would likely bow in submission. However, for Tang Yu at this moment, such pressure bore no significance. It could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Though he had taken half a step forward, it paled in comparison to his former self. He slowly extended his hand, and the stars dimmed, blooming within his palm. The endless surging waves of the sea converged into a single drop in his grasp. The ability to summon clouds with one hand and rain with the other was now insufficient to describe his terrifying power. At this moment, he truly possessed the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, bewildered by such formidable strength. This was utterly inconceivable. His original magical prowess had transcended its own realm, resembling a miracle. It is essential to understand that as one's realm ascends, magical power undergoes a profound transformation. Yet, the magical force of Tang Yu at this moment astonished even Hong Jun. The other saints were equally taken aback. Jane and Juanti compared their own magical powers. Should they approach now, even without Tang Sanzang taking any action, their mere aura would suffice to obliterate two individuals. It was reminiscent of the overwhelming might that had inadvertently emanated from Hong Jun not long ago, a power both formidable and terrifying. Master. The mother of Li Mountain gazed at Tong Tian. Tong Tian glanced at the impending tribulation and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not." The primordial supreme being and several other saints observed Tong Tian's expression with a hint of malicious glee. Even if Tang Sanzang took a half step forward, what of it? Little did they know that their master was on the verge of stepping out completely. In comparison to Tang Sanzang's half step, he seemed merely to be at the starting line, while Hong Jun was approaching the finish. In their hearts, they secretly chuckled at the thought. Once Tang Sanzang was truly gone, how long could one remain arrogant? The mere thought of Tong Tian's fate led several to exchange glances filled with amusement. Naturally, Tong Tian perceived their gazes. With a soft snort, he directed his attention back to Tang Sanzang. As the ominous clouds thickened, an aura of dread began to spread. Tang Yu strolled beneath the calamity clouds, his expression serene and untroubled. "I cannot believe he possesses such formidable strength," the primordial supreme being remarked in astonishment. Although he had long been aware of Tang Sanzang's might, witnessing him thrive under the pressure of the calamity clouds was truly terrifying. His magical power had always been this potent, far exceeding his own realm. Hong Jun offered a brief explanation. Yet in his view, no matter how powerful Tang Sanzang became, as long as he refined that external force, he had nothing to fear. He understood well why he could refine it so effortlessly. It was all due to this opportune moment. Because the heavenly Tao was exceptionally feeble, he dared to recklessly absorb that external power. Otherwise, during the zenith of the heavenly Tao, even if he had the intention, he would be powerless and might even face a backlash from the forces of the heavenly Tao. Now, with the heavenly Tao in such a weakened state, there was no longer any concern for these matters. Thus, he was able to refine that external power with such ease. Similarly, this newfound strength instilled him with immense confidence. He believed that once he fully refined it, he could entirely replace the heavenly Tao. By that time, who would he have to fear? Although Tang Sanzang made rapid progress, taking a half step forward, should he fully step out, it would signify a profound difference in the cosmos. The thunderous roars echoed around him, a deafening symphony of impending tempest. Fierce lightning cleaved the heavens, flashing before his eyes, dazzling in its brilliance. Curiously, the oppressive thunder continued unabated, yet no bolt descended. Not only Tang Yu, but even Hong Jun and the other saints sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Then, as if nothing had occurred, the dark clouds dissipated. Tang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. What did this mean? He had at least taken a half step, yet he was denied even the tribulation of thunder. Such a lack of respect was intolerable. With such grandiosity, who would have imagined it was all merely an illusion? To retreat so dejectedly was unbecoming of the heavenly Tao. Was this truly the essence of the celestial order? It was not but a facade. Tong Tian gasped in astonishment. Was it truly so formidable that the thunderous tribulation miraculously retreated? It appeared that the heavenly Tao was rendered so weak that it could not impose its will upon him. Indeed, Hong Jun murmured, having long perceived that despite the imposing sound of the tribulation, there were no signs of its descent. Tang Sanzang was far too powerful. The heavenly Tao recognized its inability to contend with him. Thus, it refrained from unleashing the thunderous trial. Perhaps it was more concerned about the other spirit dwelling within him. Chapter 656. The Great Tribulation gradually unfolds. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao was now exceedingly weakened, fully aware that even if it did unleash the thunderous trial, it could not affect Tang Yu. Why squander its own essence? The dense dark clouds vanished before him. Tang Yu slowly raised his hand, feeling an unparalleled transformation within himself compared to the past. He even sensed that with a single punch, he could shatter the heavenly Tao. Previously, when facing figures like Jane and Zhuanti, although he seemed to hold the upper hand, killing them was not an effortless task. Now, the situation had changed. To Tang Yu, if he truly harbored the intent to kill, he could do so without the slightest difficulty. Meeting his gaze, Jane and Zhuanti, along with the primordial heavenly sovereign, instinctively took 2 steps back, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Tang Yu. It instilled a sense of absolute oppression, causing even their souls to tremble. In that moment, they fully realized that they were no longer in the same realm as Tang Yu. While they were still struggling to advance on their path, striving for even a slight improvement, Tang Sanzang had already surpassed them without their notice. As Tang Yu's aura receded, it settled beside the Mother of Lishan. Had it not been for this, the pressure of his presence would have been unbearable for them. Xiaoling fluttered from the shoulder of the Mother of Lishan and perched upon Tang Yu's shoulder. Even he could sense a bloody aura emanating from her. The originally dark green tendrils atop her head had transformed, with half of them becoming a mesmerizing and eerie red. Delicate tendrils sprouted from the head, resembling hair. Yet they were oddly split between crimson and emerald hues. It seemed you have indulged once more. Tang Yu reached out to caress the little spirit's head. The little spirit giggled, and the multitude of tendrils danced above, brushing against Tang Yu's nape, sending a shiver down his spine. These tendrils, seemingly soft like hair, had once pierced into Guang Qingzi, leaving his body withered as they consumed much of his essence and vitality. Congratulations, Tang Sanzang, you've taken another step forward, Hong Jun remarked with a complex expression. Observing Hong Jun closely, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The aura surrounding Hong Jun was notably more potent than before. Most strikingly, even Tang Yu, at this moment, could no longer fully comprehend him. It appeared that the external power was nearing complete refinement within him. I should also congratulate you. You are about to take that final step, Tang Yu stated. Yet, you have indeed seized a fortuitous moment. Had it not been for the weakening of the heavenly Tao, you might have found it impossible to refine this external force, correct? Now that you possess this external power, coupled with the inherent frailty of the heavenly Tao, it seems you can no longer rely on its strength in battle. Upon hearing this, the other saints turned their gazes towards Hong Jun. They were wary because Hong Jun could wield the power of the heavenly Tao, which was truly formidable. Now, according to Tang Sanzang, it appeared he could no longer draw upon that power. Tong Tian felt a surge of excitement, eager to challenge Hong Jun. However, Tang Yu's next words doused that enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, awakening Tong Tian to reality. Currently, you are likely far more formidable than when you could wield the power of the heavenly Tao, for this force is beyond my comprehension, Tang Yu assessed. Yet I am curious, from where did you acquire this power? Hong Jun replied with a faint smile. It was a chance acquisition. Humph, a chance acquisition? Are you jesting? Tang Yu scrutinized Jane and Zhuanti, flashing a grin that sent chills down their spines, causing them to instinctively retreat a step, seemingly afraid he might suddenly strike. What a rash reaction. I was merely offering a friendly smile, Tang Yu asserted, believing his tone to be quite amiable. Friendly? When have you ever been friendly towards us? Jane and the others murmured inwardly. Hong Jun's figure gradually faded away, and Jane and Zhuanti followed suit, departing one after another. Is he truly about to take that final step? Tong Tian asked in astonishment. Tang Yu nodded. I can sense his aura. It is significantly stronger than before. Will he surpass you? Tong Tian continued. If Hong Jun were to advance ahead of Tang Sanzang, their fate would likely be dire. Tang Yu was acutely aware of this. What he was contending for now was merely a matter of time. Before the impending cataclysm, he dared to take the final step before Hong Jun. Yet, he harbored no confidence in his ability to do so, for the system had collapsed, and he was left to rely solely on himself. Within his being resided another terrifying version of himself. Perhaps, at some fortuitous moment, this other self would completely consume him, thereby usurping his existence. The mere thought of this sent shivers down Tang Yu's spine, instilling within him a sense of unshakable dread. "I do not know," he murmured, shaking his head. "I do not know if I can step forth before the cataclysm, or if I can outpace Hanjun." His gaze drifted towards the mortal realm. In certain places, landslides ravaged the mountains, torrents surged, and the earth convulsed. Pestilence spread, gradually taking hold. Countless souls wailed in despair, their cries echoing in his ears. Was it about to begin? The cataclysm was looming. The heavenly Tao, now unstable, began to harvest the lives of the mortals. Until the very last moment, the entirety of the three realms would be consumed by the heavenly Tao, including Tang Yu himself. For as long as he had not taken that final step, he could not escape, unless he entered the Guishu. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. He feared that within the Guishu, that dreadful existence would also break free from its seal, heralding the full arrival of the cataclysm. Time, oh time. Tang Yu increasingly felt the urgency pressing upon him. But I will strive to step ahead of Hanjun, to take that final step, and then bring you all with me to survive. He continued to gaze at the mortal realm, his brow furrowing slightly. At the fringes of the seas, a few scattered individuals were engulfed by the black mist. However, what struck Tang Yu as peculiar was that, despite the celestial phenomena, he could not sense their existence. Their primal essence was eroded to the point of non-existence. He could feel the lives lost in the calamity, yet their presence was no longer clear. This relentless consumption, whether by the Guishu or the heavenly Tao, would utterly annihilate all primal sources. Even illuminating them through celestial phenomena seemed far from simple. He watched helplessly as the mortals below succumbed to the floods, perishing beneath the ruins of collapsed structures. Tang Yu averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Chapter 657. To devour them? For reasons unknown. The eternal wails of anguish reverberated in his ears, sounding so utterly desolate, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. They were frail and pitiful, mere ants in the eyes of gods and Buddhas. Yet, the despairing cries they uttered mirrored the despair of the divine. The gods, exalted and powerful, could shield themselves when disaster struck, while these ordinary souls could only struggle against the torrent of fate until they were ultimately obliterated by the relentless flow of time. Reduced to the dust of the past, he had once believed himself wise, thinking that he had imprinted the celestial phenomena onto the deepest recesses of their souls. Even in death, he could illuminate their essence. Now, Tang Yu realized the naivety of his thoughts. With the primal essence gone, their souls lay in silence, completely devolved into the nourishment of the heavenly path, or perhaps devoured by the abyss. A voice suddenly resonated within his mind. The great calamity of chaos is imminent. The essence of all beings will utterly return to the heavenly path, transforming into its sustenance. When that time comes, the heavenly path will slumber, and all beings shall likewise become void. Neither the heavenly path nor the abyss can compare to your own advantage. Your avatar has yet to fully materialize. If you seize the opportunity to consume them before the heavenly path or the abyss, your avatar will naturally reach fruition, for all beings reside within you. The voice calmly continued. Moreover, in the endless ages to come, when the world is reborn, you can once again reflect them through celestial phenomena. Otherwise, should they truly be consumed by the heavenly path or the abyss, even your celestial imagery would be unable to fully manifest them. Thus, consuming them prepares for their future resurrection and simultaneously elevates your avatar to a new stage, a dual benefit. The voice spoke serenely. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly. Undeniably, such a course of action is indeed feasible. Once consumed, he could reflect them from the celestial imagery, and his avatar would thus attain greatness. Until the final moment. Who knows what the outcome will be? Tang Yu snorted. Now, as I am about to take the last step, are you not eager to act, to begin consuming me? Those calm eyes appeared. You are I, and I am you. What need is there for consumption when we are inherently one? A derisive laugh escaped Tang Yu's lips. Perhaps we are indeed one, as our souls have melded, yet I am not you, nor can you become me. The eyes within his mind faded away, falling silent. Is the great calamity of chaos truly upon us? Tong Tian murmured. In response, Tang Yu fell silent, sensing the heavenly path's frailty. Perhaps soon, the great calamity of chaos will indeed arrive. The destruction of all things, followed by rebirth. Tong Tian shook his head with a sigh, departing with his hands clasped behind him. He had no opportunity to transcend. He was incapable. The sole chance lay with Tang Sanzang. Perhaps he could indeed break through before the calamity strikes. After returning to the mortal realm with the Mother of Li Mountain, Tang Yu wielded his powers to avert certain disasters. Yet, he understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. One must not place undue pressure upon oneself. The Mother of Li Mountain beamed radiantly, her smile like a blooming flower. Even if that day comes when I am obliterated amidst such a chaotic calamity, it matters not. I have lived for a considerable time. Nothing is eternally indestructible. Even heaven and earth must undergo cycles, let alone humanity. Tang Yu chuckled softly. I know. And I will strive to transcend this world, which is on the brink of annihilation, alongside you all. Should the day come when he truly transcends, he will lay to rest all beings, interring them within his own body, entombed within celestial imagery, leading them away from this world destined for destruction. Suddenly, he recalled the figure he had once seen, the beings born from his essence. Were they not also treading the same path as he? Upon contemplating this, Tang Yu inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. No, it is utterly impossible. He is not like me. He embodies the essence of all beings, nurturing their souls with his own formidable powers. Thus, the ultimate outcome is his demise, yet the beings indeed emerged successfully from within him. In the end, he even utilized his innate power to restore the world to its former state, seamlessly reconnecting time itself. However, I shall not follow the same path. If such a day were to come, it would be less about nurturing and more akin to leaving an indelible mark, imprinting their very essence within my celestial domain, subsequently reflecting it outward. Therefore, the journey I undertake is entirely distinct from his. Well, striving is sufficient. Some matters do not necessitate a definitive conclusion. The effort and struggles along the way are what truly matter. The Mother of Lishan grasped Tang Yu's hand with great difficulty. Startled, Tang Yu lowered his gaze, fixating on that delicate, pale hand. A gentle chill emanated from it. He reciprocated her grasp, and a sudden surge of determination welled within him. He resolved to lead those dear to him away from this place. In a fleeting moment, the two descended into the mortal realm below. Some areas were afflicted by calamity and sorrow, while others enjoyed peace and tranquility. Humanity is inherently diverse. Not only humans, but all things in existence are fundamentally different. The same flower, blooming in the wild or in a garden, presents two entirely distinct experiences. Which is better, mortals or immortals? The Mother of Lishan inquired suddenly. Is that even a question? Of course, we are better. At the very least, we possess absolute strength, Tang Yu replied without hesitation. The Mother of Lishan sighed softly. Sometimes, I find myself envious of these mortals. They experience life anew with each reincarnation, courtesy of Meng Po's bowl of soup. Each life is a fresh beginning. In those moments, they lack choice. They are guided by us. If not, simply ask anyone, and they would surely choose the path of cultivation. Tang Yu murmured, at least sometimes. We can shape our own destinies, while most of these individuals cannot influence their own paths. In the river of fate, they are but a grain of sand in the vast ocean, merely drifting along with the current. Perhaps, every lifestyle carries its own set of troubles and tribulations. The Mother of Lishan remarked. Even the Jade Emperor, though the sovereign of the three realms, must still concern himself with their grand affairs. Tang Yu remained silent, turning his gaze toward the distance. A vague dark spot gradually became clearer, ultimately transforming into the figure of Lai Gu. At that moment, Lai Gu appeared flushed. His eyes glazed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, occasionally letting out a belch. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he grinned, only to let out another belch that sent him tumbling downward. Swiftly, Tang Yu waved his hand, catching Lai Ji's falling form. Hey, Lai Gu, how could you have drunk again? Chapter 658. The future is uncertain. Lai Gu had truly become a drunken fool. He drank aimlessly, and once he started, he could not stop. It seemed that Lai Ji's behavior had indeed taken a turn for the worse, which, for Tang Yu, felt somewhat like ensnaring himself in a web of his own making. At that time, everything was a deliberate temptation directed towards the Buddhist realm, including the cigarettes. Now, Brother Lai has become one of their own. He has even contemplated assisting Brother Lai in quitting smoking and drinking. Observing Brother Lai's current state, he feels it is imperative to take action. If things continue in this manner, Brother Lai might find himself in dire straits. However, there seems to be no need for concern now. As the system has collapsed, leaving no opportunity for indulgence. Presently, Brother Lai finds himself rather at leisure. They are all preoccupied with the matters of the return to ruins and the impending chaos. Even the Jade Emperor is troubled by various celestial affairs. Yet, Brother Lai remains unoccupied, although he has ascended to the position of the new demon king of the Wanyao kingdom. He has discovered that managing demons is far simpler than dealing with the Buddhist sect. When conflicts arise, they engage in a skirmish, and once it's over, they simply move on. In contrast, the Buddhist domain is rife with rules and regulations. Even if one is at odds with you, they must maintain a facade of civility, only to later stab you in the back. Old third, I've got nothing to do, just having a drink, Brother Lai said with an awkward smile, followed by a belch. Now, aside from drinking, the Wanyao kingdom seems at a loss for activities. As for matters like the return to ruins or chaos, Brother Lai is utterly indifferent. If the sky were to fall, there are powerful beings like Hongjun to hold it up. He intends to eat and drink as he pleases. Moreover, even if the chaos were to descend, what of it? Others would perish alongside him. Even those saints would face their doom. Thus, why not enjoy the present, be carefree, and embrace happiness? One must admit that Brother Lai's mindset is remarkably resilient. He is utterly unconcerned. You can't keep drinking like this, otherwise you'll become a complete drunkard. Tang Yu said, half amused and half exasperated. I'll strive to minimize my drinking, or at least cut back a bit, he replied. The Mother of Li Mountain's gaze flickered ominously, causing Brother Lai to instinctively retract his head. After all, he couldn't possibly contend with the Mother of Li Mountain. Nevertheless, it is now evident to any discerning observer that she is affiliated with Tang Sanzang. It is not out of the realm of possibility that the two of them have become entangled. If he were to offend the Mother of Li Mountain, would he still wish to remain under Third Brother's influence? Old Third, I truly find myself with nothing to do lately, Brother Lai lamented. What can one do without drinking? Tang Yu pondered for a moment, and then suggested, I shall find you some tasks to occupy yourselves. The Mother of Li Mountain cast a wary glance at Tang Yu, instinctively sensing that this was not a harbinger of good tidings. Even Brother Lai regarded Tang Yu with skepticism, contemplating what tasks could possibly require his involvement. Given Tang Sanzang's capabilities, isn't it a trivial matter for him to accomplish whatever he desires? Now that the weak water has revived at the banks of the river of weak water, if you have nothing else to do, you might as well fetch the weak water and present it to Lady Hutu, Tang Yu proposed. He could indeed sense the revival of the weak water, yet it still felt rather superficial, as its essence had only just begun to coalesce. Furthermore, the river of weak water remained unstable and tumultuous. Tang Yu even harbored doubts about whether the river of weak water might be connected to the river beneath the decayed wooden bridge within the return to ruins, given the similarity in their corruptive qualities. Very well, I understand now, Old Third. As he spoke, Brother Lai chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, displaying an expression of hesitation mixed with embarrassment. Tang Yu naturally understood Brother Lai's intentions. However, with the system in disarray, even the possibility of redemption had vanished. Brother Lai, I too am left with nothing, and it seems that will be the case in the future. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for you to quit smoking, Tang Yu said with a sense of helplessness. Brother Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing? All gone. Isn't that disastrous? Suddenly recalling that he had recently exchanged some items with the Tai by Jinxing, he promptly dashed off in pursuit of him, with everything slipping away. How could he allow such a loss? He also planned to make a detour to the river of weak water, but intended to do so discreetly, extracting some water and delivering it to the Queen of the Earth. After all, Brother Lai felt a tinge of awkwardness at the thought of facing the Jade Emperor. Once a Buddha, now a demon king, both held in high esteem, yet their statuses had shifted, creating an uncomfortable tension. After finishing his exchange of cigarettes with Brother Lai, Tai by Jinxing eagerly lit several of them, saving the remainder to conceal for later indulgence. The decision was made with a sense of delight. Though he knew if the Jade Emperor were to discover it, his stash would likely be confiscated. This thought cast a shadow over his spirits. Wasn't this absurd? Here he was, simply trying to sell some cigarettes and earn a little profit, only to have his plans disrupted by the Jade Emperor. What could he do? After all, he was the Jade Emperor. His authority was absolute, and one had to comply lest they jeopardize their standing. Tai Bai, a voice called out from behind, exuding urgency. Turning around, Tai Bai Jinxing was surprised to see Brother Lai, wondering why he had suddenly called out to him. The cigarettes, the ones I exchanged with you. Hurry and bring them out, Brother Lai urged, clearly anxious. What do you mean, Demon King? Tai Bai Jinxing replied, perplexed. I've already given you the money. Now you're coming to demand the goods? Isn't that a bit too nefarious? Brother Lai, of course, could not admit that this was the last batch of cigarettes. If he did, Tai Bai Jinxing would surely refuse to hand them over. Tai Bai, I've discovered that there's a problem with these cigarettes, as Old 3 mentioned. I intend to take these defective products back so that Old 3 can recreate them, Brother Lai cleverly asserted, implying that the current batch was substandard. Invoking the name of Tang Sung. This piqued Tai Bai Jinxing's curiosity, as he had just smoked too and hadn't he noticed any issues. Brother Lai waved dismissively. These are the treasures you just exchanged. Hurry and hand over the cigarettes. I must go find Old 3 immediately. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tai Bai Jinxing reluctantly produced some of the exchanged cigarettes. However, I did open a pack and smoked a few. It's fine, consider those a gift to you. Now hurry, give them all to me. I need to find Old 3 to handle this matter, Brother Lai insisted, urgency lacing his words. Before Tai Bai Jinxing could utter a word, Lai Gu had already extended his hand, seized the pack of cigarettes opened by Tai Bai Jinxing, and turned to leave. Nevertheless, Lai Gu remained discerning. The magical treasures that Tai Bai Jinxing had exchanged for were left behind. Observing Lai Ji's hurried departure, Tai Bai Jinxing was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? He had yet to comprehend the situation. However, upon noticing the treasures on the ground, he decided to collect them. Well, it was of no consequence. At worst, he could seek another opportunity to approach Lai Gu for an exchange, since Lai Gu claimed that the merchandise from Tang Sung was impure and problematic. It must indeed be so. Chapter 659. Lai Ji's magnanimity. It is said that Lai Gu swiftly entered the realm of the weak water of the heavenly river. He remained vigilant at all times. If possible, he wished to avoid an encounter with the Jade Emperor. Yet, circumstances often unfold unexpectedly. At this moment, due to the expansiveness of the weak water, the area was heavily guarded. Any unusual occurrence would necessitate immediate reporting to the Jade Emperor. After a brief hesitation, Lai Gu decided to reveal himself. Instantly, the celestial soldiers around him were taken aback, exchanging puzzled glances. It must be noted that Lai Gu had once been the Buddha of the Western Paradise. Not only these celestial soldiers, but even high-ranking deities would have to pay their respects to him. Salutations, Buddha, they greeted, albeit Lai Gu was no longer the Buddha. Nonetheless, the celestial soldiers still offered a slight bow. This form of address momentarily stunned Lai Gu, as he had not heard such words in quite some time. Evoking a whirlpool of emotions within him, he instinctively touched his face. Without uttering a word, Lai Gu approached the weak water of the heavenly river. Weak water. I come under the orders of Tang Sung to take you to meet Lady Hutu. The weak water began to ripple, and mist ascended, gradually transforming into a resplendent figure. The sudden appearance of the Buddha left the weak water somewhat dazed. After all, the Buddha had once held a position of immense reverence, and all realms had shown him deference. Yet, at present, Lai Gu adopted a humble stance, directly stating that he came on behalf of Tang Sung. Furthermore, Lai Ji's choice to mention Tang Sung was also a strategy, as he feared that taking weak water might be challenging should the Jade Emperor intervene. Thus, he asserted, Tang Sung has sent me to bring you to meet Lady Hutu. If you object, you may confront Tang Sung. In Lai Ji's perspective, as long as the Jade Emperor's mind remained sound, he would not dare to challenge Tang Sung. Thank you. Weak water intended to express more gratitude to the Buddha. However, since Lai Gu was no longer the Buddha, he ultimately only managed to utter those two words. Lai Gu extended his hand, casting a spell that enveloped the spirit of weak water. Not far away, the Jade Emperor, cigarette in hand and brow furrowed, observed him. The unexpected arrival of Lai Gu struck him as peculiar. Wasn't this rascal supposed to be a demon in the lower realms? How ironic it was that a dignified figure from the Western Buddhist realm had descended to become a demon king. What could the demon king possibly want in my heavenly court? The Jade Emperor stepped forward. I come under the orders of Tang Sung to take weak water to Lady Hutu. Though he was reluctant to face the Jade Emperor, he proceeded nonetheless. At this moment, facing the situation head-on, Brother Lai resolved to take action. To remove the weak water was simply out of the question. The weak water of the heavenly river was currently spreading unchecked, and there were hopes of managing it. If it were to be taken away, what would become of the heavenly court? If this continued, even the Jade Emperor feared that the weak water would inundate his realm. Moreover, to expedite the recovery of the weak water, the Jade Emperor had been deeply concerned of late. Without delving into other matters, he had sent an array of elixirs in a flurry, hoping for a swift restoration to facilitate the management of the weak water. Yet, at this moment, Brother Lai intended to take it away. This was unacceptable. Weak water was the goddess of the heavenly court and could not simply be removed at will. Furthermore, with the current chaotic state of the weak water, the emperor relied on her rapid recovery to restore order. The Jade Emperor's grip loosened, causing half of a cigarette to fall to the ground. The surrounding deities gazed on with wide eyes, and even Brother Lai gasped in shock at such profligacy. You are not aware, but cigarettes have become scarce. How can you waste them so? Tang Sung remarked. Brother Lai immediately referenced the third brother, stating, it was he who suggested I take the weak water. If you have any objections, discuss it with him. The Jade Emperor paused, contemplating the idea of consulting Tang Sung. Would he still have any dignity left? Given Tang Sung's character, engaging him in discussion would likely infuriate one further. Before the Jade Emperor could respond, the weak water transformed and interjected, Your Majesty, perhaps I should first go to the Earth Mother. If I recover, I shall return to the heavenly river at the earliest opportunity to manage the flood. This suggestion provided the Jade Emperor with a means of retreat, and he nodded in agreement. Brother Lai glanced at the Emperor and turned to leave with the weak water. What a spectacle! The esteemed patriarch of the Western Heavens Buddhism has fallen to such depths, consorting with demons, the Jade Emperor muttered. As the weak water departed, it seemed to spread even more aggressively, with wisps of shadow rising momentarily before vanishing beneath its surface, unnoticed by anyone. Having escorted the weak water to the depths of the underworld, Brother Lai returned to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. He even retrieved some cigarettes and erguo, inventorying his supplies to ascertain how long they might last. Though it appeared ample, one could only smoke and drink until it was exhausted. This thought cast a shadow over Brother Lai's mood. Thus, he began to wander through the kingdom of 10,000 demons, collecting discarded cigarette butts from the ground. He extracted a small amount of tobacco from them, rolled it into the size of a cigarette using a piece of paper, and thus created several new ones. Better to be prepared in advance, at least to alleviate the immediate urgency. Nearby, Luo observed with a sneer. What a disgrace! Here was a being on the verge of sanctity, reduced to scouring the kingdom of 10,000 demons for such trifles, truly unbecoming of a figure of his stature. Perhaps the cataclysm of chaos is imminent? Luo gazed skyward. Let it come, Lai Gu said nonchalantly, his head bowed as he rolled a cigarette. Having completed the task, he preserved it with utmost care, treating it as if it were a treasured gem. Luo paused. Have you not considered the consequences? What is there to consider? If one could ponder their way to victory, they would have done so, Lai Gu shrugged, instinctively reaching for a bottle of erguo, yearning to take a swig. Yet, recalling Tang Sung's words that such pleasures were already lost to him, his hand hesitated, and he took a small sip instead. With a sigh, Lai Gu mused. Worrying is futile. Even the saints cannot escape the impending chaos. Why bother with such thoughts? Better to drink, don't you think? I'll save 2 bottles of erguo. When the chaos descends, I'll be intoxicated, floating away without pain. Observing Lai Ji's demeanor, Luo opened his mouth. Is there truly no way for Tang Sung? Unless he takes that final step, what do you think is possible? Lai Gu replied coolly. Moreover, you think that final step is as simple as it sounds? Even Hong Jun has spent years studying it and has yet to succeed. Are you lacking faith in Tang Sung? Perhaps he truly can succeed. Lai Gu shrugged. I'm indifferent. If he takes that step, splendid. If not, then so be it. Luo fell into silence, at a loss for words. Lai Gu's attitude suggested a complete resignation to fate, an acceptance of whatever may come. Chapter 660. A great change returns to the ruins. Lai Gu could not even participate. Even the saints were anxiously seeking solutions, while he, as a quasi-saint, had no means to contribute. He embraced a philosophy of acceptance, indifferent to the chaos. Witnessing Lai Ji's demeanor, Luo's lips twitched slightly, and he turned away in silence. Meanwhile, Lai Gu busied himself with his cigarette endeavor, sparing not a single shred of tobacco, preserving each rolled cigarette as if it were a treasure. In the present, these were the last remnants, worthy of careful preservation. At Ling Mountain, the atmosphere had become oppressively tense, even peculiar. Why? Because the tobacco was gone, and primarily, they had become idle. Occasionally, they could feel the power of faith emanating from the temples dedicated to them, but little else remained. Although Mithriya held authority, he dared not assign them tasks. Even if he did, what could be accomplished? Thus, The atmosphere at Ling Mountain grew increasingly strange. The sounds of snoring resonated throughout the great Thunder Sound Temple. As the monks, bored, succumbed to slumber, the symphony of snores, flatulence, and grinding teeth intertwined like a captivating melody, primarily from the arhats. For even the temples that once honored them had dwindled, and the power of faith had lost its significance. Can the mere accumulation of knowledge elevate them to the status of bodhisattvas? If that were the case, they might still possess some motivation. However, such a possibility is elusive. Consequently, they have adopted a laid-back attitude, resigning themselves to fate. Whatever will be, for they have already resigned themselves to this state. Maitreya Buddha, too, has sensed the waning spirit among the multitude of Buddhas and yearns to rekindle their determination, cautioning that such a decline among the youth is far from auspicious. Yet, he finds himself powerless to instill ambition, as there exists neither the drive to strive nor the goals to pursue. This is truly alarming. Ultimately, Maitreya Buddha resolves to visit the Purple Cloud Palace, seeking an audience with the two sages. Ksitigarbha and Samantabhadra have long resided in the Purple Cloud Palace, primarily out of fear of Tang Seng's displeasure and potential wrath. At least within the palace, they have a semblance of security, as Hongjun can provide some reassurance. Maitreya Buddha seeks an audience with the two sages, echoed Maitreya's voice outside the palace. A figure materialized. It was Samantabhadra, who calmly inquired, "What brings you here? Has there been some momentous occurrence within the Buddhist realm?" Frankly, both sages have grown indifferent to the affairs of Buddhism, as they are acutely aware of the impending chaos that threatens their very existence. The question of survival looms large, rendering matters of ambition trivial. Though they owe a debt of merit to the heavenly Tao, for the moment, it has not demanded full payment, allowing them to continue their carefree existence. Esteemed sages, the current state of Buddhism is dire. The Buddha has betrayed us, and the ancient Buddha of light has reincarnated. The weight of our responsibilities now rests solely upon my shoulders, Maitreya Buddha lamented, expressing his fatigue and overwhelming pressure. The Buddhas, lacking vigor, have been merely drifting through their days. If this inertia continues, the future of Buddhism appears bleak. Is this trivial matter worthy of your audience? Samantabhadra frowned slightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. If they have nothing to do, then you must find them some tasks. Are there not numerous vacant positions within Buddhism? Let them descend and guide the faithful. Suddenly, Maitreya's eyes brightened with realization. Why had he not thought of this sooner? By sending the Buddhas to guide the faithful, he would not only provide them with purpose, but also infuse new vitality into Buddhism. It was a dual triumph. By your command, Maitreya Buddha acquiesced to the directive. Upon raising his head, he found that Samantabhadra had vanished. Maitreya returned to the Western Paradise and issued the decree for the Buddhas to descend and guide their devoted followers. This act would not only showcase the compassion of Buddhism, but also serve to rejuvenate its essence. The Buddhas, initially listless, received Maitreya's order and ventured down to engage with the self-proclaimed devout. Observing the Buddhas busily at work, Maitreya felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this endeavor had succeeded in rekindling their fighting spirit, preventing them from languishing in idleness. During these days, Tang Yu found himself at a standstill. His cultivation had reached an impasse that could not be transcended merely through practice. It required deeper understanding and insight. The breakthrough of one's state of mind is of utmost significance. Occasionally, I offer guidance to Lingxue in her cultivation. At times, I ponder whether to assist her directly in ascending to the quasi-saint realm with my own powers. After careful consideration, I ultimately decide against such intervention for the time being. After all, the journey of self-cultivation often proves to be far more potent than external forces. How do you feel? Inquired the mother of Lishan. Tang Yu offered a wry smile. You are aware that I have reached a bottleneck. Advancing further is not an easy feat, especially since it is a crucial step. It cannot be achieved with ease. Do not rush. Take your time. There will always be a way, the mother of Lishan reassured. Time does not wait for me. Tang Yu replied calmly. It is impossible not to feel pressure, yet the final breakthrough is an essential step that is far from simple. At this moment, Tang Yu felt a sense of helplessness. It is no wonder that Nuwa would resort to using another's hand to shatter the essence of the saints, leading to her own transformation. Similarly, the Supreme Lord Laozi deliberately allowed Hongjun to break free from his own constraints, scattering his essence across the heavens and the earth. For them, any opportunity for a breakthrough justifies risking their lives to seize it. This is the true demand for the way, a yearning that transcends life and death, a path walked purely in pursuit of the Tao. At least, Tang Yu believes he cannot tread such a path. He harbors a fear of death, exhibiting a degree of cowardice and shamelessness, embodying the emotions of an ordinary person. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that he has ventured into the realm of human desires and emotions. Do not hurry. Sometimes impatience is of no avail. The mother of Lishan gently remarked as she sat beside him. Inhaling the fragrant aroma she emanated, Tang Yu could not help but take a deep breath. I understand, he said calmly. Nonetheless, one cannot afford to be complacent. Not far away, Lingxue wielded her long sword, petals cascading like a shower of blossoms. Ultimately, under her formidable presence, the petals disintegrated, resembling a rain of flowers that fell upon Tang Yu and the mother of Lishan. Gazing at the setting sun, Tang Yu remained lost in contemplation about his own path and how he might proceed further. Suddenly, a buzzing sound startled him. He stood abruptly, incredulous as he gazed toward the realm of Guishu. The terrifying wave of energy emanated from within Guishu. Was that dreadful entity attempting to break free from its seal? Such immense power could only signify this. He sensed that the fearsome figure on the other side of the river of forgetfulness was roaring with unrestrained fury. That mass of pitch-black mist transformed into various forms, reckless and menacing, as if a primordial beast had awakened from its slumber. Yet again, it is Guishu? The mother of Lishan remarked. Tang Yu's figure flickered as he appeared in the realm of Guishu. He seeks to break the seal. We must unite to confine him once more. A sudden voice resonated in my mind, accompanied by a pair of serene eyes manifesting, though we are one. Our souls have yet to unite, and our powers remain distinct. I share the same strength as him, and should we combine it with your innate power, we shall surely manage to seal him away for a time. Very well, Tang Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Open your soul, and you shall experience true might. Open my soul. The two were intrinsically linked. Such an act might afford him the opportunity to consume himself, leaving them vulnerable. Are you afraid? The voice seemed to carry a hint of disdain. With a snort, Tang Yu fully opened his soul, embracing the relentless flow of power that surged within him. Boom! A potent aura pulsed around him, akin to thunder striking nearby. Tang Yu felt an unprecedented strength coursing through him, a true cataclysmic power. Even the heavens trembled and retreated before him. Naturally, he maintained control over this force, keeping it within the limits the heavens could endure. Otherwise, they would succumb to slumber beneath its weight. Is it powerful? Do you enjoy it? The voice in his mind inquired. Unleash your fury, tread boldly. You are supreme among the realms. This was the authentic force of annihilation, a true subversion of the laws of life and death. With a mighty roar, Tang Yu expelled a sound that dispersed the surrounding darkness. His current might was undeniable. With a single step, he crossed over to the other side of the river of forgetfulness. There, a mass of dark mist transformed into a humanoid form. The surrounding formations had weakened to an insignificant degree. It struggled with all its might to break free. It is you. Upon seeing Tang Yu, it let out an enraged bellow. Sensing the boundless aura emanating from Tang Yu, it instinctively recoiled, as if sensing an overwhelming dread. Without uttering a word, Tang Yu unleashed a powerful roar. A fist, imbued with the force of a thunderous storm, struck forth. The dark mist emitted a cry of anguish. Impossible. You. At that moment, Tang Yu felt an unparalleled strength surge within him. He could not help but release a triumphant howl. This was the genuine power of the Tao, a force that compelled all existence to tremble in fear. Do you relish this? Come, seize it. Those eyes remained fixed upon Tang Yu, and at their urging, his soul instinctively opened even further. In the realm of the heavens, his power had been confined to the limits of celestial endurance. Now, within the void, the constraints were lifted. He could act without reserve. Tang Yu continuously absorbed this foreign power from the essence of his soul until he felt his body reach its threshold, at which point he ceased. Haha, how will you stop me? The dark mist erupted in a grotesque, menacing laughter. Tang Yu remained silent, delivering each punch and kick with a force that reverberated through the heavens. Each strike landed solidly upon the dark mist. Meanwhile, outside the void, Xiao Ling and the mother of Li Mountain appeared. Xiao Ling perched upon the shoulder of the mother of Li Mountain. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her expression tinged with a hint of despondency, as if she had suffered a grievous blow. A dark green ichor erupted from her lips, while the same vile substance streamed from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. Little Ling, the mother of Mount Li, swiftly embraced her, concern etched across her face. Little Ling turned her gaze towards the realm of the return to ruins. Simultaneously, a swirling mass of inky fog within that realm roared in fury, its voice laced with intense agony. The seal, once on the verge of breaking, was now reinforced once more by Tang Yu. Damnable ants, one day I shall devour you. Once I consume you, I shall ascend to greater heights. The black mist howled in rage, transforming into myriad forms that menacingly encircled Tang Yu, writhing and twisting. The might of Tang Yu instilled a sense of trepidation in it, yet also sparked a glimmer of hope. If it could truly consume him, it would undoubtedly advance further. It let out a chilling laugh, a sound that seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, sending shivers down one's spine. You still dare to flaunt your bravado. At that moment, Tang Yu was entirely unafraid of it. With each punch he unleashed, he wielded a cataclysmic force. Beneath the decayed wooden bridge, the chaotic waters of the river trembled, surging outward. Unable to be killed, Tang Yu was utterly astounded. With his current strength, even a saint would be obliterated by a single blow. Yet, this black mist endured his relentless assault without a scratch. Upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. After all, even the ancient Pangu could not completely vanquish it. He could only seal it away. What hope did he have? However, Tang Yu was unaware of the true extent of the ancient Pangu's power. Presently, he had merged another aspect of himself within, feeling a strength that seemed to surpass that of Pangu. If he so desired, he could shatter the heavens in a single strike. Yet, even with such might, he remained incapable of extinguishing this entity. What terrifying existence is this? I am eternal, unyielding through the ages. Do you truly believe you can vanquish me? One day, I shall consume you, damnable ant, the black mist proclaimed with audacious confidence. Tang Yu cursed vehemently. Celestial phenomena emerged, enveloping it. Thunder roared within this cosmic display, relentlessly striking down upon the black mist. This was the heavenly tribulation manifested through Tang Yu's celestial phenomena. Yet, each strike bore the weight of his entire magical essence. Wielding tremendous power, outside, Little Ling bled from all 7 orifices, her complexion growing increasingly pallid, as if she were on the brink of death. Little Ling, what has happened to you? The mother of Mount Li inquired anxiously. I feel so unwell, Little Ling murmured in a daze, her gaze dimming further as another spurt of blood erupted from her mouth. Uncertain of Little Ling's condition, the mother of Mount Li hurriedly led her away from the realm of the return to ruins. In her view, it was highly probable that an unseen force within the Guishu was causing Xiao Ling to feel unwell, thus explaining her condition. Within the Guishu, a terrifying aura emanated from Tang Yu, causing the surrounding void to collapse with a thunderous roar. Tirelessly, Tang Yu unleashed one punch after another towards that elusive figure. Yet, the mist seemed to chuckle mockingly, taunting him. You believe that by splitting your essence and merging with his soul, you can contend with me? Did you think I would not prepare a contingency for myself? Suddenly, Tang Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if another version of himself was trembling, thus sharing in the sensation of vertigo. In that fleeting moment, he sensed this alternate self was gripped by fear. Yet, his mind raced with questions. What did the Guishu truly signify? What did it mean to split one's essence and integrate it into the depths of one's soul? Upon reflection, he began to grasp something significant, for he had long harbored doubts regarding the identity of this other self. Strangely, a deeper sense of dread enveloped him. He transformed all his fear into a frenzy of punches, wildly assaulting the swirling mist. However, the inky darkness appeared indifferent to his onslaught. The eerie, chilling laughter sent shivers down Tang Yu's spine, igniting within him a profound sense of rage. We have sealed him for now. Surely, we can endure for a while longer. A voice echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, the terrifying force enveloping him began to recede, ultimately reverting to his own magical power. Who are you? Why is this happening? Tang Yu roared within the Guishu, as if venting some inner turmoil. He pounded relentlessly against the Guishu, and after a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. He increasingly felt as though he was but a pawn in a grand game of chess, lamentably unable to dictate his own fate. Observing the once more sealed dark mist, Tang Yu found tranquility. He recognized that this was merely a temporary alliance with another version of himself, a fleeting seal that could not endure for long. Yet, even a short reprieve was preferable to none. At least he could strive to seize this time, seeking a way to break through and take that final step. In the outside world, Xiao Ling had completely succumbed to slumber once more, causing considerable concern for the mother of Lishan. However, after a careful examination, she found no apparent issues. The changes in Xiao Ling were indeed perplexing. Mysteriously gravely injured, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Initially, the mother of Lishan presumed it was the power of the Guishu causing Xiao Ling's discomfort. However, upon returning to Lishan, Xiao Ling continued to cough up blood before descending into slumber, leaving her utterly bewildered. With a flicker, Tang Yu appeared in Lishan. Upon seeing Tang Sanzang, the mother of Lishan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively sensing an added weight upon Tang Sanzang. "What has transpired?" she inquired softly. Tang Yu shook his head. "Nothing of consequence. I have managed to seal the return ruins once more, but it is merely a temporary measure. It will eventually break free." He felt an instinctive dread emanating from that dark entity, a fear more intense than when the source of the heavenly Tao was revealed. "What is wrong with Xiao Ling?" Tang Yu asked with concern, observing the slumbering figure of Xiao Ling. After all, she was his daughter, and it was impossible not to worry. "I cannot ascertain the cause. It seems she has suffered grave injuries." Strangely, there was no one around. "Initially, when we ventured beyond the return ruins, I thought the waves emanating from it had caused her discomfort, perhaps even injured her invisibly. However, not long after returning to Mount Li, she fell into a deep sleep." The mother of Mount Li explained. Tang Yu scrutinized Xiao Ling carefully, but detected no apparent issues, which only heightened his unease. Nonetheless, he was certain that she had sustained serious injuries, for only such a condition could induce her slumber. He was well aware of this. After a thorough examination, he found nothing significantly amiss. "What do you discern?" the mother of Mount Li inquired. Tang Yu shook his head. "I do not know. Even I could not uncover the specifics. However, her mere slumber should not pose a significant problem," he reassured. After all, the last time Xiao Ling was gravely injured, she also fell into such a deep sleep, and a brief rest had sufficed for her recovery. Tang Yu could not help but admire her remarkable recuperative abilities, though they still paled in comparison to his own primordial body. Subsequently, the mother of Mount Li inquired about the return ruins, and Tang Yu recounted the details faithfully. It was merely a transient seal. It could not annihilate the entity completely. Once it breaks free, it would undoubtedly enter this realm, and at that moment, the heavenly Tao would tremble and fall into slumber, heralding the impending cataclysm. Moreover, even if it chose not to enter this realm, the mere spread of that dark mist would be insurmountable for many. Thus, Tang Yu grew increasingly anxious, yearning for immediate advancement. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was similarly engaged, diligently refining the foreign power within him. He had sensed the tremors caused by the return ruins and, at that moment, felt the instability of the heavenly Tao quaking. As the one who synthesized the heavenly Tao, his perception of it was undoubtedly more acute than that of others. He secluded himself within the Zixiao Palace, intent on thoroughly refining that power within. Should he succeed in this endeavor and take the final step, he might ascend as the new heavenly Tao, leading the three realms through the impending chaos. At the very least, he was confident that he could survive. Originally, upon synthesizing the heavenly Tao, he would have succumbed to slumber alongside it when the cataclysm arrived. Yet, after endless ages, with the awakening of the heavenly Tao, he too would awaken, remaining exalted above all. However, he now perceives the impending cataclysm to be even more terrifying. The primordial ruins awaken, and even the heavenly Tao quakes in fear before them. Particularly at this moment, he senses an intangible separation from the heavenly Tao, amplified by the external power he possesses. Even now, he finds himself unable to draw upon the strength of the heavenly Tao. This is partly due to the inherent weakness of the heavenly Tao, and on the other hand, the external force within him is in conflict with it. Being beneath the heavenly Tao, especially as one who embodies its essence, utilizing external power could indeed be deemed a betrayal of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, his ability to refine this inner force is contingent upon the fragility of the heavenly Tao. Were the heavenly Tao in its full vigor, he would not only be unable to refine this power, but even the attempt to integrate it could result in a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Thus, one might say that the timing of these events is quite fortuitous. Meanwhile, Jane and Juanti paced anxiously within the Purple Cloud Palace, devoid of any opportunities for their own breakthroughs. They found themselves placing all their hopes in Hongjun. Should Hongjun succeed in breaking through, perhaps they might survive. And when that time comes, they would no longer fear Tang Sanzang. Therefore, both harbored immense hope for Hongjun's ascension. As for the Buddhist sect, what of it? They would leave it to fate. Surviving was their primary concern. Chapter 663, Raising Eyebrows. As long as they remained alive, establishing the Buddhist sect would be a trivial pursuit. With a single act of benevolence, they could easily restore Buddhism to its former glory. One wonders how the bald monks of the Buddhist sect would feel upon discovering the intentions of their unseen leader. Xuanti lit a cigarette, his expression tinged with melancholy and deep contemplation. He gazed skyward, feeling a sense of injustice. Why had the cataclysm come so suddenly? He felt he had not yet lived enough. After all, how many years had he lived? The lifespan of mortals below barely exceeds a century. Compared to them, he had lived for an eternity, witnessing the ebb and flow of time. Perhaps the longer one lives, the more numb they become. One's emotions and desires gradually diminish. Do you think Master truly has a way to take that final step? Xuanti asked, a hint of worry in his voice. I do not know, Jane replied, but I hope Master can indeed take that final step. So do I. Once Master takes that step, perhaps we might survive. And Tang Sanzang would be no longer a threat. As long as Tang Sanzang cannot take that final step, he too will perish in this calamity. Jane furrowed his brow and added, yet, I sense that Tang Sanzang seems to possess some hope. His progress is astonishingly rapid, reaching heights we have never attained in just a few short years. I, however, do not wish for him to succeed. Xuanti curled his lips in disdain. Given his character, even if he could indeed take that final step, he would likely disregard us entirely. It is rather disheartening. Once, he was one of the Buddhists. How could he show us such little respect? When in a foul mood, I often sought them out to vent my frustrations. What infuriated me even more was that Tang Sung had previously imprisoned me, allowing Xiao Lai to deliver a beating. A dignified sage receiving a slap across the face is nothing short of a disgrace. One must remember that it was usually he who would strike Xiao Lai. As this thought crossed his mind, Xuanti instinctively moved his hand, seemingly reminiscing about Xiao Lai's plump visage. A single slap would bring forth a satisfying connection between his palm and Xiao Lai's face. Regardless of who steps into the final realm, leading the three realms to transcendence is undoubtedly a commendable act, Jejing remarked. Xuanti continued to smoke in silence, not uttering another word. Meanwhile, on the mountain, Tang Yu was engrossed in meditation, striving to advance further, as he truly felt the weight of impending pressure. Under such duress, one can only cultivate. What other options exist? If he fails to take that final step, both he and those he cherishes will be utterly obliterated in this great calamity. Thus, he must strive diligently to make further progress. The myriad laws and powers coalesced in his understanding, melding into one. He could sense the intricate interplay between heaven and earth, grasping the essence of all patterns, even feeling the rhythm of raindrops cascading from afar. This was the advantage of having taken half a step forward. There exists a resistance between humanity and the cosmos, yet an undeniable connection persists. To survive, one must adhere to the laws of nature, seeking sustenance and warmth within them. To progress, one must endeavor to shatter these established norms and strive toward innovation and creation, existing in harmony with heaven and earth. Yet now, Tang Yu found himself at odds with the cosmos once more. All his energies were reined in. With his eyes tightly shut, he earnestly contemplated the profound powers of various laws. After a considerable time, he sighed softly and opened his eyes. Indeed, no matter how fervently he wished to advance further, it seemed unattainable. His journey had reached a definitive end. Rising, he glanced at Xiao Ling, who remained ensconced in slumber. Nevertheless, there emanated an indistinct, yet formidable aura from her, as if she were undergoing a quiet transformation. In a flash, Tang Yu exited Li Mountain, casting his gaze downward from the heights. Ultimately, he descended into the 19th layer of hell. The figure of Sun Wukong had begun to coalesce, radiating an overwhelming vitality, though he had yet to fully awaken. It was likely that he would soon regain consciousness. Observing his familiar disciples, Tang Yu smiled. The weakening of the heavenly Tao has affected the earthly Tao. I have sensed instability in the cycle of reincarnation, Ho Tu murmured softly. There is little we can do. If even the heavenly Tao is in such a state, how can we expect the earthly Tao to fare any better? Tang Yu replied calmly. You speak the truth. Ho Tu smiled faintly, pondering the uncertainty of when the chaotic calamity might descend. Tang Yu fell into silence, contemplating that as long as the Goeishu could completely break free from its seal and enter the heavenly path, it would likely mark the beginning of that chaotic disaster. However, dwelling on such matters was futile. He needed to focus on finding a way to strive for breakthroughs, Tang Yu remarked solemnly. He lifted his gaze toward the formation above. The weak water was also in the process of restoring its essence. Yet, something felt peculiar to Tang Yu. He sensed the essence of weak water rapidly converging. And if this continued, it would not be long before it fully revived. Their complete revival will still require some time, Buddha stated. I understand, Tang Yu replied. Observing weak water, her recovery was indeed astonishing. Indeed, I too find it strange. Perhaps it is due to her origins from the celestial river of weak water, Buddha added. Tang Yu cast another glance at weak water before retracting his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, a flicker of anguish crossed weak water's face. A fleeting shadow of darkness flashing in her eyes. Having departed from the underworld, Tang Yu wandered through the mortal realm until he ultimately arrived at the Boundary Sea. The Boundary Sea, the fabled boundary of the heavenly path world, was home to an ancient willow tree. From this tree emanated a frail cough. Tang Yu landed before it, scrutinizing it closely, a quasi-saint. Yet, it was evident that this grand willow was gravely wounded, its essence severely compromised, and its realm continuously declining to its current quasi-saint status. You have come, the hoarse voice from the willow tree spoke, accompanied by a few more coughs. This remark surprised Tang Yu, suggesting a familiarity with him. You know me? Tang Yu inquired curiously. Of course, I know you. It is you who no longer recognizes me. The voice of the great willow bore a touch of nostalgia, followed by another low cough. Tang Yu was taken aback, studying the tree closely, and chuckled. How could I not recognize you? However, I find it strange that you left the primordial world back then. Ah, I see. You were pursued and gravely injured by Hongjun. Taking root here, he concluded. Chapter 664. Having experienced reincarnation. With Tang Yu's current abilities, a mere thought allowed him to grasp the past events. He was certainly familiar with the legendary ancestor of the laws of time, who had attained sainthood 300 years before Hongjun. Even the willow branch held by Avalokiteshvara was merely a branch casually taken from the body of the ancestor Yangmei. This illustrates the formidable power of the ancestor Yangmei. Later, after Hongjun attained sainthood and unified the heavenly path, he became a target of Hongjun's pursuit. According to legends, he was ultimately driven out of the primordial world by Hongjun. However, it was unexpected that he ended up rooted here in the Boundary Sea. It seems that after Hongjun unified the heavenly path, he relentlessly pursued him, leading to his grievous injuries and subsequent fall here. Even now, his wounds have yet to heal completely, his essence continually diminishing, and his cultivation realm perpetually declining. No wonder your cultivation is merely at the level of a quasi-saint. The great willow tree coughed lightly, its tone laced with self-mockery. It is all in the past. Tang Yu scrutinized him closely. If Hongjun were to discover this, he would undoubtedly not spare you. I am curious, how did you evade his surveillance? This situation is akin to one who, by virtue of their power, threatens their sovereign. You have grown formidable, and naturally, Hongjun harbors trepidation towards you. This includes Tang Yu himself. Were it not for his extraordinary strength and capabilities, Hongjun would have long since extinguished his existence. Yet now, even if Hongjun wished to act, he is unable. Power is the very foundation of existence. In the realm of the Sea of Boundaries, at the edges of the heavenly Tao, the great willow tree spoke softly. Even though he has synthesized the heavenly Tao and all beings of the three realms exist within his thoughts, this is a marginal area. Unless a matter of absolute significance arises, he will not concern himself with this place. Moreover, in my severely wounded and near-death state, my fundamental essence has already transformed, which accounts for my current condition. As he spoke, the voice of the great willow tree grew frail. Tang Yu sensed that its essence had indeed decayed to a deplorable state. Even its own cultivation level could not remain at this moment, continuously declining. The legendary ancestor Yangmei, the progenitor of the laws of time and space, had fallen to such depths. It is indeed a poignant sight. I see. Tang Yu smiled lightly. It is likely that he believes you to be dead, which is why he has ceased to investigate your whereabouts, allowing you to firmly root yourself here. He took a few steps forward, bent down, and cleared away some of the surrounding disheveled grass. Raising his gaze, he looked into the distance, the legendary edge of the heavenly Tao. As long as one can traverse this place, it seems one might step into another realm, entering the vast expanse of myriad worlds. Of course, this is merely a thought. At least for now, Tang Yu believes he cannot escape this world. The heavenly Tao itself restricts him. How could he possibly emerge from the Sea of Boundaries? Otherwise, most are aware that the sea of boundaries is the edge of the heavenly Tao's world, yet no one attempts to forcibly breach into another realm. The reason is that everyone knows one cannot truly leave this realm of the heavenly Tao. Should one take that final step, at any moment, if he so desires, he could shatter the heavenly Tao. Perhaps. The great willow tree chuckled lightly. Even if he knows I am not dead, the strike he dealt me through the heavenly Tao has left me with wounds that are difficult to heal. Thus, this may be why he has not sought to eradicate me completely. There is no need to act against someone who poses no threat. That makes sense. Tang Yu took a few more steps, gazing at the surging infinite ocean before him. He removed his shoes and sat at the water's edge, allowing his feet to be immersed in the sea. The waves roared and surged forth, yet they could never fully approach Tang Yu, merely dampening his feet. With his back to the willow tree, he sensed that the great willow seemed to be observing him with a complex gaze. This made Tang Yu feel somewhat peculiar. I have always remembered you, yet you seem to have forgotten me. The voice of the willow tree resonated, carrying the weight of ages, echoing in Tang Yu's ears. This caused Tang Yu to furrow his brow slightly, bewildered. Could it possibly be referring to Tang Sanzang? Yet, he had never heard of any connection between Tang Sanzang and Yang Mei. Do you know me? Tang Yu could not help but ask again. Indeed, the willow's voice sighed. I naturally recognize you. However, I cannot recall what bond we share. Tang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, responding, even if it were Tang Sanzang, how many lifetimes have passed? The essence of one's own origin has long since faded. Moreover, he is not even Tang Sanzang. A soft cough emanated from the willow tree, and a faint apparition emerged, delicate as a wisp of blue smoke, seemingly ready to dissipate with a mere gust of wind. He slowly approached Tang Yu's side, gazing at him as he spoke. The person I know is you, not Tang Sanzang. Tang Yu was taken aback, thoroughly astonished, turning his head to look at the specter beside him. What are you saying? I said I know you, not Tang Sanzang, the apparition reiterated softly. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly. You know who I am? Some individuals are forgotten by the world. Their remarkable deeds unacknowledged, silently giving everything to protect this realm. Their names are unknown, and their actions are unremembered, yet they dedicate everything, even their very lives. The specter's voice carried a sigh, and I happen to be one of the few who have witnessed all of this. Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, he recalled that figure he had seen before, one who nurtured all beings with their very essence, bringing everything back to its primordial origin. Yet such a person was forgotten by all, leaving behind not even a simple name. Tang Yu felt a pang of sadness. However, what shocked him more was that the willow tree seemed to know something. I have experienced reincarnation, witnessed the ebb and flow of ages, seen countless individuals who willingly sacrificed everything, perishing in battle or being plotted against, walking the path of their own destruction. The willow's voice was deep, tinged with emotion, as if tears shimmered in his eyes. You have experienced reincarnation? Tang Yu suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. He had once inquired of the Heavenly Master whether sentient beings could reincarnate, but the Heavenly Master had no knowledge of it. Now, hearing of reincarnation from the willow tree struck him with astonishment. Yet, strangely, how could he remember? Logically, everything should have been erased. I have experienced it. The willow coughed softly twice. I have seen the heavenly beings decline transform into raindrops falling from the sky, witnessed the endless void devouring all, and observed the return of all things to the void. Chapter 665, A Game of Strategy. Tang Yu's lips quivered as he stared at him in shock. Indeed, all sentient beings traverse the cycle of reincarnation once more. After a brief pause, Tang Yu inquired, was that also a time of great chaos? Yet, who were those individuals? What compelled them to act in such a manner? If Tang Yu were to reflect upon himself in another realm, he might deem it improbable that he could commit such acts. Perhaps he is rather selfish. To nurture all beings and transform himself into myriad forms, returning everything to its primordial state, yet he has been forgotten by all. Nothing remains. As for the one who nurtured all sentient beings, Tang Yu does not even know their name. Were he to know, he would undoubtedly erect a grand monument in their honor and bow respectfully. Then utilize his powers to enlighten the world that once there was someone who gave life to all beings, sustaining the existence of the three realms. Yet, even if he were to proclaim this to the world, they might not believe him. Even Hong Jun would likely regard him as delusional. The great chaos and the emergence of the Goetiu. Why did this occur? For the continuity of all beings. Otherwise, how could we possibly exist? The great willow tree spoke softly. Once again, the Guishu, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. It seems that past destruction is undeniably linked to the Guishu. However, it is unfortunate that although he can enter and exit the Guishu freely, his understanding of it remains superficial and incomplete. The only certainty he possesses is that the Guishu is a far more formidable existence than the heavenly Tao. Even the great Tao, in forsaking this realm, is wary of the Guishu. It is because of entities like them that all beings have continued to endure, the great willow tree sighed. But if all beings have forgotten, how do you know? You even claim to have witnessed it firsthand, Tang Yu questioned. Even Hong Jun is unaware of such matters, let alone a being whose cultivation is slightly inferior to his. Because I have witnessed the past, the great willow tree replied solemnly. Thus, I naturally know all of this. Tang Yu inhaled deeply. So that is the case. He possesses the power of the laws of time, which likely means he has mastered this power to a significant degree, allowing him to traverse both past and future, leading to this discovery. This revelation made sense. In that moment, Tang Yu felt a surge of impulsiveness. His own mastery of spatial laws seemed to have reached a pinnacle as well. He pondered whether he could step into the rivers of time. Perhaps he could. His thoughts drifted to the figure that meandered within the currents of time. It too embodied the laws of time. I see, Tang Yu nodded. Aside from you, is there anyone else who possesses the laws of time? The ethereal form of the great willow tree turned to face Tang Yu. There is you. Besides you and me. Is there anyone else? Tang Yu inquired once more. The great willow tree gazed unwaveringly at Tang Yu. There is you, it reiterated softly. This was becoming increasingly perplexing. Tang Yu helplessly rubbed his temples. It is you, yet not you, the great willow tree continued. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? He sensed a growing tension, his voice quivering slightly. The return to the primordial realm once again expands, and the impending chaos is on the horizon. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a glimmer of hope remains, for they have preserved a final chance. The great willow tree gazes at Tang Yu, its eyes unwavering. Perhaps in this lifetime, peace can be fully attained, and the primordial realm will no longer exist. Tang Yu's lips tremble as he forces a smile and asks, What are you staring at? Who are you? The willow tree suddenly inquires. Tang Sanzang, Tang Yu replies directly. The ethereal visage of the willow tree seems to reveal a hint of amusement. Are you truly him? Regardless of whether you are or not, you shall ultimately return here. For you inherently belong to this place. Tang Yu's heart quakes. He rises abruptly, incredulous, and gazes at the tree. What are you talking about? I say you originally belong here, and you will return, the willow tree affirms, its voice interspersed with a few coughs. How can this be? No one has ever spoken of my origins from the outside world. Why do you know this? Do not be so astonished, the willow tree replies softly. For I once witnessed your essence splitting away into the currents of time, venturing into the external realm. It was also for the sake of this myriad of beings that the last hope was preserved, yet unforeseen circumstances arose. Tang Yu's lips quiver. What unforeseen circumstances? He has begun to harbor doubts about the identity of the system, and similarly, he has begun to question the shadow that drifts within the currents of time. Yet, he has always refrained from confirming it. The merging of souls may lead to a bridal gown. The willow tree's tone is grave. Does it know all this? At this moment, Tang Yu feels as if he possesses no secrets left to hide. This must have been unforeseen by them as well. The collective effort to preserve the last hope was usurped. The willow tree speaks with bitterness. Tang Yu remains silent for an extended period, taking a deep breath. How could you know all of this so clearly? Were you also a witness within the currents of time? With the cultivation level of beings like the Panga deity, even if someone were to traverse the currents of time and arrive in the future, they would undoubtedly perceive something amiss. Thus, if he truly can see all of this, it is merely because the Panga deity has deliberately allowed him to witness it. The willow tree nods. I understand your meaning. It is true and yet not true that I have stepped into the past. Once, during a chance encounter while being pursued by Hong Jun, the laws of time trembled, as if I dreamt of returning to the past, allowing me to witness all the hidden truths. At this moment, Tang Yu feels an overwhelming urge to return to the past and uncover the reality of it all. Given the present weakness of the heavenly Tao and the issues with his own laws of time, returning to the past should pose no insurmountable challenge. The great calamity of this lifetime approaches once more. Whether it leads to complete annihilation or a new opportunity remains uncertain. The willow tree's voice carries a sense of lament. Though a final thread of life has been preserved, unforeseen circumstances have also arisen. The unforeseen circumstances it refers to are undoubtedly the existence of another self within Tang Yu. To this day, Tang Yu has already deduced certain matters. What exactly is the Goetiu? Is it merely to devour? Tang Yu inquired. The great willow tree fell into a brief silence. To devour. To inhabit the myriad worlds of the heavens. Do you understand what our realm is? It is a door, a barrier separating the myriad worlds of the heavens. To enter the heavens, one must pass through the realm of the heavenly Tao. Tang Yu responded, indeed, in ancient times. The great Pangu opened up the heavens and shaped a door, a shield safeguarding the myriad worlds. Thus, Goetiu seeks to enter here, to thoroughly penetrate the celestial realms. The great willow tree sighed. In this game of chess, all beings are mere pawns. It is but a contest among them. Chapter 666. Unable to return to the future? Tang Yu had long harbored some suspicions. This is a game. The interplay between Goetiu, the great Tao, and the heavenly Tao. Yet, they, like insignificant ants, hold little significance. Tang Yu even began to question whether Goetiu's desire to consume all within the heavenly Tao was merely for its own sake, to devour for the sake of consuming. However, more likely, it seeks entry into the heavens. Its ultimate aim is the great Tao. Why has Goetiu fallen to such a state? Pangu's creation served as a barrier, isolating Goetiu from the celestial realms. After Pangu successfully opened the heavens, he could not escape destiny, transforming himself into the Tao. Likewise, it was a scheme of the great Tao, which cunningly included both Pangu and Goetiu within its designs. One might fear that Pangu, fully aware of this, willingly stepped forward. For if Goetiu were to truly inhabit the heavens, it would herald chaos and an irreversible cataclysm. Contemplating these thoughts left Tang Yu's mind buzzing and somewhat disordered. Never mind. There is no need to dwell on these matters. The pressing concern now is to find a way to break through. Only thus can he lead others to survive through calamity. The great Tao, Goetiu, and the heavenly Tao. Tang Yu spoke softly. Are they engaged in a game? Among them, the heavenly Tao is likely the weakest. Yet, in Tang Yu's view, even so, the heavenly Tao must possess its own schemes. Naturally, the great willow tree coughed and took a moment before continuing. This is a game played with the lives of all beings. The heavenly Tao, seeking to preserve itself, will undoubtedly leave a backup plan, which may very well lie among the beings themselves. As for Goetiu, its desire is to devour and thereby enter the heavens, while the great Tao strives to prevent Goetiu's entry. Each likely harbors further schemes, yet until the final moment, none can discern their true designs. Though you and I are powerful, compared to them, we are but ants, gazing at the sky from a well. The Tao is endless, the path is infinite. Tang Yu fell silent for a moment before saying, if I wish to return to the past. He yearned to revisit the past, to uncover what truly transpired. There may even be hidden truths regarding himself. You cannot return, especially not now. The great willow abruptly interrupted him. At that moment, my ability to return was due to serendipitously grasping that tacit point, allowing me to dream my way back to the past. You and I, endowed with the laws of time, are acutely aware that returning to the future is far simpler than revisiting the past. The ethereal form of the great willow cast a profound glance at Tang Yu, revealing the reason for his journey to the outside world. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, returning to the past proved to be significantly more arduous. The past is a fixed entity, comprising events that have already transpired. In contrast, the future remains malleable. Furthermore, as the great willow suggested, even if he had successfully ventured into the external world, it likely came at a considerable cost. However, Tang Yu began to harbor doubts. Could his success be related to the existence of another self within him? If not, he would have been a simpleton since childhood. Yet, through the fusion of souls, he compensated for the deficiencies of his spirit. Thus, if he was not mistaken, this fragment of soul had been intertwined with his own since the moment of its division, embarking with him into the external realm, transforming into a formidable system to aid him. It was also preparing for his own eventual replacement. Given the right opportunity, he could entirely supplant himself. When he first entered the return to nothingness, Tang Yu felt a sense of peculiarity and even inquired why the system had become more loquacious. In retrospect, it was the essence of the return to nothingness that stimulated him, awakening the system in its entirety. Regardless of the presence of the return's aura, it would eventually awaken fully, albeit sooner or later. A natural pawn, All schemes were orchestrated because of him, leveraging him as a pawn. In that moment, Tang Yu recalled Hong Jun's words. You, this variable, have accelerated the advent of the chaotic catastrophe. He was indeed correct. Had it not been for him, the chaotic catastrophe would not have arrived so swiftly. The heavenly Buddhist realm and celestial court would not have been so affected. In summary, he had influenced far too many grand currents. The past is a variable, while the future is a constant. Even if one were to return to the past, altering what has transpired is an impossibility. Everything is predetermined and unchangeable. Otherwise, why wouldn't people return to the past to reverse their fates? Because no one can accomplish that. The ethereal form of the great willow sighed softly. However, as long as the future is not impacted by the grand currents, it is indeed possible. Upon reflection, Tang Yu realized that even in the future, he had not influenced any major currents. He was neither a significant official nor a financial tycoon. He was merely one among countless ordinary lives, a simple orphan abandoned by his parents. He even found himself questioning whether his external self had been dead for so long that his body had been discovered. This could indeed be a pressing concern. I understand. The development of the future is unpredictable, while the events of the past are immutable. Even with our mastery of the laws of time, we cannot intervene. Tang Yu spoke in a hushed tone. To return to the past is merely to bear witness. However, now even witnessing has become impossible. The vanity of the heavenly path has cast a shadow over both the past and the future. This is one of the many unpredictable aspects of the future that I speak of. The great willow tree murmured softly. Tang Yu took a few steps toward the distance. The seemingly boundless sea appeared to be the edge of the heavenly realm, yet one could not truly escape from here. For this is a cycle, a circle. No matter the path taken, one ultimately remains within the confines of the heavenly world. At the very least, without absolute strength, one cannot break through this realm, nor can they transcend it. Yet, if one were to shatter this world, the heavenly path would likely be unable to withstand such might and would fall into slumber. Thus, this is the fundamental reason why no one has ever transcended. The heavenly path restricts you. Born beneath the heavenly path, nurtured by it, one ultimately must break free from this realm, coexisting in mutual reliance. I wonder what the countless heavens beyond this world would be like. Tang Yu gazed at the boundless sea, murmuring his inquiry. I do not know. It is precisely because of this ignorance that one yearns to explore, to see for themselves. The great willow tree observed Tang Yu, an inexplicable hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. Tang Yu smiled. You are right. It is this very ignorance that fuels our aspirations. The great willow tree coughed softly twice, its phantom fading back into the great tree. What has become of them? Tang Yu was taken aback, quickly realizing he referred to Wukong and Zixia. Chapter 667. All are strategizing around you. In the 19th layer of hell. It won't be long before they reappear in the mortal realm, Tang Yu replied truthfully. That is good. If the opportunity arises, tell that young girl that Grandpa Willow misses her, and to come visit when she can. The great willow tree's voice carried a weight of age as it spoke, then broke into a violent cough. Green sap flowed down from its treetop. The source is gravely wounded, yet it endures. The realm continues to decline. Perhaps it senses that time is running short. Regarding the degradation of its essence, even Tang Yu finds himself powerless. It is a consequence of the heavenly path's devastating blow. I will do so, Tang Yu affirmed. Have you not prepared to see the outside world? It is quite pleasant here, the willow tree replied with a sense of vanity. At the very least, it offers tranquility. If I were in your position, I fear I would feel the pangs of solitude. Tang Yu remarked. One grows accustomed to it. At the very least, here I can listen to the voices from across the boundless sea. With sound, one is not lonely. The great willow tree said meaningfully. If one day you find yourself utterly alone, with the heavens reverting to chaos, and all things in the world cease to exist, only your solitary existence remains amidst it all, devoid of day and night, with no company, not even sound. Then that would be true solitude. Tang Yu let out a bitter smile. Hearing you speak this way brings forth a deep sense of profound loneliness within me. The great willow tree coughed again. With a wave of its hand, Tang Yu's essence flowed into its body. What is this? The great willow tree was taken aback. My magical essence embodies the primal source of the Tao. At the very least, it can delay your aging. Otherwise, I fear you may not endure until the day Zixia returns. Tang Yu shrugged. To possess the primal source of the Tao? The voice of the great willow tree suddenly exclaimed, filled with disbelief. How is this possible? From where did you acquire the primal source of the Tao? The great willow tree inquired eagerly. Tang Yu replied truthfully. At the moment, I transcended to a sage, after undergoing the tribulation. Hongjun wielded the power of the Tao to battle and ultimately incapacitated me, yet a fragment of the Tao's primal essence lingered within my body, which I then refined. Moreover, I even gleaned insights into various other spells from this fragment of the Tao's primal essence. How can this be? Why did the primal source of the Tao not return to the Tao itself, but instead remain within your body, refined by you? It is inconceivable that someone could refine such a pure and unadulterated source of power. The great willow tree appeared somewhat astonished. At that time, Tang Yu also found the situation peculiar. However, it was indeed refined by him, and he did not ponder it further. Yet now, he believes that his ability to effortlessly refine the primal source of the Tao is likely intimately connected to another version of himself within. Perhaps it was the unnoticeable assistance from the system at that time that enabled him to thoroughly refine the essence. As for why this essence did not completely return to the Tao, even now, Tang Yu remains perplexed. Nevertheless, he now believes it has been entirely refined by him. There should be no significant issue, Tang Yu stated. This fragment of the primal source of the Tao has bestowed upon him immense benefits. Even celestial phenomena and the like are manifestations born from the primal source of the Tao. As for terrestrial and humanoid forms, their foundations lie in the paths taken after comprehending the celestial phenomena. The great willow tree fell silent. Yet Tang Yu sensed that it was gazing at him with a dazed expression. After a long pause, the great willow tree weakly remarked, "I see." It then gazed towards the endless sea before them. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a crystalline sound. An inexplicable sense of solitude washed over Tang Yu. Perhaps he was inherently a free-spirited individual, unable to endure such loneliness. He glanced at the great willow tree, which had vanished from sight. The Tao, the heavenly path, has indeed orchestrated a grand scheme utilizing you as a pawn. The great willow tree mused softly. What, then, is the purpose of Guishu? What calculations does it hold? Departing from the realm of the sea, he returned to the human world, feeling the long-lost vibrancy of bustling life, which evoked a sense of disconnection within Tang Yu. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered and landed on Tang Yu's shoulder. A familiar voice resonated in his ears, "Daddy." Tang Yu turned to look at Xiao Ling, who appeared vibrant, with some bloodstains adorning its tentacles. Undoubtedly, this little creature, upon awakening, had ventured out in search of food. Tang Yu could even sense the sanguine aura emanating from its body. "Are you all right?" Tang Yu inquired with concern. To comprehend the sudden and inexplicable fainting, Tang Yu was indeed quite anxious, particularly since it concerned his daughter. "It's nothing, really," little Ling chirped, producing a cacophony of strange sounds. Her tendrils dancing as they brushed against the back of Tang Yu's neck, sending an eerie chill coursing through him. He reached out and pulled her closer, scrutinizing her closely. "What is the matter with you? You seem significantly more powerful than before." "Of course," little Ling replied with a sense of pride. "Unfortunately, Father won't let me consume them. Otherwise, I would be even more formidable." She cast her gaze towards the throngs of people below, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. "You mustn't eat any of them," Tang Yu chided, giving her a gentle tap on the head. "Why did you suddenly faint, and how do you feel now?" Little Ling's expression turned slightly bewildered as she pondered. "I don't know what happened. I suddenly felt unwell, and then everything went dark." Regardless, it was a relief that little Ling had awakened. Tang Yu affectionately patted her head and placed her back on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the heavenly court was in utter chaos. The gods, including the Jade Emperor, gazed in disbelief at the horse monitoring bureau. All the celestial steeds had been drained, lying on the ground like desiccated corpses. The horse overseer and several personnel from the bureau trembled as they knelt on the ground, uncertain of the events that had transpired. It was as if all the celestial steeds had been inexplicably depleted, transforming into lifeless husks. The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened ominously. "Who can tell me what has transpired?" The officials of the Horse Monitoring Bureau lowered their heads even further. "Your Majesty, we beg for forgiveness. We too are unaware of the circumstances." The horse overseer hastily pleaded for clemency. "Forgiveness?" The Jade Emperor laughed in anger, his voice trembling. "My celestial steeds lie in such a state, dead beyond recovery. And you ask for forgiveness?" At this, the horse overseer shivered in fear. The Jade Emperor, quaking with wrath, lit a cigarette for himself and commanded, "Tai Bai Jing Xing." I order you to investigate this matter thoroughly. Furthermore, the horse overseer and his subordinates are to be stripped of their divine positions and cast down to the mortal realm to endure the cycle of reincarnation. Investigate? Tai Bai Jingxing surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of celestial steeds, perplexed as to how to proceed. The deaths seemed utterly bewildering. However, upon seeing the Jade Emperor's cigarette, he swallowed hard and replied, "This humble servant shall comply." Chapter 668. The Heavenly Court hosts the Celestial Steed Feast yet. Tai Bai Jingxing was at a loss for how to conduct the inquiry. He resolved to proceed with the investigation, hoping to fabricate an explanation later and offer an apology. However, he could not be blamed for this. The celestial steeds had met a tragic and mysterious demise, and he believed that no one from the heavenly court could have committed such an act. Could it be, he pondered, that some demons or malevolent beings from the mortal realm are responsible? He recalled hearing of a demonic technique that allowed for the consumption of essence and blood to enhance one's cultivation. Gazing at the tragic sight of the celestial steeds, the Jade Emperor was engulfed in sorrow. Only two remained, and they were but wretched, emaciated creatures. In the aftermath, dragons no longer rode horses. Upon hearing the words of the celestial sage, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow. He was aware that the demon race possessed some nefarious techniques to aid their cultivation, which was precisely why they were labeled as demons. Glancing at the corpses of the heavenly steeds strewn about, he realized that such audacious harm inflicted upon his celestial horses, resulting in such a tragic demise, could not possibly be the work of the denizens of heaven. The celestial beings lacked the audacity to draw upon the essence of these steeds to the last drop, for heaven did not harbor such malevolent techniques. Thus, it was not unreasonable to suspect that the perpetrators hailed from the mortal realm. The sage's reasoning struck a chord with the Jade Emperor, who pondered deeply. If that is the case, you shall venture to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts to investigate whether these creatures are indeed responsible. The celestial sage was taken aback by the command. Yet, he found solace in this task, recalling that he had previously mentioned an issue with a batch of goods he had exchanged. Now, returning to redeem them would be fortuitous. With this thought in mind, the celestial sage bowed slightly, saying, "As you command, my lord, I shall descend to the mortal realm and uncover the truth in the kingdom of 10,000 beasts." Amidst his profound sorrow, the Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the sage to depart. He then turned his gaze to the lifeless bodies of the heavenly steeds, inhaling deeply before exhaling a heavy sigh. "Let it be known, I shall host a feast for the heavenly steeds, allowing my ministers to partake of their flesh." As he spoke, the Jade Emperor shook his head and walked away, his countenance marked by a palpable sadness. "These were my steeds. They have perished." The Emperor felt a surge of rage building within him. If he were to discover the identity of the culprit, he would annihilate their entire lineage. The deities accompanying the Emperor exchanged glances, seemingly incredulous at his words. However, upon reflection, they understood. With the heavenly steeds now deceased, their remains would be wasted if left untouched. Hosting a feast would allow for the utilization of their flesh, transforming waste into sustenance. "Indeed, Your Majesty," the deities responded, promptly setting about to arrange for the royal kitchen to transport the steeds, ensuring a variety of dishes would be prepared for this momentous occasion, the Feast of the Heavenly Steeds. Such a banquet had never before been held in heaven. The thought of what heavenly steeds might taste like ignited a sense of anticipation among the deities. Meanwhile, the celestial sage hastened to descend to the mortal realm. Upon reaching the skies above the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, he bowed slightly and announced, "I am Tai Bai Jingxing, seeking an audience with the Demon King." Inside the kingdom, the Demon King, upon hearing this, shuddered slightly. It was evident that the sage had come to inquire about the exchange of goods. Given that the stock was depleted, it was impossible to fulfill such a request. The sage's purpose was clear, yet the Demon King feigned ignorance, intending to offer vague responses to deflect the inquiry. Though the celestial sage had initially come to investigate the matter of the heavenly steeds, it seemed unlikely that the kingdom of 10,000 beasts was culpable. After all, he had merely spoken offhandedly at the time, never anticipating that the Jade Emperor would send him personally. He intended to return and briefly mention that the myriad demons of the myriad demon kingdom, as well as the demon race, were unaware of this matter. The specifics could then be left to the Jade Emperor's discretion. There was no issue with that. Exchanging for cigarettes was the primary concern. "Your Majesty, I have come to exchange for some cigarettes," the Great White Star said with utmost respect. As expected, the figure of Brother Lai materialized, swiftly lighting one for himself and sighing, "To speak candidly, Tai Bai, I too have been facing significant shortages lately. Otherwise, I would have gone to inquire with the third one about when we might have stock." The great white star's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Brother Lai still smoking. "You're out of stock here?" he questioned, skepticism lacing his tone. "Moreover, knowing full well there is a shortage, you still boldly lit one. Nevertheless, let us expedite this process. The price is not an issue," the great white star conceded. Feeling that Brother Lai might be using this as an excuse to inflate prices, he graciously stated that cost was no concern, hoping Brother Lai would not decline further. To his surprise, Brother Lai nodded. "I understand completely, Tai Bai. Rest assured, should there be stock, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Upon hearing this, the great white star furrowed his brow. Could it truly be that there was no stock? "I am most grateful, Your Majesty," he said, bowing respectfully before vanishing, ready to return to the heavenly court to report to the Jade Emperor regarding the matter of the celestial horse. For the myriad demon kingdom and others refused to acknowledge it. How the matter would be resolved was now the Emperor's concern, no longer his. Exchanging for cigarettes? What a fantasy! They were already out. Brother Lai admired his own cleverness, relieved that he had hurriedly exchanged for them upon hearing Tang Sung declare their unavailability. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened around him, a familiar aura materializing. Brother Lai gasped, cursing under his breath as a hand seemingly tore through the sky, snatching away his cigarette before delivering a resounding slap to his face. In an instant, Brother Lai was sent flying, his head buzzing. In the purple cloud palace, Zhuan-Ti, having retrieved the cigarettes from Brother Lai, hastily lit one for himself and, without hesitation, slapped little Lai across the face. The familiar sensation of the meaty impact and the intimate connection of palm against skin lingered, leaving one somewhat entranced. "Junior brother, you are incorrigible," Jane remarked, observing Zhuan-Ti's antics. "What if Tang Sung were to arrive?" he voiced, worry etched on his features. "The master has expressly stated that he is in seclusion and should not be disturbed." Zhuan-Ti shrugged nonchalantly. It was merely a light slap. Little Lai wouldn't dare inform Tang Sung, and even if he did, it is hardly a matter worth seeking us over, is it? Chapter 669. The Ascendant Brother. Jane paused to contemplate. Indeed, if Tang Sanzang wished to create trouble, he could arrive at any moment. Thus, Jane ceased his discourse. Meanwhile, Quan Ti, with a cigarette in hand, immersed himself in thought. In the west, at the Great Lane Temple, the monks were already deprived of spiritual sustenance, each one restlessly tormented. Among them was Methria Buddha, who gazed below at the assembly of monks and fell into deep reflection. He wondered whether the current strength of the Buddhist order could contend with the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Presently, this realm was the sole sanctuary for the Ascendant Brother, a designation even bestowed by Tang Sanzang himself. If they could seize the kingdom of 10,000 demons, it would inevitably lead to the capture of the Ascendant Brother, thus yielding an endless supply of cigarettes. However, two pressing issues loomed before them. First, the might of Ling Mountain seemed insufficient to conquer the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Second, there was the concern of whether Tang Sanzang would intervene. Tang Sanzang had transformed into a formidable force capable of determining the fate of any entity. While the Buddhist strength was lacking, it appeared feasible to ally with the heavenly court. Furthermore, it was imperative to ascertain Tang Sanzang's activities. If he were in seclusion, it would pose no problem. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Methria Buddha's eyes. It was rumored that even the heavenly court was facing a shortage of cigarettes. Thus a collaboration was entirely plausible. Moreover, working together to eliminate the kingdom of 10,000 demons would constitute a meritorious deed. If they could capture the Ascendant Brother, it would not only resolve the cigarette issue, but also eliminate a traitor for the Buddhist order, surely earning them favor from the two sages. As for the ancient Buddha of Burning Lamp, it was said he was still undergoing reincarnation below. Should they attempt to retrieve him now? Methria Buddha dismissed the thought. After all, the two sages had yet to speak, and such an impulsive action might lead to discontent. Regarding the cigarette matter, I am devising a solution. I urge everyone to remain patient. Methria Buddha addressed the restless monks below. It seemed evident that resolving the cigarette issue was now imperative. He prepared to journey to the heavenly court to confer with the Jade Emperor about the kingdom of 10,000 demons, exploring the possibility of an alliance. Wenshu Lingji, you two descend to investigate Tang Sanzang's whereabouts and discern his activities. As for me, I shall proceed to the heavenly court to discuss significant matters with the Jade Emperor. Maitreya Buddha commanded. By your command, Buddha. When Shu and Lingji Bodhisattvas exchanged glances, investigating Tang Sanzang's whereabouts, they doubted their ability to locate him. Yet they had heard that he had recently been in Lishan, which they could explore. They held a favorable view of Tang Sanzang, believing that as long as they approached him courteously and offered praise, he would certainly not trouble them. Moreover, if they could procure cigarettes from him, it would be even better. This thought was particularly on Lingji Bodhisattva's mind. Thus, the two hurriedly descended, while Maitreya Buddha made his way to the heavenly court. As I stepped into the southern heavenly gate, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafted through the air. Maitreya Buddha instinctively wrinkled his nose and quickened his pace towards the heavenly court. At that moment, a grand celebration was underway in the celestial realm. The heavenly emperor was determined that none of his ministers should depart without being thoroughly intoxicated. However, after partaking of the erguoto liquor, they found the heavenly wine to be insipid and devoid of any flavor. Yet, the supply of erguoto was dwindling, with only a few bottles remaining. The heavenly emperor, observing the multitude of celestial ministers, was resolute in not revealing his private stash, which he had secretly enjoyed. At this moment, the ministers too began to reminisce about the delightful taste. The celestial steed was quite delectable. Li Jing took a bite and nodded in approval. Wasn't that an obvious statement? After all, it was the emperor's celestial steed, nourished with an array of divine fruits, and even rare elixirs had been bestowed upon it. Yet, the essence had been thoroughly consumed by an unknown assailant, leaving only the most ordinary horse meat behind. Even so, the flavor evoked continuous praise from the gods. A resounding chant of Amitabha echoed as Maitreya Buddha appeared in the sky. He took a few hearty sniffs, savoring the subtle aroma of meat that filled the air. Upon noticing the sudden arrival of Maitreya Buddha, the heavenly emperor inquired, Maitreya Buddha, what brings you to my heavenly court at this juncture? Gazing at the steaming meat, Maitreya Buddha swallowed hard and replied earnestly, I wish to discuss some significant matters with your majesty. However, since you are hosting a banquet, I shall not impose at this time and will return later to confer. Come, join us for a meal. The heavenly emperor beckoned Maitreya Buddha with a wave of his hand, then turned to a nearby attendant, instructing, have the royal kitchen prepare some vegetarian dishes. After a moment's hesitation, Maitreya Buddha descended, saying, in that case, I shall graciously comply. Although he could not partake of meat, enjoying some vegetarian fare and inhaling the aroma of the meat was still a delightful experience. Moreover, it would provide an opportunity to discuss matters pertaining to the kingdom of 10,000 demons with the heavenly emperor. The urgency surrounding the incense issue was palpable, and the other Buddhas appeared listless, consumed by their anxieties. Not to mention, even Maitreya Buddha dared not smoke an entire cigarette. As the vegetarian dishes were served, both Maitreya Buddha and the heavenly emperor began to sip their drinks. Yet, the taste was indeed too mild. After a sip, Maitreya Buddha frowned slightly. After some contemplation, he produced a bottle of erguoto. Instantly, the heavenly emperor's eyes brightened. With only one bottle left, let us drink together, Maitreya Buddha said with a smile. In truth, he had 2 more bottles hidden away, but those would need to be consumed discreetly. However, with 2 cups of liquor downed, they completely relaxed. Maitreya Buddha brought forth his remaining stock. Drink up. If this is insufficient, I shall seek out Tang Sung for an exchange, he assured, patting his chest with a hiccup. The heavenly emperor, now somewhat inebriated, had flushed cheeks and laughed heartily. How could I allow you to bring your own drinks to my heavenly court? Someone, fetch me more erguoto. At this moment, both were slightly intoxicated, their temperaments lightened. It seemed that, akin to modern times, what had begun as a simple meal had transformed into a spirited revelry. In a state of disarray, one finds oneself compelled to sing a tune, beckoning a few maidens, with the likelihood of indulging in a sauna thereafter. Upon awakening the next day, regret sets in. How could one have squandered so much? At this moment, both Maitreya and the Jade Emperor exhibit a demeanor befitting their circumstances. What began as a simple convivial gathering has escalated into a full display of their respective reserves. Most notably, Tang Yu finds himself devoid of any remaining stock. It can be said that the erguoto in the possession of the brother is now a rarity in this world. Suddenly, a startled cry resounds. Through the haze, a small black dot emerges, gradually enlarging before one's eyes. Bang! The body crashes heavily to the ground, shattering the table before the Jade Emperor. along with several bottles of erguotu that were just brought forth. The deities gaze in astonishment at the descending figure of Brother. Shaking his head, he rises from the ground, spins around, and promptly collapses again. Where's this place? Why are there stars everywhere? Surely, I have not been flung into the Milky Way. Chapter 670. Preparing for a battle over cigarettes, the deities look on in disbelief at Brother, especially the Jade Emperor and Mithria, who have raised their cups as if preparing to toast. However, with Brother's sudden descent, their table is upturned, spilling their drinks all over them. Yet they maintain their pose with cups aloft. Time seems to freeze at this moment. With a groan, Brother shakes his head, stands up from the ground, rubs his face, and inhales sharply. The force of the blow has left him dazed, as he sees stars and momentarily believes he has been thrust into the Milky Way. After a considerable time, Brother regains his composure and begins to survey his surroundings, widening his eyes in astonishment. He had thought himself in the Milky Way, but it is evident he has arrived in the heavenly court. Clearly, the heavenly court is preparing for some festivity. The air is thick with mist, accompanied by the enticing aroma of meat wafting into Brother's nostrils. At this moment, the Jade Emperor regains his senses and, letting out a belch, declares, "You dare to intrude upon my heavenly court and disrupt my banquet without cause. This matter cannot go unresolved without 2 packs of cigarettes." Despite his outward display of anger, the Jade Emperor secretly revels in the situation as he is on the verge of running out of cigarettes. He hopes to exploit this incident to procure a couple of packs from Brother. Desiring cigarettes? Such a jest. Little does he know that at this moment, Brother regards cigarettes as more precious than life itself. Cigarettes? Dream on. Mithria then stands up abruptly. Once a revered Buddha, now the king of all demons. Are you still unaware of your transgressions? If you accompany me back to the Spirit Mountain, I shall implore the sages to show leniency. If they can bring Brother back to the Spirit Mountain, then the cigarettes will be under their control, primarily sourced from Tang Sung. However, they are presently too intimidated to flaunt this before Tang Sung, for a swift strike could easily lead to their demise. Moreover, during the time on Mount Luojia, Mithria Buddha was well aware that Tang Sung had bestowed upon Lai a considerable amount of incense. His initial purpose for ascending to the heavenly realm was precisely this. He even contemplated allying with the Jade Emperor to launch an assault on the kingdom of 10,000 demons in order to seize the incense. Observing the two, Lai rubbed his face, maintaining a calm demeanor. He opened his mouth, poised to utter something, but then reconsidered, realizing he was in the heavenly court. What if that shameless Zhuan Ti suddenly deemed him undesirable and delivered a resounding slap? Lai had no intention of receiving such a blow. He needed to retreat. As long as he returned to his own territory, he would be safe. Furthermore, he discerned that both Mithria Buddha and the Jade Emperor appeared somewhat inebriated, and even sought to extort him over the trivial matter of 2 broken tables due to his unexpected arrival. This was unacceptable. After years of navigating such affairs, he had always been the one to extort others. He could not endure being extorted himself. I had not anticipated such an occurrence. And for disturbing a significant banquet in the heavenly court, I sincerely apologize. As for the incense, it is not out of the question, but I must return to my domain to retrieve it. I shall send it to you shortly. What do you think? Lai said with a serene expression, his small eyes squinting into mere slits, making it difficult to discern whether they were open or closed. Mithria Buddha and the Jade Emperor exchanged glances. Neither was foolish enough to allow Lai to return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons so easily. What if he entered and never emerged again? How much do you possess? The Jade Emperor began to negotiate. As long as Lai had a comparable quantity, he wished to avoid prolonged entanglement. Mithria Buddha felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Lai surrendered all his incense to the Jade Emperor? What would become of their Buddhist sect? Under the scrutiny of the deities, Lai reluctantly retrieved the empty cigarette box, indicating to the two that it was devoid of contents. To ensure clarity, he tore open the box, instantly feeling a pang of regret, knowing there were still many leaves within that would go to waste. If only they could be poured onto paper, he could salvage a few butts to roll into another. Alas, it was truly empty. With a sigh, Lai raised the remaining butts in his hand to demonstrate he was not deceiving them. Instantly, the brows of the Jade Emperor and Mithria Buddha furrowed in concern. My kingdom of 10,000 demons has matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Lai declared, and with that, he dashed away at great speed. He had no choice but to flee. If it were merely the Jade Emperor and Mithria Buddha, Lai would not have been afraid. for even if he could not defeat them, he could still retreat unscathed. Moreover, being in the heavenly court meant that any ensuing chaos would not bear his cost. Yet, it was precisely because they were in the heavenly realm that he dared not act recklessly. Setting aside the formidable Hong Jun, what if Zhuan Ti took a disliking to him and delivered a slap? The mere thought of Zhuan Ti made Lei grit his teeth in frustration. How audacious to brazenly seize the incense, and on top of that, to receive a slap in return. If he were capable of confronting Zhuan Ti, he would not hesitate to challenge him directly. He even contemplated whether to inform the third brother, but after some thought, deemed it unnecessary to trouble him. After all, it was merely a matter of gossip. Where are you going? Both the Jade Emperor and Maitreya Buddha shouted simultaneously, rushing after Brother Lai. However, just as they took to the skies, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed them, and they each began to retch. Seizing this opportunity, Brother Lai had already vanished without a trace. Would they dare to pursue him to the kingdom of all demons? They questioned their own audacity. Behind the kingdom of all demons stood Tripitaka, and now Rahu was also in that realm. If the Jade Emperor and Maitreya Buddha were to confront Brother Lai and Rahu, they both recognized their lack of odds. Damn it, the Jade Emperor muttered, wiping his mouth in frustration. In the midst of this, Maitreya Buddha let out a belch and remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe the time has come to eradicate the kingdom of all demons." With the combined strength of that realm and the demon clan, they wield enough power to influence the three realms. Furthermore, we may seize the opportunity to acquire some offerings. The Jade Emperor's head buzzed from the drink, still somewhat lucid but teetering on the brink of inebriation. What if Tripitaka intervenes? He pondered. If Tripitaka truly involved himself, no matter how many of them there were, it would be futile. Even if Hong Jun intervened, he could not contend with Tripitaka, thus it warranted careful consideration. I have already dispatched someone to investigate Tripitaka's whereabouts, but he has been in seclusion for some time. If my assumptions are correct, he should still be in retreat now. This presents an opportunity for us to simultaneously eliminate the kingdom of all demons and the demon clan. Even if word reaches the saints, we would be acting for the balance and stability of the three realms. This would be a significant merit, Maitreya Buddha said slowly. Chapter 671. The black mist emitted by the weak water. The Jade Emperor belched twice and fell into contemplation, finding some merit in Maitreya Buddha's words. Yet, even if Tripitaka were in seclusion, what if he suddenly sought retribution later? Moreover, the strength of the kingdom of all demons had significantly increased, especially with the addition of the demon clan. It was likely that even a combined effort from the Buddhist and celestial realms might not guarantee victory. Though slightly intoxicated, the Jade Emperor remained clear-headed, considering the various implications. Truly, he was the sovereign of the three realms. I need to deliberate on this matter, he stated, belching once more. The splendid celestial horse banquet had lost its charm due to Brother Lai's unexpected descent. The Jade Emperor gestured to the deities, signaling them to indulge and then depart. It is for the best. I shall return to the Western Paradise. Should you come to a resolution, Your Majesty, feel free to send word to me, and I shall certainly rally all the Buddhas of Ling Mountain to march against the kingdom of all demons. Maitreya Buddha clasped his hands together, reciting a mantra before gradually fading from sight. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, Maitreya Buddha fell into a deep slumber, and the Jade Emperor experienced a similar fate in the celestial court. However, once they awoke from their intoxication, both found themselves rubbing their heads, expressions tinged with regret. It was all gone. How had they consumed everything so thoroughly? Although Manjushri Bodhisattva and Lingji Bodhisattva were tasked with investigating the whereabouts of Tang Sung, they harbored suspicions that he might be in Lishan. However, they dared not approach too closely, not to mention Tang Sung himself. Even the mother of Lishan was known for her volatile temperament. The possibility of being struck down by her sword was not beyond the realm of likelihood. Thus, for the sake of their own safety, they maintained a considerable distance, refraining even from projecting their divine consciousness. Given the formidable cultivation of both Tang Sung and the mother of Lishan, should they choose to extend their divine awareness, they would effortlessly detect any intrusion. With their own levels of cultivation, it was utterly impossible for them to uncover anything significant. Exchanging a glance filled with resignation, it was Lingji Bodhisattva, the clever one among them, who finally spoke. I sense that Tang Sung seems to be in seclusion. What nonsense are you spouting? You can perceive Tang Sung? Manjushri Bodhisattva was about to retort, but upon meeting Lingji Bodhisattva's gaze, he seemed to comprehend something. With a knowing smile, He nodded and said, "The esteemed Lingji is indeed correct. I believe Tang Sung is in seclusion." "That is splendid news. Since that is the case, let us return to the Western Paradise and inform Maitreya Buddha that Tang Sung is in seclusion," Lingji Bodhisattva suggested. The two figures gradually faded from sight. Within Lishan, the mother of Lishan effortlessly sensed the sudden presence of the two beings nearby. She pondered whether to send them into eternal rest with a single stroke of her sword or to obliterate their corporeal forms. Yet, to her surprise, the two departed in a rather hasty manner, leaving her somewhat vexed. What was their rush? Wait a moment, she thought. Lingji and Manjushri, oblivious to the peril they had narrowly escaped, had no inkling that lingering a while longer would have made their departure far more challenging. As they vanished from her sight, the mother of Lishan refrained from taking action, for after all, they had no explicit reason for being there. Had they continued to linger, she would have felt compelled to deliver a decisive blow to humble their audacity. "What is going on?" Tang Yu whispered from behind her. It was Lingji and Manjushri, coming to flaunt themselves in Lishan, yet they were fortunate to leave swiftly. The mother of Lishan replied, cradling the little spirit in her arms. "Let me tell you, little one, the next time you encounter a bald head, you must devour him." The little spirit giggled, her tendrils dancing as her eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty gleam, embodying an eagerness to feast upon the denizens of Ling Mountain. Tang Yu took a deep breath and pulled the little spirit close. "You need not heed her words. Listen to me instead. No eating." If the little spirit were to remain with the mother of Lishan for any length of time, Tang Yu had no doubt she would undoubtedly become a little demoness, much like Ling Shui, who had already learned the art of mischief, displaying a temperament akin to that of the mother of Lishan, lively, spirited, and playful. With a pout, the little spirit blinked her eyes. "I understand, Daddy." The mother of Lishan huffed. "Those bald heads are fair game. It's nothing to worry about. I will listen to Daddy," the little spirit chirped, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "What a good child," Tang Yu said, affectionately ruffling her hair. "The little one has grown up and learned to be obedient." The old mother of Lishan gazed speechlessly at the self-satisfied Tang Yu. Meanwhile, as the bodhisattvas Lingji and Wenshu returned to Ling Mountain, they reported to Maitreya Buddha that Tang Sanzang was indeed in seclusion. However, Maitreya Buddha rubbed his temples, his expression reflecting both pain and regret. The reason for his discomfort was his indulgence in drink, which had left him with a throbbing headache. He lamented having shared his tobacco and erguotu with the Jade Emperor, leaving him utterly bereft. Traditionally, after a night of revelry, one would require a smoke to recuperate, yet now he was left with nothing but the memory of it. Simultaneously, the Jade Emperor also found himself in a state of regret, sighing heavily. At the time when the Heavenly Court imposed a smoking ban, he had confiscated all tobacco, allowing each individual only 2 cigarettes a day. Now, as the morning court commenced, the deities waited eagerly for their share, only to find none available. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and addressed the gathered deities, expressing his satisfaction with the significant progress made in the smoking ban. He emphasized the health risks associated with smoking and proclaimed that should they succeed in completely quitting, it would be a joyous occasion for both the deities and the heavenly court. However, the gods paid little heed to the warnings regarding health. After all, did they not possess divine bodies impervious to such concerns? Yet, some astute individuals, like the star of white Jupiter, pondered deeply. What did His Majesty mean? Would there be no distribution of cigarettes today? The enthusiasm for the morning court stemmed entirely from the anticipation of receiving tobacco. Maitreya Buddha declared with authority that he would lead by example in the quest to quit smoking, urging everyone to exercise restraint. The deities exchanged glances, a silence enveloping them. Though dissatisfaction brewed within, did His Majesty truly intend to deprive them of such a simple pleasure? "Yes, Your Majesty," they chorused in unison. Suddenly, a celestial soldier burst into the presence of the Jade Emperor, breathlessly reporting, "Your Majesty, the river of heaven has shifted once more, emanating an elusive dark mist." The Jade Emperor stepped forward, arriving at the banks of the river, where the waters lay still, yet a faint, ominous fog began to spread, carrying an air of dread. Chapter 672. The perturbed Jade Emperor observing the swirling dark mist, the Jade Emperor's brow furrowed further, sensing its extraordinary nature and the danger it posed. It seemed imperative to visit the Zixiao Palace and inform Hanjun of this development. The Jade Emperor felt somewhat disheartened. A series of unexpected events had unfolded, presenting challenges beyond his capacity to manage. In days gone by, He could have sought counsel from more individuals, such as the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, yet now, having dispersed his sage essence into the cosmos, no one knew his whereabouts. As for Han Jun, if there were a way, the Jade Emperor would prefer not to disturb him. However, the situation has become dire. The weak water has spread throughout the heavenly court, and now a dark mist has emerged. Every matter has exceeded his capacity to manage. Weak water? The mere thought of weak water plunged the Jade Emperor into contemplation. He wondered how the restoration of weak water was progressing, with the dark mist spreading. Did she have any knowledge of its origin? She should, after all, having been born from the weak water. Her understanding of the heavenly river's weak water far surpasses that of others. The Jade Emperor was just about to issue a decree, instructing the Morning Star to venture to the underworld and investigate the state of weak water's recovery. However, he reconsidered and decided it was best for him to make the journey personally. The Morning Star had already lowered his head, adopting a posture of reverence, awaiting the Jade Emperor's command. Yet, after his name was called, he fell silent, leaving the little white perplexed as he glanced up at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I shall go myself. If weak water can resolve this matter, then there will be no need to trouble Han Jun. The Jade Emperor's figure vanished, reappearing in the depths of the underworld's 19th layer. He sought an audience with the Earth Mother, bowing slightly in respect. Han Jun governs the heavenly Tao, while the Earth Mother oversees the earthly realm, thus deserving such a gesture. Furthermore, even without her dominion over the Earth, the Earth Mother is a genuine sage, and the Jade Emperor dared not overstep. Otherwise, he might find himself swiftly dispatched, with even Han Jun unable to intervene in time. A figure materialized in the haze, transforming into the Earth Mother, who greeted him with a radiant smile. What brings you here? The Jade Emperor replied. I have come to inquire about the status of weak water's recovery. Presently, the heavenly river's weak water is spreading, and I find myself at a loss. As the goddess born from it, it is only fitting that weak water addresses this issue. The Earth Mother replied calmly. Weak water has yet to fully recover. It requires more time. The Jade Emperor was taken aback. May I ask, when might weak water be fully restored? There is an urgency, for it is not merely a matter of its spread. There is also the encroaching dark mist. I sense a perilous aura from it. The Earth Mother smiled faintly. How would I know? However, it will certainly require some time. If there is nothing else, may I kindly ask you to take your leave? Her figure gradually faded, disappearing from the Jade Emperor's sight. This left the Jade Emperor somewhat irate. Had anyone else dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would have long since severed their head from their shoulders. Yes, should weak water recover, he hoped she would promptly return to the heavenly court, for at present, he found himself utterly unable to resolve the complications surrounding weak water. With a sigh, he expressed his thoughts aloud. He offered a slight bow to the vanishing figure of the Earth Mother before he too departed. What else could he do? Being the Jade Emperor felt quite stifling. The Earth Mother waved her hand, and formations materialized high above the heavens. At that moment, weak water was within, absorbing the power of the formations, gradually restoring its spirit. Yet, the Earth Mother furrowed her brow slightly. Why was the recovery happening so swiftly? The power of the surrounding formation continuously surged into the soul of weak water, gradually clarifying her essence. At this rate, it would not be long before she would completely recover, gather her corporeal form, and achieve a miraculous resurrection. Upon careful inspection, Buddha found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was due to weak water's unique origin from the celestial river that set her apart from the ordinary. Within the formation, not far away, 4 monkeys sat cross-legged. Among them, one appeared particularly vain, resembling an ephemeral shadow, likely to dissipate with the slightest breeze. Yet, upon closer inspection, he too was gradually reassembling. The power of the formation flowed unceasingly, merging into his soul. Simultaneously, the figures of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing materialized, evidently in the process of restoration. Before long, they would re-emerge into the world. Observing this scene, Hutu smiled faintly. Nearby, a reed stood firmly rooted, beside which a pung bird vigilantly guarded her. The pung bird had forgotten everything but retained the instinct to protect her, yearning for closeness. Hutu's form faded into the ether. As she vanished, weak water emitted a soft hum, her dark brows knitting together, a fleeting glimmer of pain crossing her countenance. She opened her eyes, which were shrouded in a veil of darkness, swirling with an almost imperceptible mist. With a huff, she closed her eyes again, only to reopen them moments later, her gaze restored to its original clarity. The nearby pung bird spread its wings, sheltering the reed beneath them, emitting low cries towards weak water, tinged with fear, yet it did not retreat, steadfastly protecting the reed. The pung bird called out again, its voice sharp, seemingly conveying a warning against harming the precious reed it safeguarded. Weak water maintained her composure, closing her eyes once more, while the pung bird remained vigilant, watching her with wary eyes. At Lishan, Tang Yu resumed his solitary meditation, repeatedly exploring his path in pursuit of further enlightenment. Although he was acutely aware that his journey had reached its limits, he persisted, attempting again and again, yet achieving no breakthroughs, save for minor advancements in his magical prowess. However, for him, such advancements held little significance. What he truly sought was a breakthrough in his understanding of the Tao. The path of emotions and desires was imprinted upon the celestial phenomenon, merging into the cosmic tapestry. Humanity was gradually approaching completeness, but could not attain true perfection, as the cost was too great. Meanwhile, the earthly manifestation began its cycle of evolution. Once the chaotic calamity arrived, the earthly realm would inevitably shatter. At this moment, Tang Yu commenced his own cycle of self-evolution. Should he take that final step, he could effortlessly replace the heavenly law with the celestial phenomenon, the earthly manifestation becoming the cycle itself, imprinting all beings within his cosmic design. Thus, he could guide them through this impending disaster. However, he must first entomb all sentient beings. In other words, he must initially slaughter them, obliterating their existence. Subsequently, he will imprint them upon the celestial phenomena, thereby resurrecting them once more. The celestial phenomena represent the heavenly principles, while the earthly manifestations correspond to the six realms, and the human visage embodies desires. In chapter 673, he grants a glimmer of hope to all beings, completely supplanting the heavenly order, with the celestial phenomena as the focal point. He is the embodiment of heaven. All sentient beings shall be reborn within the tapestry of his celestial realm. Yet, is it merely the act of burying sentient beings? Tang Yu sighed deeply within, contemplating entombing them within himself, only to later reflect their existence once the endless eons have passed and the great calamity has concluded. Despite his seemingly boundless strength, he harbors trepidation. Can he truly bear such a weight of woe? A moment's negligence could lead to his own disintegration, culminating in his complete dissolution into the very essence of those beings, resulting in his demise and the extinguishing of his path. His approach, albeit centered on heavenly phenomena, relies on reincarnation and the myriad emotions. Yet, he remains forever beneath the heavenly order. Thus, without taking that final step, all efforts would be in vain. Nonetheless, he does possess the means to annihilate sentient beings, entombing them within himself. In doing so, his own visage would absorb the entirety of their essence, leading undoubtedly to a grand culmination. Perhaps, as another self within him has suggested, when the great calamity of chaos descends, the primordial void shall become the heavenly order, submerging all. In such a state of helplessness, he would indeed proceed to entomb the sentient beings. With his current prowess, even beings as exalted as the celestial venerable Yuan Shi would find it effortless to obliterate. As for Hongjun, whether he lives or dies is of no concern to Tang Yu. His sole apprehension lies in the potential backlash from desires and emotions, leading to his own dissolution and merging with the sentient beings. Should that occur, he would face utter annihilation, and likewise, all beings would be engulfed. A pair of calm eyes emerged in his mind, gazing at him with an air of expectation. You will inevitably take that final step. It is your destiny. When you entomb the sentient beings, we shall truly meet again. Ah, you anticipate my actions? For you are constrained to this course, appearing cold and indifferent, seemingly uncaring for the multitude. Yet, within your heart lies a flicker of warmth. Ultimately, you will seek a way to rescue these pitiful ants of existence. This voice resonated in Tang Yu's mind, eliciting a fleeting sorrow in his eyes. Indeed, he appeared unfeeling, professing indifference to the lives and deaths of countless beings. However, among those beings, there are individuals he cherishes. He owes nothing to the collective, yet he cannot bear to witness their complete annihilation, their return to the void. If not for this, he would not strive so diligently to discover his own path. Perhaps it is for those countless beings, or perhaps even more so for those he holds dear, such as his selfishness. Ah, this is my affair. Tang Yu let out a soft snort, his voice subsequently softening. imbued with a hint of yearning as he spoke. If one day you truly take my place, I hope you can leave a glimmer of hope for all beings. He had an inkling of the identity within himself, which intensified his sense of dread, a poignant feeling of helplessness. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat until the final moment. The mutual devouring and integration between them persisted. While he considered his chances to be slim, he was determined to strive until the very end. Some individuals are like this. They endure repeated failures and relentless falls, yet they continue to struggle indefinitely, aware of the eventual outcome. Even when fully cognizant that the result is predetermined, they still harbor hope and persist in their struggle, wagering on that 1% chance. The pair of eyes within his soul flickered with astonishment. Seemingly unprepared for Tang Yu's words, he regarded him calmly, and after a prolonged silence, finally articulated, "If one day you truly take that final step, you will discover that the most futile of all is the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires. The suffering of all beings stems from this. But I am merely human." Tang Yu replied nonchalantly. He was but a man. No matter how formidable his cultivation, it could not alter the essence of his humanity. Being human inherently entails possessing 7 emotions and 6 desires. However, it is precisely because of these emotions and desires that one can be deemed human. Without them, what distinguishes one from a beast? If you wish to truly step beyond, you must relinquish everything. Your path is the path of all beings, with the 7 emotions and 6 desires as mere auxiliaries. Thus, only through abandonment can you fully transcend. It is because my path is the path of all beings that I naturally require the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Tang Yu coldly asserted. That voice continued, seemingly oblivious. Hongjun, Taishang Laojun, are they not the same? Do you think Hongjun acts for the sake of all beings? No, he acts for himself. Particularly as he has synthesized the heavenly Tao, strictly adhering to its principles. Even if all beings perish and chaos descends, it is merely part of the natural order. Of course, due to the external force within him, he has vaguely begun to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao. As for Taishang Laojun, do you consider his Taishang forgetting affection merely a jest? At this moment, the voice suddenly chuckled meaningfully. What? Tang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired. Nothing, the voice replied. I do not deny the truth in your words. Hongjun adheres to the natural order, and Taishang Laojuan's Taishang forgetting affection is indeed significant. However, do not forget that the Tao of Tongtian and the Tao of Jie Jiao seek to carve out a thread of life for all beings. Tang Yu continued. The great Tao is devoid of emotion, yet humanity possesses it. The voice fell silent for a considerable time before finally responding. You and I are one entity. Since you wish to preserve a thread of hope for all beings, I shall naturally acquiesce. With that, the voice faded into oblivion. Tang Yu let out a soft sigh, rising to his feet and walking out. There, in the mountains, the lady of Mount Li was gathering wildflowers, her hands adorned with vibrant blooms. She looked up and beamed a radiant smile at Tang Yu. Tang Yu could not help but smile, feeling that such a smile was imprinted on his heart. Is it beautiful? Holding a flower, the lady of Mount Li playfully waved it at Tang Yu. Indeed, it is beautiful, he replied, though whether he referred to the person or the flower remained ambiguous. Do you believe the flower desires to wither in my hand? Or would it prefer to fade away naturally? The lady of Mount Li gently inhaled the fragrance of the flower. Tang Yu responded, the significance differs. When you pluck it, it is cherished for its beauty. Although it may wither quickly, the appreciation of its splendor renders its brief bloom worthwhile. In contrast, a natural demise is merely a cycle. Yet the beauty unnoticed by others carries an inherent sorrow, much like certain individuals in this world, whose lives blaze brightly yet briefly, akin to fireworks that burst forth in dazzling brilliance. Many aspire to such a fate, yet fail to attain it, leading to a mundane existence that leaves nothing behind after its season of bloom. In the 674th chapter, The One Who Achieves Great Matters, it is noted that most live as mere dust, ultimately leaving nothing behind. Even those who manage to leave a mark upon this world are reduced to a mere name, a simple string of characters. The lady of Mount Li, holding the fresh flowers, took a gentle sniff and smiled radiantly. You are right. She skipped joyfully into the room, carefully placing the flowers into a pot. Tang Yu smiled faintly, his figure flickering before vanishing from the land of Mount Li. Uncertain of his destination, he wandered through the mortal realm, first emerging, then entering society, and finally becoming a recluse. Having possessed much and relinquished it, Only then does one attain clarity. A person, in their weakness, seeks to sever ties with love, yet must first perish from deep affection. Having experienced the cycle of life and death, witnessing the aging and ailments of others, Tang Yu remained remarkably tranquil. To him, the concept of immortality rendered a century merely a fleeting moment. At this juncture, he began to grasp the words of another self. The longer one engages with the world, the more detached they become from emotions, ultimately growing increasingly indifferent. In truth, he was not mistaken. At least from Tang Yu's perspective, this held true. In his earlier, weaker days, upon encountering these wretched souls, he felt sorrow and even despised his own impotence to aid them. In his youthful ignorance, he had once dreamed of becoming a hero, altering the fates of those similarly unfortunate. Yet, this was merely a dream, which faded into oblivion as he matured, leaving only the starkness of reality. Now possessing the ability, he felt no desire to intervene. The notions of fate and causality remained steadfast. The so-called Temple of the Three Brothers in the Kingdom of the Black Chicken had long since collapsed. The mention of Tang Sing elicited nothing but scorn. To this, Tang Yu merely smiled softly, unconcerned as he passed by, seemingly oblivious to their curses. "Father, I have consumed them," Xiao Ling remarked from his shoulder. Tentacles danced above, emanating a bloodthirsty glow from every inch of the body. "Why?" Tang Yu inquired. "I have expressly forbidden the consumption of humans. But they insulted my father, and thus they are villains. I simply wish to devour them." Xiao Ling's voice grew strange, a blend of weeping and laughter, merging into one voice, yet echoing with countless others, all speaking simultaneously. In Tang Yu's eyes, even now, Xiao Ling could easily seduce a quasi-saint, leading them into utter madness and violence. With a faint smile, he said nothing. He wandered over to a nearby vendor selling candied hawthorn, purchasing 2 skewers, savoring them as he prepared to depart. "Tang Sanzang, Tang Sanzang." A familiar voice resounded in his ears. Tang Yu, whose figure was poised to vanish, halted in disbelief. He beheld a frenzied pig rushing toward him, roaring as it ran. Yet to others, those sounds merely resembled oinking. To Tang Yu, however, it was unmistakably calling his name. "Is this not the Buddha of great undertakings from the Western Paradise?" He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Tang Sanzang, return me to the Western Paradise." Despite his current plight, the voice of the Buddha of great undertakings remained lofty, as if speaking to Tang Yu was already a considerable favor. If he could be returned to the Western Paradise and find the 2 saints, the torment of reincarnation would be effortlessly resolved. The Buddha of great undertakings had been driven nearly to madness during this time, reincarnating into various forms, enduring brief lives, while still burdened with his original memories. He bore witness to myriad existences, even witnessing his own demise with chilling ease. Yet, he did not include the experience of being killed, for instance, reincarnating as a dog, only to be savagely killed by other dogs, or as a calf in a cattle pen, only to be kicked to death by its peers. Such experiences solidified the Buddha of great undertakings' resolute will. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to insanity. Nonetheless, he could endure no longer. Thus, upon each new birth, as soon as he felt a semblance of strength, he would take his own life, sparing himself further torment. Now, witnessing Tang Sanzang sprinting desperately toward him, he hoped to be returned to the Western Paradise. Regarding his past deeds, Tang Yu held no obligation to forgive him, nor did he intend to hold him accountable. Cloaked in the guise of righteousness, he had rationalized his wrongful acts. This was the most terrifying aspect, for he did not perceive his actions as erroneous, believing instead that he acted for a noble cause. "Why should I return you?" Tang Yu replied calmly. No sooner had he uttered those words than the voice of the Buddha of great undertakings faltered. He sensed he had been hasty. After all, this was Tang Sanzang. Not even the likes of Jane or Junti would disregard him. Attempting to leverage his own identity against Tang Yu was akin to waking from a slumber. "Tang Sanzang, I beseech you, return me to the Western Paradise." The Buddha of great undertakings, having thoroughly assessed the situation, lowered his voice almost to a whisper, imbued with a hint of supplication. "You are a practitioner of the monastic life, and thus, your fate is predetermined by karma." Tang Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "How could I rashly intervene in matters of cause and effect?" Upon hearing this, the Buddha, who accomplishes great deeds, felt a wave of confusion. The notion of predestined karma? It merely pertains to ordinary souls. According to their cultivation, karma holds no sway over them. Of course, This is contingent upon remaining untainted by the grand karma of the heavenly path, which poses no issues. However, Tang Sanzang is truly unafraid of anything. Even the karma of the heavenly path can be faced without trepidation. At this moment, he absurdly claimed he did not wish to meddle in matters of karma. Tang Sanzang, what do you truly desire? He implored. I beseech you to return me to the West. The Buddha, who achieves great deeds, lowered his voice once more. After finally glimpsing a semblance of hope, how could he relinquish it? Discontent began to brew within him. Initially, he believed that his suffering from the cycle of reincarnation would be easily alleviated once the two saints located him and investigated. They would then assist him in resolving his anguish. Yet, alas, they had not. From a budding hope, his feelings had gradually morphed into despair. The possibility that the two saints had forgotten him loomed ominously. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. He would be burdened with the memories of his own suffering, endlessly enduring the cycle of reincarnation. Tang Yu gazed at him steadily. Do you realize where your error lies? What wrong have I committed, old monk? Everything I do is for the flourishing of the Buddhist teachings. Those who achieve great deeds must, at times, make sacrifices. A small sacrifice for the sake of ultimately saving the majority. What is wrong with that? The Buddha, who accomplishes great deeds, proclaimed with righteous fervor. Tang Yu shook his head at him, his figure slowly dissipating from view. Suddenly, the Buddha, who accomplishes great deeds, was taken aback. Tang Sanzang. Not far away, a man grasped a rope, which was knotted into a noose. With a deft motion, he ensnared a pig. The creature squealed in protest, but was ultimately led away by the collective effort of the crowd. Chapter 675. Hongjun seeks an alliance. Even Tang Yu was somewhat astonished, not anticipating to encounter the Buddha who accomplishes great deeds in this place. Initially, he believed that he had already been rescued by the two saints, liberated from the cycle of reincarnation. Yet now, it seemed increasingly plausible that the two saints had indeed forgotten him. The thought caused Tang Yu's lips to twitch involuntarily. Little did he know, not only did the Buddha who accomplishes great deeds matter, but the entire Buddhist realm was now of little concern to the two saints. Their primary focus lay in surviving the chaotic tribulations and enduring to the next epoch. That was paramount. As long as they could survive. To witness the rebirth of the cycle and the resurrection of all things, they would emerge as the rulers of heaven and earth, with all new life as their subordinates, and the resources of the universe at their disposal. At that time, creating whatever they desired would be effortless. As for any debts owed to the heavenly path, they perceived that with the passage of so much time and the absence of any response from the heavenly path, it seemed likely that it had been forgotten. The two brothers chose to think positively. At this moment, one can only hope that Hongjun will truly refine the external force within him. When that time comes, the likes of Tang Sanzang will be easily dealt with. There is even a possibility of surviving the impending calamity. I fervently wish for the teacher to emerge from seclusion soon. Zhuan Ti remarked, not long ago, the Jade Emperor sought an audience with the teacher. But I sent him away. The Jade Emperor spoke of the river of heaven, its weak waters dispersing amid encroaching dark mists. However, in Zhuan Ti's view, none of this posed a problem. Nothing was more pressing than Hongjuan's contemplation. Thus, with a simple statement, I dismissed him, informing the Jade Emperor that the teacher was in seclusion and would be available later. Jiayin glanced toward the inner sanctum of the Zixiao Palace, where Hongjun was in solitude. Do you ponder the source of the external force within the teacher? I do not know, replied Zhuan Ti, but it feels immensely powerful. Jiayin subtly nodded. Indeed, it is formidable, primarily due to the teacher's current strength, which should now be sufficient to confront Tang Sanzang. Yet, he shook his head. Even if the teacher surpasses Tang Sanzang in power, overcoming him will not be an effortless task. The most daunting aspect is the other force residing within Tang Sanzang, a power even more terrifying. He has not forgotten the aura that Tang Sanzang emanated, a force that made the heavens tremble. Certainly, it is the utmost limit that the heavenly order can endure, should that power grow any stronger. It could entirely transcend the heavenly realm. You speak truly. I too sense that Tang Sanzang's force is far more fearsome. Zhuan Ti gravely nodded. At the very least, that power feels significantly stronger than the teacher's presence at this moment. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yu was not far away, eavesdropping on their conversation with clarity. He harbored considerable trepidation towards the force within Hongjun and was determined to investigate its origins thoroughly. However, Tang Yu suspected that the source of this power was something Hong Jun had long since acquired. The synthesis of the heavenly order had rendered him unable to refine this external force. Now, however, the heavenly order had weakened and could no longer afford such concerns. Thus, Hong Jun was prepared to refine this power. It must be said, he had seized a fortuitous opportunity. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun's aura was subdued, resembling that of an ordinary elder, seated in meditation. To outsiders, he might appear on the brink of death. Yet, this was merely Tang Yu's impression. Although he exuded no discernible aura, a powerful force flowed continuously within him. Tang Yu was acutely aware of this. Even with renewed intent to eliminate Hong Jun, it would not be a simple endeavor, especially now. If a life-and-death battle were to ensue, the likely outcome would be mutual destruction. Nevertheless, Tang Yu remained unconvinced of his own demise, for the presence of another self within him would ensure his survival. Suddenly, Hong Jun opened his eyes, as if stars flickered within his gaze, directing his attention toward Tang Yu's location, Tang Sanzang. He sensed the presence of Tang Yu. "I was just about to seek you out," Hong Jun sighed. Tang Yu appeared, questioning, "Looking for me? How peculiar." "Indeed, I am seeking you," Hong Jun replied solemnly. "You have taken half a step. It is impossible to fully advance in a short span. I find myself in a similar predicament. Although I have made significant progress, I still stand some distance from the final step." Tang Yu furrowed his brow. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" "We must join forces to temporarily maintain the operation of the heavenly Tao," Hong Jun stated plainly. "Otherwise, once the great chaos catastrophe arrives, without taking that final step, we shall both perish. Focus your senses." Confused yet compelled, Tang Yu channeled his primordial power outward to sense his surroundings. He was momentarily taken aback by an intangible barrier, an oppressive sensation akin to suffocation. As he continued to sense, an essence of destruction, fragile yet palpable, began to accumulate, seemingly solidifying the space around him. Naturally, he discerned this to be the enveloping power of the heavenly Tao. "Do you feel it?" Hong Jun continued. "The power of the heavenly Tao enveloping us is intensifying, steadily escalating. The great chaos catastrophe is gradually upon us." Hong Jun rose, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth. "Thus, I require our united strength to uphold the order of the heavenly Tao, preserving its might and delaying the impending catastrophe." Tang Yu pondered before responding, "That is unfeasible. The heavenly Tao has grown weak. Its essence is already beginning to shroud this realm, and the great chaos catastrophe is revealing itself. Even if we combine our efforts, we cannot stave off its arrival." "No, there is a way," Hong Jun insisted. "What method?" Tang Yu inquired. "Do you understand why the great chaos catastrophe is approaching so swiftly?" "Part of it must be attributed to the Guishu," Tang Yu replied calmly. Hong Jun nodded slightly. "Indeed. But there is another reason." At this, he turned his gaze to Tang Yu. "Your existence has introduced too many variables, leading to numerous unforeseen circumstances that are difficult to control." "Wait, I'm still unclear. How can our collaboration sustain the operation of the heavenly Tao and postpone the catastrophe?" Tang Yu asked. "If we temporarily seal Guishu together, even though it exists beyond the heavenly Tao, I believe it cannot withstand our combined efforts," Hong Jun explained. "Thus, the heavenly Tao will be oblivious to the threat posed by Guishu, allowing us to delay the catastrophe." Tang Yu completed this entire endeavor. He thought to himself, "By the time you articulate this, it will be too late." He silently scoffed, "I refuse." In chapter 676, Weak Water, Guishu, Hong Jun's assertions seemed to Tang Yu as nonsensical as a mere whim. He had already done all that could be done. Moreover, even if they united, they could not prevent the heavenly Tao from weakening further. In Hong Jun's perspective, the rapid decline of the heavenly Tao was undoubtedly due to Guishu. On this point, Tang Yu did not dispute. However, more importantly, the heavenly Tao aimed to initiate the great chaos catastrophe before Guishu could completely shatter its seal, seeking to annihilate all life and succumb to slumber, thus evading this calamity that belonged to the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the heavenly Tao contend with the void? It can only evade its brilliance. Of course, Hong Jun remains oblivious to all this. He attributes every responsibility to the void or to himself as a variable, which has consequently led to an abundance of unforeseen occurrences. Why? Hong Jun felt a flicker of anger. "Only by joining forces can we save all living beings." Tang Yu scoffed with disdain. "Salvation is not possible." Hong Jun's brow furrowed. and he listened as Tang Yu continued. The heavenly Tao is exceedingly weak, and you must know this all too well. All sentient beings are subjugated beneath the heavenly Tao, each harboring a modicum of its primordial power. Now, in its frailty, it desperately requires this essence. Thus, the extinction of all beings is inevitable. Furthermore, you have always believed that I, or the void, have accelerated the weakening of the heavenly Tao, hastening the arrival of the chaotic calamity. Tang Yu chuckled. Why not consider your own reasons? The external force within you certainly clashes with the heavenly Tao, does it not? Now you remember the multitude of sentient beings, wishing to preserve this realm. Hongjun, how hypocritical you are. Reflect carefully. Are you truly acting for the sake of all beings, or is it for your own self-interest? You aspire to wholly replace the heavenly Tao, yet you adorn it with the pretense of leading the beings to escape the chaotic calamity for the sake of the three realms. Ask yourself, what is your true intention? Tang Yu's voice dripped with sarcasm. You can only deceive others, just like those two outside. After a long pause, Hongjun finally spoke. Only after I transcend can I save all beings. A hint of weariness surfaced in his eyes. Tang Xinzong, whether you believe me or not, I genuinely wish to rescue this impendingly doomed three realms and all the myriad beings within. That is your affair and has nothing to do with me. Tang Yu scrutinized him. What truly intrigues me is the source of that external power within you, how you acquired it. That is what I find peculiar. If I am not mistaken, it appears your strength now surpasses mine, yet you still have a distance to cover before reaching the final step. Given Hongjun's current strength, it seems he has indeed transcended his own realm. However, for Tang Yu, his magical prowess exceeds that of mere boundaries. Even with Hongjun's current might, he remains helpless against him. Even in a life-and-death struggle, the end result would merely be mutual annihilation. Tang Yu retains that much confidence. Moreover, there exists another self within him. He would never allow himself to perish. Thus, in critical moments, should he falter, his other self would undoubtedly come to his aid. Contemplating this, it seems that Hongjun is indeed at a disadvantage. Hongjun sighed softly. You speak the truth. The final step is not so easily taken. Especially now, time is of the essence. The chaotic calamity, the aura of destruction, has begun to spread gradually. Perhaps tomorrow or next year, the great calamity will fully commence. The path sought after, pursued for so long, to take that final step within such a limited time frame is no simple feat. Neither Tang Yu nor Hongjun harbors any confidence. Without taking that final step, what awaits them is to vanish into oblivion alongside the great calamity. Of course, if not for Hongjun refining this external force, he would not have acted. He would have succumbed to the slumber of the heavenly Tao. However, the power within him now clashes with the heavenly Tao, rendering him unable to entirely evade this impending disaster. In Tang Yu's eyes, this is akin to weaving oneself into a cocoon. Hongjun sought to seize this moment for further advancement, yet he did not anticipate reaching a dead end. He chuckled softly. This is your path. Until the very last moment, Tang Yu would not concede defeat. Hongjun lifted his gaze towards Tang Yu and inquired, what brings you to my Xixiao palace? If there is anything you desire, feel free to take it. Even if you manage to thwart this occasion, you cannot prevent the arrival of Tang Sanzang next time. Given such circumstances, it would be more forthright for Hongjun to allow him to claim what he wishes. The Xixiao palace itself had little left. Many precious treasures had long been taken by Tang Yu. It is worth noting that previously, he would often saunter through, engaging in a skirmish and casually taking some recompense. After all, who provides a training partner without charge? At these words, even Tang Yu momentarily found himself taken aback. Hongjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, turning away from him. There is no need for us to engage in combat, especially at this juncture, is there? As for the power within me, I shall not disclose its origin. Give up on that notion. It seems the only thing piquing Tang Sanzang's interest now is this external force within him. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The small spirit perched on his shoulder scrutinized Hongjun closely, a hint of confusion flickering in its eyes. Somewhat familiar, it murmured. Tang Yu slightly knitted his brows, but chose not to speak further as his figure faded away. His visit was solely to ascertain the nature of the power within Hongjun. Yet, Hongjun could easily discern that a single sentence was enough to dishearten Tang Yu. Was he truly considering a confrontation with Hongjun? He believed he had outgrown such trivial pursuits. As he gazed at the spot where Tang Yu had vanished, Hongjun narrowed his eyes slightly. Having flown a short distance, Tang Yu abruptly halted. The aura of Guishu? How could it manifest in the heavenly court? Upon closer inspection, he sensed it emanating from the weak water of the heavenly river. With a step forward, he arrived at the weak water's edge. The celestial soldiers around him were taken aback, instinctively taking 2 steps back. One individual hastily ran off to report to the Jade Emperor, for they perceived Tang Sanzang's arrival in the heavenly court as an ill omen. This matter required the Jade Emperor's intervention. Gazing at the weak water of the heavenly river, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The indistinct black mist that permeated the weak water bore a striking resemblance to that of Guishu. It seemed his earlier conjecture was indeed correct. The weak water of the heavenly river was but a slender tributary of the forgotten river on the other side of Guishu. With the awakening of Guishu, the weak water had undergone significant changes. What, then, has become of the weak water fairy? She was born at the confluence of the celestial river and the weak water. Does she also harbor the essence of the abyss within her? Chapter 677. The fear of the little spirit. Tang Yu's expression grew grave. It appeared that he had managed to seal that formidable entity upon the decrepit wooden bridge. However, he was acutely aware that such a seal could not endure for long. Especially now, with the anomalies in the celestial river and the weak water, he felt once again the dread of the abyss. The abyss had long since infiltrated the 3 realms unnoticed. Tang Sanzang and the Jade Emperor approached slowly. At that moment, seeing Tang Yu was akin to witnessing a savior. The black mist emanating from the celestial river and the weak water was exceedingly terrifying. In the Jade Emperor's view, the only sources of hope were the weak water and Hongjun. Yet, the weak water was still in the process of recovery, and Hongjun remained in seclusion. This left the Jade Emperor on the brink of exasperation. However, upon seeing Tang Yu appear at the celestial river and the weak water, a flicker of hope reignited within him. Can you resolve the issues of the celestial river and the weak water? He inquired. Surely, Tang Sanzang would not be so petty. If the black mist continued to spread, it would likely yield unimaginable and dire consequences. This ominous mist instilled fear even in the heart of a quasi-saint like the Jade Emperor. Should it proliferate, countless denizens of the heavenly court might meet untimely ends. Not far away, the Star of the White Tiger watched Tang Yu with eager anticipation. Having run out of cigarettes, he had long wished to trade with Tang Sanzang, but had not found an opportune moment to descend to the mortal realm. Now, it seemed the opportunity had finally arrived for him. The Jade Emperor shared similar thoughts. Initially, he had intended to set an example by quitting smoking alongside others. However, he had underestimated his own willpower. The absence of smoke gnawed at him incessantly. As a result, his temper had grown particularly volatile, leading to several unfortunate incidents over trivial matters. Consequently, there was a palpable sense of unease among certain members of the heavenly court. Everyone was acutely aware of the Jade Emperor's foul mood, fearful of provoking him at such a precarious time. I know I have committed misdeeds in the past. However, should the celestial river and the weak water spread to the heavenly court, it would likely result in unfathomable calamities. If the heavenly court were to fracture, the order of the 3 realms would descend into chaos. The Jade Emperor began to approach the matter from the perspective of the 3 realms, hoping that Tang Sanzang could address the issues surrounding the celestial river and the weak water. In the Jade Emperor's estimation, given Tang Sanzang's formidable prowess, handling such a predicament would be a trivial endeavor. What is the origin of the celestial river and the weak water? Tang Yu inquired. Many years ago, the specifics of which I can no longer recall, the celestial river and the weak water were initially a mere puddle. I once commanded its sealing, but it could not be contained. The weak water continuously expanded, eventually transforming into what we now know as the celestial river and the weak water, from which the goddess of weak water emerged, the Jade Emperor recalled. As for the trajectory of the celestial river and the weak water, it has long since become impossible to trace. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The essence of the celestial river and the weak water seemed to share a common origin with the abyss. It was likely that long ago, the abyss had already begun to permeate through the weak water, gradually spreading throughout the 3 realms. At that time, the Guishu was sealed, and the spread of its power was limited. However, the current diffusion is a consequence of its breaking free from that seal. Even though Guishu has now been sealed once more, Tang Yu perceives this as merely a temporary reprieve. Should Guishu truly manage to free itself, it is likely that even the Tianhe's feeble waters would erupt in turmoil. Gazing at the tranquil surface of the weak waters, Tang Yu was suddenly reminded of Zhu Beiji. Among all beings, he alone remained unafraid of the corrosive power of the weak waters. This fleeting thought flitted through Tang Yu's mind. I cannot resolve this, Tang Yu stated. He genuinely felt helpless, for while the aura seemed to emanate from the Tianha's weak waters, he understood that its true source lay within Guishu. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, suspecting that Tang Sanzang was pursuing a personal vendetta, disregarding the welfare of the heavenly realm and the myriad beings across the three realms. With Tang Sanzang's boundless capabilities, surely there must be some solution at hand. Just as the Jade Emperor was about to speak, Tang Yu suddenly plunged into the weak waters. He sought to discern how the weak waters were interconnected with Guishu. If he could sever their connection, then all would be resolved. Why has Tang Sanzang suddenly leapt into the weak waters? He hasn't even exchanged for his cigarettes yet. Both the Jade Emperor and the Tai Bai Jingxing lamented, feeling a pang of regret, wishing they had simply traded directly with Tang Sanzang. Now, they were left uncertain as to when they might see him again. Within the weak waters, Tang Yu descended. He had previously leapt into this abyss, yet back then, even with his formidable powers, he could not reach the very depths. The further he descended, the more solidified the weak waters became, the inky thickness rendering movement laborious. The corrosive force of this darkness intensified. Ultimately, Tang Yu had no choice but to wield his own powers, striking downwards persistently until he penetrated further into the depths. It felt as though his feet were treading upon solid ground. At that moment, he sensed a terrifying wave of energy surrounding him, a surge emanating from Guishu. Indeed, it was the essence of Guishu. He was correct. The weak waters were connected to the river beneath the banks of oblivion within Guishu. So familiar, Xiaoling murmured. I believe I have been here before. Tang Yu turned to her, intrigued. You have been here? Originally, Xiaoling was a stone imbued with the essence of Guishu, leading everyone to believe she was born within its confines. Yet now, with the Tianha's weak waters intertwined with Guishu, and considering Xiaoling's sense of familiarity, could it be that she was born from the weak waters? Tang Yu's mind raced with possibilities. At that moment, Xiaoling's eyes suddenly erupted with a dreadful brilliance. Blood-red and ferocious, they instilled a sense of dread. A roar resounded from within Guishu, its piercing sound echoing ominously. The surrounding mist began to coalesce, forming an indistinct silhouette. Tang Yu widened his eyes, gathering his powers and preparing for action. He had not forgotten that the terrifying entity within Guishu manifested as a swirling mass of dark mist. The black mist coalesced into a colossal beast, shrouded in swirling darkness that danced with its ferocious roars. When it bellowed, although it too was composed of black mist, it paled in comparison to the terrifying entity within the abyss. Nonetheless, it was clear that this was no benign creature. Tang Yu prepared to strike it down when he noticed the beast's fierce eyes fixated on Xiaoling. It emitted a low growl and began to retreat, revealing an unmistakable sense of fear in its voice. Xiaoling's gaze remained fixed on the beast. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the beast knelt, bowing its head in submission. Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced between Xiaoling and the beast. The creature continued to emit low growls, as if attempting to communicate, yet its body trembled uncontrollably. It appeared to possess an innate submission to Xiaoling, daring not to resist, even slightly. Do you wish to perish? Xiaoling's voice, unfamiliar even to Tang Yu, pierced through the tension. Chapter 678. The ultimate purpose of the abyss. Tang Yu was taken aback, staring at Xiaoling, who now felt distinctly alien to him. The beast's growls intensified, its head lowering even further, its body quaking with trepidation. This was a profound submission, rooted deeply in fear. What was Xiaoling's true identity? The essence of weak water mirrored that of the abyss, suggesting a connection between them. This black mist, imbued with a potent corrosive power, was unique to the abyss. Initially, Tang Yu believed that this beast, formed from the black mist, was akin to the formidable presence within the abyss. However, he soon realized the truth. The beast had emerged from the depths of the mist, coalescing into a corporeal form. The terrifying aura emanating from the beast was reminiscent of a near-saintly pinnacle. Now, it lay prostrate before Xiaoling. The beast continued to growl, as if attempting to convey something or perhaps plead for mercy. In an instant, myriad tendrils sprouted from Xiaoling's head, enveloping the beast. With one final, low roar, the creature vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Tang Yu felt the intensity of the abyss's essence surge around him. A faint black mist spiraled from a small vortex before him, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of dripping water emanating from the same source. This was the juncture between the abyss and weak water. At the desolate wooden bridge, on the other side of the river of forgetfulness, a shadow materialized, growling, "Damn it. Once I break free, I shall bury this entire existence, a mere swarm of ants." Some deluded individuals believe they have escaped this game, like Tang Yu or those few others. But what will be the ultimate outcome? How pitiful. Even the mightiest ants remain mere ants. The shadow gradually faded away, while below the withered wooden bridge, the murky waters stirred ominously. The powerful forces of the array spread throughout the surroundings. This was the sealing power left behind by another version of Tang Yu within him. However, it is perceptible that the power of the seal is steadily diminishing. It is feared that before long, this force of confinement will completely dissipate. To seal me, you must have expended considerable primordial energy. You have yet to fully master it and become one with it. You are merely depleting your own essence. I wonder how you will contend with me then. The shadow vanished entirely, and the trembling waters of the river became calm. Beneath the celestial river's feeble waters, Tang Yu gazed at Xiaoling and inquired, "Xiaoling, who exactly are you?" He had long sensed that her identity was extraordinary. Yet the recent spectacles still left him astounded. The colossal beast's submission to Xiaoling was genuine, perhaps rooted more in fear than anything else. At the moment she made her move, it did not even attempt to retaliate. "I am Daddy's obedient daughter," Xiaoling giggled, even affectionately wrapping her arms around Tang Yu's neck. Of course, she was still quite small, though slightly larger than a palm. It was more of a gentle touch than an embrace. Compared to her newborn state, she had indeed grown a little, yet not significantly. The only notable difference was the additional alluring and sinister crimson tendrils atop her head. Tang Yu scrutinized her closely. Xiaoling continued to smile as she gently ascended before him. There was nothing unusual in her demeanor, which led Tang Yu to ponder whether she too had forgotten certain matters. It was not entirely implausible. He even envisioned a scene of a harrowing battle in his mind. Xiaoling striking down formidable foes, fighting valiantly, ultimately gravely wounded, and resorting to sealing herself within stone, preserving a sliver of life for future endeavors. In this life, she had awakened by a twist of fate, yet had forgotten everything. Thus, Tang Yu mused within his thoughts. As he gazed at the vortex before him, a solemn expression overtook his face. With a surge of magical energy, he unleashed a palm strike, merely channeling a gentle sealing force. He feared that his power was too overwhelming, stirring the weak waters and threatening to spread throughout the celestial realm once more. Yet, even with this restraint, the entire heavenly domain trembled. The feeble waters quaked and surged outward, spiraling wildly in all directions. Tang Yu's eyes widened as the black vortex emanated a devouring force, as if his own magical energy was being consumed, rendering him incapable of severing the connection between the celestial river and the abyss. The black vortex continued to emit waves of dark mist, with the weak waters incessantly seeping forth. Is it truly incapable of being sealed? Can the connection between them not be severed? It seemed as though his magical energy was being devoured. Observing the vortex before him, Tang Yu furrowed his brows. The consuming and corrosive power within the vortex was terrifying, yet it posed no harm to him. Nevertheless, it instilled a sense of foreboding within him, underscoring the formidable nature of this force. It felt as if one had approached the essence of power itself. Xiaoling appeared bewildered, muttering, "It feels so familiar." Tang Yu turned his head to her and asked, "Xiaoling, do you truly hail from the abyss?" In his view, even if it did not originate from the abyss, there surely existed a significant connection between Xiaoling and the abyss. "I do not know," Xiaoling replied, her expression clouded with confusion. "It feels strangely familiar." The inky vortex emitted tendrils of dark mist as Tang Yu thrust his arm into its depths. Instantly, the corrosive force began to devour him, eroding the flesh of his saintly form, revealing patches of stark, white bone. Such a terrifying power of corrosion could affect even Tang Yu's saintly body. One could only imagine the fate of others. Tang Yu sensed a faint, familiar aura. After a brief moment of hesitation, he once again plunged his battered arm into the obsidian whirlpool. When he withdrew it, his arm had returned to its original state. The power of reincarnation, rebirth, and annihilation. How enlightening! Tang Yu gasped in astonishment. The abyss was not merely a force of consumption and destruction. It also embodied rebirth and reincarnation. It was, perhaps, in a state of self-evolving cycles, perpetually creating and obliterating. This notion seemed to resonate deeply with the principle of the heavenly Tao, both embodying the concepts of rebirth and destruction. All things are reborn. All things return to the abyss. The abyss was traversing this very path, continually evolving through cycles. Tang Yu appeared to grasp the true intentions of the abyss. It sought not only to consume, but also to create and annihilate. Thus, it had employed the mighty Pangu to carve the heavens, establishing the heavenly Tao, which signifies the rebirth of all things. However, it had inadvertently isolated itself beyond the realms of the heavens. Perhaps this was a consequence of the intervention of the great Tao. Hence, the heavenly Tao transformed into a portal, a gateway to the myriad heavens. Within the abyss lay countless temporal shifts and interwoven spaces, a realm of innumerable destinies and choices. It aspired to supplant the great Tao, even to seize control over the heavens. Perhaps this represented its ultimate ambition. Chapter 679, Rebirth and Destruction. Yet, the abyss's desire to penetrate the heavens would undoubtedly be thwarted by the great Tao, which would orchestrate its schemes. Likewise, the heavenly Tao would act accordingly. But what was the purpose of that figure from the passage of time? He had fragmented himself, entombing his incomplete soul within the river of time, aimlessly drifting in its currents. Was his objective aligned with the abyss, or did he harbor ulterior motives? In that moment, Tang Yu felt increasingly aware that this was a grand scheme. To be precise, everyone was engaged in plotting their moves, and he played a crucial role in this intricate game. It seemed that everything stemmed from him. Much like Hong Jun had remarked, his very existence as a variable had unraveled numerous threads, even hastening the onset of the chaotic calamity. Reflecting on this, Tang Yu let out a deep sigh. He turned his gaze once more towards the dark vortex before him. This was the power of destruction and rebirth. Xiaoling stared intently at the black whirlpool, her expression growing increasingly vacant. She murmured, "The sealed power, its essence remains here." Suddenly, the black vortex began to spin rapidly, emanating a terrifying force of consumption that enveloped Tang Yu. He stood motionless, his expression serene, like a majestic mountain standing resolute amidst a tempest. Impervious to the might of the raging winds, this consuming force eventually dissipated. The vortex returned to a state of tranquility, leisurely exuding its dark mist. Accompanied by gentle streams of water that flowed incessantly, Xiaoling gazed at the black whirlpool with a sense of bewilderment, feeling an uncontrollable urge to plunge into its depths. "Xiaoling, what troubles you?" Tang Yu inquired hastily, noticing her distress. Xiaoling shook her head. "It feels so familiar." Familiar? Given that this place was connected to the realm of the abyss, and Xiaoling had an undeniable bond with it, her sense of familiarity was indeed understandable, at least from Tang Yu's perspective. It appeared that to resolve the issues of the spreading weak water and the dark mist, one would have to confront the abyss, leading them back to square one. Tang Yu felt a headache coming on. After standing for a moment, he decided to leave. At that moment, chaos had begun to envelop the heavenly court. The situation with the weak water had grown increasingly dire, and the dark mist, upon unwittingly touching a person, would corrode them. Several celestial soldiers had already succumbed to its effects. The Jade Emperor's expression grew grave. Tang Sanzang had entered the weak water, and this surge was more terrifying than ever before. He suspected that Tang Sanzang must have done something to provoke this calamity. The issue of the weak water had now become the foremost concern of the heavenly court. Instinctively, he reached for a cigarette, only to realize that his supply had been exhausted for some time. This realization intensified his agitation, leaving him feeling increasingly constrained as the Jade Emperor. With mounting frustrations, he felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on his not-so-broad shoulders, leading to an overwhelming sense of fatigue. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" Tai Bai Jinxing inquired, observing the Emperor's troubled countenance. "How should I know?" The Jade Emperor bellowed, seemingly venting the pent-up frustrations of recent days. "If I don't know, then I don't know. Why are you shouting at me?" Tai Bai Jinxing forced a smile and retreated. With such behavior, how could he still be regarded as the Jade Emperor? Lacking any semblance of grace, he ought to focus on finding a solution rather than shouting in vain. Tai Bai Jinxing increasingly felt that the Jade Emperor was unfit for his role. If only he could, he would have revolted, but alas, his strength was insufficient. Yet, opportunities might arise. It all depended on how he maneuvered. Lost in thought, Tai Bai Jinxing contemplated. Suddenly, a tremor shook the weak water, and a figure emerged from its depths. "Tang Yu. What have you done, Tang Sanzang?" The Jade Emperor demanded loudly. "What has caused the weak water to spread so severely? And what is the nature of this dark mist? However, upon uttering these words, he instantly regretted his impulsive outburst. What have I just said? Tang Sanzang is not one to be trifled with. Even Hongjun cannot contain him. Just moments ago, he had resolved to converse amicably with Tang Sanzang, perhaps even to negotiate for some cigarettes. The pressure, compounded by his lack of smokes, had caused him to lose control of his temper. Tang Yu's expression turned icy. The Star of the White Emperor silently chuckled to himself, contemplating a scenario where Tang Sung might inadvertently strike down the Jade Emperor, thus granting him an opportunity for ascendance. However, such thoughts were undeniably far-fetched. With a quick glance at the Jade Emperor, the Star of the White Emperor stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, the numerous trivial matters weighing upon your shoulders have caused you distress. As the sovereign of the three realms, your concerns extend beyond the heavens. And with recent calamities in the celestial court, it is only natural that your disposition has soured, leading to a momentary lapse in your words. I hope my elder brother will not take offense. With a flattering smile, he concluded his remarks. Initially, the Jade Emperor had intended to voice his thoughts, but the timely intervention of the Star of the White Emperor, whose words bore no fault, reframed the situation. It alleviated the immense pressures upon him, transforming an unguarded comment into an inadvertent apology to Tang Sung. Truly commendable. This man was indeed deserving of the Emperor's trust. The Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief and admiration for the Star of the White Emperor. Tang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, but refrained from further comments. As he sought to verify a matter of significance, the sudden emergence of sentience in the weak water, and whether its cultivation was intertwined with the realm of return to the void. Watching Tang Sung depart, the Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Tang Sung to be less agreeable. However, he felt fortunate that if Tang Sung had persisted, it might have become a troublesome affair. Yet, he also experienced a twinge of regret for his earlier words, pondering that perhaps he should have approached the matter differently, especially regarding the exchange of cigarettes with Tang Sung. The Jade Emperor had initially resolved to lead by example and quit smoking, but with the grave occurrences in the celestial court, a cigarette could indeed serve as a momentary respite from the mounting stress. He reasoned that once stability returned to the heavens, he could defer his cessation. Thus, the Jade Emperor contemplated his course of action. The pressing concern remained the issue of the weak water, compelling him to seek an audience with Hongjun, despite his earlier reluctance. With a quiet sigh, he made his way toward the Zixiao Palace. The Jade Emperor requests an audience. His voice echoed outside the palace. Receiving a glance from each other, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged knowing looks. They were aware that Hongjun was in seclusion and that this moment was not one to be trifled with. Just as Zhuanti was about to express his intent to dismiss the Jade Emperor, Hongjun's figure materialized. Both Jane and Zhuanti bowed in reverence. Greeting him, we pay our respects to our master. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Hongjun, they congratulated him. Congratulations, master. Compared to previous encounters, Hongjun's presence had grown significantly more powerful, which was promising news for the two. Should Hongjun take that final step, they might yet survive the impending tribulation. As the gates of the Zixiao Palace swung open, Hongjun's voice resonated. What brings you here? Hearing his voice, the Jade Emperor felt an unexpected warmth. He recalled his previous visits when Hongjun had not made an appearance, and Zhuanti had bluntly told him that the master was in seclusion and advised him to leave. The Jade Emperor had dared not express his anger, mentally preparing himself for another rebuff from Zhuanti. Yet, hearing Hongjun's voice now filled him with unexpected joy. The Jade Emperor hastily reported, the river of weak water has recently been tumultuous, shrouded in a terrifying black mist that can corrode others. I am truly at a loss and have come to seek your guidance, hoping that the ancestor can resolve this matter, protect the heavenly court, and maintain the order of the three realms. His words were entirely rooted in the preservation of the three realms order. The esteemed Hongjun, the guardian of this order, would undoubtedly not refuse. Indeed, upon hearing the Jade Emperor's plea, Hongjun's thoughts stirred, and the situation of the river of weak water became vividly clear to him. As he beheld the ominous black mist, he instinctively recalled the Guishu, for he had only ever witnessed such a nebulous spread outside its domain. This led Hongjun to ponder whether there might be a connection between the river of weak water and the Guishu. I shall investigate this matter shortly, he conveyed to the Jade Emperor. Instantly, the Jade Emperor was filled with joy. In his view, as long as Hongjun intervened, there seemed to be no problem insurmountable. Should it prove unsolvable, it would indicate that the situation was indeed dire. Nonetheless, such a possibility was exceedingly slim. The Jade Emperor offered a slight bow towards the purple cloud palace before turning to depart, feeling that these issues were no longer of concern. However, the problem of incense remained a pressing issue. He contemplated whether to send the Star of Tybalt to procure some. Originally, when the great sage equal to heaven had been forcibly brought to the heavenly court by Zhuan Ti, he had claimed he would return for the incense. Little did they know he would abscond, establishing residence in the kingdom of 10,000 monsters. If he chose to remain reclusive, it would be imprudent to send troops to attack. After much deliberation, it seemed best to exchange for the incense. A fair trade would at least avert unnecessary conflict. It was known that the heavenly court had suffered grievously in the last battle and had yet to recuperate fully. Thus, they could not afford further turmoil. For now, it was prudent to bide their time and recuperate. Yet, he had already commanded the deities of the heavenly court that he would lead by example in abstaining from smoking. If others were to discover this, would it not render him untrustworthy? My words are like gold, the Jade Emperor mused, feeling somewhat vexed. I am the sovereign of the three realms. Is it so difficult to indulge in a smoke? As the Jade Emperor departed, Hongjun appeared at the river of weak water. Observing the emanating black mist caused him to furrow his brow. What on earth is this? The essence of the Goetiu. It appears that the river of weak water is indeed connected to the Goetiu. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun enveloped the entire area of the river of weak water with his magical power, aiming to temporarily seal the encroaching black mist. However, he soon realized something was amiss. While his magic could indeed seal it, the black mist continued to spread leisurely within his confinement. This indicated that as the black mist expanded, his magical seal would soon be breached, leading to a catastrophic expansion that could yield unimaginable consequences. After all, such a minor dispersion could be guarded against, but a sudden eruption that breached his magical seal would be akin to a direct explosion. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hongjun withdrew his powers. Observing the encroaching black mist, was this also the action of the Goetiu? With the impending chaos of the Great Tribulation looming, the more pronounced the movements of the Goetiu became, the more they would likely hasten the decline of the heavenly order. Yet, there was no means to prevent it. One could only helplessly witness the approaching calamity, which would ultimately annihilate all sentient beings. Even a mere delay seemed impossible. In the Western Paradise, the Buddhist sect, upon the initial command of Maitreya Buddha to instruct the other Buddhas to liberate some individuals, effectively introduced a new lineage into the Buddhist community. However, new challenges soon arose. It must be acknowledged that those who were liberated were mere mortals, undoubtedly requiring sustenance. Lingshan lacked even a restroom. The daily expenses for meals presented a substantial financial burden. Lingshan's economy was already in decline, unable to support such a multitude. Even with diligent teaching, achieving mastery and cultivation would not be an overnight endeavor. Thus, compelled by circumstance, Maitreya Buddha had no choice but to order a cessation of the efforts to enlighten the masses. Initially, the monks who were liberated expressed profound gratitude, believing they had accumulated merit over 8 lifetimes to attain such fortune. Upon their arrival at Lingshan, they were eager and industrious. However, problems soon emerged. The bodhisattvas and arhats who had liberated them showed no interest in their well-being. Furthermore, Lingshan appeared entirely different from what the Buddhas had envisioned. In their minds, Lingshan was undoubtedly a realm of ethereal beauty, where the Buddhas sat in solemn dignity, occasionally observing the cosmos, contemplating the 3 realms, expounding on Buddhist teachings, and grasping the essence of Buddhism. In stark contrast, the Buddhas now lay in slumber, snoring, grumbling, and even passing gas. Presently, Maitreya Buddha held the position of the Buddha, though he would never admit to being a temporary stand-in. He introduced himself to the other Buddhas as the Buddha. However, some astute monks, through inquiry and subtle probing, discerned that he was indeed Maitreya Buddha. As for the original Buddha of the sect, he had not merely resigned, but had effectively abandoned the Buddhist community, now mingling among the myriad demons in the land of the demon kings. It was as if a great thunderclap had struck, leaving them dazed and unable to believe that the Buddha had forsaken the sect. Consequently, doubt began to fester among the practitioners regarding the current state of the Buddhist community. In truth, it was the present Buddhas who faced skepticism. After all, the circumstances were utterly unexpected. Some began to question whether this was truly the Buddhist community or if it was merely a facade orchestrated by demons. With such thoughts, it was not impossible to consider. That night, insomnia plagued the individuals, prompting discussions about the apparent anomalies within the Buddhist community. Undoubtedly, the conversations revolved around the disconcerting phenomena observed. I firmly believe this cannot be the Buddhist community. Indeed, how could the Buddhist sect, in its entirety, devolve to this state, with even the Buddha absent, claiming he had abandoned the sect? This was evidently implausible. Moreover, these impostors posing as Buddhas, lazily dozing in the grand hall, engaging in idleness. If this were the true Buddhist community, how could it be so? This assertion holds merit. To be frank, I harbored doubts from the very first day I arrived. The assembly of Buddhas engaged in fervent discussions, unanimously concluding that these individuals were not genuine followers of the Dharma, but rather demons disguised under the pretense of benevolence. Their intention was evidently sinister, as they had led these souls here with some ulterior motive. If their intention were truly benign, why not simply devour them? After all, it was widely believed that demons were malevolent, known for their savage appetite for human flesh. As the gazes of the gathered individuals met, a shared understanding dawned upon them. Their current survival did not guarantee future safety. Thus, in the interest of self-preservation, they resolved to mount a resistance. In chapter 681, amidst the discourse on the impending era of decline, the assembly began to deliberate on means to ensure their personal safety. They were, after all, demons endowed with supernatural powers, capable of taking on the familiar forms of revered Buddhas. The prospect of rebellion seemed daunting, yet the alternative, waiting for inevitable demise, was equally unappealing. Consequently, some began to strategize for their own security, unbeknownst to the Buddhas, who were blissfully unaware in their slumber. The very beings they had sought to liberate were now questioning their true identities, suspecting them to be demons in disguise. Had the Buddhas been privy to this revelation, one could only imagine the shock that would ensue. Maitreya Buddha found himself beset by headaches in recent days. Initially optimistic that the arrival of new disciples would herald a revival of the Dharma, he was unprepared for the multitude of challenges that soon followed, leaving him at a loss for solutions. For the first time, he felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him. Though he was fortunate that the sages had not sought answers from him, otherwise he would have been hard-pressed to provide justification. Yet, he found himself powerless to manage the influx of new arrivals. Their presence, meant to exemplify the compassion of the Dharma, rendered it impossible to send them back. What would become of the Dharma if they were dismissed? Who would continue to believe if such actions were taken? However, with so many souls to care for, the burden was becoming increasingly untenable. The initial intent of revitalizing the Dharma had now morphed into a source of frustration, as Maitreya grappled with the reality of his inability to manage this new demographic. Particularly challenging was the absence of offerings, which had led to a noticeable decline in the enthusiasm and productivity within the Dharma community. The Buddhas now appeared lethargic, resigned to a state of complacency. Maitreya, who had always harbored grand aspirations for the revival of the Dharma, envisioned a reorganization based on the model of a benevolent society. He believed he could guide the Dharma back to its former glory, yet he now recognized the naivety of such hopes. The current state of the Dharma had decayed beyond simple restoration. It was not something he could revitalize single-handedly. Thus, Maitreya felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. His ambitions were lofty, yet the means to realize them eluded him, leaving him in a state of helplessness. What solutions could the Buddhas propose for the advancement of the Dharma? Maitreya inquired of his fellow Buddhas. Pondering the potential of collective strength, what if an individual were to devise a solution and take action? Would that not be ideal? The gathered Buddhas exchanged glances, yet none dared to break the silence. A solution? They seemed to ponder solutions, yet if they are indeed contemplating, it is likely the means to indulge in smoking that occupies their thoughts. There is no time left for other considerations, for the absence of tobacco gnaws at the heart, leaving one in a state of unease. In my humble opinion, it would be more prudent to seek an audience with the two sages, for they must possess the wisdom to provide a remedy. Avalokiteshvara, after a moment of reflection, remarked, "After all, the hope of the Buddhist community now rests upon you, Maitreya Buddha. The sages will undoubtedly offer counsel, guiding you in the revitalization of our faith." Maitreya Buddha, taken aback, nodded in quiet agreement. That is indeed a valid point. However, a frown creased his brow. If he could not resolve such a trivial matter on his own, it would be an imposition on the sages, who might misconstrue his inability. it is important to remember that they are rather petty individuals. Recalling the numerous slaps he had endured in the past, Maitreya felt an inexplicable fear of treading the same path as his predecessor. Nevertheless, upon further contemplation, he recognized that the Buddhist community was in dire need of capable leadership, and given his esteemed position, the sages would likely treat him with a degree of deference. After a brief moment of introspection, Maitreya declared, "Very well. I shall inquire of the two sages to ascertain if they possess a solution." The assembled Buddhas nodded in agreement. After all, this was a matter for Maitreya, and they bore no responsibility. Even if the sages were to cast blame, it would not fall upon them. Maitreya Buddha's figure vanished as he ventured forth to seek the guidance of the sages, hoping they would deliberate on the future direction and development of the Buddhist community. Yet, it was their earlier counsel that had led to the salvation of so many. And now, even the funds for sustenance had become a concern, a feeling akin to being trapped on the back of a tiger. Outside the Hall of Purple Clouds, Maitreya Buddha bowed slightly and proclaimed, "Maitreya Buddha seeks audience with the two sages." After a moment of silence, no response was forthcoming. What could be the matter? Had his powers waned, rendering his voice inaudible to the sages? With this thought, Maitreya raised his voice once more. "Maitreya Buddha seeks audience with the two sages." His voice resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the Hall of Purple Clouds, relentless in its intensity. A mere mortal would likely be overwhelmed by such a sonic force. Inside the hall, both Avalokiteshvara and Amitabha were in deep meditation. While their hopes rested on Hongjun, they too needed to exert effort. What if, by chance, they experienced a sudden breakthrough? Suddenly, upon hearing Maitreya's call, both sages furrowed their brows. Avalokiteshvara opened his eyes, which seemed to glisten with seething anger, and his lips twitched involuntarily as he inhaled deeply. "What is the matter?" Avalokiteshvara's tone remained remarkably calm. Had it been anyone else disturbing him at that moment, they would have certainly faced a swift reprimand. Yet, regarding Maitreya Buddha, he retained a modicum of forbearance, refraining from such drastic measures. Maitreya, however, failed to discern any discord in Avalokiteshvara's voice. Had it been his predecessor, he would have approached the situation with utmost caution, carefully weighing his words. The venerable sage. It has come to pass that the Buddhist sect has accelerated its acceptance of mortals. Under the guiding principles of the sage, the sect flourishes daily. However, new challenges arise. The number of individuals with innate cultivation talent is exceedingly scarce, and many remain as common folk, inevitably indulging in the mundane aspects of life. Thus, I beseech the two sages, should this continue, what path lies ahead for the Buddhist sect? Maitreya Buddha spoke with great tact. Xuanti closed his eyes in contemplation, immersing himself in introspection. Indeed, there seems to be no feasible way for cultivation to progress. How could this be? With the impending chaos, the source of celestial order wanes, as if we have entered a time of decline. For ordinary individuals, the simple aspiration of ascending to the realm of immortals appears increasingly formidable. After a prolonged silence, Xuanti declared, "You are to be the next Buddha. The affairs of the sect should largely rest upon your shoulders. As for myself, I am currently in seclusion, seeking a breakthrough. Unless a matter of great significance arises, I request that you refrain from disturbing my meditation." The implication was clear. The Buddhist sect's matters were now entrusted to him, and he should handle them without interruption. Maitreya Buddha discerned the underlying meaning. Yet the question remained, how should he proceed? The Buddhist sect no longer basked in its former splendor and industrious spirit. Rather, it seemed to be enveloped in a pall of stagnation, lacking vitality and purpose. Chapter 682. To save, one must first bury. Maitreya Buddha harbored grand ambitions, yearning to make a significant impact. Yet, he found himself powerless. Despite his lofty aspirations, he was unable to enact them, rendering his efforts futile. Gazing upon the sealed gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, he sighed heavily and returned to Mount Ling. Along the way, he pondered how to alter the current state of the Buddhist sect. After much contemplation, he concluded that he was at an impasse. Alas, if the two sages were unconcerned, why should he fret? Whatever may come, so be it. Maitreya Buddha could not help but feel a sense of resignation. In the netherworld, Tang Yu appeared, observing the formation that enveloped the 19th layer of hell. With a wave of his hand, the formation materialized, revealing familiar figures, including Wukong. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the figure of weak water nearby. He reached out with his own consciousness, but failed to detect any aura of the return to the void emanating from weak water. "What troubles you?" asked the manifestation of Hutu, gazing intently at Tang Yu. Tang Yu shook his head, at a loss for words. The river of weak water and the return to the void were undoubtedly interconnected. He suspected a profound relationship between them. Yet, curiously, he found no trace of the return to the void within weak water. Could it be that weak water's awakening of consciousness was merely a coincidence? After a moment, Tang Yu chuckled softly, realizing he had been overly paranoid. Every occurrence began to evoke suspicions of the return to the void, suggesting that the pressure it exerted upon him had become overwhelming. It had even morphed into his inner demon, not only the return to the void, but also another aspect of himself that he instinctively feared to confront. Unbeknownst to him, this had transformed into a manifestation of his inner turmoil. With this realization, a sudden clarity washed over him, and his state of mind subtly elevated. He has completely relinquished his fear of the return to the void and the dread of another self. They possess immense power, yet there is no necessity to succumb to fear. Clinging to such fears has, in an intangible manner, transformed into one's own inner demons. How could one possibly advance in such a state? A flicker of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the Earth Mother, as she sensed the profound transformation within Tang Sanzang's heart, as if he had subconsciously let go of something. Unbeknownst to him, this allowed him to take another step forward. Merely by acknowledging his inner demons, his state of mind elevated. Tang Yu cast another glance at the weak water. It was nothing. Simply an odd feeling about certain matters that compelled him to investigate further. The Earth Mother nodded slightly. All is gradually converging, and soon it will revive and return. Naturally, Tang Yu felt the circumstances surrounding Yukong and others. He believed that it would not be long before they appeared before him, vibrant and full of life. "I understand," Tang Yu replied calmly. "Your path?" the Earth Mother inquired softly. Tang Yu shook his head with a smile. "You too have sensed it. My path has reached its end. The power of the earth is gradually waning, and there is an impending sense of fracture. Were it not for my own magical energy suppressing it, the earth would have already shattered. It seems the great calamity of chaos is truly imminent. Indeed, it is not far off. One can feel the essence of the heavenly way gradually spreading around, with calamities befalling mortals incessantly. Moreover, many who have perished have not entered the cycle of reincarnation, but have instead returned to the essence of the heavenly way. This was how Tang Yu sensed the fluctuations of the departed souls through his celestial perception. They had returned to the essence of the heavenly way and were gradually being assimilated. Before long, they would completely vanish, becoming part of the heavenly essence. The Earth Mother sighed deeply. It appears the earth will soon lose its function. If even the heavenly way is to fall into slumber, how could the earth endure? Tang Yu spoke calmly. The shattering of the earth is inevitable. You cannot suppress it. But once the earth fractures, what shall become of the souls of mortals? The essence will be consumed by the heavenly way, only to be assimilated. Tang Yu murmured. The deceased shall have no next life. They will become nourishment for the heavenly way, utterly annihilated. Once they are completely absorbed by the essence of the heavenly way, even my celestial perception will fail to reflect them. They will have vanished entirely, like smoke dissipating into the air. A trace of sorrow flickered in the Earth Mother's gaze. Will we meet the same fate? If we do not take the final step, we too shall perish, fading into nothingness, either succumbing to the great calamity of chaos or being buried within the void. Tang Yu spoke earnestly. The Earth Mother remained silent for a long while, surveying the 19 layers of hell before her figure gradually faded away. Tang Yu also departed from that place. Yet, at the very moment he left, the once dormant weak water within the formation suddenly opened its eyes, and a formless black mist began to swirl forth, accompanied by a hint of a peculiar smile in its gaze. As the great calamity drew ever closer, the world of mortals erupted in lamentation, beset by an unending barrage of disasters. Before their eyes, countless souls perished amidst such calamities. The plague spreads, earthquakes abound, the seas churn, and landslides occur, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. All of this unfolds before Tang Yu's eyes, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. As he concentrates, he can distinctly sense the essence of the heavenly Tao manifesting, enveloping this realm. It seeks to entomb this world before breaking free from its seal, devouring the essence of all living beings, then retreating into slumber to evade the return to the ruins. Yet, once the heavenly Tao vanishes, The ruins will surely establish its presence across the boundless universes. Perhaps, for the heavenly Tao, all matters of life and death hold no significance. It exists in a realm far above, indifferent to the fates of mere ants. Just as an ordinary person walks, they seldom notice the ants beneath their feet, nor do they care for them. Is the great calamity truly upon us? Gazing at the mortals below, who continue to struggle in vain, Tang Yu murmured, "Yes, it approaches. Can you feel it? The terrifying aura around us. The heavenly Tao is about to irrevocably bury this world. For now, they are mortals, but soon, the decline of celestial beings will seep into every corner of the three realms. Save for you and a select few sages, all will perish." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, devoid of sorrow or joy, utterly serene, as if the annihilation of the three realms and the collapse of the heavens held no relevance to him. "Do you wish to save them? You must first extinguish their existence. Otherwise, if their essence is completely consumed by the heavenly Tao, how can you reflect them once more?" At that moment, true annihilation would ensue. Even if you, a few sages, evade the decline of celestial beings, can you escape the ultimate slumber of the heavenly Tao, the collapse of space, and the shattering of all things? Perhaps you can, for you possess the laws of space, but that is merely a possibility. As for Tong Tian and the others, they are surely doomed. Chapter 683, Extinguish them. Do you even have faith in your ability to survive the final collapse of the heavenly Tao? The voice continued to speak with unwavering calmness. Tang Yu scoffed, "Even if I cannot escape, do you not remain?" The calm eyes momentarily widened, followed by a tranquil smile. "You have indeed made great strides, becoming increasingly cunning. True, we are one and the same. How could I possibly allow you to perish? Moreover, you must keep me to contend with the ruins, to confine it here, correct?" Tang Yu gently inquired, "Am I right about the source of the great Tao?" His suspicions regarding this other aspect of himself had solidified. The only entity that could instill fear in the ruins, aside from the great Tao, was nothing else. Even when speaking of the heavenly Tao, the ruins remained dismissive. Furthermore, it had even allied with him to seal the ruins, a feat that perhaps even the heavenly Tao could not accomplish. The great Tao, splitting its essence, merging with him to form a system, assists him, yet more accurately. Everything is still a preparation for itself. In this grand design, the great Tao's intention seems to be to isolate the heavenly Tao within this realm to preserve the myriad heavens. Hence its willingness to manifest its own essence and merge with him. Likewise, it has plundered an abundance of fortune from the heavenly Tao through him, for it understands that the heavenly Tao cannot thwart the return to the void. Even within the throes of a contest, the survival of the heavenly Tao remains an enigma. If one must choose between benefiting the void or oneself, the latter is preferable. Thus, it relentlessly siphons off the essence of fortune, which serves to further weaken the heavenly Tao. Indeed, a voice in my mind acknowledged this with clarity. The great Tao requires your intervention against the void, for the heavenly Tao is utterly incapable of opposing it. Consequently, the great Tao must devise a means to obstruct it, and you are the chosen prodigy, the true embodiment of destiny. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu suddenly chuckled, a hint of disdain in his laughter. The chosen child of destiny? Rather. It seems you are merely manifesting your own essence, preparing to confront the void. As for me, I fear that all I possess will one day serve merely to adorn your success. Yet, I find myself puzzled. Why have you selected me? Tang Yu inquired softly. Initially, upon traversing into this realm, armed with a system, he believed himself invincible, capable of reaching the pinnacle and traversing the three realms with ease. This system was his source of confidence. However, now he felt a sense of lament, realizing he had been but a pawn, a chosen piece on the chessboard. "I am but a fragment of essence. Beyond that, I know not," the voice replied with unwavering calm. "Allow me to enlighten you." Tang Yu's voice grew cold. "Because I am a being of incomplete divine soul. Not long ago, a figure had told me that I inherently belong here, and in the river of time. That figure's fragmentation wanders through the torrents of time, aimlessly seeking the familiar essence. Am I correct in my understanding? Thus, this entire scheme must have originated with that individual, only to be exploited by you amidst the chaos, with each of us taking a share. Certainly, without you, I would have remained a foolish and lifeless wretch, indistinguishable from that figure. I have long suspected that it was your influence that led me here. However, upon reflection, it is clear that this was not the case. Given the meticulous orchestration of this plot, they must have prepared for every contingency. Regardless of your presence, I would have returned here. Thus, that figure often materializes in this realm, for it senses something, yet it cannot return. Tang Yu sighed softly. So, I wonder if perhaps you exist for the sake of the void. Or could it be for that individual? I remain uncertain. The voice replied placidly. Yet I know this. If you wish to save this multitude, you must ultimately bury them. Tang Yu laughed hollowly, his laughter tinged with desolation. If I remain myself, then burying the multitude poses no issue, for I would reflect them in time. However, should I cease to be myself, all may be consumed and integrated by you. Much like the heavenly Tao. Is this truly your aim in urging me to inter the multitude? All beings will ultimately perish. The voice, calm as ever, concealed a ruthless indifference of the great Tao. In the end, they will be absorbed by the heavenly Tao or devoured by the void, will they not? Do you recall my promise to you? That I would leave a sliver of hope for the multitude? Tang Yu's lips twitched involuntarily, for the truth of his words resonated deeply. The inevitable conclusion remains. The multitude shall indeed be obliterated. It is merely a matter of who will bring about the annihilation. I can sense the weakening power of the seal. The return to the void is imminent. When that time arrives, you shall witness the bloodshed and sorrow that this world harbors. Furthermore, you and I are but one entity. Do you truly believe I would usurp your place? What if, in the future, you are not replaced at all? What if, you have spoken of possibilities, yet I am unwilling to gamble on that 1 in 1,000 chance? For such hope is nearly non-existent to me. Tang Yu spoke coldly. You always regard me with hostility, yet I harbor none for you, as we are fundamentally one. The voice continued. Look, observe those struggling amidst the flood. Each life that slips away is merely the beginning. Soon, you will witness even more brutal scenes. The extinction of countless beings, as the world withers day by day, inexorably heading toward destruction. Tang Yu cast his gaze downward at the raging waters, which engulfed the streets of towns, drowning person after person as they fought desperately, only to fade away helplessly. Not even their souls remained, leaving behind only a meager fragment of essence consumed and merged by the heavenly law, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Tang Yu averted his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. The cries resonated in his mind, weighing heavily upon his heart. Is this cruelty? This is merely a prelude. You will witness the world being utterly obliterated, with countless beings extinguished. The voice persisted. You could save them, could you not? If your heart is so pained, why not rescue them? Tang Yu furrowed his brow and replied coldly. Enough, cease your attempts at manipulation. I am not seeking to manipulate you, but merely articulating the desires within your heart. If you wish to save them, then go forth and do so. Bury this multitude of beings. Your path is the way of heaven, the way of all beings. Annihilate them all, and you shall have the opportunity to take the final step, to ascend to the supreme Tao and forge an unprecedented path. Moreover, your annihilation serves as salvation, a means to rescue this sorrowful world, to save all that is on the brink of being consumed by catastrophe. Chapter 684, The Beginning of Burial. You can both save this world and advance your own path. Such a harmonious outcome is surely enticing, is it not? The voice calmly articulated. Is this not your desire? Look upon these beings. Since you feel compassion and wish to save them, why not act on that desire? Be mindful, if you do not take this course, they will inevitably be devoured by the heavenly law or consumed by the void. When that time comes, even if you wish to save them, it will be impossible. Their essence will dissipate, their souls utterly shattered, and your celestial signs will be unable to imprint them. Is this the fate you wish to witness? His voice seemed to carry an endless allure, echoing within Tang Yu's mind. To save, one must first annihilate, burying all beings. How can there be rebirth without destruction? Yet, Tang Yu felt a sense of inexplicable wariness. You have commandeered far too much of the heavenly fortune through me. How can I trust that you do not intend to use me to consume these beings for your own gain? As you observe the world succumb to oblivion, witnessing the void of existence, that voice gradually faded away. Tang Yu stood motionless, gazing downward. The cries of the myriad beings resounded in anguish, struggling amidst relentless calamities. This was the harrowing visage of a world on the brink of annihilation. Such brutality. As he beheld those on the verge of death, Tang Yu remained unmoved, as if he stood at a crossroads of dire choices, where every decision seemed fraught with unpredictable consequences. Indeed, The most prudent course appeared to be the annihilation of all beings, followed by the imprinting of celestial phenomena. But what would be the ultimate outcome? Tang Yu was uncertain. Suddenly, he recalled the image he had seen, that individual who, through their very essence, had given rise to all beings, only to meet a tragic demise. Strangely, Tang Yu felt a tinge of sorrow for him, even an absurd urge to laugh. He pondered whether he too might one day tread a similar path. Surely not. The final outcome could very well see him replaced by another version of himself, at which point he would cease to exist, rendering him no different from that bygone individual. In an instant, Tang Yu considered whether that person's actions had been an intervention of the Tao. What compelled him to act thus? Was it the onset of the void, with the heavenly law in slumber, that instigated such meddling? Casting a glance downward, Tang Yu inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and extended his hand, as if he could command this realm. Those consumed by floodwaters and tormented by plagues dissipated in that moment. Tang Yu chuckled, albeit with a grimace. With his eyes shut, he attuned himself to the resonances of those souls. The onlookers, filled with disbelief, beheld the unfolding scene. It was Tang Sanzang. He was the one acting. He had slain our kin. This demon. Oh heavens, please punish this fiend. Even the calamities and tribulations stemmed from Tang Sanzang's actions. This dreadful demon. Why? Why does the divine not chastise him? The clamor of voices, laden with curses, echoed in Tang Yu's ears. Yet, how could they possibly perceive his intervention? Who was guiding them? Whether it was or was not mattered little to Tang Yu now. The image of those eyes surfaced in his mind, accompanied by a knowing smile. Within the void, the dark mist at the banks of the river of forgetfulness morphed into a human form, only to transform into a colossal beast. Ha ha! They have been forsaken by all beings, their great deeds unrecognized, and you, even more pitiable, a pawn of fate, believing that by fracturing yourself, you could evade this predestined destiny, yet your fate was sealed long ago. The power of the surrounding formations waned increasingly. Beneath the desolate wooden bridge, the murky yellow waters surged forth, rising like a dragon emerging from the sea. The interplay of countless dimensions and the overlapping of time gradually coalesced, manifesting the most potent forces of space and time, enveloping that swirling black mist. The black mist writhed and danced like a demon on the verge of breaking free from its prison, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. All the powers of space and time were conferred upon it, rendering the sealing forces around it increasingly feeble. Was the decree of heaven about to commence? In this lifetime, would you still manage to evade it? Beneath the decayed wooden bridge, the murky river quaked. A formidable presence spread throughout the desolation. Vague life forms emerged from the turbid waters, stepping forth in a daze, seemingly devoid of any intellect. Before the dense cloud of darkness, they knelt in reverence. As if born to submit, their heads bowed low. Go forth, with wild slaughter and unbridled plunder. Roars erupted from these figures, their eyes suddenly ablaze with crimson, as though they had awaited this moment for an eternity. With a splash, one after another, they leaped into the river, vanishing from sight. After some time, the turbulent waters settled into tranquility. In the realm of 10,000 beasts, at this moment, there was none more carefree and untroubled than Lai Go. He cared for nothing and desired nothing. Sated, he slept, occasionally basking in the sun, meandering through the realm. Life felt so splendid, enveloping him in ease. It was a stark contrast to his days as a Buddha in the West, where he was perpetually overwhelmed with trivial matters that demanded his attention. Now, in retirement, could he not indulge a little? Yet, the sole distress lay in his smoking habit. He had begun to embrace frugality. Despite possessing a considerable stockpile, his reserves from Tang Sanzang had been depleted. No matter how much he had, it would eventually be consumed. Thus, he started to conserve, preparing for the future. There is a saying, after all, without foresight, one invites immediate troubles. As for the chaos of the great calamity, the destruction of the world, what did it matter to him? Death would not claim him alone. Would striving for cultivation at this juncture lead him to transcendence? Such a notion was absurd. It was utterly impossible. Wasn't Hongjun known for his obstinacy? Even he had stagnated here for many years, and for others to aspire to transcendence was akin to dreaming foolishly. Of course, Tang Sanzang had potential, for he was a variable with infinite possibilities. But for Lai Gu, if he could transcend, that would be splendid. If not, so be it. Embracing this shattered vessel mentality, he became completely indifferent. Each day was filled with leisure and wandering. As for matters requiring concern, they no longer fell upon his shoulders. As long as the realm of 10,000 beasts remained bloodless, he would not intervene lightly. The leader orchestrated plans from behind the scenes, strategizing with great foresight. The Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, bowed slightly to Lai Gu, still addressing him by his former title. Chapter 685. The Path of the Buddhist Sect. At this moment, Lai Gu lay beneath a tree, basking in the sun. Hearing that long-lost title brought a fleeting moment of reverie. Gazing at Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lai Gu inquired, "What brings you here?" As he spoke, he lit a cigarette, taking deep puffs amidst the warm sunlight. Upon witnessing the demeanor of the newcomer, Avalokiteshvara felt compelled to inquire about certain matters, yet found such inquiries entirely unnecessary. Initially, she intended to question the newcomer regarding the impending chaos and the return to the void, pondering how one should navigate this calamity. However, observing the newcomer's disposition, she deemed it futile to ask. His apparent resignation and self-destructive tendencies led her to consider consulting Tang Yu instead. Have there been any significant occurrences of late? She mused. Before she could articulate her thoughts, the newcomer yawned and replied, "Lately, my days have been consumed by eating, sleeping, and occasionally indulging in drink, with little regard for the affairs of the three realms. Informed, O Buddha, of the impending chaos, it has been reported that the void has trembled repeatedly, and the waters of the heavenly court have begun to spread, shrouded in ominous black mist," Avalokiteshvara stated. "The chaos shall arrive regardless," the newcomer shrugged nonchalantly. "You mention the waters of the heavenly court spreading? Indeed, I have heard of this peculiar black mist that has corrupted many delicacies. The Jade Emperor sought the counsel of Hongjun, who, it seems, did investigate the waters, yet curiously took no action." Avalokiteshvara recounted the events faithfully. The newcomer, with a cigarette in hand, blinked a few times, appearing somewhat adorably oblivious. "How delightful!" he suddenly exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Avalokiteshvara widened her eyes in surprise. "Has the heavenly court been submerged?" he inquired eagerly. "It appears that some areas have indeed been flooded," Avalokiteshvara confirmed. "How splendid!" he exclaimed once more, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. Having endured much humiliation at the hands of the heavenly court, the prospect of their submersion filled him with joy. "Avalokiteshvara," she finally interjected, "the submergence of the heavenly court may not be the crux of the matter. The impending chaos is unavoidable, it cannot be thwarted." With a casual wave of his hand, the newcomer dismissed her concerns. As expected, it mirrors the situation with Baiwan. Avalokiteshvara offered a slight bow before departing. Once again, the newcomer reclined beneath the tree, squinting up at the sun's warm rays. After much contemplation, Avalokiteshvara resolved to seek out Tang Yu, hoping to uncover any potential solutions he might possess. At Ling Mountain, the atmosphere had grown increasingly oppressive. However, it was not the enlightened beings who felt this weight. They slumbered peacefully, occasionally wandering about. The burden fell upon the mortals who had been brought forth, their initial skepticism regarding the divine beings transforming into a more profound certainty. The temple appeared to exude an air of strangeness, yet the mortals found themselves devoid of effective means to ensure their survival. After all, they were but ordinary beings in the presence of formidable entities wielding great power. If this state of affairs persisted, their very existence would be at risk. The supernatural beings surely harbored ulterior motives. Their current restraint was likely due to the mortals' perceived usefulness. Once their schemes reached fruition, the mortals would undoubtedly find themselves expendable, facing certain demise. Every individual is beset by concerns for their own safety, trembling at the slightest disturbance. Since encountering the two sages, Maitreya Buddha has gained clarity. If the sages are untroubled by matters, why should he fret over trivialities? Initially, Maitreya convened morning meetings, encouraging discussions among the assembly, striving to restore the former glory of the Buddhist community, even aiming for further advancements. However, such endeavors now seem superfluous, and the morning meetings have ceased. The assembly of Buddhas has become utterly idle. Some Buddhas quietly lament their choices, regretting that had they known this would be the outcome, they would have aligned themselves with Brother Lai from the very beginning, thus avoiding their current plight, unable even to indulge in a smoke. Among them, Bodhisattva Lingji feels the deepest remorse. He once held Brother Lai in high regard and was considered his confidant. Alas, he has led himself to a dead end. In the stillness of midnight, he reflects with sorrow and regret. Presently, the two sages are in critical seclusion. leaving the development of the Buddhist community to rely solely on our efforts. I have some plans in mind, Maitreya announced, standing atop a small wooden stool, addressing those below. The assembly of Buddhas appeared dazed and lethargic, occasionally stifling yawns. Observing this scene, those Buddhas who had been summoned exchanged glances. Although the number of followers in the Buddhist community is sufficient, the overall strength remains lacking, making it difficult to elevate their capabilities. During this time, Maitreya's voice was interrupted by a cacophony of snoring, causing his brow to furrow in displeasure as he directed a stern gaze towards the assembly. Who dares to snore while I am speaking? Is my presence so easily dismissed? The Buddhas exchanged uncertain glances. Manjushri Bodhisattva rose and delivered a swift kick to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Wake up. We are in a meeting, you can doze off later. All eyes turned towards Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, who rubbed his eyes, yawned, and then met Maitreya's icy gaze. Startled, he rose and sighed. The recent matters concerning the Buddhist community have been truly exhausting. I have been contemplating the future direction of Buddhism day and night. And in my fatigue, I did not realize I had fallen asleep during such a serious meeting. This is indeed my fault. I humbly ask for Maitreya's forgiveness. With that, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva bowed to Maitreya. It was unexpected to see Samantabhadra harboring such concern for the Buddhist community. Maitreya, with a hint of a smile, replied, "In that case, why don't you share your thoughts on the future direction of Buddhism? Everyone, let us applaud and invite Samantabhadra Bodhisattva to speak." Applause erupted from the assembly. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless steeled himself and approached the small stool before the assembly. He offered a slight smile to the Buddhas and cleared his throat. Surely you have all noticed that the Buddhist community is currently facing its most perilous moment. With the two sages in seclusion, the weight of responsibility rests on Maitreya Buddha's shoulders. However, the strength of one individual is inherently limited. We must unite and strive together to foster a brighter future for Buddhism. These words hold no value whatsoever. They are merely a form of encouragement. Maitreya Buddha has summoned him to discuss the future direction of the Buddhist community. Yet how could he possibly know the way forward? Thus, without hesitation, he begins to rally the assembly of Buddhas, engaging in a form of persuasion. As a close ally of Samantabhadra, Manjushri is the first to rise, applauding fervently. Chapter 686. A resounding applause. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva nodded subtly and continued, "I hope everyone can unite their efforts, working together to support Maitreya Buddha, allowing our Buddhist community to not only regain its former glory but to surpass it, taking a further step forward." His voice grew louder, brimming with excitement. As he spoke passionately, the audience erupted once more into a thunderous applause. Now, let us welcome the sole Buddha of our community to take the small stool and address us. Please give a warm round of applause. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva felt quite clever, deftly glossing over his earlier drowsiness while inspiring the Buddhist congregation. Maitreya Buddha quietly scoffed. This fellow had quite the knack for obfuscation and persuasion. Once again ascending to the small stool, Maitreya Buddha cleared his throat. Indeed, the Buddhist community is facing some challenges, yet I believe that as long as we work together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Therefore, I have decided that our primary focus should be the development of the Buddhist community, while also ensuring that the ordinary beings who have come to us are nurtured to stand independently. With such vigorous growth, the restoration of our past splendor is imminent, and I hope we can all strive towards this goal together. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances. The implication from Maitreya Buddha was clear. They were to cultivate these individuals swiftly. Initially, they had been filled with confidence, convinced that under their guidance, success in cultivation was merely a matter of time. However, they soon discovered that these individuals lacked any innate talent for cultivation, leading to a diminishing faith among the Buddhas. How were they to instruct them? The newly arrived beings exchanged wary looks, sensing the underlying caution. The fox's tail was beginning to show. Although they had initially felt no issues in teaching these individuals, the realization that they were, in fact, tricksters led to a burgeoning sense of distrust, prompting malicious speculation. By the Buddha's decree, the assembly of Buddhas responded, planning to feign compliance, knowing that if these individuals failed to learn, the blame would not fall upon them. It must be said that Maitreya Buddha indeed possessed grand ambitions. Even with the impending chaos of the Great Catastrophe, his thoughts remained fixated on the development of the Buddhist community. His work ethic was resolute. Maitreya Buddha nodded in satisfaction, and proceeded to eloquently deliver further words of encouragement. He believed that should he successfully rejuvenate the Buddhist community, the two revered saints behind him would surely regard him favorably. Little did he know, the two saints had long since ceased to concern themselves with the affairs of Buddhism. In the face of the impending crisis of life and death, there was no time to dwell on such trivialities. At this moment, they all fervently hoped that Hong Jun could take that final step. Only in doing so could they survive the impending chaos. In the realm of the 33 heavens, ever since the Grand Supreme Elder Lord grasped Hong Jun's hand and shattered his own saintly essence, it had scattered throughout the universe. The entire Dwishui Palace was eerily silent, with only the golden and silver boys guarding within its confines. Despite their concerns over the impending catastrophe, they felt utterly powerless due to their own limited strength. Thus they awaited the Grand Supreme Elder Lord's transformative return. Is the Elder Lord not back yet? The Jade Emperor sighed as he inquired. Initially, he believed Hong Jun could resolve the calamity of the weak water, but to his dismay, it seemed as though Hong Jun had turned a blind eye. In the Jade Emperor's view, it was evident that Hong Jun simply chose not to intervene. With his omnipotent capabilities, what could he not accomplish? With the last glimmer of hope extinguished, the Jade Emperor recalled the Grand Supreme Elder Lord, thinking that if he were still present, surely he would know how to address the situation. Now, the weak water spread rampantly, shrouded in ominous black mist, threatening to consume all beasts. If this continued, his heavenly realm would surely meet its demise. How could the Jade Emperor not be concerned? Your Majesty, we are unaware of the Master's circumstances, the Golden and Silver Boys stated. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor let out a deep sigh and shook his head as he walked away, feeling that in this critical moment, no one could be relied upon. Returning to the weak water, he observed the encroaching black mist, realizing that if this persisted, it would completely engulf the heavenly realm. A fearsome roar seemed to emanate from the weak water, sending chills down his spine. The Jade Emperor listened intently, but discerned nothing unusual, allowing himself a self-deprecating smile. Acknowledging that without a smoke to calm his nerves, his mind was playing tricks on him. With this thought, he found it increasingly difficult to bear. After a moment of contemplation, he returned to his palace and commanded, "Summon the Star of Tai Bai to see me." Shortly thereafter, the Star of Tai Bai appeared outside the palace. Bowing in reverence, "I pay my respects to the Jade Emperor. Tai Bai, I have summoned you to venture to the land of 10,000 beasts and procure 2 packets of cigarettes," the Jade Emperor stated plainly. Initially, the heavenly realm had imposed a smoking ban, and he had intended to lead by example. However, now he found himself unable to refrain, as the affairs of heaven were incessant. A moment of respite with a cigarette might allow him to ponder a solution to the heavenly tribulations ahead. The Star of Tai Bai was taken aback, only to hear the Jade Emperor continue, "I do not wish for the other deities of heaven to be aware of this matter." With hands clasped behind his back and his back to the Star of Tai Bai, the Jade Emperor's tone remained imperious. "What sort of behavior is this? When you dismantled my Tai Bai Star's small shop, did you consider such matters? Now that we are out of cigarettes, you send me on this errand." The Star of Tai Bai silently grumbled to himself. "As you command," he said, bowing slightly before stepping back, standing tall and resolute as he prepared to depart. During this time, he had also been seeking an opportunity to descend, yet none had presented itself. It was a perfect moment to inquire about the situation with Leish, as he had promised to send something up, but there had been no news. However, upon reflection, the Star of Tai Bai understood. After all, Leish's status had changed, making an unannounced appearance in the heavenly realm quite inappropriate. Above the land of 10,000 beasts, the voice of the great white star resonated throughout, echoing endlessly. "I seek an audience with the Demon King." The title felt oddly disconcerting. From once being a Buddha, he had fallen to the status of a Demon King. A journey fraught with sorrowful history. At that moment, Lai Gu, basking in the sun of the kingdom of all demons, was taken aback. Surely this old rascal had come merely to exchange for cigarettes again. Lai Gu yawned and manifested in the air, inquiring, "What brings you here, Great White?" It was evident he was feigning ignorance. The Great White Star felt a twinge of displeasure, yet managed a sycophantic smile. "Your Majesty, I have come to exchange for some cigarettes. To be frank, I am rather low on stock lately. I wonder what has become of the third. Perhaps you could inquire when he might supply more?" Lai Gu chuckled heartily, dismissively pushing the blame onto the third. In his eyes, even if the Great White Star had the audacity, he would not dare approach the third. Just as the Great White Star was about to speak, A figure appeared, and with a swift motion, sent the great white star flying, vanishing in an instant like a mere black dot. Luoho frowned. What is the point of conversing with him? Trouble brews in the mortal realm. Chapter 87. Did you slay those mortals? Truly, Luoho was decisive, swiftly sending the great white star flying without inquiry. Such a prompt action, without seeking reason, was something Lai Gu would not dare to undertake. He glanced toward the spot where the great white star had disappeared, uncertain of where he had been sent. A twitch of his lips betrayed his bemusement. Quite typical of Luoho. What calamity has befallen the mortal realm? Lai Gu asked nonchalantly. Natural disasters and calamities abound, resulting in numerous casualties, Luoho replied. Yet I find it peculiar that the celestial court remains uninvolved. They are preoccupied with their own troubles, Lai Gu stated coolly. The river of heaven is flooding. Dark mists permeate, capable of corroding others. Do you truly believe the Jade Emperor has time to manage the affairs of the mortal realm? Observing Lai Ge's indifferent demeanor, Luoho expressed his dissatisfaction. Isn't it the Buddhist principle to save all beings? Beings must endeavor to save themselves. What nonsense is that? Lai Gu retorted. Moreover, I am no longer of the Buddhist order. How is it my concern? It is the Jade Emperor who should be worried. With that, Lai Gu shook his head and sauntered into the kingdom of all demons, his rotund figure radiating a carefree, unconventional air. In Luoho's perspective, the disturbances in the mortal realm were undoubtedly linked to the impending great calamity. This catastrophe had begun to unfold, first in the mortal realm, then spreading across the three realms, ultimately leading to their destruction and the return of all things to the void. Luoho fell into contemplation, aware that escaping this fate was beyond his capabilities. His only glimmer of hope lay with Tang's son. With this thought, he set his course for Mount Li. At Mount Li, as he had laid to rest some individuals, Tang Yu increasingly felt the weight of despair. He began to fear that one day he would bring about the complete downfall of the three realms, including those he cherished. If he remained as Tang Yu, he could surely revive them. But what if someone were to replace him? In the face of the impending cataclysm, Tang Yu harbored unwavering confidence in his survival. For even the other self within him would not allow him to perish. Yet, a deeper fear lingered, one of being replaced. It appeared that he had vanquished his inner demons, freeing himself from the dread of the ruins and the specter of his other self. However, these fears still weighed heavily upon his heart. Have you slain many mortals? The mother of Li Mountain inquired upon first seeing Tang Yu, having heard the curses cast upon Tang sung by the denizens of the mortal realm for his actions. Tang Yu shrugged, leaning back on the bed with his arms cradling his head, gazing upwards. After a moment of contemplation, the mother of Li Mountain spoke again. You are saving them, are you not? She understood Tang Yu's philosophy. Even those who had perished could still be imprinted by his celestial essence. Tang Sung could rescue them. But once this was achieved, what of the next time? Rather than such an approach, it would be more prudent to obliterate them, anticipating their resurrection and subsequent manifestation. Tang Yu rose, stating, the cataclysm approaches, the order of the mortal realm is in utter disarray, and the heavenly path begins to consume it. Soon, the three realms will follow, leading to complete annihilation. The mother of Li Mountain gazed at him intently, finally asking, will you too be affected? With a gentle smile, Tang Yu replied, I will find a way to ensure your survival. He inhaled deeply, contemplating that, if all else failed, he would entomb the mother of Li Mountain and perhaps all those around him. She regarded him with a blossoming smile, saying, between life and death, I have long ceased to care. But I do care, Tang Yu interjected fervently, rising to his feet. Trust me, I will bring you all through this. Very well, I believe you, she replied with a soft smile. In that moment, a radiant light flickered, and the figure of Tong Tian, clad in black, materialized within the room. Master, the mother of Li Mountain called out. Gazing at her briefly, Tong Tian's eyes reflected a trace of affection before turning to Tang Yu. Your actions, though met with scorn, command my admiration. How could the ignorant mortals comprehend your true intentions? Tang Yu offered a slight bow to Tong Tian. Despite being a sage himself and having surpassed Tong Tian in many respects, he felt a profound respect for him. I cannot foresee the ultimate outcome, Tang Yu said with a bittersweet smile. Mortals are prone to believe only what they see before them. Even those who have not witnessed the truth often follow the tide of public opinion, losing their capacity for independent thought. This blind adherence, while pitiful, may also be a form of blissful ignorance. Such is the nature of the mortal heart. Tang Yu continued, Many presume themselves to occupy the moral high ground, engaging in moral coercion, binding others, and swaying public sentiment. They incite discord, appearing tragic, yet they consider themselves saints. Is that not laughable? Simply eliminate them. Tang Tian responded decisively. Since they lack understanding and discernment, what purpose do they serve? Tang Yu chuckled softly, remarking, "It is precisely for this reason that they are but mortals. In truth, deities and Buddhas exist, albeit in fewer numbers." Tang Tian pondered for a moment before responding with a light laugh. "Indeed, this is the essence of humanity, which is rather lamentable. Yet, do their insults not provoke your ire? With your capabilities, you could effortlessly alter everything with a mere gesture, or perhaps even induce them to forget, making it all the more preferable. After all, the defeat of the Jie sect has left a stain upon the mortal realm, and you remain unfazed? Why not take such action?" Tang Yu countered. Their gazes met, and they both shared a knowing smile. The majestic bird soaring through the heavens would hardly concern itself with the insignificant cries and curses of ants below. Their state of mind is untouched by such trivialities. "For me, it is entirely unnecessary," Tang Tian stated. "Though mortals may be ignorant, this ignorance may, in their eyes, represent a form of happiness." Tang Yu chuckled lightly, remaining silent. "Do you possess any means to confront the impending calamity?" Tang Tian inquired. Tang Yu shook his head. "There is no remedy. The cycle of heaven and earth, destruction, rebirth, where shall we ultimately reside? What is the significance of our existence?" Tang Tian's expression suddenly grew somber. After a brief reflection, Tang Yu remarked, "It is precisely because we do not know that we are in search. This pursuit is the way, is it not? What we seek in the end." Tang Tian laughed. "You speak the truth. For mortals, a century of life is but a fleeting dream, while for us, the passage of time stretches into eternity, ultimately leading to oblivion. What difference is there between a century and eternity?" "The distinction is indeed present," Tang Yu replied calmly. "1 day and 10 days. 1 year and 100 years, they are not the same. The perceptions, thoughts, and experiences vary greatly." Tang Tian regarded Tang Yu. "You are correct. There is a difference. Yet, to me, this distinction seems trivial, merely a matter of a longer duration and broader experiences. Especially with the impending calamity, I feel increasingly that there is little disparity. Mayflies live and die in a day." Tang Yu remarked, "This is due to a lack of choice, much like mortals, who also have no options. Were they given the choice, they would undoubtedly wish for a longer span of life, yet they are powerless to attain it." Tang Yu continued, "You and I possess eternal lifespans, neither aging nor dying, while myriad beings undergo endless cycles of reincarnation. We shall stand at the end of time, observing their rise and fall. Thus, there is indeed a difference, is there not?" He turned his gaze towards Tang Tian. "Although the calamity approaches, hope for survival is not entirely extinguished. The imminent disaster has instilled a sense of dread in the hearts of many, even casting doubt upon Tang Tian's own survival, leading him to entertain thoughts of surrender." Tang Yu understood this mindset, akin to that of a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Death itself is not frightful. It is but a fleeting moment. The true torment lies in the anticipation of death. However, for Tang Tian and others, fear was hardly a consideration. Yet, it inevitably influenced their mentality, causing a sense of despair to take root. As a sage, did Tang Tian not comprehend this? Such concerns regarding calamities can unknowingly affect one's state of mind, Tang Yu remarked. Tang Tian paused momentarily, then broke into a carefree smile, acknowledging, "You speak true, indeed. I have been overly fixated." With that thought, Tang Tian experienced a sudden clarity within his heart. The worries that once plagued him now transformed into a tranquil acceptance. As a sage, he observed the vicissitudes of life, having endured numerous tribulations and witnessed the passage of time. Yet, the impending catastrophe had inadvertently influenced his mindset. Nevertheless, a single utterance from Tang Yu allowed him to relinquish all burdens. Tang Tian laughed heartily, proclaiming, "Whether the cosmos undergoes reincarnation or all beings return to the void, it is I who have been too attached. In truth, none of this bears significant weight." Tang Yu calmly responded, "There may yet be a glimmer of hope for survival. At worst, we shall all perish together. Having lived once in this world is ample." Well said, having lived once and witnessed so much. Compared to the myriad beings of this mundane realm, we have lingered far too long. What is there left to be troubled by? Tang Tian declared with grandeur. He then turned his gaze towards the mother of Lishan, and with a deep sigh, he solemnly said, Sanzong, if fate permits. I hope you can carry on with the legacy of Lishan. Tang Yu was taken aback, while the mother of Lishan stared at Tong Tian in disbelief. Master, you are my disciple, the last of my teachings. Tong Tian's eyes glimmered with a hint of bitterness. I have lived long enough and have wronged many, particularly the Saint Mother of Turtle Spirit. We will all survive, Tang Yu asserted resolutely. Tong Tian nodded, choosing not to speak further, and after a long while, he departed from that place. Shortly after his departure, Guanyin Bodhisattva arrived, inquiring about the impending calamity. To this, Tang Yu simply stated that he would do his utmost to ensure the survival of those present. Guanyin discerned uncertainty in Tang Senzang's words. Even he lacked absolute confidence, suggesting a dire situation ahead. Having recently ascended to the quasi-saint level, Guanyin had once believed that following Tang Senzang would lead her to greater paths. Now, she felt the weight of misfortune upon her. Despite her capabilities, she found herself facing an uncertain and perilous fate without having the chance to showcase her powers. Was this not a cruel twist of fate? Yet even if she wished to demonstrate her abilities, suitable opponents were scarce. Among the few quasi-saints, she could not contend with the mother of Lishan, nor did she dare confront the likes of Laoj or the Jade Emperor. With Luo Ho having regained her peak quasi-saint prowess and wielding the world-destroying Black Lotus, Guanyin felt utterly outmatched. As a quasi-saint yearning to exhibit her strength, she found herself stifled. Ultimately, Guanyin departed, burdened by her frustrations. Soon after, Luo Ho arrived, and Tang Yu reiterated his commitment to do his utmost to ensure their survival. Luo Ho opened her mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated. What is it? Tang Yu inquired, puzzled by her reticence. Regarding Luo Ho, this young man conducts his affairs with remarkable efficiency and decisiveness. For instance, he swiftly reorganized the tumultuous demon realm, employing a brutal yet effective method, killing without hesitation at the slightest provocation. Through such actions, Tang Yu discerned that this child was inherently inclined towards slaughter and executed his tasks with remarkable precision. However, at this moment, he hesitated, which piqued Tang Yu's curiosity. The annihilation Black Lotus materialized from Luo Ho's grasp, within which a woman lay in slumber. Without uttering a word, Luo Ho presented the annihilation Black Lotus to Tang Yu. I cannot resurrect her. Her soul has been utterly scattered, her primordial spirit shattered. Although you have employed extraordinary means to preserve the last flicker of her consciousness, allowing her to sleep within the gates of the Black Lotus, once she emerges from it, devoid of your protective powers, she will instantly dissipate, Tang Yu remarked. From the moment he first encountered Luo Ho and learned of the woman's slumber within his Black Lotus, Tang Yu sensed her condition. It was a complete demise, leaving only a trace of consciousness, coupled with the annihilation Black Lotus, which facilitated her deep sleep. Otherwise, she would have long since vanished. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anguish appeared in Luo Ho's eyes as he stubbornly inquired, will I not even be able to see her once? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu replied, you may see her, but only later. Once she is entirely dissipated, would you still wish for that? Through his celestial phenomena and the 6 paths of reincarnation of the Earth Mother, he could temporarily restore the woman's consciousness. Of course, the key was that the heavenly Tao was currently weakened, allowing for such a method to briefly reunite her spirit. Otherwise, during the peak of the heavenly Tao's strength, such a feat would be utterly impossible and would invite divine retribution. His celestial phenomena, the Earth Mother's 6 paths of reincarnation, and the weakened essence of the heavenly Tao were all indispensable. Luo Ho gazed at the woman, his expression morphing into one of torment. Is there truly no other way? Even a single day would suffice. Chapter 689, Kue Mu Wolf, by Huaxiao. Sometimes, even an additional day together can be enough. In this life of yours, even if it is but a fleeting moment, to be together for even that brief instant is still a lifetime. Tang Yu shook his head. On this matter, he simply could not comply. Even though he had transcended the boundaries of a saint, becoming a pinnacle existence within the cosmos, he was incapable of reviving one whose soul had been utterly dispersed. The reversal of life and death was an impossibility for anyone. The reason Wukong, Beiji, and others could be resurrected was that their essence had not been completely obliterated. Initially, he believed that for those whose souls had fled, they had been entirely erased. Yet, he later comprehended that the so-called soul dispersal signified the ultimate dissolution of their essence, merging into the primordial essence of the heavenly Tao, becoming part of it. Their essence, belonging to them, had been entirely integrated with the heavenly Tao. Had their essence remained, they could indeed reverse the wheel of life and death. Yet, when the essence is gone, even the life and death of a mere mortal cannot be altered. Is it truly impossible for even a single day? Luoho's eyes fell, his voice thick with emotion. Tang Yu remained silent, and Luoho's gaze gradually dimmed. After a prolonged silence, Tang Yu spoke. She has long since departed from this realm, her soul scattered. The only reason her corporeal form persists is due to your influence, as you are well aware. Those who perished eons ago cannot overturn the cycle of life and death. All that can be done is to preserve fleeting moments of time. Perhaps my words may seem harsh, for although her body remains, her essence has already faded into nothingness. It would be better to exchange this ephemeral existence for a proper farewell. Tang Yu fixed his gaze upon him. Departures deserve a proper farewell. Indeed, farewells should be meaningful. Yet how many have left without the chance for a proper goodbye, whether in life or in death? If a departure is inevitable, then let us bid farewell appropriately, to you, to time, to the person I once was. The corners of Luoho's mouth twitched, as if he mustered all his strength to utter a single word. All right. Tang Yu gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Then, with a flicker of movement, they appeared in the underworld. A familiar aura emerged by the banks of the river of oblivion. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before approaching the riverbank. Kuei Mu Lang stood bewildered at the edge of the river of oblivion, gazing at a woman within its depths. At that moment, the woman's eyes were vacant, her expression lost. According to legend, upon death, souls enter the ghostly realm, traverse the river of oblivion, cross the Niha Bridge, and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yet some refuse to forget their past lives, choosing to plunge into the river and endure the torment of 1,000 years of fiery cold. Throughout this millennium, they witness their loved ones, familiar faces, and those they once cherished, repeatedly crossing the river. Eventually, they forget what they longed to await, what they yearned for, foolishly entering the cycle of rebirth again. The so-called 1,000-year wait by the river of oblivion is merely a deception. What difference is there between this and drinking the Mengpa soup to forget everything? The river of oblivion was established many years ago when Buddhism settled in the underworld, paving the way for the 18 levels of hell, inadvertently luring countless souls to leap into its depths. I feel as though I know her. Kuei Mu Lang's expression turned pained as he gazed at the woman, his heart twisting with a pang of sorrow, accompanied by an urge to weep. Tang Yu observed him, sensing a touch of sadness. Once, Kuei Mu Lang was known as Bai Huaxiu. In that life, he was the celestial deity Kuei Mu Lang, and she was the Jade Maiden of the Fragrant Palace. In that existence, she was reborn as a princess of the kingdom of Baoxiang. For her sake, he descended to become a demon, forcibly keeping her by his side for 13 years. Then she sealed her memories and returned to the heavens, only to later choose to end her own life, willingly entering the underworld. Now, Kuei Mu Lang had forgotten, while Bai Huaxiu endured the agonies of the river of oblivion, becoming lost in a haze. Perhaps such forgetfulness is the best conclusion. If the seal on Kuei Mu Lang's memories were to be lifted, it would only deepen his suffering. Fate plays cruel tricks. The destinies of most are not in their own hands. Life may seem to offer countless choices, yet in truth, there are none. Even Tang Yu did not have a choice, let alone a mere Kuei Mu wolf. Her name is Bai Huaxiu. Tang Yu, as an outsider, narrates, she succumbed to despair, leaping into the river of oblivion, yearning to await a certain someone. Bai Huaxiu, the Kuei Mu wolf murmurs, feeling an eerie familiarity with the name, as if it resonates from some distant memory. Tang Yu does not glance at him, but instead fixates on Bai Huaxiu within the river, continuing, yet the one she awaited has forgotten her. Is she not pitiable? No, to be precise, both are tragic. Once, that person wished to keep her close, sacrificing everything to transform into a demon. At this juncture, Tang Yu pauses momentarily before continuing. That individual, employing forceful means, retained her by his side, yet at that time, she had forgotten him, harboring only resentment and loathing. Eventually, he could no longer endure such anguish. He chose to forget. Tang Yu turns his gaze toward the Kuei Mu wolf, asking, who do you think is more tragic? Or are they equally so? The Kuei Mu wolf, bewildered, replies, I do not know. Should we say he was deeply affectionate, or that the woman was infatuated? Or perhaps, we should speak of that man's resoluteness, willingly forgetting everything and betraying this bond. Yet, It seems he has done enough. Their time together was filled with weariness, and the choice to forget does not appear unjust. However, she had forgotten him. It was only after he chose to forget that she remembered, leading her to take her own life. The Kuei Mu Wolf softly remarks, "Thus, neither of them is at fault. Neither has betrayed their feelings. As for tragedy, they are both quite tragic indeed. To be in love yet miss each other so profoundly, fate is not within our control." He lifts his gaze once more to the woman, suddenly asking, "Tang Sanzong, who is that man?" Tang Yu remains silent for a protracted moment before responding. He perished over 20 years ago. From the moment he chose to forget, he had already died. Is this not for the best? Casting a glance at the Kuei Mu Wolf, Tang Yu contemplates whether to allow Bai Hua Xiu to reincarnate directly. Perhaps even liberating all the souls in the River of Oblivion. It seems feasible. After all, he has intervened in the affairs of the three realms far too often. Furthermore, even if the laws of heaven and karma are upon him, Tang Yu no longer feels fear. Moreover, with the heavenly order on the verge of collapse, it is too preoccupied to concern itself with such matters. As he gazes at the bewildered woman in the River of Oblivion, a tear unexpectedly slips from the corner of the Kuei Mu Wolf's eye, falling into the river and producing a clear sound. With the tear's descent, the River of Oblivion falls into an eerie silence, as if even the countless wails of vengeful spirits had ceased in that moment. Chapter 690. You are not the weak water with the drop of the Kuei Mu Wolf's tear into the River of Oblivion. It seems as though the entire world has descended into tranquility. The previously audible wails of countless vengeful spirits gradually fade, disappearing from earshot. The river ripples gently, waves beginning to dance upon its surface. Subsequently, a thin mist rises from the River of Oblivion. The Kuei Mu Wolf stares vacantly at this scene, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the woman. The mist drifts, obscuring her visage. A sense of melancholic loss stirred within him. The mist thickened, obscuring all vision. It drifted through the river of forgetfulness, only to vanish without a trace. Tears, indeed, tears. Suddenly, Tang Yu burst into laughter, for he understood. At that time, Buddhism had established its presence by the river of forgetfulness, deceiving others with the notion that should one wish to avoid drinking the Mangpa soup, they must endure the torment of 1,000 years of ice and fire. Yet the river of forgetfulness burned with the passions and desires of humanity. Thus, the figures within the river gradually drifted into a state of oblivion, forgetting everything, including themselves, becoming no different from the mortals who drank the Mangpa soup. Yet now, the waters of the river of forgetfulness were evaporating. It was tears, tears infused with the 7 emotions and 6 desires of Kuei Mu Wolf, falling into the river, causing its gradual evaporation. King Xitigarbha sighed softly, his form appearing by the riverbank. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he momentarily froze, instinctively stepping back. Shall I eliminate him? Rahu spoke decisively. Although King Xitigarbha possessed formidable strength, being a quasi-saint, Rahu was equally powerful, especially with the world destruction Black Lotus at his disposal. It was not impossible to eliminate King Xitigarbha, though it would require considerable effort. Amitabha, King Xitigarbha intoned compassionately. This demeanor caused Tang Yu to curl his lip in disdain. What nonsense is this? He likely remained unaware that the Buddhist sect had all but ceased to exist. Even the likes of Lien Jie and Kun Ti seemed to have forsaken Buddhism. After all, with great calamity looming, survival took precedence. If only they could endure. The notion of Buddhism would be irrelevant. They could, upon the dawn of the next era, establish a new sect at will. Tang Yu cast a glare at Rahu. This child harbored a rather heavy heart for killing. Rahu chuckled awkwardly, taking a step back. The river of forgetfulness had vanished, revealing that the river, burning with passions and desires, required love to be resolved. Tang Yu smirked slightly. Oh, not merely the river of forgetfulness. Even the 18 layers of hell birthed by your Buddhism are on the brink of collapse. Just like your current Buddhist sect, I presume? Tang Yu grinned. Perhaps you remain unaware of the present state of Buddhism? Would you like me to show you? With a wave of his hand, the entirety of Mount Ling appeared before them. The multitude of Buddhas appeared listless, with some even snoring soundly. Witnessing this, Tang Yu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. King Xitigarbha's lips twitched, his body trembling as he pressed his palms together, reciting once more, Amitabha. The waters of the river of forgetfulness transformed into mist, evaporating at a visible pace, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Countless souls leapt into the river of forgetfulness, their expressions gradually shifting from confusion to clarity. The woman landed directly upon Kuei Mu Wolf, weakly smiling as she spoke. I knew you would come, so I waited. Kuei Mu Wolf felt a stirring within his body, his mind ringing with a sudden clarity. Countless familiar memories from the past surged forth, instantly flooding his mind. Quima Wang's eyes brimmed with tears as he approached the woman. His voice choked with emotion. Baihua. The word love can be a source of great suffering. Among the myriad words in the world, none can wound the heart quite like love. Yet, love is also the purest and most beautiful of all. It possesses the power to break free from the shackles of one's destined fate. The word love can either ruin a person or elevate them to greatness. Quima Wang embraced the soul-stirring figure, tears streaming down his face. I will take you away. We shall leave this place, and we will never be separated again. Bai Waxiu seemed to ponder something, hesitating before finally speaking. And what about His Majesty? Quima Wang paused, then replied, if I can be with you for just one day, I would willingly endure any suffering. Very well, then let us face eternal suffering together, across countless lifetimes, never to part. Bai Waxiu nestled into Quima Wang's embrace, smiling gently, though her eyes continued to shed tears. She had waited for this moment. She was fortunate. Yet, how many souls ultimately await only a deluge of despair that engulfs them? Akin to those who leap into the river of oblivion? What is it that binds them so? Shaoyan. Suddenly, a man in the river of oblivion gazed at the figure crossing the bridge and exclaimed. The woman turned back. Do we know each other? You must have mistaken me. My name is not Shaoyan. Do we know each other? Indeed, we were acquainted in a past life. Human connections are fleeting. In the next life, who will know who is who? The man opened his mouth, hesitating before shaking his head with a smile. No, we do not know each other. He leaped from the river of oblivion, and the ghostly enforcers rushed forward to apprehend him. However, upon sighting Tang Sanzang, they halted in their tracks. The man approached Mengpo. He glanced back at the woman and ultimately drank the Mengpo soup in one gulp, then followed the throng of spirits into the cycle of reincarnation. You see, what does waiting ultimately yield? To leap into the river of oblivion and endure the agony of 1,000 years of flames and ice. What is it for? Gazing at Quima Wang and Bai Waxiu, Tang Yu sighed softly. Go fetch my brother and tell him what I have said. With that, Tang Yu and Luo Hu vanished from sight. Following Tang Yu's departure, the ghostly enforcers exchanged glances with the King of Hell, then proceeded to capture the souls within the river of oblivion, bringing them once more to Mengpo. This time, however, they were surprisingly calm, offering no resistance, willingly consuming the Mengpo soup before stepping into the cycle of reincarnation without a backward glance. In the 19th layer of hell, as Tang Yu stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming aura radiating around him. The formation turned, and within it, Ho Tu sat cross-legged, emanating waves of formidable power. The stability of the 6 paths of reincarnation was faltering. It threatened to shatter. Tang Yu was taken aback and surged into the formation, Earth. A terrifying force emanated from Tang Yu as he joined Ho Tu in upholding the operation of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Immediately, he was struck with astonishment. It was not an external force at work, but rather within the formation, someone was drawing upon the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Are you not weak water? Tang Yu exclaimed, casting a glance at weak water. Chapter 691, Weak Water or the Void. He sensed it, the ultimate power of the 6 paths of reincarnation being devoured, merging into weak water's being. The 6 paths of reincarnation was on the verge of collapse. The formation here was also about to shatter. Furthermore, Yukong and Beiji were still undergoing transformation within the formation. Should the power of the formation vanish entirely, their return would become exceedingly unlikely. With a hum, the 6 paths of reincarnation trembled slightly. Tang Yu dared not recklessly unleash his full strength, for the power of the 6 paths could not withstand his entire might. Otherwise, the 6 paths would crumble in his grasp. He could only continuously augment his magical energy. Sensing the limits of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and he no longer dared to act impulsively. Inside the formation, Weak Water opened her eyes, an enigmatic smile gracing her face. Tendrils of black mist seeped from her eyes, her pupils now a void of darkness, devoid of the clarity they once possessed. In that moment, Weak Water appeared somewhat fearsome, particularly with that strange smile, instilling a sense of dread. I am Weak Water. Suddenly, she rose from within the formation. Her essence, once merely a spirit, was instantaneously remolded into flesh. The black mist receded from her eyes as she gazed down upon Tang Yu with an air of superiority. The corners of her mouth curled into a smirk of disdain, as if Tang Yu were no more than an insignificant ant before her. The surrounding power of the formation surged wildly towards her. "I curse you," Tang Yu muttered under his breath. While maintaining the operation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he approached the manifestation of spatial laws, attempting to envelop weak water and transport her into the chaos. However, a faint white light emanated from her, and she scoffed, saying, "To attempt to wield the laws before me is truly an act of hubris. In any case, I have already absorbed enough." With that, she willingly stepped into the power of the laws Tang Yu had conjured. In an instant, she appeared within the chaos. Soon after, Tang Yu found himself facing her. "You are not weak water. You are the void?" At that moment, Tang Yu was entirely convinced that weak water was indeed a part of the void. Weak water held her head high. Her once pristine and untainted gown now transformed into an abyssal black. "Ignorant ant," she smiled, "I can see that you are formidable. But my consciousness has merged with the 6 paths of reincarnation within the formation." She chuckled lightly at Tang Yu. "Destroy me? The 6 paths of reincarnation will utterly collapse. By the way, I owe you my gratitude for this." Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly. A curse escaped his lips, and the world annihilation black lotus suddenly expanded to several dozen times its size, rotating vigorously as it appeared above weak water, seemingly intent on obliterating her. Weak water remained unfazed, her expression serene as she slowly raised her head, her eyes igniting with 2 beams of pitch-black light. Under this overwhelming force, the world annihilation black lotus was sent hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Luo Ho's face turned ashen. With a single strike, she severely wounded the peak of the quasi-saint and even the world-devouring black lotus of Luo Hu. "Do you believe that the land of the underworld can stabilize the 6 realms? No, she can no longer maintain it. For the effort to uphold the formation has drained her of too much of her magical power. It is precisely for this reason that I have gradually infiltrated the cycle of reincarnation." Ruoshui smiled radiantly. Tang Yu gazed at her. "You have merged into the cycle of reincarnation, yet you cannot annihilate it, for the land itself embodies the 6 realms. In this moment, she has completely fused with the cycle. As long as the land endures, so shall the cycle. What you can shatter lies beyond reincarnation." The mere thought of this made Tang Yu yearn to crush the great Thunder Sound Temple with a single blow. Moreover, he wished for the demise of Zuni and Jane. "If it were not for your attempts to usurp the merits of the land, creating all manner of chaos in the underworld, would this have come to pass? The 18 layers of hell exist solely to torment souls, yet they hypocritically proclaim it as a warning for humanity to embrace goodness. How utterly insincere. You speak much truth." Ruoshui nodded, her dark garments fluttering gently. "For instance, what would happen if the 18 layers of hell were to collapse? I am still quite intrigued by the essence of those spirits. Although it may not significantly augment my strength, even the smallest of morsels still constitutes sustenance, does it not? Furthermore, I cannot simply confer an advantage to the heavenly Tao without cause. Although the heavenly Tao holds little value in my eyes, I would prefer not to bestow such an unearned favor upon it." Ruoshui raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. "I concede that you are formidable, at least in this moment. I am not your rival, for my true self remains within the Goetiu, and this is merely a fraction of my original power. But do you dare to kill me?" Tang Yu's gaze bore into her fiercely. "Many years ago, you infiltrated the heavenly court, perhaps for this very lifetime?" With a sigh, Tang Yu continued, "I have long harbored suspicions about you. Ruoshui, I should have ended you the last time we met. And me? How would you explain that to your resurrected disciple? Would you tell him that you killed his beloved?" Ruoshui laughed mischievously, her confidence unwavering. "If you truly wish to do so, then go ahead and kill me. After all, I will not perish. I would merely return to the Goetiu, and it wouldn't be long before I could break free again." Tang Yu scrutinized her, finally speaking after a moment. "In truth, you are akin to the great Tao. Neither of you possesses a corporeal form. Thus you fragment your essence in search of a body to bear a portion of your power. Am I correct?" "Indeed." Ruoshui nodded. "It is the absence of a physical form that allows us to contain all of our strength. You are currently somewhat weaker than I. For this strand of your essence has merged with the underworld, is it not? Otherwise, even a mere fraction of your essence would not render you so feeble. For I am aware of your terrifying potential." Tang Yu calmly remarked, "Although it appears you have severely injured Luo, who with your strike, in reality. You have expended all of your strength. Ruoshui lightly clapped her hands, applauding. Indeed, indeed. Yet, I reiterate, you may shatter me, but do you dare? Will you truly act upon it? After a brief silence, Tang Yu inquired, is Ruoshui still present? She is me, and I am her, Ruoshui replied. Upon hearing those words, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable surge of anger. How could this be connected to another self within her, a moral being? It is a unity. You are me, and I am you. Now, another has emerged. She possesses sentience due to you, yet she is not you. Tang Yu declared, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? To which Ruoshui retorted with a fearless demeanor, is that so? What will you do? If you wish to prevent the collapse of the underworld, then take action. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly as she unleashed a punch. Yet Ruoshui merely laughed lightly. As her primal powers surged, a terrifying force emanated from the underworld. Boom. The bridge of helplessness shattered in an instant, and countless souls were reduced to ashes. Tang Yu's punch, once propelled forward, abruptly halted. She gazed at Ruoshui. Do you think this will intimidate me? The collapse of the underworld is only a matter of time. Chapter 692. Hong Jun remains unmoved. Tang Yu understood that at this juncture, her stance must become increasingly resolute. Otherwise, she could easily fall under someone else's control. It was not out of the realm of possibility for Ruoshui to compel her to break the seal within the Guishu. Although the seal had already endured for a considerable duration, prolonging it even a little longer would be advantageous. Otherwise, once Guishu entered the three realms, the heavenly path would immediately fall into slumber, and chaos would ensue. The three realms would become void, leaving no time whatsoever. She harbored another self within her, which should ensure her survival. Beyond herself, all beings would be engulfed. Even an additional day would be a boon, a glimmer of hope, after all. It was not yet the final moment. Is that so? If you are so indifferent, why do you restrain your punch? Ruoshui's radiant smile was exceptionally beautiful. However, to Tang Yu, her grin resembled that of a demon. Ruoshui closed her senses, absorbing the essence of the souls that had been utterly shattered, relishing in the delectable sensation. Albeit they were too feeble. Ruoshui turned her gaze towards Tang Yu, her eyes ignited with a chilling light. If I could devour your essence, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon, perhaps even allowing me to advance further. Most importantly, your body contains the essence of the heavenly path and the essence of the great Tao, which I yearn for. It was evident that she regarded Tang Yu as a delicacy. In response, Tang Yu chuckled coldly, is that so? Unfortunately, you cannot accomplish that. A figure flickered into existence, revealing the presence of Hutu. However, she appeared somewhat weakened, her complexion pale. Her eyes fixed intently on Ruoshui, unblinking. You are not Ruoshui. Who are you truly? Why do you act this way? She was Guishu, or rather, a fragment of its primal essence. Tang Yu explained. Ruoshui is connected to the murky waters of the river beneath the banks of Wangchuan within Guishu. She is but a tributary of that river, thus endowed with the power to devour. Hutu's expression shifted slightly, disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Ruoshui. On the visage of Ruoshui, a captivating smile radiated brilliantly. The reason for her current predicament was largely due to you, as it was your influence that immersed me within the six paths, allowing me to integrate with the essence of the underworld. Indeed, it is all because of me. Tang Yu gazed at her calmly and stated, do you truly believe I am powerless? I am aware that I am certainly no match for you at this moment, yet do you dare to take my life? As she spoke, the primal force of Ruoshui manifested, vividly reflecting the entirety of the 18 layers of hell within the underworld. Countless souls would dissipate into nothingness. You are truly despicable, Hutu pointed at her and declared. It was evident that she was using the underworld to restrain Tang Sanzang, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Tang Sanzang appeared to be under her influence as well. Otherwise, given his character, he would have charged forward without hesitation. The process is insignificant. It is the outcome that matters, and all my actions are merely to observe how you insignificant ants react. This provides me with a delightful sense of amusement. For instance, even now, you are undeniably stronger than I, yet you refrain from striking. Do you not find this amusing? Ruoshui's smile was radiant. The corner of Tang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He discreetly cast a glance at Hutu, then stepped forward, celestial phenomenon. In an instant, he vanished without a trace, as if transported to another realm entirely, enveloping Ruoshui within it. Simultaneously, a voice resounded. Hongjun, are you not safeguarding the underworld? In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun, who had been seated in the inner hall, suddenly opened his eyes. A furrow appeared on his brow as he comprehended the unfolding events in an instant. His figure vanished from the spot, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the realm. Engaged in an unseen contest with Ruoshui, Hongjun found himself at a disadvantage. For her primal essence had permeated the underworld. With a mere thought, she could bring devastation. What Hongjun sought was to stabilize the underworld. Tang Sanzang, unleash your abilities. I shall guard the underworld, Hongjun's voice echoed. At these words, Tang Yu burst into laughter. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi Tianzuan, along with several other saints, also appeared amidst the chaos. Upon witnessing Ruoshui, they were momentarily taken aback. It was only after Hutu provided an explanation that they grasped the situation. Ruoshui's expression grew solemn. Yet she continued to smile lightly, saying, I thought you were the strongest. I did not anticipate the existence of another. Nevertheless, that is acceptable. Boom. The celestial phenomena pressed in around them. A brilliant star emerged before the gathered crowd, exploding with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Tang Sanzang had become even more formidable. He has transcended us, Jijing sighed. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. He has advanced ahead of us. Who do you think you are? It is only fitting that he surpasses you, Tong Tian scoffed. You dare to glare? Jijing retorted. Unfazed, Tong Tian raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner. With the great calamity looming, how to confront it is of paramount importance. Why cling to past grudges? Let the past remain in the past, Yuan Shi Tianzuan remarked indifferently. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Let the past remain in the past, but it shall not fade here under my watch. If I were to truly believe it was over, how could I bear the weight of the countless disciples of the GS sect who have perished? For me, it is not about moving on. Rather, it is about returning to the past. Ha. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression grew complex regarding the events of yore. They are dictated by the tides of fate, and we possess little power to alter them. Must your grand scheme demand the sacrifice of my GS sect's people? Tong Tian replied with a cold smile. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, you need not worry. You will certainly not perish amidst the great calamity. Before it descends, I shall ensure that we embark on this journey together. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianzuan and the other two deities exchanged glances. The implication was clear. In a critical moment, Tong Tian would drag them along, leading to mutual destruction. This madman certainly harbored such intentions. The three sages held no doubt. For Tong Tian was indeed capable of such actions. If he truly disregarded his own life, he could undoubtedly take the three of them along with him. Master. The arriving Lishan Laomu's countenance shifted upon hearing Tong Tian's words. Tong Tian looked at her with a glimmer of affection in his eyes. Fear not, I merely speak in jest. When I sense that I can no longer evade the great calamity, I shall lead them forth. After all, we all must face death. If I can accompany them, it would serve as a form of solace for the former disciples of the GS sect. Chapter 693. Making you the sovereign. Lishan Laomu opened her mouth. Yet no words emerged. Tong Tian offered a gentle smile and affectionately tousled her hair. Do not worry. I am only saying this. It would be unnatural not to worry. This madman was capable of anything. Jijing and Zhuanti exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that Tong Tian was not jesting. If he truly felt that survival in this calamity was impossible, he would undoubtedly be the first to risk everything, taking them along with him into the fray. They had no doubts on this matter. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sighed heavily. Though the chaotic calamity is indeed fearsome, my master is gradually growing stronger. There may yet be a chance for escape. Do you think I can be subdued merely by invoking my master? Tong Tian scoffed disdainfully, pointing at Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Let me tell you, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, do you believe I would hesitate to risk my life against you right now? Yuan Shi Tianzuan's expression shifted, and he inhaled deeply, remaining silent as he gazed at Tang Sanzang and Ruoshui. A buzzing sound emerged, reminiscent of something shattering, soon transforming into the faint whir of insects. A small butterfly emerged from the celestial phenomena. As its wings fluttered, the very fabric of space began to collapse. Ruoshui emanated a formidable aura, behind her coalescing an endless black mist. This mist morphed into a pitch-black dragon, roaring ferociously. Boom. The dragon's body swelled as it surged forward. Boom. The butterfly's form vanished, transforming into Tang Yu, who obliterated the dragon with a single punch. The expression on Ruoshue's face shifted slightly, yet Tang Yu had already dashed to her side. His punch, neither too fast nor too slow, seemed to emanate from different dimensions of time and space. Countless shadows of fists materialized before her. With a grunt, Ruoshue surged forward, her graceful hand accurately intercepting the blow. Instantly, the two figures clashed like fierce gales, engaged in a ferocious battle. The sounds of impact echoed incessantly. How could she, with mere physical prowess, contend against Tang Sanzang? The primordial supreme being exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Sanzang followed the path of strength to validate the Tao. His physical form surpassed that of ordinary beings, and even solely relying on his corporeal might would suffice to defeat them. Yet, at this moment, Ruoshue was somehow matching him blow for blow. The saints watched in disbelief as the two combatants accelerated, their amassed spiritual energy receding, reduced to a pure physical confrontation. This kind of battle, however, posed far greater peril compared to one of magical prowess. A moment's carelessness could lead to grievous injury at the hands of the other. The sounds of fists and feet colliding resonated continuously. A wave of force surged forth, causing Ruoshue to retreat 2 steps, her face slightly pale. Tang Yu stood quietly not far away, his expression calm and unruffled. Hong Jun is gradually expelling your consciousness. He has stabilized the underworld. What other trump cards do you possess? With a light chuckle, Tang Yu added, I presume you have long prepared for this corporeal form. You wouldn't want me to shatter her, would you? Ruoshue maintained a faint smile, brimming with confidence. Then shatter this body if you dare. Do you think I am afraid? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold. Her audacity undoubtedly stemmed from her connection to Beiji. It was precisely this assurance that led her to believe he would not dare to break her. Her physical form was only slightly inferior to Tang Yu's. After all, Tang Yu possessed the primordial body. Remarkably, he merely had a slight edge over her. However, Tang Yu understood that this was not the entirety of her strength. Only a fragment of her essence had merged into Ruoshue's body. To be precise, it had already become one with her. Ruoshue was born of the river of weak water, which was intrinsically linked to the return to the void. Thus, Ruoshue and the void shared the same origin, although merely a small fragment of spirit had integrated into her. Since Ruoshue's physical form could not withstand the full might of the void, as this power continually baptized Ruoshue's body, the void would gradually infuse her spirit, ultimately uniting completely with her. Ruoshue was the void, and the void was Ruoshue. As for the seal left on the other side of Wanchuan, it would naturally crumble in due course. Nevertheless, even that seal would not endure for long. I do not doubt your courage. I merely state that since you wish it, then shatter this body, Ruoshue said with a light laugh. It is but a corporeal form. Even without it, I can still command all. In my eyes, you are still nothing more than lowly ants. She cast a glance at Tang Yu, admitting, I concede that you, a mere ant, possess considerable strength. However, to me, you remain just a somewhat formidable ant. It is only if another version of yourself emerges from within you that I might regard you with a modicum of respect. Yet, even should he make an appearance now, I harbor no fear, for sealing my powers has cost him a significant portion of his essence. As she spoke, Ruoshue flashed a charming smile, undeniably enchanting. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that Tang Sanzang had delved deep into the Guishu and had subsequently sealed him away. Nevertheless, this revelation did not impede his approach. Most astonishingly, none had anticipated that Ruoshue would become the vessel of Guishu, which was truly unexpected. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering why another version of himself had been so quiet of late. It became clear, the seal on Guishu had drained him of substantial essence. Although he had squandered some of his own essence, it mattered little, for once he fully integrated with you, your powers and laws would merge, resulting in a formidable force. Ruoshue chuckled softly. Do you grasp what this signifies? You merely don the wedding gown while ultimately being supplanted by him. How pitiable. I trust you comprehend this without further elaboration. Do you wish to alter this fate? Only I possess the means to assist you. I can elevate you to true dominion, rendering even the heavenly path an insignificant ant in my eyes. You could surpass the heavenly path in strength, and upon my arrival in the myriad realms, you could govern multiple worlds, should you desire. Consider what this entails. You would become the sovereign of numerous worlds, exalted above all. Ruoshue continued with a light laugh. Moreover, I could assist you in eliminating the other version of yourself within you. This would be a twofold benefit, would it not? Many yearn for this opportunity. now laid before you. Reflect on your arduous pursuit of cultivation. Was it not for this very outcome? Now, you can attain it effortlessly. Why not seize it? Why toil so diligently in your cultivation? Why struggle against the heavenly path and the other self within? Ruoshui gazed at him intently, calmly stating, "Is it not for all this? I can grant it to you with ease." Chapter 694. The source of power within Hongjun Yuan Shirtian Zun exchanged glances with Jie Yin and Zhuan-Ti. Ruoshui had articulated a most terrifying and alluring proposition, one that surpassed even the synthesis of the heavenly path in its temptation. It was clear that with a mere nod from Tang Sanzang, he could ascend to become the sovereign of this realm, transitioning into the vast universe of myriad worlds. All under his control. Truly, he would be one beneath none and above all, immortal and unyielding. Such a temptation was irresistible in the eyes of Yuan Shirtian Zun and the others. After all, the mere synthesis of the heavenly path by Hongjun had already incited their envy. However, concern soon crept into their minds. They feared the moment Tang Sanzang might acquiesce. Should he truly agree, united with Goeishu, none would be able to withstand them. Not only they, but even Hongjun, who guarded the underworld, felt an unbidden tension arise, his heart racing in trepidation. "That sounds rather appealing," Tang Yu remarked with a faint smile. He extended his hand, opening his palm before clenching it into a fist. "However, what I desire and seek, I shall attain through my own efforts, and firmly hold it in my grasp." Luo Shui's expression faltered, seemingly taken aback by Tang Yu's rejection of such an enticing offer. "Have you not considered it thoroughly? Once I fully integrate into the world, together we shall sweep across the heavens and the Tao of heaven. I possess the means to resolve the existence of your other self within you. Are they not your greatest adversaries?" Tang Yu chuckled heartily, stepping closer. "No, the greatest enemy is you. The Tao of heaven will inevitably succumb to slumber, or be consumed by you. Be it slumber or consumption, I possess unwavering confidence in my survival through this cataclysm. As for the other self within me, that is of no concern to you, and besides, I have little trust in you." Unappreciative fool, Luo Shui's voice suddenly turned icy. "You dare to reject the boon I offer, casting doubts upon my intentions. TSK, TSK. Tang Yu shook his head, making a clucking sound. "Look at you, calling everyone else an ant, as though you alone are above them. How can I be certain you won't turn against me? Remember, I cannot prevent you if you choose to act." He regarded Luo Shui with a serious demeanor. "I may be an ant, yet this ant has inflicted injury upon you. Now that the idle chatter is concluded, shall we engage in combat? At this moment, you are indeed not my match." Luo Shui chuckled lightly, her smile radiant. "Is it necessary? Even if I am not your equal, you cannot kill me." Her assertion was not unfounded. Currently, she was merely slightly weaker than Tang Yu. Furthermore, she was continuously drawing in dark mist from Luo Shui, nourishing herself. Her previous injuries had long since healed. She was immortal and indestructible. Unless Tang Yu possessed sufficient confidence to deliver a fatal blow, he would not be able to utterly vanquish Luo Shui, nor would he desire a mutual demise. Such a notion was beneath him, and a one-strike kill was altogether unattainable for him at present. Luo Shui's figure gradually faded from view. "Wait," Tang Yu called out. "Is Luo Shui still present?" There was no reply. She had vanished just like that. Tang Yu stood motionless, gazing at the direction of her departure, lost in silence. The arrival of the Goeishu into the three realms was inevitable and could not be thwarted. In fact, it had already begun years ago, as the river of heaven's Luo Shui gradually seeped into the three realms. Although the seals laid down still temporarily contained most of Goeishu's essence, their efficacy would not last indefinitely. Ultimately, he had merely confined Goeishu to the shores of the river of forgetfulness. Even with the seals in place, it could still infiltrate Luo Shui's being through the murky waters beneath the river of forgetfulness. The eventual outcome would be an invasion of the three realms. Zhang Sanfeng, "What on earth is happening?" asked Yuan Shirtian Zun. "Has Luo Shui been corrupted by Goeishu?" Tang Yu glanced at him, remaining silent. This incited a flicker of anger within the primordial supreme, feeling disregarded in such a manner. "Where has she gone?" inquired the matriarch of Mount Li. "I do not know," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "I can no longer sense her presence." In the underworld, countless vengeful spirits lamented their existence, with some unknowingly disintegrating into ash. The king of hell sought means to suppress the chaos, yet his efforts proved futile. The 18 layers of hell began to fracture, ultimately shattering entirely. taking with them innumerable souls that vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the king of hell, with a heart full of compassion, uttered a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. He then commenced reciting the rebirth mantra. Naturally, Hongjun perceived all of this with utmost clarity. However, he felt no impulse to stabilize the situation. He watched as countless souls dissipated before his eyes. The collapse of the 18 layers of hell was not merely the result of the power of the ruins. It was the will of the heavenly Tao. It was gradually dismantling this place, initiating the process of world annihilation. As the ruins integrated into the weak water and entered the three realms, the sense of dread it evoked intensified. Thus, it began hastening the destruction of the three realms. It would not be long before this world would completely fracture. Hongjun refrained from intervening, for he himself was an embodiment of the heavenly Tao, and all of this was simply the manifestation of its operational principles: destruction, rebirth, reincarnation, and reconstruction. Even though the heavenly Tao had weakened significantly, and he had refined much of the external power within him, he still maintained an intricate connection with the heavenly Tao, rendering him unable to completely extricate himself from its grasp. With the disappearance of Ruoshui, he no longer felt the need to stabilize the underworld. Observing the crumbling bridge of helplessness and the 18 layers of hell, he remained tranquil, silent, and prepared to depart. Everything was destined by the laws of nature, destruction and rebirth. Suddenly, a ghost beside him displayed a peculiar smile. The power of the heavenly demon? How intriguing. Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at the ghost before him. The ghost spoke, "My essence has merged here. Do you truly believe you can eradicate me? This is but a thread of the ruin's essence, still concealed within the underworld." Yet, Hongjun remained oblivious, mistakenly believing he had eliminated the ruin's hidden essence from the underworld. "You have refined considerable power of the heavenly demon. But how long can you suppress its malevolent aura?" The ghost chuckled ominously. "How fascinating. It appears that the heavenly demon once graced this realm, and you have fortuitously acquired and sealed this power. Now, as it is unsealed and refined by you, the inherent malevolence of the heavenly demon will inevitably be sensed by the extra-mundane heavenly demons. At that time, they shall invade, while the heavenly Tao continues to fracture, and all beings descend into bloodshed. Grant that individual honor. He desires it not. Would you be interested?" Chapter 695. Assimilation by the malevolent aura. Hongjun regarded him, remaining silent. The ghost continued, "You remain unaware of the terror that is the power of the heavenly demon, do you not? Do you believe you can truly refine it? It is indeed somewhat fanciful to believe that you can refine the malevolent aura of the celestial demons. This essence will not only be sensed by the other celestial demons, but may ultimately assimilate you, rendering you one of them. Only I possess the ability to rescue you and grant you unparalleled glory. The so-called synthesis of the heavenly path may appear to others as the pinnacle of achievement. However, to me, it is insignificant, akin to the existence of mere ants. I can bestow upon you supreme honor, elevating you to a position of dominion over the heavens. Eternal and indomitable, forever exalted, consider the magnitude of such glory. Your diligent cultivation of the power of celestial demon synthesis is, after all, in pursuit of this very aim." Hongjun's expression shifted, as if the deepest, most concealed aspects of his soul were being laid bare. "No, it is not so. My intent in harnessing this power is to save all sentient beings, to rescue this world on the brink of annihilation. It is not for my own sake, but for the multitude." A sardonic smile played upon the spectre's lips. "Very well, even if it is for the salvation of all beings. Do you truly believe you can succeed? Trust me, this power has already been sensed by the celestial demons. Once they breach this realm, they will bring about destruction. Even if this world survives, how long can you suppress the malevolence of the celestial demons? You will be assimilated by this malevolence, irrevocably becoming one of them, while the multitude becomes mere sustenance. No, it cannot be so." Hongjun cried out, his voice filled with desperation. Yet, beneath his words lay an unmistakable fear. As he continued to refine the power within him, Hongjun felt the surges of uncontrollable, sanguinary malevolence. Were it not for his profound cultivation and resolute spirit, he would have long succumbed to this rage, descending into a frenzy of slaughter. You know the truth of it, do you not? You must have sensed this malevolence's presence already, yet you have chosen to refine this power regardless. Have you overestimated your own capabilities or underestimated the ferocity contained within the essence of the celestial demons? The specter mocked him. The terror of the celestial demons far exceeds your imagination. Hong Jun's lips quivered. I do not believe it. I will find a way to refine this power. Huh. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. With your abilities alone, only I can save you. Can alleviate this malevolence. In time, you will remain yourself, and I can even make you stronger. A flicker of struggle appeared in Hong Jun's eyes. It cannot be. I must rely on this power to save this world on the brink of collapse, to rescue the beings of the three realms. Perhaps his intentions were indeed for the sake of the three realms, yet he overlooked the terror of this foreign power. This is not a force he can master. Even if you can save, ultimately, all beings will perish at your hands, for you will become a celestial demon, and this power will attract even more of them. The specter gazed at him with derision. Do you understand what celestial demons are? They inhabit a distinct space within the myriad heavens, a realm that has been cleaved from the greater path. The celestial demons are born with an insatiable thirst for blood, inherently drawn to slaughter. From the moment of their inception, they possess an unparalleled, terrifying might, which only intensifies as they engage in relentless battles. The specter spoke softly. The power residing within you is likely derived from a celestial demon that fell here, leaving its primal essence behind, which you fortuitously acquired. Recognizing its strength, you chose to seal and preserve it. However, witnessing the impending chaos and the imminent calamity, you resolved to unleash this power, hoping to refine it for your own ascendance. I act for the sake of the three realms, Hong Jun asserted. Very well, the specter replied with a faint, enigmatic smile. You claim to act for the benefit of the three realms. But do you truly believe you can salvage this realm? Such naivety. If anyone is capable of saving the three realms, it is but one person who began orchestrating plans many years ago. Even I must confess admiration for him, for he has concealed his past so well. A note of wistfulness crept into the specter's voice. Perhaps he has long awaited this day. Yet it is tragic that he would be exploited by others, becoming merely a tool for their designs. At this juncture, the specter turned its gaze upon Hong Jun. You too, in your current state, will ultimately lose yourself beneath the wrath of the celestial demons, ensnared in an endless cycle of slaughter, fully assimilated into their essence. It is indeed a sorrowful fate to become a mere shadow of oneself. The only way to alter such a lamentable outcome is through my intervention. Oh, and you wish to preserve the three realms, do you? I can assist you in this endeavor. Safeguarding this realm is no arduous task for me. Not only would you protect the three realms, but you could also elevate your own standing, perhaps even ascend to dominion over this world and beyond. Does that not appeal to you? Otherwise, if you continue down this path, both the three realms and your existence will cease to be. As the specter's form began to dissipate, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that scattered across the cosmos, it urged, reflect upon my words. Should you come to an understanding, seek me in the void of return. Rest assured, my presence will grant you passage. As for the matter of the heavenly Tao, you need not fret, although you may be bound by it. Now it is itself in peril and lacks the capacity to concern itself with such affairs. With the final echoes of its voice, the specter vanished completely. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, a flicker of turmoil igniting in his eyes as he remained motionless in contemplation for an extended period. Within the void of return, at the banks of the river of forgetfulness, a wisp of mist began to rise from the withered wooden bridge, transforming into a feline figure. This shape soon expanded into a colossal beast before gradually morphing into a human form. The power of the celestial demons is indeed intriguing. It was your fierce battle against them years ago, which left you gravely wounded, that allowed us to take root here, embodying the void of return. It was your injury that brought me into existence, enabling me to guard this place. Yet it also presented me with an opportunity. Now, as your essence gradually awakens, will you be able to reclaim your former glory? If you were to return to your former glory, it would instill a sense of dread within me, nonetheless. It remains an excellent stratagem to confront the celestial demons. At this moment, I find myself hoping that you could awaken completely. On the withered wooden bridge, the swirling mass of dark mist coalesced into a human form, yet with each utterance, its shape continuously transformed. At times, it morphed into a small wisp of darkness, and at others, into a colossal beast that seemed capable of devouring the heavens. Its voice resembled a cacophony of myriad sounds, hoarse, deep, and crystalline. It danced wildly, akin to a demon on the verge of breaking free from its shackles. There remains a bit of time to wrestle with the seal, yet to me, this is of little consequence. The dark mist chuckled, its laughter carrying a hoarse quality, before gradually fading back onto the wooden bridge. The entire void fell silent once more. In the midst of chaos, several sages exchanged glances, ultimately settling their gaze upon Tang Yu. Tang Sanzang, why do you not simply annihilate her? Questioned Jun Ti. To their eyes, Tang Sanzang clearly held the upper hand. Weak water was no match for him. Yet, despite this, Tang Sanzang allowed her to escape in disarray. Clearly, he was indifferent to the myriad beings of the three realms. What if weak water sought them out? They appeared to be at a disadvantage. The once exalted sages found themselves feeling somewhat overwhelmed, with only Hong Jun capable of keeping them in check. Yet now, Tang Sanzang, weak water, the void, and even the impending chaos catastrophe loomed on the horizon. This reality was difficult for them to accept. Hearing such a foolish question, Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The laws of space materialized, and his figure seemed to traverse different timelines with incredible swiftness. Jun Ti's expression shifted as he summoned all his magical prowess. Yet he was still sent sprawling a great distance by a single punch. Tang Sanzang, please show mercy. The great calamity is approaching, and the void is about to spread to the three realms. Why must we turn against one another? Jiajin implored urgently. A colossal foot appeared before him, directly landing upon Jiajin's face. With a resounding crash, he was propelled backward for several dozen miles, a distinct footprint emblazoned upon his visage. Tang Sanzang. Jun Ti gritted his teeth in frustration. Should you wish to eliminate weak water, do so yourself, Tang Yu replied calmly. If it were not for your Buddhist sect's misguided arrogance in seeking to inhabit the underworld, would so many troubles have arisen? Jun Ti's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Yu met his gaze, prompting Jun Ti to take a deep breath and avert his eyes, unwilling to hold his stare. What? Is my assertion incorrect? What purpose does the 18 levels of hell serve? To determine the next life based on this one, cloaked in self-righteousness and falsely adorned with the name of compassion, proclaiming to save all beings. How absurd. Tang Yu scoffed. He then turned his serious attention to Jiajin and Jun Ti. Tell me, do you harbor a sadistic inclination towards the suffering of others? Is that why you conjured the 18 levels of hell, finding satisfaction in the wails of tormented souls? In this mortal realm, a lifespan of 100 years, are we to consider those devoid of desire as fools? What a predicament. In my youthful indiscretion, I once pilfered a chicken, and now it seems that uttering a mere falsehood would condemn me to the depths of hell? Is that so? Come now, you too. Enlighten me. Based on the standards of hell, how many layers do you think your conduct warrants? Tang Yu coldly remarked. How presumptuous you are, proclaiming that humanity is inherently sinful and thus requires the cleansing grace of the Buddha, that the Buddhist realm offers salvation. How shameless can you be? Are you not also guilty? He pointed at Jane and Juandi. You two would do well to silence yourselves. My mood is rather foul at present. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to seal your powers, reducing you to mere mortals and casting you into hell, allowing you to experience such exquisite torment. Tell me, do you think I would dare? Jane and Juandi fell silent, fully cognizant that Tang Sanzang was indeed capable of such actions. Moreover, given his current strength, it appeared he could effortlessly accomplish it. Although the 18 layers of hell were a creation of their Buddhist order, they had no desire to experience such a fate. Yuan Shi Tianzun pondered for a moment and said, now that the weak water has been corroded by the void, eliminating her would not be without merit. At the very least, it could delay the impending cataclysm of chaos. Those fools. Tang Yu's eyes widened, causing Yuan Shi Tianzun to instinctively step back, his expression shifting. He continued, if we could rid the three realms of a scourge like weak water, it would not be a bad thing. However, since Sanzang has chosen not to act, he must have his own considerations. Jane and Juandi dared not speak further. The last thing they wanted was for Tang Sanzang to charge at them in a fit of rage, resulting in a loss far greater than the gains. Tang Yu snorted, turning his gaze towards the mother of Li Mountain, a hint of a smile gracing his features. He approached her, saying, it is time to go home. At his words, the mother of Li Mountain was momentarily taken aback. Very well, let us return home. Without regard for anyone else, Tang Yu took her hand, and their figures vanished into the chaos, returning to Li Mountain. Big brother, are you all right? Ling Shui hurriedly inquired. Now possessing formidable powers herself, she had sensed the fierce battle between Tang Yu and weak water. Tang Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, declaring, "Your brother is invincible." This statement was somewhat boastful, as the adversaries now before him were indeed formidable. The void, another self within him. Ling Shui giggled, "I knew it. My brother is invincible." She extended her delicate hand, forming a fist and shaking it playfully before Tang Yu. Then, casting a shy glance at him, she added, "Big brother, not long ago, I entered the underworld. My parents have since been reincarnated, and I asked the judge to treat them well, to sweeten their lives a little." She stuck out her tongue and timidly said, "When the king of the underworld appeared, he looked at me, but we did not engage in conflict. I hope that did not cause you any trouble, big brother?" Tang Yu exchanged glances with the mother of Li Mountain, both breaking into soft laughter. "Swear, fret not. This is hardly a concern. Even if you were to dismantle the underworld, it would matter not in my eyes." The mother of Li Mountain chuckled. She understood Tang Yu profoundly, knowing he would go to great lengths to protect those he cared for, even to the point of dismantling the underworld itself, as she had jestingly suggested. Even Tang Sanzang would not be concerned. Her primary focus was whether Ling Shui was fatigued. "As for the king of hell, should he ever irritate you again, feel free to confront him," stated the lady of Mount Li with a fearless attitude. Ling Shui glanced at Tang Yu, playfully sticking out her tongue and grinning. Under the guidance of the lady of Mount Li, this child had become someone unafraid of anything. This pleased Tang Yu immensely. His sister could only impose upon others. She must never be subjected to bullying. Otherwise, he would certainly be displeased. Of course, no one dared to bully Ling Shui anymore. It was likely that even if she strolled around the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being would refrain from uttering a word. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor increasingly felt a surge of irritation. The affairs of the heavenly court were incessant, with every matter demanding his attention. Most notably, what had happened to the great white star who had gone to exchange for cigarettes? Why had he not returned? Was it possible he had absconded with the treasury of the heavenly court? Chapter 697. The turmoil of weak waters in the heavenly court. Certainly, the funds allocated for the great white star's cigarette exchange were trivial to the Jade Emperor. All he desired was a moment to indulge in a smoke, to relax and contemplate a solution to the heavenly court's predicaments. Yet, the continued absence of the great white star only deepened the Jade Emperor's vexation. It seemed that he had become somewhat reckless. Upon his return, it would be prudent to administer a suitable reprimand. "Is there still no news of the great white star?" the Jade Emperor inquired, frowning as he sat upon his dragon throne. The assembled deities exchanged glances. Witnessing their demeanor, the Jade Emperor already surmised the outcome. The great white star of the heavenly court had indeed gone missing. Even the Jade Emperor's calculations could not yield a result. Could something have gone awry? It was certainly a possibility. If, during his cigarette exchange in the land of 10,000 demons, he encountered a conflict with the formidable Lage and was subsequently disciplined, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. With this thought, the Jade Emperor's gaze settled on Li Jing. "Li Jing, I command you to journey to the land of 10,000 demons and inquire about the whereabouts of the great white star." Upon hearing this, the deities exchanged knowing glances. What other purpose could the great white star have in the land of 10,000 demons than to exchange for cigarettes? The esteemed Jade Emperor had deceived the masses with proclamations of leading a smoke-free initiative, while covertly instructing the great white star to procure cigarettes. This was not the first instance, leading to the conclusion that both the Jade Emperor and the great white star were clandestinely indulging in smoking. "Yes, your majesty." Li Jing acknowledged the decree and turned to depart. However, rather than heading directly to the land of 10,000 demons, he returned to his residence to gather his belongings. Undoubtedly, he too intended to exchange for some cigarettes along the way. In Li Jing's eyes, the sudden disappearance of the great white star could very well be a fortuitous turn of events. As long as he could procure a greater quantity of cigarettes and discreetly sell them, he felt a surge of excitement. He could almost envision countless magical artifacts flowing towards him. Having tidied up his possessions, Li Jing finally departed from the hurried realm below. The celestial realm's weak water continued to disperse incessantly, shrouded in tendrils of black mist. The surrounding heavenly soldiers kept their distance, well aware of the dread that such dark vapors instilled. Any contact with it could lead to complete erosion of their very beings, even the annihilation of their primordial spirits. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized. The celestial soldiers, upon seeing this apparition, hastily bowed in reverence, greeting the weak water fairy. Only weak water possessed the means to address the proliferation of the heavenly river's dark tendrils. At this moment, Weak water had returned. With a tranquil demeanor, she paid them no heed as she approached the banks of the heavenly river, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The heavenly soldiers watched in awe as weak water extended her hand, causing a tremor to ripple through the river, intensifying the black mist's density. Instinctively, the soldiers recoiled, sensing something ominous emanating from weak water. A low, menacing growl reverberated from within her as the floating black mist gradually solidified into terrifying forms. Before the heavenly soldiers could utter a word, weak water turned her gaze upon them, and they were instantly obliterated. The remaining soldiers retreated once more, apprehensive of her intentions. With a mere wave of her hand, the figures formed from the black mist morphed into ferocious beasts, charging towards the celestial realm. Where they passed, the soldiers were consumed. Dissipating into dust, weak water stood majestically in midair, her dark garments billowing. Below her, countless beasts fashioned from the black mist bowed in reverence. The roars echoed, shaking the very foundations of the celestial realm. The Jade Emperor's figure materialized, followed closely by the assembly of deities. Observing weak water's formidable presence, the Jade Emperor's lips twitched in dismay. He was well aware of her corruption by the abyss and her battle with Tang's son. He had anticipated her return to restore order to weak water, yet instead, she sought to oversee the celestial domain. Boldly insolent, the Jade Emperor exclaimed, commanding his attendants to apprehend her. However, in an instant, he vanished, fleeing from the scene. A wise man does not court disaster. He could not contend with weak water, especially given her prowess in battling Tang's son. Thus, retreat was imperative. As the sovereign of the three realms, one must assess the situation with sagacity, demonstrating both resilience and adaptability. With remarkable speed, the Jade Emperor hastened towards the Purple Cloud Palace, leaving the other deities momentarily stunned by his abrupt departure. A hearty laugh escaped weak water as the beasts below roared and charged throughout the celestial realm. The gods rushed to confront the chaos. The heavenly realm descended into disarray as they retreated, for the black mist was far too terrifying to approach recklessly. They could only defend themselves, employing their magical powers and artifacts while cautiously backing away. However, the monsters born of the black mist have become exceedingly powerful, even with injuries sustained. The black fog emanating from the weak water of the heavenly river swiftly healed them in an instant. They charged forward recklessly once more. Retreat. We cannot hold them off. Hurry, flee. Various voices echoed, intertwined with the roars of the monstrous beings. Boom. A sudden thunderbolt struck from the high heavens, landing upon the weak water of the heavenly river. The river trembled violently, spreading the weak water wildly in all directions. Looking up at the sky, weak water's gaze was chillingly indifferent. Can you truly stop me? Boom, boom. The deep rumble of thunder from above seemed to carry the weight of final reluctance, gradually receding. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, before the Jade Emperor even arrived, Hongjun had already sensed the aura of the returning ruins. He understood that weak water had appeared in the heavenly court. Was she about to commence the destruction of the realm? Boom. Hongjun manifested before weak water, exuding boundless authority. What do you intend to do? He questioned sternly. Observing the monstrous forms coalescing from the black mist below, he struck down with the palm. Instantly, the black mist dissipated, wafting into the weak water. Yet, mere moments later, the black mist reformed, once again materializing the same monstrous entities. You believe the chaotic catastrophe has arrived prematurely. Weak water remarked with a faint smile, gazing at Hongjun. What I have conveyed to you remains valid. You may wish to contemplate it. Boom. The river of time emerged in the high heavens. A figure slowly materialized before the gods, stepping forth from the lower reaches of the time stream. Time reversed, and the cosmos was turned upside down. Countless blurred images flickered beneath his feet, yet his eyes retained a hint of bewilderment. He advanced, each step marking an epoch. He came from the future, poised to return to this moment. Weak water's expression shifted. Her voice turned cold. It is you. Chapter 698. The might of that figure. The figure within the river of time remained silent, ascending through the downstream of time, each step marking an epoch. On the verge of returning, I shall sever you within the river of ages, weak water cried, unleashing the laws of time. Waves surged forth in layers, undulating through the time stream. The river trembled as if on the verge of collapse, presenting countless blurred and distorted scenes. The laws of space pressed in, enveloping that individual. This was not merely an attempt to slay him within the river of time, weak waters sought to exile him, compelling him to traverse different streams of time and enter disparate realms. Should the river of time obliterate him and shift him to another time and space, his return would not be so easily attained. The individual appeared dazed, his steps unceasing, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Yet within his bewildered gaze, points of brilliant starlight began to emerge, akin to a multitude of indistinct stars illuminating the night sky, gently twinkling. Boom! The brilliance in his eyes surged, culminating in an endless radiance at last. The blurred images surrounding the river of time shattered. Only a long river remained, connecting to reality, as that figure remained impassive, his steps unwavering. A tumultuous aura of chaos flowed through him, yet only his eyes were exposed, rendering his true visage elusive. An overwhelming might emanated from his being, as though with a mere gesture he could annihilate the heavens and the earth. With a single strike, the feeble waters recoiled, emitting a muffled groan. Her expression fluctuated, and moments later, her form vanished. As the feeble waters disappeared, the monsters coalescing from the surrounding black mist also succumbed into the celestial river, vanishing from sight. The celestial waters returned to their former tranquil state, undisturbed as before. The figure within the river of time paused, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. In an instant, this figure, along with the river of time, disappeared from all eyes. The celestial realm once again fell into silence, yet the gods exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. They were acutely aware that the monsters had not truly vanished. They merely lay hidden beneath the celestial waters. At any moment, they could re-emerge from the depths, spreading chaos throughout the celestial realm. The sudden turn of events had already inflicted severe losses upon the celestial court. These monsters were neither mortal nor extinguishable, and the black mist that emanated from them would corrode any heavenly soldier that dared to come into contact with it. The gods were expressions of despair as they turned their gaze towards Hong Jun. Such creatures were beyond even his control. He had indeed obliterated them, yet they reformed anew from the feeble waters. Hong Jun grasped the situation. The celestial waters were intertwined with the void. These monsters continuously siphoned the purest of energies from the void. Thus, as long as the void persisted, they would remain unvanquished. The only recourse was to seal the celestial waters to curb the spread of the black mist. However, Hong Jun had already attempted this. While sealing was possible, the relentless expansion of the mist would ultimately rebound and intensify. Thus, he had yet to devise an absolute solution for the celestial waters. His thoughts drifted back to the souls that had infiltrated the underworld and his dialogue with them, causing him to feel a wave of agitation, his brow furrowing. The Jade Emperor, en route to the Zixiao Palace, found his journey fruitless. Upon sensing the losses in the celestial court, he grimaced. He bowed slightly to Hong Jun, addressing him as esteemed ancestor. Now, with the feeble waters corrupted by a formidable presence from the void, and with the black mist swirling, how should this matter be addressed? The Jade Emperor inquired. He was at a loss, with no stratagems left. Otherwise, he would not have sought external assistance. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun's brow furrowed, causing the Jade Emperor's heart to race, sensing the gravity in Hong Jun's demeanor. If even Hong Jun could not find a solution, would that not spell utter doom? I shall ponder this matter further. The figure of Hong Jun abruptly vanished. The Jade Emperor stood dazed in place, then turned to survey his surroundings. A pang of anguish struck him. His heavenly court had suffered tremendous losses, and countless celestial soldiers had perished for no reason. After a lengthy pause, the Jade Emperor let out a deep sigh. Has Li Jing returned? Has he inquired about the whereabouts of the morning star? And has he retrieved the incense? He posed 3 questions in quick succession, leaving the other deities bewildered. In such dire times, he was still preoccupied with smoking. The gods had already harbored doubts. Though the Jade Emperor publicly proclaimed a commitment to quit smoking, he was secretly indulging. Now, with his words, their suspicions were entirely confirmed. Your Majesty, spoke the celestial being Jiao Mu Jiao, Li Jing has yet to return. May I inquire how we should address the current situation? The Jade Emperor, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head and sighed softly. I have no solution, and did the ancestor not indicate he would find a way? He took a couple of steps before pausing again. Issue an order to expedite the restoration of the heavenly court. The deities watched the retreating figure of the Jade Emperor, a somber silence enveloping them. From his silhouette, they sensed a profound desolation of resignation. Indeed, the Jade Emperor felt similarly. Did he not openly express his desire to smoke before the gods? In his view, since everything was destined to collapse anyway, why not indulge a little? After a lifetime of toil, was he not entitled to savor some pleasures before the end? At this moment, the Jade Emperor shared a mindset akin to that of the visitor. Everything was inevitably doomed, let it be as it may. A good leader must possess a commendable attitude. As for Hongjuan's transcendence, the Jade Emperor held little hope. Moreover, even if he did transcend, how could he possibly salvage the three realms? Such a feat was utterly impossible. In the kingdom of 10,000 demons, the arrival of Li Jing shattered the stillness. Li Jing requests an audience, he called out, but after a lengthy period of inquiry, he failed to clarify whom he sought. What was his purpose? The visitor gazed upon Li Jing from within the realm, surmising the reason for his arrival. If it were not to retrieve incense, it must pertain to the loss of the morning star, prompting the Jade Emperor to send Li Jing to investigate the matter. However, the loss of the morning star was of no concern to him, as he had not caused it. That had been the doing of Rahu. As for where it had flown, the visitor knew not, nor did he wish to. Greetings, Buddha, Li Jing addressed, adhering to the visitor's previous title. I report to you, Buddha, that the morning star has traversed the kingdom of 10,000 demons and has yet to return. The Jade Emperor has dispatched a minor deity to ascertain the situation. Stealing a glance at the visitor, he continued, Might I inquire, Buddha, where the morning star currently resides? You celestial beings lost it, and you come to me for answers? The visitor scoffed, tilting his head to regard Li Jing. He rubbed his nose, produced a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. With the cigarette dangling, he replied, I do not know. I have not seen it. Chapter 699, Little Rahu. Long time no see in the present day, Lai Gu and Rahu may be regarded as brothers entrenched in the same trench, having both followed the path of Tang Sung. It is only fitting that Lai Gu assists him in this endeavor. Reflecting on his association with Tang Sung, Lai Gu feels a certain shrewdness. Although he has transformed into a demon, he still admires his own cleverness, especially since he no longer has to worry about tobacco and liquor. In fact, he possesses a considerable stockpile, making him one of the few in the entire three realms to have such resources. With unwavering confidence, Lai Gu believes that if he were to return to Mount Ling with a cigarette in hand, it might even incite discord among the monks. As for the so-called chaos catastrophe, Lai Gu remains indifferent. Let it come. What can it possibly change? After all, he alone shall not meet his demise. Furthermore, if Tang Sung were to transcend, Lai Gu is convinced he would ensure the survival of himself and others through their extended acquaintance. He has come to recognize Tang Sung as a commendable individual, one of great principles. Should he fail to transcend, it holds little significance for Lai Gu. Did not the star of Venus fail to arrive at the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Li Jing inquired further. Where else could that old rascal go if not to the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Lai Gu, cigarette in mouth, remained silent. Observing Lai Gu smoking, Li Jing swallowed hard and offered a sheepish smile. There is another matter for which I hope the Buddha can exchange some cigarettes. Lai Gu had already surmised this intention. To be candid, he confessed that his own stockpile was dwindling. After stating this, Lai Gu stretched his neck and twisted his waist before turning to leave. Li Jing stood for a moment before returning to heaven, prepared to report truthfully to the Jade Emperor that the star of Venus had not visited the kingdom of 10,000 demons. As a former monk, Lai Gu, though now transformed, could not lie. Thus, it was evident that the star of Venus had indeed not ventured to that realm. As for where it had gone, who could say? Naturally, this was no concern for Li Jing. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, engaged in cultivation on Mount Li, was roused by a sudden aura. Rahu stood before him, seething with anger, which momentarily startled Tang Yu. He then recalled something and offered an awkward smile. My apologies for forgetting. His initial intention to take Rahu to the underworld was to allow that woman a fleeting moment of light. However, he had lost track of time due to the matter of the weak water and subsequently forgot. Thus, Tang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rahu inhaled deeply. Let us go. The mortal realm is beset by calamities. Looking around, it resembled a hellish landscape, akin to the end of days. Thunder roared, striking the earth, igniting wildfires that surged through villages. The seas churned with towering waves, akin to ferocious beasts, swallowing countless souls. Plagues swept through, and one by one, people fell. A hint of sorrow flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. However, Rahu remained unperturbed, for in his sight, these individuals were no different from ants. As disaster loomed, It was indeed these mortals who would face the first wave of destruction. Tang Yu spoke with a hint of bitterness, his mind swirling with contemplation. Was he truly destined to proceed in such a manner? What difference did it make if one were no different from an ant? Lacking personal ability rendered him incapable of blaming the heavens for their perceived injustices. Luoho's voice was cold and unfeeling. Everyone aspires to possess capability, yet not all can achieve it. Tang Yu remarked, "Have you ever heard a saying? I have exerted all my efforts, leading a mundane existence." This encapsulates the reality for most mortals. Initially, who has not been youthful and reckless? Who has not been fervent and passionate? There was a time when one believed themselves extraordinary, but as the years progressed, the acceptance of one's ordinariness and the embrace of an unremarkable life became inevitable. It is not that effort was absent. Rather, at times, effort yields no results. In competitions, everyone desires to be first, yet only one can claim that title. Can one truly deny the efforts of those who finish second or third? Luoho maintained his indifferent demeanor, unmoved by Tang Yu's words. Frustrated by his lack of response, Tang Yu struck him lightly on the head and snapped, "Did you comprehend what I said?" "No," Luoho shook his head. "In this world, absolute fairness does not exist. Even the circumstances of one's birth are not equitable. Of course, when compared to certain creatures, mortals may be envied. Thus, I believe that life is but a fleeting journey, akin to a pig's year, where the butcher wields his knife, and now that butcher has transformed into the great blade of fate." A faint smirk graced Luoho's lips. Tang Yu felt speechless. Upon reflection, however, there seemed to be a semblance of truth in Luoho's perspective. His discomfort stemmed from his humanity. Had he been born from another viewpoint, he might have mirrored Luoho's sentiments. Soon, Tang Yu and Luoho found themselves in the underworld. The bridge of helplessness had collapsed, causing tremors in the realm of the dead, scattering countless spirits. Hong Jun utilized his formidable powers to repair the bridge, ensuring the underworld's continued function. Within, countless vengeful spirits wailed in anguish as the ghostly messengers, wielding whips, desperately attempted to impose silence upon them. Tang Yu understood that the bridge's collapse had incited fear among the souls. Moreover, an unseen force permeated the atmosphere, oppressive in nature. This force was the power of fate, gradually beginning to fracture the path of the underworld. Tang Yu and Luoho materialized directly on the 19th level of hell. The aura surrounding Nuwa had intensified significantly, nearly overwhelming her own might. Yet for Tang Yu, it was entirely ignorable. He sensed that Nuwa would soon awaken. But such transformation would ultimately yield no more than a mere step forward, akin to the realm of Hong Jun suddenly. A thought struck Tang Yu regarding the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. He had, through Hong Jun's intervention, shattered his own essence, returning both his spirit and body to the cosmos. It remained uncertain when he would fully return. The Earth Mother manifested before them, and without further ado, Tang Yu directly articulated his intentions to her. Rahu's expression grew increasingly agitated as he presented the Annihilation Black Lotus to Tang Yu. A celestial phenomenon unfolded, momentarily severing the connection with the heavenly Tao. Enveloped by this divine spectacle, the Black Lotus gradually expanded, and a woman emerged from within. The array of the 19 layers of hell radiated with vibrant life, infusing her body with energy. With only a fleeting vestige of consciousness remaining, she could manifest for but a brief moment before fading entirely. Rahu gazed at her unblinkingly. Her eyelashes fluttered, and as she opened her eyes, a look of confusion washed over her as she surveyed her surroundings. She glanced at Tang Yu and Hutu before her gaze settled upon Rahu. Raising her hand to cover her mouth, she yawned and stretched, as if just awakening from slumber. Rising within the celestial phenomenon, a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of playfulness. "Little Rahu, it's been ages. Have you missed me?" she chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Rahu trembled, and in an instant, tears streamed down his face as he smiled through his sorrow. "Yes, I have missed you," he replied, attempting to step into Tang Yu's celestial realm. However, Tang Yu did not draw him in, rendering him unable to enter. The celestial phenomenon existed in a realm transcendent to the heavenly Tao, severed from the external world. Thus, they could only behold each other, unable to touch, not even for a simple embrace. A trace of bitterness crossed Rahu's face as he gasped, his vision consumed solely by the enchanting figure before him. The woman paused momentarily, then covered her mouth and laughed again. "Little Rahu, what are you doing? You wouldn't want to hug me, would you? Oh dear, you must take responsibility for that." She was acutely aware of her own circumstances. She had long since perished, lost to the endless passage of time. The current era was beyond her knowledge. But it mattered little now. She would not endure much longer. For you, I have delved into the Tao, transforming into a demon. Rahu, in the chaos of the primordial world, aspired to attain the status of a sage, and all his endeavors were ultimately aimed at reviving her. Yet now, all was but idle talk. Rahu opened his mouth, wishing to express something, but the salty bitterness of tears stung his lips. After a long pause, he managed to smile and say, "Very well, I will take responsibility." "No," the woman waved her hands dismissively. "I'm afraid you can't be responsible for me." She chuckled, her laughter echoing. Such laughter, once heard by Rahu in the depths of time, had always brought him solace. Yet after countless ages, hearing it again only shattered his heart. "I am dying, and you speak of responsibility?" She scoffed, her indifference palpable as she stepped forward, brushing against the barrier of the heavenly Tao. She paused for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed again, casting a glance at Tang Yu. Her eyes shimmered with gratitude. "Little Luoho, though I have departed from this world, you have preserved a fragment of my consciousness. Thus, I can vaguely perceive your affairs. My dear child, you must behave, otherwise I shall have to discipline you. Do you understand?" As she spoke, the woman rolled up her sleeves, revealing a segment of her fair arm, gesturing as if to strike, while raising an eyebrow at Luoho. At her words, Luoho suddenly burst into laughter, tears still streaming down his face. "Come back and hit me then," he mused. "This child must not possess any peculiar interests." Tang Yu gazed at Luoho, inwardly gasping in astonishment. What initially seemed to be a simple exchange had taken on an unexpected complexity. Was Luoho truly such an individual? Instantly, Tang Yu's gaze towards him grew more profound. Though he had felt a tinge of sorrow, the turmoil in his thoughts somewhat alleviated the heaviness. The woman chuckled softly, then assumed a serious demeanor, stating, "No, I am too old for such antics. I have grown weary of physical confrontations." Her legs began to gradually dissipate, concealed beneath her gown, known only to her and Tang Yu. She continued to smile radiantly, undeniably beautiful, and with a slight pout, she remarked, "What a nonsensical affair." Soon, she would vanish completely. The fleeting moments Tang Yu and Hutu had captured were merely ephemeral. Now, as time drew near, she naturally had to depart. She felt the void beginning from her feet, slowly creeping upward, fading gradually until she would cease to exist. "I have shed tears only for you in this lifetime," Luoho said with a smile. "Do you remember our first encounter when you struck me? That was well deserved, you shameless creature. Who told you to peek while I bathed?" The woman retorted, casting a sideways glance at Luoho. "I truly did not intend to. I care not whether it was intentional. I simply wished to hit you." The woman replied obstinately, "Moreover, if you claim it was unintentional, who will believe you?" A gentle reminiscence flickered in Luoho's eyes. It truly was not deliberate. He seemed to see the light of their initial meeting, the most beautiful moment. He had always been grateful to the heavens for allowing him to encounter her. Yet he also resented the heavens for not allowing him to possess her. To Luoho, everything in the world, aside from her, was but insignificant. He consistently wore a stoic expression, appearing somewhat cold and unfeeling. Initially, Tang Yu had thought this child incapable of smiling, but it turned out he smiled only for this woman. Luoho was renowned for his mercilessness and cold demeanor, yet his tenderness was reserved solely for one person. Tang Yu turned his gaze towards the woman, opening his mouth to speak. Within the celestial phenomenon, he sensed her form gradually dissipating. The woman shook her head at him and turned back to Luoho, laughing once more. "I believe you. I am simply a naive girl who trusts everything others say. Alas, it's an unalterable trait, a natural disposition." A glimmer of cunning danced in her eyes as she spoke. "Little Luoho, shall we engage in a game?" "What kind of game?" Luoho inquired, gazing at her with curiosity. "In a moment, I shall step away, and we shall see if you can find me," she replied, her smile unwavering, though her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Luoho's body trembled violently, fear gripping him as he protested, "No, I do not wish to play this game." Turning away, she pointed at him, her voice taking on a more serious tone, yet she continued to chuckle. "It is merely a game." As her legs began to dissipate, she felt the creeping inevitability of her fading existence. How could Luoho not grasp her intent? His gaze fixed upon her, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned his back to her, eyes closed, tears streaming down his cheeks. In that instant, as Luoho turned away, Tears brimmed in the woman's eyes as well. She cast a grateful glance at Tang Yu and Ho Tu before her form began to fade. 3, 2, 1. In those final moments of her dissolution, she chuckled. You can seek me now, hee hee. As her figure grew faint, she teased, Little Luohua, you must find me, and I shall grant you a hug, perhaps even a kiss. But this time, you shan't discover my hiding place, for I have concealed myself quite well, hee hee. You must behave and not cry, or else I shall punish you, hee hee. Her laughter echoed as her form vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Luohua remained turned away, his body quaking with emotion. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled, slowly opening his eyes. Without looking back, he stepped forward, disappearing from Tang Yu's sight. Chapter 701. Hong Jun enters the abyss. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yu sighed, feeling a deep admiration for the woman. In the face of life and death, she remained unfazed, a quality that surpassed many a man in this world. He then turned his gaze toward the direction Luohua had vanished, shaking his head. Poor child. While the world knows of Luohua's cold-heartedness, few realize that even the most frigid souls harbor a tender side. Ho Tu extricated the formation from the celestial phenomenon, reassembling it within the depths of Hell's 19th layer. Through the formation, Tang Yu perceived the presence of Wukong, Beiji, and Wujing, sensing the fluctuations of their energies. With a light laugh, Ho Tu remarked, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing have reunited their consciousness. They merely await the restoration of their souls. The final recovery of their physical forms will be effortless. As for Sun Wukong, his soul has long since coalesced. He is merely in the process of regaining his strength. With a wave of her hand, the formation began to whirl. A tremendous force surged forth, imposing and overwhelming. Zhu Beiji opened his eyes in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings until his gaze fell upon Tang Yu. Disbelief etched across his features as he exclaimed, Master. Tang Yu's body shuddered. It had been so long since he had heard such a call. From the initial weariness to a state of familiarity, ultimately, such sounds transformed into the most burdensome echoes of life. Tang Yu nodded with a smile, acknowledging the moment. Yet, as his consciousness began to coalesce, his spirit had not fully returned, leaving Zhu Beiji still quite feeble. With flickering eyes, he inquired, Where is Brother Monkey and Brother Sha? How could Tang Yu be oblivious to Beiji's unspoken concern? He yearned to inquire about Ruo Shui, but lacked the courage, thus redirecting his question towards Wukong and Wujing instead. They are both safe, so do not fret. Focus on your recovery and reinvigorate your spirit, Tang Yu reassured him. Regarding the matter of Ruo Shui, he felt compelled to withhold information from the two simpletons for the time being. Beiji nodded in compliance. Yes, Master. With a gentle uplift of her hand, Ho Tu allowed the formation to dissipate. Once the formation faded, she asked, How do you wish to address the issue of Ruo Shui? Tang Yu shook his head. I am unable to eradicate her entirely. She has become part of the Guishu. Even if I could obliterate her physical form, it would bear no significance. Ruo Shui is Beiji's beloved. Although currently tainted by the Guishu, I perceive that she has not vanished completely. More accurately, her consciousness lies submerged within her spirit. While the Tianhe Ruo Shui appears intertwined with the Guishu, in truth, she remains an independent existence. She is not the Guishu. Should the Guishu be utterly destroyed, there exists a possibility for Ruo Shui's resurgence. But to annihilate the Guishu? Tang Yu mused, contemplating his own limitations. Only by transcending to the final step could he hope to achieve such a feat, yet the opportunity seemed slim. Given that even the Tao itself fears the Guishu, he doubted his ability to prevail through transcendence alone. Ho Tu nodded slightly. What are your intentions then? The whereabouts of Ruo Shui remain a mystery to all. With her cultivation level, hiding would be effortless for her. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that she has returned to the Guishu. Tang Yu pondered. I am uncertain. Ultimately, all paths lead back to the Guishu. If we could devise a means to eliminate it. His voice faltered. Yet, that seems implausible. Sealing the Guishu? That too appears challenging. The only reason we could seal it previously was due to the cooperation of another self within me, achieved through our combined strength. Moreover, not long ago, Ruo Shui mentioned that considerable primal energy was expended to seal the Guishu. Merely sealing it would not bring Ruo Shui back. Only through its destruction could she possibly return. The ground trembled increasingly beneath them. Ho Tu glanced upward. I cannot maintain this for much longer. And the power of the heavenly Tao's essence has already seeped in. She smiled faintly. As it stands, the deceased, along with various other species, can no longer be reborn. I understand that those who perish due to calamities or natural causes of aging and disease can no longer reincarnate. They have been irrevocably lost to the void. Within the celestial phenomena of Tang Yu, the essence of certain individuals lies dormant. What course of action should he take? As more and more people perish, a sense of bewilderment envelopes Tang Yu. Must he truly entomb all living beings? It appears that this may be the sole recourse available to him. Yet, a wave of anxiety soon follows. If he remains as himself, he can naturally reflect their essence. But what if he is supplanted by an alternate version of himself? In that case, the essence of these beings would become the most exquisite sustenance. Although this other self has promised to preserve a glimmer of hope for the multitude, Tang Yu remains skeptical of his assurances. The path of the great Tao is devoid of compassion. Living beings are akin to mere ants. In the Xiao Palace, Hong Jun sits cross-legged, his brow furrowed and his demeanor tinged with distress. As the power within him is continuously refined, he can sense the latent malevolence becoming increasingly difficult to control. Even with his formidable cultivation, he struggles to repress it. Yet, he resolutely maintains his grip on this malevolence. Should it erupt, others may remain oblivious, but Tang Sanzang would undoubtedly perceive it. If he were to discover this dark essence within Hong Jun, given Tang Sanzang's virtuous nature, an altercation could ensue. Presently, Tang Sanzang cannot contend with him, yet Hong Jun finds himself equally unable to subdue Tang Yu, unless absolutely necessary. Hong Jun prefers to avoid confrontation with Tang Sanzang for the time being. After a prolonged silence, Hong Jun opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, he is aware that he cannot suppress this malevolence for much longer. In fact, he almost allowed a trace of it to escape moments ago. Within the Xiao Palace, Hong Jun took several steps, then stepped out, arriving at the edge of the Guishu. Gazing at the incessantly emanating black mist within, he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful presence residing there. Could this be the essence of Guishu? After much deliberation, Hong Jun ventured into Guishu. It felt as if he traversed through a myriad of distorted timelines. In an instant, he found himself inside Guishu. "Ah, you've arrived," came a voice from the indistinct black mist on the decayed wooden bridge. "Is this Guishu?" Hong Jun scrutinized it. Though merely a formless black fog, it exuded an incomprehensible and formidable aura. This immense power sent a shiver through Hong Jun's heart. "I knew you would come." The black mist transformed into a human figure, standing upon the decayed wooden bridge, gazing intently at Hong Jun. After contemplating it for a moment, Hong Jun spoke directly. "What do you require of me?" Chapter 702. Hong Jun's conditions. Hong Jun is not naive. Since Guishu had previously uttered such words to him, it undoubtedly requires him to undertake certain tasks. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially for individuals like them. There are no unwarranted advantages to be gained. The black mist, now taking on a human form, erupted into laughter. "Do you truly believe I have any tasks for you?" The silhouette suddenly vanished, transforming into a terrifying giant beast that roared at Hong Jun. Yet, at that moment, Hong Jun displayed remarkable fortitude, refusing to retreat even a single step, allowing the beast born from the Guishu to bellow mere inches before him. "How could I possibly know?" Hong Jun replied calmly. "As long as your conditions are not excessively unreasonable, I believe I can acquiesce to your requests, but I hope you can also grant me a favor in return." "Oh, what would you have me agree to?" "To safeguard this three realms." A hint of sorrow flickered in Hong Jun's eyes. He had once naively believed that by refining this power, he could transcend his limitations. He was acutely aware that this power emanated from beyond the heavenly Tao. It was a rare opportunity. However, transcending proved to be far more arduous than he had anticipated, and he increasingly sensed the uncontrollable malice that accompanied this power. Should this continue, there was a genuine risk of him becoming ferocious. He trusted that the heavenly Tao was aware of his predicament, yet the Tao itself seemed preoccupied with its own affairs. Furthermore, as he synthesized with the heavenly Tao, it was not inconceivable for it to manipulate him, leading to the demise of countless beings. The mortal realm appeared plagued by calamities and chaos. Yet the complete annihilation of all things was a gradual process, requiring a meticulous approach. However, should Hong Jun succumb entirely to that malice and transform into a fiend, the situation would be drastically different. He had long speculated about the heavenly Tao's contingency plans, and now he had an inkling of understanding. This contingency might very well be himself, harnessing the power he had refined within to bring about the world's end. In turn, The source of this power could attract the attention of extra-mundane fiends, who might cross the boundaries to confront Guishu. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Of course, much of this remained conjecture on Hongjuan's part. Yet, he felt confident that his deductions were not far from the truth. To me, this is a trivial matter. The dark mist shifted into various forms, but Hongjun sensed that it was observing him intently. I can not only preserve the 3 realms you desire, but I can also propel you further, granting you the stature of a higher being, commanding the myriad heavens. Such glory is not easily bestowed upon others. You should consider yourself fortunate. The dark mist erupted into laughter, though to Hongjun, it sounded somewhat grating, akin to mockery. This malice within me, Hongjun hesitated before stating. You must assist me in overcoming it. He genuinely felt the terrifying nature of this malice. If it continued unabated, he would fail to suppress it. If Tang Sung were to perceive it, the irony of a ruler of the 3 realms succumbing to madness would be unbearable. Once again, given Tang Sung's virtuous character, he would undoubtedly take immediate action. Most critically, Hongjun feared that he might lose control over this malice, driven to madness by its influence. To me, these are mere trifles. Guishu arrogantly proclaimed, in the days to come, you shall take pride in this decision. After a brief pause, it continued, indeed, I require your assistance with certain matters. Do you feel it? The array surrounding us must be dismantled. Once it is breached, I can fully establish myself within the 3 realms, thereby safeguarding all sentient beings. This is not something you desire? Furthermore, it added, should we fail to shatter the array, I will be unable to alleviate the malevolent energy of the heavenly demon within you. Hongjun was acutely aware of the array's presence. The power circulating within it was formidable. It was precisely due to this array that Guishu remained sealed here, preventing its complete entry into the 3 realms. Yet, with the existence of the weak water, what difference did it make for Guishu to enter the 3 realms? Contemplating this, Hongjun's eyes sparkled with curiosity. You wish to know why I do not permit that woman to enter and dismantle this place? Guishu inquired. It is because our powers share a common origin, rendering us incapable of breaching this barrier. A tremendous force erupted from Guishu. The array rotated, showcasing the sun, moon, and stars, radiating a brilliant light that suppressed its power. Guishu let out a scoff. Do you see? Such an array cannot be undone by my strength. It gazed at Hongjun with a grin. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. However, even so, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, why would he merely seal me here and not eliminate me entirely? No one in this world can slay me, except for her. Shaking its head with a cold chuckle, it added, abandon these futile thoughts. It is for the best of us all. Indeed, Hongjun had fleetingly entertained this notion, believing that in Guishu's sealed state, it might be possible to vanquish it. Yet, to his surprise, Guishu discerned his thoughts immediately. Nevertheless, he could not deny the validity of Guishu's reasoning. The one who set up the array must have surpassed him in cultivation, and despite this, they only sealed Guishu, which implied they could not destroy it. How can I assist you? Hongjun inquired. If even you cannot breach the seal, how can I? You certainly can, the voice from the swirling black mist replied. For the array is specifically designed against my power, while your external force can surely dismantle it. After a moment's contemplation, Hongjun stepped forward, extending his hands. His magical essence merged with the array, causing the black mist to stir with excitement, sensing the power of the array beginning to dissolve. However, Hongjun suddenly halted. Turning to the black mist, I have managed to weaken parts of the array, but I am now somewhat fatigued. Let us resume this endeavor in a few days. Oh, how amusing. I never expected to be threatened by another. Guishu laughed heartily. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your ploy. Hongjun remained silent. If this is your desire, then proceed as you wish. Yet, I trust you can see that, even without you, I shall not be confined here for long. The black mist responded, but what of you? Can you suppress this malevolent energy for much longer? Hee. I am unafraid to reveal that the celestial demons have sensed this formidable power. They shall soon arrive in this realm. Chapter 703. 2 burdens upon your heart. Once the celestial demons invade and exert their influence, you will be completely assimilated by this malevolent energy, transforming into one of them. Guishu remarked. Moreover, their incursion will hasten the arrival of the great chaos catastrophe. Of course, I too desire to accelerate this calamity's onset. Do you know why? Because without destruction, there can be no creation. Since you wish to preserve the 3 realms, I am left with no other choice but to first annihilate, and then allow for rebirth. Otherwise, when the great chaos arrives, all sentient beings shall perish, and all origins shall return to the heavenly path, resulting in the total obliteration of opportunities for existence. However, I am different. I possess the ability to manifest them anew. Hongjun remained silent, harboring doubts about Guishu, for he could not fully place his trust in him. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. To safeguard the three realms seemed to necessitate such drastic measures. Additionally, the matter of the malevolent energy within him compelled him to reluctantly trust Guishu. A dense black mist enveloped Hongjun, and he immediately sensed a surge of power coursing through him. This surge then abruptly halted. Hongjun's gaze ignited with fervor as he beheld the swirling black mist before him. You have aided me in breaking some seals. Thus, I shall reciprocate by bestowing upon you some of my power, Guishu declared. At present, I am unable to cleanse the malevolent energy within you. Only when you fully unlock the seals and restore my absolute freedom can I unleash my full strength to assist you. The black mist gradually dissipated, vanishing upon the desolate wooden bridge. Beneath the bridge, murky waters flowed languidly, stagnant as a still pool. Weak waters. At this moment, Hongjun perceived that this river bore the same essence as the weak waters. It was likely that the spread of the black mist was a consequence of the weak waters, manifesting from the heavenly court to wreak havoc upon it. The shadows formed by the black mist shared a kinship with Guishu. As long as Guishu endures, they too shall remain unvanquished. Even when Hongjun obliterated those figures coalesced from the black mist, they reformed once more from the weak waters in but an instant. Hongjun gazed at the desolate wooden bridge, overwhelmed by a profound fear of Guishu. If such were the nature of the shadows born of the black mist, one could only wonder at the true strength of Guishu himself. Moments ago, he had experienced a sudden surge in his own power. Do not doubt my words. I can make you the sovereign, ruling over the heavens. Guishu's voice resonated from all directions, echoing in Hongjun's ears. A spark ignited in Hongjun's eyes as he turned to exit towards Guishu. I shall retreat for a few days of contemplation, he stated, still caught in the throes of indecision, which explained his hesitance to break the seals directly. In this moment, he felt adrift, uncertain whether his choices were right or wrong. Yet, what alternative did he have if he did not act? Tang Yu sprang forth from the underworld, preparing to return to Mount Li. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a terrifying malevolence emanating from the chaos, as if it were spreading inexorably. The atmosphere was laden with an unsettling tension that sent shivers down his spine. Upon closer inspection, it vanished without a trace. What could possibly be the cause? In the distance, the mountains echoed with the roars of wild beasts, only to fall silent moments later. Slowly, Xiaoling emerged from the depths of the mountains, her antennae swaying, stained with traces of blood that quickly faded, leaving her appendages pristine once more. Celestial demon, Xiaoling murmured, her gaze drifting into the chaotic void, instinctively uttering the words as if they were buried memories surfacing from within. She averted her eyes and wobbled away, landing gracefully on Tang Yu's shoulder. Observing Xiaoling's demeanor, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that his little girl had indulged herself well. He pondered, unaware of the fate that had befallen the beasts of that forest once again. Full already? Tang Yu gently patted her small head. Although Xiaoling had grown somewhat, she was still no larger than an arm's length. But there was nothing to eat there. Didn't you say, Daddy, that I mustn't eat humans? She replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Indeed, no eating humans, Tang Yu reminded her sternly. What was going on with this child? Why was she always contemplating such matters? I know. I listened to Daddy. Xiaoling giggled before yawning and nestling against his shoulder, closing her eyes. Tang Yu shook his head with a smile, but his expression suddenly shifted as he focused on Hongjun, who stood not far away. At that moment, Hongjun emanated an inexplicable power, even more potent than before. He gazed back at Tang Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a coincidence, he remarked. I do not believe in coincidences, Tang Yu replied. I suspect you are here seeking me. He had no faith that this encounter with Hongjun was merely by chance. Hongjun stepped closer, standing a short distance from Tang Yu, and looked down. What are your thoughts on the impending chaos catastrophe? None, Tang Yu replied coldly. What does the destruction of the three realms have to do with me? I merely wish to protect those dear to me. Despite his words, Tang Yu knew he could not simply stand by and witness the annihilation of the three realms. Should there be no alternative, he would lay to rest all sentient beings. for only in this way could he preserve them. Hong Jun smiled faintly. You are indeed straightforward, Sanzong. No pretense. Talk of saving the world and rescuing the three realms. Such matters are not my concern. Tang Yu chuckled softly. That is your affair. What is the purpose of our cultivation? Suddenly, Hong Jun countered, for oneself, to gain the power to protect everything one cherishes. Tang Yu glanced at him sideways. Do not pretend otherwise. I have no interest in such insincere rhetoric. When you forged the heavenly path, standing high above, was it not for your own benefit? Looking down upon the three realms, holding the lives of its beings in your grasp. At his words, Hong Jun smiled but refrained from arguing. Regardless, my desire to save the three realms is genuine. Indeed, for if you do not save the three realms, you too will face ruin, Tang Yu chuckled. Even if it is merely for your own sake. You must find a way to rescue this realm on the brink of collapse. If only at the outset, you had indulged in folly, it seemed you could endure, slumbering in harmony with the cosmic order. Yet now, you find yourself devoid of any chance. From the very moment you refined the power within you, all opportunities vanished. Of course, this cannot entirely be attributed to you, for your path is intrinsically bound to such fate. Should you wish to advance further, you must devise a means to break free from the celestial decree. Presently, you have indeed made slight progress. However, in my eyes, you remain utterly defeated. Observing the capricious countenance of Hong Jun, Tang Yu chuckled. At least two burdens weigh upon your heart. One is the heavenly law, and the other, myself. Until you entirely liberate yourself from the celestial decree, you shall never truly advance. Unbeknownst to you, I have become your inner demon. To take that final step, to escape the heavenly law, you must eliminate me. Only then will you seize your chance. Yet, I doubt such an endeavor is easily accomplished. Perhaps you may indeed break free from the heavenly law, for it is currently in a state of decline, and you still possess an opportunity. But to slay me? That is beyond your reach. Chapter 704. The beginning of the burial. A faint smile graced Tang Yu's features. At his words, a flicker of melancholy passed through Hong Jun's eyes, for Tang Sanzang had spoken the truth. To extricate oneself from the heavenly law, Hong Jun perhaps already possessed sufficient capital. However, he was not yet capable of vanquishing Tang Sanzang. Though not inferior to Tang Sanzang, engaging in a battle to the end would likely lead to mutual annihilation from Hong Jun's perspective. Furthermore, within Tang Sanzang resided another formidable self, should danger truly befall Tang Sanzang. That presence would undoubtedly manifest. Regarding that powerful soul, Hong Jun believed himself no match. Thus, the final conclusion emerged. Should he and Tang Sanzang engage in a relentless struggle, it would be he who ultimately perishes. A hint of mockery played at the corners of Tang Yu's mouth. Even he had not anticipated that he would one day become Hong Jun's inner demon. Hong Jun, exalted and presiding over the three realms, suddenly found himself burdened by an anomaly such as Tang Yu. Together, they gazed upon the three realms, and yet he lacked the strength to eliminate him. Thus, unwittingly, he had become Hong Jun's inner tormentor. The primary reason for transcendence lay in breaking free from the heavenly decree and subsequently eliminating him. Only then could he maintain his lofty position. As long as he lived, he would remain a weight upon Hong Jun's heart, rendering liberation impossible. Indeed, you speak the truth. Hong Jun sighed heavily. You have truly become my inner demon, akin to a colossal mountain upon my heart, from which I cannot extricate myself. Thus, only by slaying you can I resolve everything completely. Regrettably, you are incapable of such an act. Tang Yu replied calmly, and you are not my inner demon. Regardless, I believe our paths will inevitably cross in battle. Hong Jun regarded him with a serene gaze. Tang Yu nodded. Because I stand in your way, a confrontation is certain. If you wish, I am prepared to engage you now. Casting a glance at the beings of the next generation, he added, however, I believe you will not choose this moment, for it is not the most opportune time. He cast a glance at Hong Jun and continued. As the power within you grows ever more formidable, the heavenly Tao gradually weakens, and your chance to break free from it becomes increasingly viable. I fear that the three realms may appear as mere ants in your eyes. No, I aspire to save these three realms, Hong Jun hastily interjected. If it were within my power, I would certainly rescue them. Yet at present, I find myself unable. Your words bear merit. To save the three realms, one must transcend. Only thus can it be achieved. However, allow me to inquire, are you truly seeking to transcend for the sake of saving the three realms? Or is it for your own benefit? By the time that day truly arrives, the three realms may have already slipped into oblivion. A hint of derision graced Tang Yu's lips. Do not speak with such lofty righteousness. Your apparent desire to save the realms ultimately serves yourself. You merely cloak your intentions in a noble pretext to soothe your conscience. To be frank, Hongjun, you are rather hypocritical. In my view, even if you were to break free from the heavenly Tao, and I were to perish by your hand, you would still falter at that final step. You do not dare to confront your own true heart, yet you indulge in these pretentious excuses. It is rather amusing. Tang Yu laughed disdainfully. Hongjun's expression fluctuated, and after a lengthy silence, he finally calmed his demeanor and replied with a faint smile, "What you say is indeed true. I am hypocritical. I act for myself, yet also for the three realms, but ultimately, it is more for my own path." As he spoke the last, he took a deep breath, as if summoning immense resolve to utter those words. If it were possible, I would genuinely wish to save these three realms, Hongjun continued. Tang Yu smiled faintly, casting one last glance at Hongjun before his figure vanished. The cries of countless beings echoed through the mortal realm. Corpses lay strewn across the land. Wildfires raged, merciless beasts consuming all in their path, thick smoke engulfing villages and towns. The sea churned violently, roaring forth to inundate everything. Earthquakes erupted, buildings crumbled, and amidst the wails, many were buried. Plagues spread, and people frantically fled towards distant lands, yet ultimately succumbed along the way. "Mother, I feel so unwell," a little girl whispered weakly in her mother's embrace. Her mother held her tightly, yearning to escape the plague-ridden land, yet she found herself unable to move. Lumps festered on her arms, oozing yellow pus and emitting a foul stench, while flies buzzed around her. In the distance, the glint of green eyes emerged from the thicket. Wolves lurked, silently observing the group, poised to seize their opportunity to devour them. "It won't hurt for long. Soon, it will be over," the woman murmured softly, clutching her child tightly, tears streaming down her face. "I will not flee any longer. I accept my fate. If I must perish here, so be it. I have resigned myself to this. There is nowhere left to escape. The city gates are firmly shut, offering no refuge. I cannot move. Dying here is acceptable. At least I will return to the earth." One by one, they sank to the ground, gasping for breath, their faces painted with the pallor of despair. At times, fate can feel unbearably heavy, a weight that offers no opportunity for resistance. Those who naively proclaim, "My destiny is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens," are merely indulging in youthful bravado, unaware of the vastness of the universe. Tang Yu observed them, closing his eyes, extending his hand as if time had frozen in that moment, each person suspended in place. Gradually, their forms began to dissolve. Celestial phenomena enveloped them, consuming their essence within the tapestry of the cosmos, lulling them into eternal slumber. Distressing scenes flickered before Tang Yu's eyes as he laid to rest countless souls. Those afflicted by plague, those struggling against the tide, and those ensnared by raging fires. All were irrevocably interred by his hand. Several towns lay transformed into desolate wastelands, eerily silent. A small yellow dog, having escaped the inferno, barked pitifully. It bore the acrid scent of charred flesh, its fur singed to a deep black. A trap clamped onto its paw, unmistakably a hunter's snare, from which blood flowed incessantly. Tang Yu stood in the deserted town, lost in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. The little yellow dog approached him step by step, barking twice before lying motionless at his feet. Tang Yu bent down to stroke it, and the dog gradually turned to dust, dissipating into the ether. Why must it be this way? Tang Yu gazed upward in confusion, seemingly questioning the supreme consciousness of the universe. A thunderous roar erupted nearby, as if responding silently, mocking him. Chapter 705, The Great Achiever Buddha and the Tai Bai. Tang Yu buried more and more individuals, leaving behind only a few serene towns, at least for now untouched by calamity. But how long could they endure? Ultimately, they too would succumb to the creeping devastation. With a heavy sigh, Tang Yu prepared to depart when he sensed two familiar auras that caused him to pause in surprise. Tai Bai Jinxing appeared disheveled, his hair coated in dust, resembling an ordinary old man. Leaning against the town wall, he seemed lost in nostalgia. Beside him lay a large yellow dog at his feet. Tang Yu stared in astonishment at this scene. Tai Bai Jinxing. And that large yellow dog was none other than the legendary Great Achiever Buddha. But how had they come to be together? Upon closer inspection, It was evident that Tai Jinxing had lost his magical powers. Even his essence bore signs of dark wounds. Rahu had clearly not been lenient, having struck him down and inflicted injuries upon his very core. Indeed, it seemed Rahu had shown some restraint. Otherwise, a single blow might have proven fatal. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly. A benevolent soul had offered alms, prompting a beggar to call out in gratitude. Suddenly, a throng of beggars gathered around, clutching their tattered bowls. Rushing towards those pushing carts nearby, the Jade Emperor's envoy, Tai Jinxing, hastily rose to his feet, forming an orderly queue to receive the porridge, each person arranged meticulously. Before long, Tai Jinxing returned, cradling a bowl of porridge and a large steamed bun in his hands. The large yellow dog barked twice. With a sigh, Tai Jinxing patted its head, saying, "I'll take a bite first, then you shall have yours." He slurped down a few mouthfuls of porridge, devouring half of the bun. How did we end up in such a predicament? He mused, feeling as if he were in a dream. He had been struck down by Rahu, his powers stripped away, and now found himself in the presence of the legendary Buddha of great achievements. Of course, without his powers, Tai Jinxing could not recognize the Buddha. Yet, the Buddha retained his original memories and could at least write a few characters. He scratched some words into the ground to reveal his identity. And only then did Tai Jinxing realize who he was. Shocked, he remained in astonishment for a considerable time. After this shock subsided, the man and his dog became inseparable companions. Tai Jinxing believed that the Jade Emperor would surely send someone to find him, and he assured the Buddha that as soon as help arrived, he would ensure the Buddha secured a ride back to the spiritual mountain, where they would encounter the two saints and restore his true form. Days passed in hopeful anticipation, yet that hope gradually morphed into disappointment, edging ever closer to despair. With a heavy heart, Tai Jinxing placed the porridge on the ground and tore the remaining half of the bun to toss into the porridge. Watching the Buddha enjoy the meal heartily, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Their days were sustained solely by these meager alms. Hidden not far away, Tang Yu witnessed this scene, his lips twitching in irritation. "This is my territory," he thought, as a few beggars approached and kicked Tai Jinxing, signaling him to leave and cease his begging here. Tai Jinxing, resembling an ordinary, frail old man, stood unsteadily, leaning on his cane as he shuffled away. Should I send them to the heavens with a kick? Tang Yu mused, feeling a pang of sympathy for the aged figure of Tai Jinxing, who had fallen to such lowly depths, a sight both pitiful and lamentable. Tang Yu revealed himself, and as Tai Jinxing bowed his head, he inadvertently collided with Tang Yu. Falling awkwardly, staring up at Tang Yu, Tai Jinxing was momentarily stunned. Then, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "Third brother." He wept uncontrollably, his cries echoing. Though he had awaited salvation from the heavenly court, it was Tang Sanzang who had come to him. No one knew how he had endured during this time. His heart heavy with sorrow. The Buddha of great achievements also became emotional, gazing at Tang Yu with pleading eyes. "Tang Sanzang, I was wrong. Let me return to the West." He felt he could no longer endure. The cycles of reincarnation, accompanied by the burden of his memories, were the most agonizing of all. In the absence of returning to the Western paradise, the Buddha of great accomplishments felt as though he were on the brink of madness. At that moment, he beheld Tang Yu and could not help but implore, third brother, take me back to heaven." The Jade Emperor, embracing Tang Yu's thigh, wept profusely. A glance was cast toward the Buddha of great accomplishments. In truth, Tang Yu had long ceased to care whether the Buddha of great accomplishments would return to the Western paradise, for the Buddhist realm had essentially fallen into ruin. Even more absurdly, the two saints had abandoned them, blissfully unaware of their plight. Particularly Maitreya Buddha, who had finally realized his dream of becoming the Buddha, had long desired to achieve remarkable feats. Yet now, in the face of impending annihilation, such aspirations bore no significance. Poor Maitreya Buddha remained ensnared in his dreams of Buddhahood, reluctant to awaken. As for the Buddhas in the Western paradise, they had descended into complete decadence, spending their days in idleness, indulging in slumber or aimlessly wandering. Tang Yu looked at the Jade Emperor and laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder before delivering a swift kick that sent the Buddha of great accomplishments flying. With a resounding thud, the Buddha vanished completely, and Tang Yu's figure soon faded as well. Upon receiving Tang Yu's empowering slap, the Jade Emperor felt his magical prowess restored, his entire being infused with vitality. That long-lost sensation returned. However, he chose not to ascend to heaven immediately, for he had endured much bullying in the mortal realm. Now endowed with strength, he was intent on seeking revenge. In the Western paradise, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddhas appeared listless, each one devoid of purpose. As for the mortals they had saved, initial efforts to guide them in cultivation had proven futile, for the impending chaos heralded a depletion of spiritual energy, rendering cultivation impossible. Yet, in the eyes of the Buddhas, these individuals were deemed utterly worthless, lacking any semblance of talent. Such useless beings, saved from the mortal realm, served no purpose. Maitreya Buddha pondered whether to erase their memories and return them to their earthly temples. Originally, the intention behind their salvation was to bolster the Buddhist order. But with no aptitude for cultivation, they had become burdens rather than assets, merely consuming resources. Thus, Maitreya Buddha grew increasingly disdainful of the mortals, scowling at them daily. In moments of disagreement, he would erupt in harsh reprimands. This atmosphere did not escape the notice of the other Buddhas. They sensed that these creatures might soon reveal their true nature and act against them. Consequently, resistance became imperative. The Buddhas exchanged covert glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes, preparing to confront these malevolent beings. Chapter 706. The Return of the Buddha of Great Accomplishments. However, they were merely mortals, and engaging in a life-or-death struggle with these powerful entities was undeniably suicidal. Yet, when faced with the imminent threat to their lives, the fervor of the majority would ignite, compelling them to act recklessly. Thus, in later generations, the concept of justifiable defense emerged. Of course, this notion of self-defense did not arise from mere retaliation. To retaliate would constitute mutual conflict with shared responsibility. The concept of justifiable defense implies a grim reality. First, one must face death, and then in the next life, seek vengeance. I have heard tales of a 16-year-old youth who, in a desperate act of self-defense, killed 4 armed intruders and was consequently sentenced to 10 years in prison, charged with mutual combat and negligent homicide. Therefore, should someone assault you with a weapon, refrain from retaliating. Remember this, and strive to return in your next incarnation. Perhaps you might establish a case for justifiable defense. Yet, there are those who, despite understanding this, find themselves in moments of life-threatening peril, their blood boiling, embracing a reckless camaraderie that suggests a willingness to perish together. Undoubtedly, the monks of the present day exhibit such fervor. They are prepared to risk everything, recognizing that to continue in this manner is to court death. They plot ways to eliminate their adversaries, believing that taking one life is a fair exchange, while taking 2 is a profit. In their furtive glances, the monks discern a shared madness, tinged with resolve. The bodhisattvas remain oblivious to this brewing storm. Even if they were to notice, they would likely dismiss it, viewing these ignorant mortals as foolishly attempting the impossible. Moreover, these individuals had no intention of engaging. They simply awaited Maitreya's word, for none dared to speak out of turn. Maitreya himself appeared somewhat listless, weary from recent labors and disinterested in his duties. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered before him. The gathered bodhisattvas jolted upright, their disbelief palpable as they gazed toward the entrance of the great Thunder Sound Temple. The low growls of a dog echoed in the air. Instinctively, Maitreya extended his hand, a wave of spiritual power washing over him, causing him to emit a low grunt. He then turned to regard the large yellow dog nestled in his arms, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized the familiar essence resonating within. Was this truly the legendary figure known for achieving great feats? The assembled bodhisattvas were equally astonished by the spectacle before them. Returning to the familiar surroundings of the sacred mountain, the yellow dog barked joyfully, tears welling in its eyes. Maitreya's lips twitched slightly as he observed the legendary figure, casting anxious glances around him. Would the return of this illustrious being jeopardize his own position as Buddha? He felt compelled to arrange an audience with the 2 revered saints. Amidst Maitreya's tumultuous thoughts, the legendary figure spoke. While it was still a bark, the bodhisattvas could discern the essence of his voice. Maitreya pondered deeply. The return of this legendary figure could indeed prove beneficial, especially given the current disarray of the sacred mountain. Should he desire it, Maitreya could easily relinquish his title of Buddha. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. The endless management of the other bodhisattvas left him in a state of bewildered fatigue. After a moment of contemplation, Maitreya declared, "I shall seek an audience with the 2 revered saints." With that, he vanished from sight, clearly on his way to meet the saints. The other bodhisattvas exchanged glances before reclining once more, resuming their previous activities, be it rest or leisure, indifferent to the unfolding events. However, this ignited a glimmer of hope among the multitude of monks who had been brought forth. In their eyes, they perceived a singular phrase, opportunity. As they succumbed to slumber, this was indeed the opportunity that awaited them. Yet, no matter how promising the chance may seem, it was ultimately futile. On one side stood the omnipotent Buddha, while on the other were mere mortals summoned forth. The outcome was, predictably, inevitable. Embracing, or rather, accompanied by the great achiever Buddha, they swiftly arrived at the gates of the purple cloud palace. During this time, both the Bodhisattva of guidance and the Bodhisattva of preparation had remained within the palace, for it offered them a semblance of security, a refuge from the fear instilled by Tang Yu. Even as the Bodhisattva of preparation drifted into slumber, a sudden jolt awakened him, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Instinctively scanning his surroundings with a protective aura surrounding him, the shadow cast by Tang Yu was not one that could easily dissipate. Maitreya Buddha seeks an audience with the two saints, he announced with a slight bow before the purple cloud palace. The Bodhisattva of preparation harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction. Why must he return yet again? Why could he not enjoy a moment's peace? Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "What brings you here? If it is mere frivolity, I shall not hesitate to respond with force." At this thought, the Bodhisattva of preparation flexed his hands, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, as if recalling some distant memory. "Your Reverence, the ancient Buddha of lighting has returned to the Spirit Mountain, and seeks your assistance to restore his true form and relieve him of the suffering of reincarnation." Maitreya Buddha articulated the purpose of his visit. The great achiever Buddha cast a glance at Maitreya, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his eyes. It seemed that Maitreya was indeed a commendable individual. A soft huff echoed in response, followed by a radiant beam of light that shot forth from the purple cloud palace, enveloping the figure of the great achiever Buddha. In no time, the familiar visage of the great achiever Buddha re-emerged, standing not far from Maitreya Buddha, his palms pressed together in reverence. "Amitabha, the great achiever has returned," he proclaimed. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "To experience the tribulations of mortal reincarnation and to comprehend the sorrows of a human existence has been profoundly enlightening for this old monk. It has equipped me with invaluable insights for the endeavors that lie ahead." Amitabha. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Maitreya Buddha's mouth. "It is indeed good to have the ancient Buddha back. In these tumultuous times at the Spirit Mountain, I have found myself somewhat overwhelmed without your presence. With the ancient Buddha's return, we shall jointly govern the Spirit Mountain, striving for its future and endeavoring not to disappoint the expectations of the two saints." "That is to be expected. As a follower of the Buddha's teachings, I shall naturally strive to fortify and expand the Buddhist path." After exchanging pleasantries, the two set forth on their return to the Spirit Mountain. However, upon their return, they were momentarily taken aback. The individuals who had been summoned forth were now firmly held in place. Among them was one brandishing a small wooden stool, raised high as if to strike someone. Yet, the scene was abruptly frozen in time. "What is the meaning of this?" Maitreya Buddha furrowed his brow and inquired. "Your Reverence, these ignorant mortals, for reasons unbeknownst to us, have dared to act against us. Therefore, I employed a binding spell, awaiting your return to address the matter," the Bodhisattva of wisdom replied calmly. Maitreya Buddha cast a glance at the ancient Buddha of lighting. Upon his return, he had briefly discussed matters concerning the Buddhist realm with the ancient Buddha of light. The ancient Buddha, with a countenance full of compassion, slightly bowed his head, clasped his hands in prayer, and softly chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. He then raised his gaze towards the assembly of Buddhas and, with a voice imbued with gravitas, inquired, "Is there any tobacco? I would appreciate a smoke." Chapter 707. The Gift of Shorn Hair. Strangers informed the assembly of Buddhas paused in astonishment, gazing at the ancient Buddha of light, who in turn observed them with a knowing expression. They involuntarily swallowed hard. Tobacco? What a fanciful thought. It had long been out of stock. The entire Lingshan was devoid of even a single cigarette, but, seeing their reactions, the ancient Buddha of light understood. No wonder, upon his recent return, he had not seen any of the Buddhas indulging in tobacco. Indeed, without the old monk, the situation had deteriorated to such an extent that even tobacco was scarce. The once vibrant Buddhist community now lacked any semblance of vigor. Instead, a heavy silence pervaded. How could this be acceptable? Even Maitreya Buddha had not undertaken any significant tasks. He had merely offered salvation to a few souls and audaciously contemplated taking action against the followers of the Buddha, an act of grave impiety. Amitabha. It is astonishing that the Buddhist community has fallen to such a state, lacking even a single cigarette. How can one accomplish great deeds without tobacco? The ancient Buddha of Light, with a compassionate demeanor, recited another mantra, now that he had returned. He was determined to work alongside Maitreya Buddha to restore the former glory of the Buddhist realm. The ancient Buddha of Light moved to a small stool nearby, and with a flourish of his robe, seated himself. He had gained some understanding of the current state of the Buddhist community. Casting a glance at the immobilized mortals, he declared, "These mortals, so audacious and ignorant, must have their memories erased and be cast away." The ancient Buddha of Light was indeed a figure of great resolve. Having just returned to Lingshan, he began to address the affairs of the Buddhist community. In accordance with the Buddha's decree, Manjushri Bodhisattva received the command and proceeded to escort those who had been saved back down. Was this not a trivial matter? It should be noted that considerable effort had been expended to bring them up, only to send them back down again. The return of the old monk was indeed a fortunate event for the Buddhist realm. The ancient Buddha of Light remarked with a smile, "However, there is an urgent matter that requires attention." His gaze settled on Lingji Bodhisattva. "That is the issue of tobacco. Let Lingji Bodhisattva procure some. If it were possible to obtain it, it would have been done long ago. The problem now was that they were not being permitted to exchange for it." Concerning this matter, Maitreya Buddha had even considered uniting with the Jade Emperor to assault the kingdom of 10,000 demons, compelling them to surrender their tobacco. Regarding the issue of tobacco, I too have dispatched Lingji Bodhisattva on numerous occasions to the kingdom of 10,000 demons, hoping that the Demon King would yield and exchange some for our Buddhist community. However, the Demon King remained obstinately unyielding, refusing to negotiate. I believe this situation reflects the Buddhist stance towards our community. Maitreya Buddha slowly articulated, "As for this matter, I have also visited the heavenly court, seeking an alliance to jointly confront the kingdom of 10,000 demons. This would not only pressure the Buddha to surrender tobacco, but also eliminate the kingdom of 10,000 demons, thereby contributing to the stability of the three realms, a significant merit indeed." The ancient Buddha of Light silently nodded in agreement. Maitreya Buddha's words ring true. He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth for a moment, then spoke contemplatively. "I shall send the old monk ahead to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Surely, he will grant me a modicum of favor. Otherwise—" At this juncture, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the enlightened one. "Otherwise, those who aspire to greatness must rid the three realms of their afflictions." With that, the enlightened one's figure soared into the air, evidently heading towards the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Regarding his assertion of receiving favor, it was patently impossible in the eyes of the gathered Buddhas of Lingshan. They exchanged glances, and Maitreya Buddha noticed a grass stick stuck to the ground, presumably brought in by someone's foot. He bent down to retrieve it, brushed it off, blew on it gently, and then placed it between his lips, clasping his hands behind his back as he strolled towards the rear hall. "There is nothing more to be done. Let us return to our slumber," someone beckoned, signaling the others to continue resting. Tang Yu was just about to head back to Lishan when a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Gao Zuilan. Tang Yu couldn't help but recollect her initial appearance. Back then, she embodied the full spectrum of human emotions. But now, her visage was serene and tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy. Gao Zuilan gazed at Tang Yu, her eyes betraying a hint of complexity, and she quickly muttered a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. The Buddhist realm was now shrouded in confusion, with the monks idle day after day. She had departed from the Buddhist order for many days, wandering the three realms. Yet she found herself at a loss as to where she ought to go. Should she return to Gao's old village? Many years had passed, and the village had transformed beyond recognition. It was no longer as it once was. As for old man Gao and others, they had long since passed away. Thus, in this vast and bewildering world, Gao Zuilan felt an overwhelming sense of displacement, as if she no longer had a place to call home. Although she now possessed formidable powers, an inexplicable solitude began to envelop her. Amitabha. These words sounded somewhat ironic to Tang Yu. Was there still an Amitabha? If he wished, he could even extinguish Amitabha's existence, erasing those words entirely. Huilan Bodhisattva. Tang Yu's voice held a note of unfamiliarity. He still harbored a flicker of emotion for Gao Zuilan. After all, She was, at the very least, his first love. Tang patron, Gao Zuolan's initial complexity faded from her eyes as she regarded him with calmness. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu burst into hearty laughter, his tone unfamiliar yet playful. Huilan Bodhisattva, as expected of one from the Buddhist order, your countenance radiates serenity and compassion, making one such as myself feel rather embarrassed. After a brief pause, he continued, in truth, I could restore you to your original form, but what of your heart? Can it still return? What remains of the original? Gao Zuolan smiled gently, her demeanor tranquil as she replied, there is no self, no likeness of others, no likeness of sentient beings, no likeness of the recipient. Whether at the beginning or now, what difference does it make? It is but a fleeting illusion, a wisp of smoke. All things in this world are but illusions, mere reflections in the mirror. Gao Zuolan spoke with serenity. Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly. He possessed sufficient power to revert Gao Zuolan to her original state, yet he hesitated. Sometimes, the past is best left in the past. There is no need to pursue the past any longer. It is essential to recognize that it was the former versions of you and her, not the present. Everything in the world undergoes a silent transformation, especially humans, who change at a remarkable pace. High Priestess Huilan remarked softly, Master Tang, with your unparalleled cultivation and extraordinary powers, why cling to the past? Is it truly so hard to let go? Tang Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, because I am human, endowed with emotions and desires. Naturally, I hold on to the past, as cherished memories are inherently beautiful and unforgettable. His smile faded as he assumed a serious demeanor. However, you are right, High Priestess Huilan. Why should we be tethered to our former selves? Today, your profound words and the essence of your teachings have enlightened me. Akin to a refreshing draught of nectar. I realize now that my attachment has disturbed your tranquility, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Tang Yu offered a slight bow, then rose, severing a strand of hair that soared towards High Priestess Huilan. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it. Tang Yu spoke slowly. Since ancient times, severing ties has symbolized brotherhood and the end of friendships. It is not suitable for us. While we may not share the title of husband and wife, our bond is undeniably real. I present this lock of hair to signify the termination of our connection, to cut the ties of our fate, so that we may no longer owe each other anything, becoming as strangers. Chapter 708. The Realm of the Sage. The Laws of Battle. Tang Yu regarded her calmly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Take care. With those final words, his figure vanished from sight. High Priestess Huilan remained holding the lock of hair, her expression momentarily complex before settling into tranquility. She glanced towards the spot where Tang Yu had disappeared and slowly departed as well. The lock of hair drifted lazily in the breeze, gradually descending, vanishing without a trace. Upon entering Lishan, Lingxue appeared before him, clutching a handful of freshly picked wild fruits. She looked increasingly ethereal, adorned in a pristine white dress, untouched by dust, her lips curving into a gentle smile, resembling a celestial fairy. Big brother, she called sweetly, extending the wild fruits towards him. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with warmth as he ruffled her hair and accepted the fruits, savoring them. Big brother, is it true that this world will face destruction? Lingxue blinked at him, her eyes wide with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu replied, perhaps, but I will not allow any harm to befall you. I believe in you, big brother. Lingxue beamed, her figure soaring into the air before disappearing from his sight. That girl is quite reckless. She does not seem to fear any danger, Tang Yu mused with a hint of concern. Approaching from a distance was the mother of Lishan. Her expression momentarily startled as she playfully chastised him. Her cultivation has already reached the threshold of sainthood, and in the three realms. Who does not know that this girl is your sister? Where can she not go? Even those few sages would think twice before provoking her. This was undoubtedly true. Lingxue's identity was well known throughout the three realms as Tang Sanzang's sister. Moreover, Tang Sanzang was notoriously protective of her. Should anyone dare to harm even a hair on Lingxue's head, it was likely that Tang Sanzang would tear them apart. Tang Yu chuckled softly, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, with such a formidable background as mine, what is beyond my capabilities? Even confronting the celestial beings in the West, or the Jade Emperor himself, poses no challenge. The mother of Mount Li, unperturbed by any enormity, nodded in agreement. Yes, dealing with them is hardly an issue. A glimmer of anticipation shone in her eyes. Observing her demeanor, Tang Yu hastily fell silent, harboring no doubt that this woman, once riled, could very well venture into the Western Paradise or the Heavenly Court to accomplish something significant. He had first-hand experience of this potential. What is the current state of Ling Mountain? The mother of Mount Li inquired with keen interest. Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Not much development to speak of. It seems that both Jane and Zhuan Ti have tacitly abandoned Ling Mountain. They have little time to concern themselves with such matters at present. By the way, I have returned the ancient Buddha of Light to Ling Mountain. Oh, the mother of Mount Li's eyes twinkled with intrigue. What are you planning? Tang Yu asked anxiously. Ling Mountain lacks anything worth meddling with now, and there is no need to do so. The mother of Mount Li cast him a glance. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain have not provoked me. Why would I trouble them? That's a relief, Tang Yu thought, feeling a chill for the monks of Ling Mountain. She was an ancestor unafraid of trouble, and should she grow bored and decide to visit Ling Mountain, Tang Yu could almost envision that scenario. In the depths of the 19th layer of hell, formations materialized. 3 monkeys sat in different directions. Suddenly, each monkey furrowed its brow and emitted a low grunt. A faint mist of blood wafted from their forms, coalescing into a blurred silhouette of a monkey. At that moment, Sun Wukong's spirit was entirely reassembled. The monkey abruptly opened its eyes, which radiated an endless brilliance, reaching the heavens. Sensing this familiar presence, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow slightly and pronounced, Sun Wukong. He had long been aware that Sun Wukong had not perished but remained within the 19th layer of hell, reconstructing his spirit. Were it not for the formidable strength of Tang Sanzang and the influence of Hutu, the Jade Emperor would have already dispatched troops to the 19th layer of hell to obliterate them entirely. Their demise was a consequence of the Heavenly Court's actions, which raised the Emperor's concerns. What if they all returned to exact revenge? The Heavenly Court would find itself in utter ruin, especially with the powerful Tang Sanzang backing them. The Jade Emperor believed he understood Tang Sanzang well enough. He was fiercely protective. If they sought vengeance and approached Tang Sanzang, declaring, Master, I wish to strike at the Heavenly Court, it was likely that without a moment's hesitation, Tang Sanzang would acquiesce. Such a scenario would spell disaster. The current Heavenly Court could scarcely endure any further devastation. Still reeling from the aftermath of the Great War in the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons and recently suffering losses due to the chaos caused by the weak water. With a deep sigh, the Jade Emperor was about to speak when the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing descended from the heavens, promptly kneeling before him. I pay my respects to your majesty. Before the Jade Emperor could utter a word, Tai Bai Jinxing burst into tears. Elaborating on the misdeeds of Luo Hu and the sufferings endured in the mortal realm, embellishing his tale with fervor. By the time he concluded, he bowed his head to the ground, pleading, I beseech your majesty to take action on behalf of this old minister. What action could be taken? The Heavenly Court was utterly incapable of contending with the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons. They could only pray that their foes would refrain from invading the heavenly realm, which would be a stroke of good fortune. How had I, the sovereign of the 3 realms, fallen into such a state of indignity? He reminisced about the past when he ruled over the 3 realms, and all the deities bowed in reverence. Who, in the heavens or the earth, dared to show him disrespect? Now, however, he felt a profound sense of frustration. The realization that he was powerless against his adversaries weighed heavily upon him. I understand. We shall discuss this later, the Jade Emperor said, his brow furrowed in somber contemplation. Tai Bai Jinxing wished to say more, but after years of serving at the Jade Emperor's side, he had learned to read the room. Noticing the displeasure etched on the Jade Emperor's face, he wisely chose to remain silent, refraining from further discourse. He stifled a few sobs, wiped away the non-existent tears from his eyes, and reverently returned to his designated place. Speechless, in the depths of the 19th layer of hell, the dazzling gaze of the monkey gradually faded within its eyes as it closed them. Hutu watched the 4 monkeys with calm composure. She extended her hand, infusing her magical power into the formation. A low hum resonated as the formation began to rotate. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping the 4 monkeys. Their figures became indistinct within the glow, ultimately vanishing from sight. A low growl echoed, the boundless tide of battle intent surging through the 3 realms. A colossal giant ape emerged, emitting a low, primal roar from its mouth. Its crimson eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. Powerful waves of energy radiated outward. Indeed, it was as she had anticipated. Hutu observed the giant ape with tranquility. The Realm of the Saints, the Law of Battle. Chapter 709. The return of Wukong. Many years prior, Nuwa had already sensed this. The essence of the four monkeys bore the power of the law of battle. Thus, she speculated that if the saints could be reunited, they might even resurrect the ancient law of battle, potentially surpassing the chaotic magic ape of old. After all, with the four merging their battle prowess and past experiences, a fundamental transformation had occurred. Now, with their combined essence, they had indeed entered the realm of the saints, and the law of battle had re-emerged. Of course, this law of battle was distinct from the law of Tang Yu. Tang Yu possessed multiple laws, representing the purest form of law, energy, and essence. To embody even a single law's power marked one as an extraordinary existence. Even the ancient Pangu, the great deity, was but a singular embodiment of a law. In contrast, Tang Sanzang embodied 9 laws, representing the purest essence of those laws. Otherwise, when the inheritor of the laws emerged from the abyss, how could it have provoked the jealousy of the heavens? It is indeed because he defied the natural order to an extreme degree. Even the heavenly Tao harbored envy, seeking to obliterate him. Now, the principles of battle are once again manifesting through the four monkeys, all within the realm of the saints. This was originally a contingency they devised to confront Hongjun. Yet, it seems that Hongjun is no longer a formidable figure, especially with Tang Sanzang suppressing him. The realm of saints and the principles of battle are naturally perceived by all. Hongjun's gaze seemingly traversed countless distances, resting upon the colossal ape, a faint smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. What does it matter if one ascends to the realm of saints? What significance does possessing the principles of battle hold? In Hongjun's eyes, it remains woefully insufficient. In the presence of Tang Sanzang, no one merits his attention. As the power within him gradually becomes refined, he increasingly senses his own strength surging. Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin also directed their attention towards the underworld, the realm of saints, the principles of battle. Zhuan Ti's eyes widened in astonishment. The unity of the four heralds the principles of battle. It turns out they have been preparing for quite some time. Jia Yin sighed, remarking, indeed formidable. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of Tang Sanzang as a variable, this would have been their contingency against our master. Can he truly contend with our master alone? Zhuan Ti inquired. Jia Yin pondered before responding. The terror of our master does not stem from his strength alone, but from his ability to harness the power of the heavenly Tao. Sun Wukong was born of the 5-colored stone, and Nuwa's past endeavor to mend the heavens also involved the 5-colored stone. Thus he unknowingly absorbed a fragment of the heavenly Tao's essence, rendering him impervious to its might. Yet now, with the introduction of Tang Sanzang as an unforeseen variable, and our master advancing further, their plans seemed futile. A hint of mockery danced at the corners of Jia Yin's lips as she continued. However, the emergence of an additional saint is indeed unexpected. Who would have thought that under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, one could still ascend to the saintly realm? Jia Yin understood that this was not merely an individual's ascent to the saintly realm. The suppression of the heavenly Tao, especially now as it weakens, makes it utterly impossible for anyone to reach the realm of saints. The giant ape's ascension to this realm is due to the unity of the four, a collective strength rather than an individual feat. Zhuan Ti silently nodded in agreement. At Bo Palace, Tong Tian gazed towards the underworld in astonishment. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, they had truly unified and grown to the saintly realm. After a brief hesitation, he decided to venture into the underworld to uncover the truth. Far away in Lishan, Tang Yu felt a surge of excitement. It is Wukong, the essence of Sun Wukong. Wukong has returned. It is indeed Sun Wukong, the old mother of Lishan softly murmured. Casting a glance at her, Tang Yu eagerly pulled her along, heading directly towards the 19th level of hell. The entire underworld trembled. A terrifying power radiated outward. The monkey howled towards the heavens, battle intent soaring to the night sky. Boom! Thunder crashed down. The ground quaked violently. The Earth Mother understood that the underground passage could no longer withstand such immense fluctuations. The thunderclap resonated, signaling the gathering of a celestial tribulation. With a sharp command, she waved her hands repeatedly, channeling powerful waves of magic into the formation. The array trembled, humming with energy, and the towering giant ape vanished without a trace. 4 monkeys reappeared within the formation, each seated in different directions, their eyes closed as if in deep contemplation. In that moment of unity, All their experiences and battle knowledge melded into a singular entity, even if they were to separate at that instant. The invaluable wisdom and spells they had cultivated remained etched in their minds. Boom. The thunder resounded with a deep, muffled sound, gradually fading away. Wukong, Tang Yu appeared, gazing at the familiar monkey, whispering with a tremor in his voice. In deep understanding, the Earth Mother remarked, they can merge at any moment, unleashing the might of a sage. Truly impressive. Tong Tian looked on in astonishment at the four monkeys, astounded by the method employed to forge a sage. The Earth Mother smiled faintly. It was originally a contingency plan. Casting a glance at Tang Yu, she continued, in retrospect, it seems unnecessary, especially now that you are here. Nevertheless, having another sage at this critical juncture, as the world teeters on the brink of collapse, is indeed beneficial. Tang Yu remained silent, staring intently at Sun Wukong. A soft purple light flickered, as if filled with reassurance. A blood-red heart pulsated and flew out from Nuwa's body, soaring towards Sun Wukong within the formation. The gentle purple hue, akin to a maiden's silken veil, shimmered with the heartbeat, captivating all eyes. A drop of enchanting crimson blood fell from the purple heart, merging into Sun Wukong's being. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes. His physical form was instantaneously reconstituted, and he leapt within the formation, disappearing from the underworld. He stood tall above the 9 heavens, adorned with a phoenix-winged purple-golden crown, clad in golden chainmail, and wearing lotus silk cloud-soled boots. With an outstretched hand, he summoned forth a shimmering golden iron rod from the depths of the eastern sea. Sun Wukong raised his arm high, as if a bolt of golden lightning had rent the dark clouds, the golden staff descending into his grasp. Swish! Sun Wukong twirled the golden staff. The sound of space fracturing echoed around him, and bursts of lightning struck in his vicinity. The wind from the staff's rotation dispersed the dark clouds. He raised the golden staff high, pointing towards the vast heavens. At that moment, the world fell silent. Tang Yu observed Sun Wukong and smiled. The golden staff slipped from his grasp, and after surveying his surroundings, he swiftly moved before Tang Yu. Kneeling down, tears brimming in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Master,